Chapter 369, The Dance, Bela. It was cold. It was a desert, it was not supposed to be cold. Too hot in the day, too cold at night. Megan would go no further tonight, and so she was stuck here, exposed. What if? Bela folded her arms about herself and told herself that she was merely fending off the chill. It's been a month and we've received no news and no word. Your father's dead, or as good as. I have no intention of dying for him either way, I fought for a promise I made my father. Run, girl, lest my nephew turn his gaze to you. A ghostly hand brushed over her cheek and she shuddered at the memory of Dagmar's warning. Dalton had seemed kind enough when they were alone. But he'd been a different beast when his men were around. But she was a dragon, and he'd remembered that when Megan stirred. She had to remember that. She was a dragon. She glanced toward Megan and found the beast quiet and still, though the sound of its breath was still loud. She couldn't doubt, not now. She wanted her mother. As soon as the thought came, she threw it away. Her mother would kill her if she knew the half of what she'd done. Nairis, then, but hadn't her sister joined the... Her thoughts failed again. Her father had many names for his niece, and her mind rebelled at even thinking of them. Her father wasn't dead. He couldn't be dead. Dalton had been lying. He had to have been lying. He was lying. Her father would come and get her, and they'd both rescue Luceris and Nairis, and then they'd be a family again. Megan's eyes snapped open, and whatever thoughts she had been thinking vanished as it let loose a bellow that left her staggering with her ears ringing. It clambered to its feet, unga and ungraceful, and roared again, flaring its wings wide and threatening. No, no, Megan, Likeri. Likeri. But the dragon did not obey, just as it never had, and let loose a bellow of flame into the sky, and... There was a dragon. Dark red and near invisible in the night, but she had seen it, she had. It avoided the flames with a lazy turn that seemed almost insulting or arrogant. Megan bellowed again, moving to the left, its wing colliding with the sheer cliff it had dumped them both upon, staggering as she had seen drunks outside her mother's house stumble. The dragon descended, perching on a rock well outside Megan's present reach, but she could see it more clearly now. All dark red with black horns. It was tiny, compared to Megan, but that did not help when it watched her with an unnerving gaze, neither wavering, nor blinking, actually seeing her, instead of. Megan freed itself from the cliff and went forward once more, snarling and hissing, rearing back to deliver another flame. There was no intelligence, not like the creature that had so roused its anger, just fury. Megan, Likeri. Dohaeris. Likeri. She reaches forth and the dragon turns, snarling, and she throws herself backward as teeth snapped at her. She lands in the sand, whimpering and hating herself for it. Megan froze and then turned, letting the cliff bear its weight once more as it retreated. Leaving her alone, facing a dragon. It makes no noise, just watches, and then two figures hop from its back and she realizes she is still lying in the sand like a fool, climbing to her feet. Her sword is long lost, but she has her knife. She can use a knife. Dagmar had tried to show her how to use a sword, and then he'd told her to leave it behind because a weapon you could not use was only a hindrance. He'd meant Megan then, but she had been too much of a fool to know it for what it was then. Bela, a man calls, and her heart stutters in her chest. For a moment, she thinks it must be her father's man. Not her father, she knew his voice. Then she knows who it is and her heart drops because it is her brother, free and here right now, and she has not saved him and he does not know her and he must surely want to kill her. Bela, he says again. It's me, Luke. She doesn't know you, hisses a girl. She does not know the girl. Dornish, judging by her dress. We mean no harm, my lady, we just wish to speak. Speak. They want to speak. She wants to cry. She can't cry. That'd be stupid and she'd look like a child in front of her brother. It was really him. It was. They are both closer now, and she sees him in the moonlight. He's tall and he looks like her father said he would, except her father had not mentioned the patches of brown in his silver hair. Did he dye it to be more like the man who had stolen him away? That made her angry for some reason, that her brother might be forced to hide himself for the pride of others. Dragons should be free, her father had said. She hadn't answered him. I am Bela. She sounds like a fool and she hated it, but he smiled, happy, and her heart stutters again. He was happy to see her. I looked for you. To rescue you. He pauses at that and shoots some glance she does not understand at his companion. She pulls a face right back and Luceris turns back to her. We rescued ourselves, he said finally. But thank you. No thanks to you, the girl muttered and she heard it, but Luceris gave no indication he had, he just kept inching forth until he was close enough to reach. This is Princess Alyandra, he said, gesturing to the girl, who spared her a thin smile. Like she was trying to be friendly and failing. You're betrothed, she asked, and then cursed herself. Father had said the marriage wouldn't happen. That she'd marry Lucerys, as was proper and right. Not anymore, my lady, the Princess Alyandra said smoothly. But a friend nonetheless. Liar, she thought to herself, but looked to her brother. Lucerys merely smiled again, nodding. He is a fool, she realized. He does not know what a snake she is. She is no friend of theirs, not when their father killed hers and then helped a rebellion against her. Does she know their father spoke with the Dane woman? Her mother would say not to tell. To keep it for when it can be best used, and so she says nothing and nods, hoping Megan remains where it retreated to. She does not need all of Dorne chasing her as well. You came here for me? Lucerys asks finally. Not to fight. Yes. Yes, she stops. Should she tell them about Old Town? About the Ironborn? Did you encounter much resistance in Sun's Pair? Asks the princess. Did you burn my castle? She means. No, they fled. I think some men are still there, but most fled. Megan had wanted to burn them all, had enjoyed chasing the men, but something had happened, she knew it. Her dragon was growing weak, growing slower, it had chased and not caught near as many as it would have done when her father first brought her before it. She could feel it now, something wrong behind her eyes. It knew it and she knew it and she could not think on this now. Garen still holds the city, then, the princess murmured. But the vast majority of his so-called sons' pairs have fled. This is good news. If we can take the city before. Lucerys clears his throat and the princess coughs, tilting her head away, and Bela thinks she might be blushing, though it was hard to see in the light. We feared you might intend to give fight, he finally says. Dorne marches for the queen. Do you support our father still? Did she? I'm sailing for the Isles, girl. My nephew will destroy us, grasping at glory. I followed him for my father's sake, but no more. Whoever wins that damned throne will break the Isles for this, bring down a storm to make the storm god green with envy. They'll need a Greyjoy to weather it. You're just leaving? Surrendering? Craven. I'm no craven, girl. I know when I'm beaten. You should, too. When they come for you, don't be too proud to beg. I think our father is dead, she confesses in a small voice, the memory of Dagmar fading. She misses the gruff Ironborn. Strange. Then my mother will have killed him, Lucerys says. And her heart twists. His mother. Their father's love. His obsession. What she would give to have never heard that woman's name. Or her cousin's. Her cousin. It's a strange thought. Her cousin has children older than her. Will her cousin save her as she had saved Lucerys and Nerys? The question dies on her tongue. She wants to ask it, wants to beg, but her throat closes up. I will not grieve for him, the princess declares. But I will not judge the daughter. If Megan bellows again, and her heart drops as it tries to clamber up. Lucerys half crouches, his hand on his blade, and the princess's hand shoots out, gripping Bela's shoulder too tightly. Wings beat and Lucerys' dragon is alert, its eyes on the sky as another dragon descends. She knows this one. She knows it. Malaise. The rider is Rhaenys. Her father had told her to run should she encounter Rhaenys. Well, she can't now, not with the painful hold the princess has. Not whilst she is being dragged backwards from where Lucerys stands, pale and trembling. Malaise lands and two figures drop free. Control your beast, hisses the princess, and then gasps. You cannot, can you? It will not listen, she whines, feeling the child and the fool anew, and the princess lets go of her shoulder. Get your dragons to leave. The beast is not tame, she calls out, Lucerys turning to them, then glancing up at his own dragon. She cannot see what Rhaenys is doing, nor her companion. Is it a woman? It is. Why would she bring? Lucerys' dragon moves, claws scrabbling on rock, and then it flaps its wings once, ascending as silently as it had descended. Malaise does not follow, but one dragon seemingly fleeing calms her beast. Lucerys turns back to the two women in time for the first, the one she knows is Rhaenys, to slap him in the face, and some part of her rages. The second woman ignores the scene and runs to them. She remains rooted in place, helpless, sure in that moment that the woman is coming to kill her, but she ignores Bela entirely and throws her arms about Alyandra, and she sees the resemblance then. A mother. She wants her mother all over again. Her mother that is going to kill her for leaving as she did. Stop it. Stop it. Is this her? Rhaenys asks. The princess has been dragged to a safe distance by her mother, some low conversation happening that she is not privy to. This is Bela, Lucerys says, coming to stand by her side. My sister. Daemon's daughter, says Rhaenys, tone flat and unfriendly. Who burned Lynmouth Hall alongside her father. I know, Lucerys murmurs. I loved them too. So did your father, Renis says, her tone softer now. Will you truly ask him to forgive their murderer? Linmouth Hall? They had only. Oh. I'm sorry. The words fall from her mouth before she can stop herself. Renis' eyes shoot to her and fear fills her. He told me. I'm sorry. He made you do it, Luceris says, and guilt claws because he hadn't. He hadn't. She'd done it because he'd told her to, and she hadn't asked why, and now she knew why and she hated it. Linmouth Hall, Joffrey Linmouth, their attack had not covered a landing, it had been vengeance. How many had they lost on that landing? Assaulted by forces that had survived the fires and given their lives to kill as many as they could? Her mother really was going to kill her. If Renis did not first. As long as you know just what you are doing, Renis warned him. As for you. Surrender now. Get control of your beast. Swear to follow the queen and I shall not turn Malay's flames on you. She can't control him, the princess says, returning now with tears on her face, glistening in the moonlight. He's wild. Like the cannibal. What would you know of the cannibal, asks Renis. Enough to know Rhaenyra curses it, she responds, head held high and holding Renis' gaze. He's sickly, aggressive. Is this true? Renis asks and it takes Bela a moment to realize she is being interrogated. It was not always like this, she insists. It's getting better at listening. It listened when Luceris' dragon landed. But he can barely keep his own balance, Luceris says, resting a hand on her shoulder. I think he really is sick. Megan was not a he. Not a she, either. She knew it in her bones, could feel it behind her eyes. Wrong. Did all dragon riders feel this way, all the time? If he is uncontrollable, we cannot bring him back to the camp. The words drag her back to the present. We run the risk of him going berserk. Neither Malays nor Skywalker will stop him in close quarters. She looks at her beast. Megan is still again, quiet but awake, watching them warily, and she wants to weep. No, that cannot be the solution. It cannot. It was hers. Grandmother, you can't, but Renis cuts him off. I suggest the only alternative I have. She has fought against the queen for Daemon. I cannot let her go free, and if she cannot control her dragon, then he must die. Whether the girl dies with him is her choice. She now knows why her father told her to run should this woman find her. She's crying and she doesn't want to. She's crying and she hates it. When I lived with the queen, I saw many dragons, the princess says, her tone gentle. I saw one hatch when Merax hatched. I saw one grow in Morrigan. I rode atop Vermithor. I played with the twins in Seasmoke's shadow, and swam with Cyrux. This one is unlike them all. It is sick, my lady. It is not cruelty to kill him now, but a mercy. Wrong. It's not, it is. It is. Her father did something to it, and it's wrong and dying and it's hers and she doesn't want to let go. The wrong feeling behind her eyes seems to bank and rise, and she knows it is watching them. It's hers. It's her dragon. She can't. Don't be too proud to beg. Dagmar had walked away from his nephew and the promise he made to his father. She had walked away from her mother and sister. Megan is dying. She gasps and Luceris clutches her clothes, letting her weep into his shoulder. It's okay, he tells her. She does not know what okay is, but it is meant to be a comfort and she lets him cradle her closer. Do it, grandmother. Quickly. She presses tighter to him, as if he can make it not happen, as if he can fix everything, if she can just get closer she won't even hear it. A whip cracks. She hears claws on rock. Megan bellows and Malaise responds, and she expects a fight, she expects her dragon's rage and hate. The wrong feeling pulses bright and painful and she wails into her brother's shoulder. And then it's gone. And so is her dragon. Chapter 370, The Dance, Ormond Hightower. Chapter text. They did not even allow him his sword. Arrogant pissants, up-jumped bastards. What could he do? What could he do? The woman before him gives no answers, bent low over her granddaughter, murmuring soft nothings as she had been doing since he walked in. Did she even know he was there? His cousin was but a shadow, broken and betrayed. She was the Dowager Queen, yet they treated her as nothing. Less than nothing. They waver even now, he told her. You can keep his cause alive. The girl, the princess, giggles, and for a moment the tension bleeds from his cousin's shoulders. The girl giggles again and finally, Alicent looks up. Her green eyes are red-rimmed from weeping. No powders or dust could cover up her grief. Her noble son was gone, betrayed and left with no choice but to throw himself on the sword of that boy lover. She looks years older than she did the day she returned to Old Town, Aegon at her side. It's another bitter reminder. Betrayed from within. Their home burned, their king cut down. Give me the boy. It's not a demand. It's barely a whisper. The king may be dead, but he had made his will clear, to gainsay him now. Yet his king was dead, the bitch in King's Landing would not take his hide for he was beyond her reach now. It would be the Hightowers, the Redwynes, the Bulwers, any who had marched with the true king. She would destroy them all, dissension could not be tolerated. Yet the others would not fight for an empty throne. It was not a demand, it was a need. My mother will not give you Riker, Sir Ormond. The voice was clear, and he hated her for it. He turned. She stood, flanked by 2 knights. The so-called prince's men. Even he was not so blind as to see that up-jumped cunt was not worthy of scrubbing the floors his betters walked on. Even if she were inclined to. Helena broke off then, her eyes flickering to her mother. Alicent's eyes were on Viola once more. She has no access to him, the woman finally finished. Woman. He had called her cousin once. Bitterness floods his mouth. Traitor. Whore. You have burned our family for that bitch. Not all are as traitorous as you, he finally manages to hiss. She flinches, and the knights at her side straighten, sensing danger. Had he his sword, he would cut them down, cut them all down and have done with it. Yet vigilance had been demanded, and his father had demanded he give it. Now it flew with the sword swallower to be presented to that bitch as a sign of their surrender. As a sign of their humiliation. He could have lived, she says finally. We all could have lived. We all would have lived. Put aside your damned pride. Pride, he snaps. What of honor? You swore to him. You broke your oath. All will know what you are. Keep that in mind when you crawl before your queen and beg her mercy. She flinches again. Good. Good. Even she knows what she has done. Even she knows what the bitch will do to those that did not roll over, put aside law and tradition, and meekly follow. His hand finds the place his sword should be, and he hates her and the prince and the queen all anew. His blade, stolen. His house's future, stolen. What do you think will happen if you crown my son, she asks, her voice raw but full of savage mockery. Some glorious battle, a march on King's Landing? Do you imagine Emond will ride to your side and we shall overthrow my sister, cut off her head and all live happily ever after? Had any other spoken to him like that, he would have struck them. He would have struck her too, had her 2 dogs not laid their own hands on the hilts of their blades. Durin is dead, she continues when he does not answer, cannot answer, and his heart pounds in his ears and his blood sings with rage and the need to avenge himself on something, on anything. Perhaps she has taken it as a sign of weakness, for her tone grows bold and more savage still. Emond would not arrive in time. Prince Laenor would. Riker would die. You would die. If you were a fortunate man, he would dispatch you here, but my good brother would be displeased, and drag you before the queen. He swallows and realizes he is shaking with the force of it all. She straightens and meets his eye and what she says next is nearly drowned out by the howl of his blood. My sister would make you crawl. She would make you beg. She would make you an animal to show off to the court, and only then would she put you out of your misery, Ser. His title was spat. He wants to wrap his hands around her neck and squeeze until the life is gone from her eyes. He wants to feel her neck break in his hands. He hates her so much he can taste blood on his tongue. The world narrows only to her and her dogs and it takes him too long to realize he has bitten through the flesh in his mouth. Watch your back, you traitorous bitch. I will have your head one day. The knight on her left draws his blade. Let's see how long your bitch sister wants to protect your pathetic hide. You are brave with men at your back, but alone you are nothing but a woman, weak and worthless. The knight on her right moves and she holds up her hand. I am a dragon, she declares. The only dragon here. He wants to hit her until that defiant look is broken and smashed. He doesn't move, doesn't give as she steps forward. The blade held at his neck doesn't waver. It might be worth its bite, if he takes her too. You are a traitor. You will have a traitor's due. He sees the guilt again and revels in it. He hopes it burns her. He hopes his king haunts her. Mother, I think it time Viola went with Lady Lisa. As for you, cousin, I think it is time you retired to your quarters. For a moment, he cannot think for the fury as she steps around him, as if he weren't there. Alicent protests, but he pays no mind to her whining. The girl wails in her mother's arms and he keeps his gaze on the blade as she steps past him again, her daughter sobbing and screaming. Alicent says nothing as she disappears. Useless. Useless, all of them. One knight remains, he does not sheath his sword but half lowers it, gesturing for him to walk ahead. The humiliation burns. He can feel eyes upon him as a knight in Targaryen colors marches him, a high tower of Old Town, back to his quarters like an errant boy. The door swings shut behind him, a finality. No. He will not let it end like this. He will not let Aegon's legacy die like this. He will not sit and sulk in his room like a child as that bitch makes all the decisions. She had made it clear where her loyalties lay. There were still those who would follow him, even now. There is no night in the hallway when he finally steps out, his destination in mind. His father's rooms are not far. Highgarden is alive around him, and he burns at how many Florent men and Targaryen men seem to swarm about the place, but none stop him. It burns him anew. Perhaps he should declare himself the dragon. His king had once confided in him and father that dragons made it easier to fall to rage. He wondered what Aegon would say now, if he saw what his surrender had brought them. His father answers his knock and allows him inside. The old man looks his age, and his heart twists. Another crime to lay at the bitch's feet. Ormond, he sighs, wearily. News of your tantrum is spreading. She mocked me, he protests, falling into that easy role once more. It feels almost like cowardice. Play the rowdy son and he could pretend he has simply beaten the other squires too roughly once more, and that their family were not on the brink of losing everything. One look at his father's face and he knows he cannot, even though he wishes he could. We cannot let it end like this. And what would you have me do, Ormond? We are defeated. If we abide by the terms of surrender, we force the queen into mercy. What? But his father raises a hand. Aegon died for us. He gave her someone to blame for his rebellion. Someone she does not need to punish. He also gave us a way out. Should we bide our time, bide our tongues, she will be the villain if she strikes at us overly harshly. He hated these games. Better take a sword and do some honest killing than wait to die, or be saved based on the whims of some noble who'd faint at the sight of blood. So we do nothing whilst she destroys everything we fought for. Surely that couldn't be it. I like it no more than you do, his father snaps, raising 2 fingers to pinch at the bridge of his nose. We had the men. We had an advantage. Had I stopped the boy from the foolish display in King's Landing and simply acted. His voice trails away, and he shakes his head. I could not gainsay my king then. I will take the blame for it. I doubt she'll send a doddering old fool like me to the wall, and she'll look the tyrant if she has my head. He shakes his head again. I know you, Ormond. You want to do something rash. This is not the time for that. This is the time for lying down and showing our bellies, he asks incredulously. The time for pretending we are not loyal. The time for saving our house, his father all but bellows. We backed Aegon and Aegon fell. It was a Hightower that began this and it will be to House Hightower the new queen looks. Let her see a penitent house whose pride was purged with Otto and Alicent, with their foolish lord broken by his loss. No. It was all wrong. This is wrong. He would not weep. No, he would change this somehow. Wrong, yes, his father agreed. But it must be done. House Hightower will endure as the Hightower itself does. It has taken a beating, as we have, but we are the bastion that shelters the faith, that shelters the citadel. She has already struck a blow against both, however deliberate. If we fall, they will fall. They are men in robes both, he protests. Their power is words and Maegor proved how little that mattered. Maegor died. The faith endures, his father intoned. My boy, perhaps I have been too permissive a teacher. Hear me, Ormond, hear me as if those are my last words I ever speak to you. Apologize to Helena, no matter how much the action burns you. Forswear Aegon as he forswore us. Most importantly, live. Live and remember what happened here. He is in the hallway, blood roaring with hate and the need for violence before he knows it. He feels wild and angry, his father's words in his ears, both the ones just spoken and one from years past. I'm sorry, father, I didn't think. Precisely. You did not think. A great deal would be solved if people did not think and simply acted, he'd always known. Known at bone deep that half the world's evils came from men who did not know action, spending too much time thinking on how they might control those who did. Well, he was thinking now. He was angry, but he was thinking. He hadn't a sword. He could beat a knight and grab his, but he'd be cut down long before he made any difference. No, he needed a different weapon. Something that could take on an army. Inspire his own men to fight again. Power and weapon combined into one, that would put spine into the meekest and most craven-hearted. His dear cousin was wrong. There was more than one dragon here. There was also one that needed a rider. Chapter 371, The Dance, Lena. Set Silverwing down before the city. Perhaps she is being the fool, but her head is full of wool, as Rhaenyra would say. Aemond bristles, had she told him before? She vaguely recalls speaking on it, but not with whom. Better to say it again than risk a volley of arrows. Fear and exhaustion are making her dim and slow. What good is she like this? What choice did she have but to agree to go anyway? Had either of them stayed, their truce would have collapsed before long. By the 7, Aemond breathes and she sees why a moment later. Bile surges up and she clenches her jaw tightly. Smoke still rises above the city. The keep has burned, Flea Bottom has burned, even the great September has not been spared. The old wounds caused by the Green's escape mingle with new ones. It has to be him, it has to. She has to believe Rhaenyra lives. That they all live. There. In the distance. A bell. How she hates that bell. She opens her mouth but she needn't have bothered, for Silverwing turns, a graceful smooth motion, and begins her descent. It hurts to dismount, knowing she'll never have that pleasure in Viagar again. Will her mount even live when she returns? Enough of that. It's selfish to think of that when she had failed and Daemon had burned the city. Mourning her loss, when her son was a prisoner and her lover may be dead. Thank the seven Rena had been spirited away, hidden and safe. Bile surges in her throat again. Take my blade, Aemon says after a moment, and she opens her eyes and looks to him. It is a blessing that he looks as tired as she feels. All wrung out and empty, each burning and bitter at losing to the bastard, at failing. He waves the blade once more and she reaches out with numb fingers, nearly dropping it. She hasn't the will to feel embarrassment. You know what this means. She should be exultant that at least her failure wasn't complete, yet she can't take joy in a surrender that was not earned. He says nothing and looks to the sky. It does not take long for Grey Ghost to appear high above them, before beginning his own descent. It lifts her heart somewhat. That Grey Ghost was here, that he lived, that meant something. A pain she had become so used to since the storm lands that she barely thinks of it anymore eases within her, and she follows it with a shaky breath. Grey Ghost is a physical attestation to Daemon's presence. New wounds, burns, and tears, but nothing too serious. The wounds that Viagar and Silverwing gave Caraxes must have made the fight here an easier one, she tells herself. It doesn't banish the fear as Grey Ghost lands. Naerys dismounts Grey Ghost when the dragon stills, pale in the light, and fear hits her in the gut anew. She looks too hesitant, too afraid. What had Daemon wrought here? Her mind jumps to her niece, and she prays the girl did not see the worst of the fighting. Lady Laena, she rasps, and she opens her mouth to reply only no sound comes out, the strangling raw fear of what might happen next. Her heart pounds in her head and the world narrows slightly. Naerys' gaze falls to Aemon's blade clutched in her hand then rises, meeting Aemon's gaze. Your king is dead, the woman finally says. Odd, is the irreverent thought there, when had she started thinking of Naerys as a woman? She had been a girl when Laena had left. Then the meaning of her words sinks in, and her knees feel weak and her head swims with relief. Aemon lets out a long breath, his eyes closing. My sisters? My brother, he asks in a clear voice. He has no right to be so strong. He's not. She sees it the moment she thinks it. He's struggling with the enormity of it all, wrestling with what he's been told and falling back to better topics. Prince Durin fell in the Riverlands, Princess Helena surrendered to Prince Laenor at Highgarden, her children with her. Aemon reaches for a sword he no longer bears and swallows so thickly she sees his throat bob. His eyes are still closed, screwed tight now, and she can relate to the sentiment. As if he can make it all go away if he refuses to open his eyes and admit it's not some nightmare. And Visera, he asks slowly. Princess Visera has yet to be located. She rides Tessarion. He lets out a strangled laugh at that. A hysterical giggle. All she can do is stand there and watch him, mind moving sluggish and slow as Naerys destroys his world. He had been a worthy ally. He has surrendered, she feels the need to argue. Willingly, without knowledge of Aegon's fall. 'Tis not my place, Naerys mumbles, looking suddenly worried. It is not a look that fills her with confidence. Rhaenyra, the queen, she can't bring herself to ask. She would not react as well as Aemond. Is Abed, my lady, Naerys answers swiftly. Her eyes flicker to Aemond and then back to her as if she wants to say something, but cannot. Not that Aemond would hear it. His eyes are still closed, the expression on his face one of hollow loss. Raw grief. Silence stretches on. There is something great, something enormous that the woman will not, cannot say. Rhaenyra, Luke, her mother? Her father? Her nieces and nephews? Naerys had stated Laenor had received Helena's surrender, it could not be her brother. She tastes copper on her tongue and realizes she is chewing her lip bloody. There are horsemen in the distance, knights under Rhaenyra's banner. It will not be long before they are here. Silverwing moves, knowing that, a low and deadly growl escaping her maw. Grey Ghost moves to shield his rider. She doesn't move from her place between Aemond and Naerys. Sir Joffrey's lot, Naerys mumbles after a moment, and there is the girl again, a blush on her cheeks. In another time, she might have laughed. Not her husband, then. Husband, time for other regrets later. Instead the girl's wandering eyes are nothing compared to what little emotions she has that have not been numbed by their grueling pace as they flew north to King's Landing. You will ride with them, she tells Aemond. Silverwing will remain here. I will see her fed and protected. You have my oath. He doesn't answer. He can't answer. Hopefully he will remember her words later, when his world has ceased to smash and break around him, and he can begin to think about anything other than it. She owes him that much, at least. Ride with me, my lady, asks Nerys, almost nervously. The knights are nearly upon them now, their leader riding out ahead in in blue. Lady Lena, he sounds almost shocked. She moves, feeling the lack of everything keenly. Joffrey takes Aemon's blade with an almost reverent air. Prince Aemond has yielded to the true queen. See, he is treated well. He gave me that blade before he knew of Aegon's fate. He nods, face serious, and something in her is moved to add, be gentle, sire, he has learned of his brother's deaths this day. Yes, my lady, the man replies and dismounts his horse with a smooth motion. Lena watches as he approaches Aemond, hand extended as one might to a particularly skittish horse. Then Nerys lays a hand on her arm and she almost leaps from her skin, feeling very much like an overly skittish horse herself as Nerys begins to lead her with an insistent tug. Tell me, she rasps. She wants to screw her eyes shut as Aemond had, but she cannot. She had promised herself she would not run again. He attacked the city, Nerys murmurs, her eyes flickering about as if she wished to escape. Burned a bit of it. I saw. Tell me. It's too rough, too harsh. The woman practically slumps, curling in on herself. I failed, she whispers. The words hit her like a punch and send her reeling. Nerys? Failed? He still lives, she asked, and was only marginally reassured by the girl's violent shaking of her head. A girl again now, she looks small and scared. No. He's dead. Then she swallows, full of fear. It's the prince. No sound. She does not hear the rest of Nerys' words. It's the prince. It's Aemon. Oh Laenor. Oh Rhaenyra. Oh Aemon. That boy, that precious boy. He was not, she tries to speak through a tongue suddenly made of lead. He defied his knight and mounted with us, Nerys whispers. I think he went after him cause he knew. A son for a son. Not Luke. She loses her balance, legs too shaky to hold her and the world spinning and narrowing at the same time. Nerys' grip is painful and she finds the dirt a moment later when the girl lets go. No. No, Luke's alive, she insists. He's got Bela and the princess, both of them, and they're going to take back Son's pair and come home. Alive. It's the only thing that matters. Her son, alive and free. Her mother, alive and free. Yes, Nerys smiles a moment later, and she realizes the girl is weeping too. Bela. She feels a fool for not realizing the moment she had said it. Nerys flinches when Lena says her sister's name. I rescued Jocelyn, Nerys whispers. I pulled her out of the water. Will she let her live? Lena can barely get past her own son living. She cannot answer the girl. And Nerys knows it. Take me to the keep, she settles for saying, relief and grief making her head spin once more. Nerys hauls her from the dirt and then clambers in Grey Ghost's saddle. It's nothing like Viagar. When had she last flown her old woman for joy alone? Before Viserys' death, for certain. It had felt wrong to ride after, not when Rhaenyra grieved and wore loomed clothes. The ride is mercifully short, nothing like the long ride from the Stormlands, where days had felt like weeks and an hour felt like a dozen hours. Joffrey, her husband, waits for her. He's as pale as Nerys is, thinner than she recalled, with dark smears beneath his eyes. She can't imagine she looks better. She pulls him close and she doesn't know why. Aemon or Luke? You know, he asks quietly when she releases him. Then he frowns. Follow me. He turns and begins walking, leaning heavily on his cane. She wants to resent him, but she cannot. This is Joffrey, it's how he has always dealt with his pain. Fall back into what he could do. The storm would come later, of course. She follows. What of the Stormlands? He asks as she catches up to him. Taken. Aemon surrendered. Your namesake brings him back now. He says nothing, his jaw moving as he thinks that over. We are victorious, he says after another long pause. Aegon is dead, Daemon is dead. Rhaenyra lives against her own best efforts. It sounded like a jibe. Perhaps she is too tired, but she does not see his usual annoyance there. No emotion, just Joffrey as he attempts to fight the world as a distraction. Aemon had been his favorite, as Jocelyn had been hers. It felt wrong to admit it, that either had a favorite niece or nephew, but it had been true. They do not speak again until they are seated and there is steaming fruit tea before them both. Tell me what happened. Unlike Nerys, he does not flinch. Instead he closes his eyes and rests his elbows on his desk before pressing his face into his fingers. Very well, he says with all the finality of a man deciding upon death. She is too tired to fear. What could be worse than her nephew dead? Knowing Daemon, he would manage it. Damon assaulted the city. Iman mounted Vermax in defiance of the decision that he be escorted out of the keep to safety. He rode out with Jocelyn and Nares. Damon killed Morrigan. Iman tried to save his sister and was killed. He chokes on that and goes silent. Lena sits there, staring as the steam rises into the air and vanishes. Morrigan dead? Nares had said she saved her, and she clings to that fact like a drowning man to a helping hand. But Jocelyn lives, she asks. Joffrey nods, swallowing. Thanks to Nares. There is only a little more to tell. Rhaenyra slipped her own guard when she saw Vermax. She arrived to chase Damon off. They brought back his body a mess of wounds. She doesn't trust herself to speak. Rhaenyra overexerted herself and has been confined to her bed once more. She'd hate that. There is, then he stopped and rubs at his face. The Lord Hand is indisposed as well, he finally says, and her heart flies to her throat. He battled the flames with the knights. Too much smoke. Gerardis has hope he will recover. The Lord Commander of the Watch also boasts the inhalation of too much smoke and terrible burns besides. Gerardis is less convinced he will live. Her father. Harwin. I see. Too much. She knows she should feel something. Fear, grief, relief, but she cannot. She's too numb, too tired. What can I do? It seems the safest thing to say. He stopped. Then finally takes his hands from his face, folding them in his lap before staring down at them like a man at war with himself. Do you remember Aegon Dragonsbane? Barely, she confesses. He was never born. The dragons won't die. That is not my worry, he finally admits, raising his head to look her in the eyes. I need your help. Rhaenyra is sick, if she dies, we cannot afford a regency, Lena. When I go before Rhaenyra, I intend to ask her to declare an heir. She will not take it well, I fear, but we can scarce afford confusion, he trails off. It takes her too long, still stupid and slow. Jocelyn, she finally realizes, her mind turning over his words in the fog of exhaustion and motion she cannot yet feel in its entirety. You want her to declare Jocelyn her heir. Chapter 372, The Dance, Johanna Lannister. Chapter text. How long ago, she asked, a spike of alarm fading into a dull acceptance and an ache behind her eyes that felt like a drumbeat. 500 men ought to have driven away a small band of Ironborn with ease. That they had not. A day or two ago, my lady, replied the knight. The first of our outriders returned before daybreak. More arrive at Lannisport by the hour. They report that as many as 300 may have survived the fighting. Was it the Rains or the Ironborn? That was the question, wasn't it? It had been the Ironborn she had sent them to fight, but the remnants of the Rain muster would not let even a small force pass without a fight. They fought under the banner of House Drum, the Bone Hand, the knight answered after a moment, and she cursed her husband again. Dragging near their full muster into the riverlands, and when the lion was away, all sorts of vermin came crawling from the woodwork. The curse was followed by an ache of sadness. Her fool of a husband, she would not get to curse him to his face. She would be lucky if his body ever came home, if those northerners did not throw him into a pit alongside the men they had slaughtered in their betrayal. Make no mistake, there will be retribution for this, she swore. They were empty words at the moment. Her husband was dead, King Aegon was dead, and with the Rain muster and Ironborn burning their fields and raiding the smaller towns, it was hard to see a way to such a victory. Yet she felt it in her bones, felt it burning in her breath, they would know her vengeance for this. The knight said nothing. He was wise too. They will not dare stray too close to Lannisport, not unless they are reinforced by the Greyjoy fleet, she decided. Send out patrols, lead as many of those who fled back to the city as possible. Who was in charge of the force? Sir Lyle Lefford, my lady. Of course, she could picture the man. She had thought him halfway competent, if a little foppish. At least enough not to walk directly into an ambush and then turn craven the moment the fight came. Another member of that house to be less than adequate. When she had got them free of this disaster, perhaps it would be worth reminding House Lefford of their duties and obligations. And he has arrived back in Lannisport, she asked, although she could guess the answer, even if she was a little surprised he dared. Then again, with Ironborn and Rain men hunting those who gave their loyalty to House Lannister, she could understand why he hadn't lingered in his flight. Yes, my lady. She nodded at his answer. Good. Assemble his men in the northern market square and have him flogged before them. The knight did not react, just nodded and left as briskly as he had arrived with his grave news. It left her alone with her thoughts and the map that shows just how dire their situation was. She let her eyes close and surrendered to the tears that came at the thought of her husband but a few months ago. Victory over the Rains and Marbrands, it had all seemed so possible. Her husband and his knights riding out to crown their rightful king, he had been like something out of the songs she used to listen to as a girl. She dashed the tears away with the heel of her hand. Jason was dead, as much as that grieved her heart, and she had to be strong for Lorien and her daughters if nothing else. Her thoughts remained dark though, as she lifted the figure in red and white carrying Drum's banner and moved it over the town she had sought to protect. The loss would be minor, had things been different. It was not minor now. Not with the bloody lion in the mountains in the north, squatting across the Gold Road and raiding as far as Deep Den and Horn Vale. Not with House Drum and the men that followed them raiding across the coast. How many outlying towns and villages had fallen? How many would fall before this was over? With winter fast approaching she would need to ensure there was enough grain to feed the survivors. Shelter would be a priority, they could not house every refugee in Lannisport. Not after Harrenhal. Until King Aegon had fallen, she had at least considered it a blessing from the Seven that the southern Westerlands had not been threatened. How long until that changed, and an army under Queen Rhaenyra's banner marched along the coast demanding surrender? What could she do? She knew that woman well enough to know retribution would be swift. She knew it because had she occupied the princess's place, she would be the same, make an example, show them what disobedience means. How many times had she begged Jason and Tyland to cease their grand displays? Yet both had been so convinced Aegon could win it all and they would rise high alongside him. Fools both, they had done nothing but take a share of the blame off of House Hightower's shoulders. Why had they not listened? She stepped away from the table. Her thoughts had veered into darker territory. Blame and bitterness. She did not have the luxury to wallow in it. How could she save this? The child that grew in her daughter's womb? It was a small thing to bargain in the face of their defeat in the Riverlands. Yet they had some men still left to them and, if the gods were kind, they would have a child with a claim soon enough. Would it be enough? The red-cloaked knights in the hall stood straighter as she stepped out of what had been her husband's solar. It was her son's now, although the boy barely knew his letters. She smiled at the thought of him, playing with his wooden knights, heedless of the dark times they faced. Her son. Her only son. Was it enough to save her only son? Her husband's only son? She would see him. It would calm her mind, it would leave her focused on what needed to be done. It would remind her what she fought for. She had gotten perhaps halfway there when the alarm was raised and her blood turned to ice in her veins. Her feet refused to move. No army could have reached them unseen. No fleet could threaten them here at the rock. No. No, this alarm could mean one thing alone. A dragon. See that my son is taken to the tunnels. My daughters too, she commanded, and the knight behind her did not hesitate, leaving her whirling this way and that as she heard the rock come alive around her. Jason had once told her the rock alone could withstand a dragon. Her husband had been wrong about many things, she would pray to the Seven that he had not been wrong about this. She should go with them? But what worth would she be in the thick of it all, where the fires were likely to burn? Yet what would the men say if their Lady of the Rock fled at the first sign of danger? The dilemma rooted her to the floor, terror squirming in her guts and her mind a mess of what should be done and what could be done. She was saved from the questions by another cry. Tessarion. It is Tessarion. She knew not who yelled it but it was a cry taken up quickly, men yelling to men as the alarm died bit by bit. By the time she made it to the courtyard, the creature was visible. Awe makes her pause, even now, even with the waters rising, she cannot help but admire them. All of them. Mother. Cyrell. She turned and found her daughter shuffling close, a hand curled around her stomach, just beginning to swell. Her face shone with hope. Is it Durin? She doubted it. Had they not been told Prince Durin had fallen with her husband? If that were true though, how was his dragon here now? Did it come for his child? She could use such a tale indeed. Yet her daughter knows her silence for the doubt it was, and the girl's hopeful face crumbled. Without thinking, she reached out and Cyrell comes to her side, curling into her shoulder. Jocasta is next to arrive, and she meets her eldest's eyes over Cyrell's shoulder. Her daughter's eyes soften as she realized, and she reaches for her sister, prying her gently away and fussing over her, as Cyrell clings to her now instead of Johanna. She must be the Lady of the Rock now, whatever or whoever has brought Tessarion here. Her shoulder feels cold and she wraps her cloak around her tighter and draws herself up. She nearly stumbles and falls when Tessarion lands and bellows with such rage. Princess Visera, she managed to croak as the child slips from the dragon. Welcome to Casterly Rock. The girl is a woebegone-looking thing, small and frightened in a cloak that is not hers. She regarded them all for a moment, taking in the knights, her daughters, and Johanna herself. And then her face crumples and she bursts into tears. Johanna freezes, torn on what to do, but Cyrell does not and her daughter races from Jocasta's side to Visera's, before throwing her arms about Visera's shoulders and wailing just as loudly as the girl. It's fake, Johanna can tell, but it works. It allows Jocasta and her an opening to go closer, to soothe them both, and soon they had pried the princess from Tessarion's side and back to Casterly Rock proper. She whimpers and flinches at every armored man she sees, and when the Septon crosses their path she turns pale and Johanna hurries the damned man away. She does not like the story this girl's reactions tell. I will order food, Jocasta declares when they are safely ensconced in her husband's her son's solar. Her departure leaves everything silent, with only Visera breaking it with her sniffles. Is it Duran's? She asks quietly, after a while. Yes, her daughter replies, hand moving to her stomach once more. Yes, my husband's. Princess Visera squeezes her eyes closed and retreats back into her cloak. We were at Derry, she whispered. Enduran and the army left. And then everything was on fire and my septon tried to kill me, and then. She stopped, sobbing, and Johanna held out an arm. Cyril watched as Visera curled close, a furrow in her brow. Traitors from within. That broadly fit with what they knew. Stark's dogs, sent to die so he can tell the world he aided the usurper queen or that he sent her his dregs, depending on whether she wins or loses. Visera shivered in her grasp. And what then, child? She manages to keep the tone soothing, but Visera still takes too long before she draws back, wiping at her eyes with the sleeve of her dress. She will have to see the girl bathed soon enough, she's filthy. A good meal as well, she's far too thin. Duran came back but he was hurt. He died. He gave me testosterone and he died. I didn't want to, but the knights told me to. The words were coming fast now, an edge of panic, as if she were pleading with them to understand. I went to Riverrun and Sir Elmo was there, but when I told him what had happened his knights, I had to run again. The girl began her sobbing again, and Johanna pulled her close once more. Cyril's face was grave now. It mirrored her own. So, the Blacks had Riverrun. It would not be long before the Tullus turned fully then. What little chance there was of the majority of the Westerlands muster arriving home in time to help them was further diminished. Yet they had a dragon now, and Johanna Lannister would take a dragon over a few thousand men. A dragon defending Casterly Rock, a child with a claim to the throne. Survival suddenly seemed closer than a mere glimmer on the horizon. And as long as she drew breath, there was yet hope she would avenge her husband. Chapter 373, The Dance, Alyssa. Chapter text. The small hall has been transformed. So much so that she pauses when she sees it. A mess of individual bays and the college staff and maesters both walking between them. She tries to take a breath, but for a moment, she is drowning. Drowning in noise, drowning in the bustle as white-garbed men and women moved back and forth. This was not the comfy restfulness of the maester's tower but a wide open space filled with groans and cries and "You fool, Harwin Strong!" Her eyes find her Aunt Sabitha, only half visible as the sheets that partition off one bay flutter back and forth. She can see her aunt is angry though, standing straight with one fist curled at her side as if she is barely resisting the urge to strike someone. Is this what she'd want? Her aunt continued, almost spitting the words. A father dead as well as a mother. A woman in white drifts past her and she realizes she's stopped in the middle of the hall and shuffles on. She hears a mumble and whatever that mumble is, Aunt Sabitha lets out an explosive sigh. Utter prig, she hears her mutter. What will they do if you die now, Harwin? What will Sierra do? You are only letting him win. She needs to move. Aunt Sabitha is a bit like Aunt Lena. She grits her teeth at that thought, ignores the spike of tears at her eyes as Aunt Lena reminds her of Luke, of how he was the last she saw him. Alyssa. That is an entirely more welcome aunt. Arms wrap around her shoulders and she returns the hug. It's nice. Aunt Fowl, she mumbles into her aunt's dress. The moment doesn't last, as much as she might want it to, before Aunt Fowl pulls back to give her an all too critical look. Did you stop at all from here in the dragon pit? She asks, eyes sharp even if her tone is gentle. They said Joe was. Her throat closes. Tears spike again. She isn't going to cry. She isn't. People need her right now and she can't be a crying mess. Aunt Fowl's sharp eyes softening nearly sets her off again. She's not a crybaby anymore, she tells herself sternly. That was Alice without her dragon, too sickly to do anything good for anyone. Jocelyn is well enough, Aunt Fowl says kindly. Awake and lucid. But injured. That is what the letter said. Along with. No, she wasn't going to think about it. She couldn't. She wasn't going to cry, not when she had a duty to do. She needed to protect everyone else now and people who sit and cry about their problems rather than fixing them weren't protectors. Her mother wouldn't do it. Nor would her papa, even Uncle Joffrey or Aunt Lena, even if that last thought felt like a betrayal. They wouldn't cry about things, they'd figure out what to do and then do it. And that was what she was going to do. Why are you here? She blurts out and then feels the fool for the delivery, at least. Aunt Fowl and Aunt Marya ran their charity, King's Landing had burned, the people needed that more than ever, why had Aunt Fowl come here then? Aunt Fowl just smiles, well, smile is the wrong word. Her lips go up but it's a thin thing. No happiness. I am attending to. She stops then, but Alyssa can fill in the answer. Sir Stefan, she asks. That's the only person Aunt Fowl would break any of her obligations for. Smoke inhalation, as the maesters call it, Aunt Fowl says. There's too much of that here and out there. Little actual burns. Except for Joe, she thinks, and then casts it away. What had she just been saying? She just has to focus on now, like her mama always did. Other problems for other times. She should say something royally like he has always been a leal servant, but Aunt Fowl wouldn't want that. Neither would Sir Stefan. So instead she tries not to fidget and meets Aunt Fowl's eyes so she knows she means it. I hope he's okay. He will be, Aunt Fowl says gently, then smiles a truer smile than the one before. Just a cough. Give him a few weeks and that sister of yours will be cursing him once more. I will pray for it. If she gets to the September within the next few days. There will be a lot she will need to do. Naerys will need help, and surely there will need to be someone to represent House Targaryen. As will I, Aunt Fowl tells her. Go now, visit your sister. She needs you. That was right. Her sister did need her. She was going to look after her. Make sure nobody mocked her or made her feel bad. Like she had. She doesn't want to think that thought. Joe knew she hadn't meant any harm. So had. Stop thinking about it. Stop it. Focus on Joe. Joe needs her. Have you heard from your mother? That stops her dead. The voice rough and raspy, but it is Grandpapa Corlys, and she wants to weep and throw herself at him. Not since you last asked, Aunt Lena answers and the joy turns to something else. Something complicated. She doesn't want to speak to Aunt Lena. Not now. Not when she has to focus, but... She creeps a little closer to the bay their voices originate from. Sun's pair lies open for the taking, Aunt Lena is saying. She is in less danger than you are. Her heart leaps into her throat and she covers her mouth with her hand, half afraid she'll squeal with joy. So they are rescuing Luke. Dorne is never safe, not for any of us, he grandfather rasps. She's surrounded by the Dornish. Dornish. Aelyandra wouldn't hurt Grandmama Rhaenys, she knows it in her bones. No. The idea is too stupid to even think of. She almost misses the next words. She has Luke by her side, Aunt Lena says, her voice impossibly soft. She doesn't care whatever her grandpapa says, because, it's not a lie. It can't be. Aunt Lena lies, but she wouldn't lie about Luke. No, she wouldn't. She couldn't. Alyssa wants to burst in and demand answers, but that would mean talking to her. It would mean, well, she had not been overly nice to her aunt the last time they had spoken. Not that Lena hadn't deserved it, but... It was Luke. This was for Luke. Hello Grandpapa, Auntie, she says and steps in. Her grandfather's face, far too pale, splits into a wide grin. Here comes our conquering hero, he tries to laugh. It's a horrible grating sound. The Riverlands secured, Aunt Lena says. Well done. We're all proud of you. More than proud, Grandpapa Corlys says, then holds his arms out and Alyssa goes to him, allowing him to draw her in as best he can on the narrow bed. Could they not find better quarters for the hand of the Queen, she grumbles. Lena laughs. So we've all been saying. Grandpapa Corlys just shakes his head. I've slept in worse bunks than this, he tells them. But enough tales from me. I will hear your tales soon enough, my princess. What tales? The thought is a little bitter. She'd have served better by being here, protecting her family. Give her time to come up with the good bits, father, Aunt Lena murmured. I'm not a liar, she snaps and Aunt Lena raises her hands in surrender. Grandpapa Corlys' hand finds hers. She is referring to my exaggerations. Now she feels stupid. Her grandfather's stories became wilder with every telling. Sorry, she mumbles. Aunt Lena just nods. An awkward silence descends between them, and then she remembers why she'd even risked this to begin with. Is Luke? Aunt Lena's smile sees her words die in her throat. He's free. Aelyandra protected him as best she could and they got out of Sun's pair together. He's with your grandmother now. And they probably hated every moment of it. It's enough to bring a smile to her lips. Enough worrying over an old man, her grandpapa finally decides. I need my rest. Go, take her to her mother and sister. Mother, she asks quickly, and Aunt Lena pulls a face at him. Rhaenyra will kill you one of these days, she tells him sternly, before a smile breaks through regardless, and she leans forward to pat the hand that isn't curled into Alyssa's. Rest well, old man. Grandpapa Corlys returns the smile easily enough, and Aunt Lena seems to hesitate, as if she wants to say something more, but then decides against it, instead rising from her seat. Something happened there, she knows it, she just doesn't know what. Aunt Lena doesn't seem like she'll say anything so she bids goodbye to her grandpapa with a kiss on the cheek and a promise of prayer, and follows her aunt out from the bay. Your mother is, well, she will be fine. With rest. She doesn't like how her aunt had hesitated over those words. She's simply, overworked herself. Right. It's a reminder that has her correcting her posture, straightening her shoulders and steeling herself. She has a duty. Aunt Lena watches her with a bemused expression before gesturing for her to follow. She does. What about Joe? She asks. They can agree on Joe at least. Aunt Lena's jaw works at that, as if trying to find the best way to say the words. It's annoying, but she's already snapped once. Her dragon died. Alyssa had known that, it had been in that terrible letter. The one she wished was fake and lies and she was burned in the process and, well, she was in the black water for some time. That had not been in the letter, Alyssa thought with more than a little alarm. Aunt Lena leads her past the last of the bays into the tower of the hand proper. Father volunteered to give up his space, Aunt Lena murmurs as they walk. The throne room is not the place for this, and she stops and takes a breath, but Alyssa knows the rest. Magur's holdfast was half burned. She had seen it as she had flown. It has been decided that until the college can investigate, access will be limited, Aunt Lena finishes. I see. She supposes it makes sense. Iman would know better. Would have known better. Alyssa, asks Aunt Lena quietly. They've stopped. When had they stopped? She swallows thickly, throat suddenly feeling swollen. Her head pulses with pressure and tears prick her eyes once more. Iman would have known better than her when it came to architecture. It feels like a victory to think it, to think his name. Like maybe it'll all be okay. Aunt Lena pulls her close and this is when she loses it all and she hates her aunt a little for making it so easy to weep, but weep into her dress she does. She hates her and loves her and she wants her mother and father and she wants to tease Iman and Joe and Luke and lounge in the sun with Ali and Ali's aunt and Jane. We'll get through this, her aunt is murmuring softly. We will. How? She wants to demand? How? 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 Not without Iman? Not when Jane is married to Iman and Alyandra is in Dorne and Ali's aunt is the gods know where and Jocelyn is hurt and her mother ill again and. Too much, it's too much. Her aunt lets her go when she pulls away and she wants to go back to her arms the moment she leaves them. She's weeping, ugly sobs, and she hates it, hates that she'd broken her promise and cried anyway, and Jocelyn is just in that room burned and drowned and dragonless and she's crying over. It's not fair. It's not fair, she should have been here. She should have. He was her little brother. She was supposed to protect him. She'd failed and he was dead and she wants him back. It wasn't fair. Chapter 374, The Dance, Dagmar Greyjoy. Chapter text. The sight of the fleet should be a triumph. It doesn't feel like one. How high in spirits they had been when they'd first set sail. His father had been dead, but he knew he was with his brothers now, feasting with the drowned god. He knew he'd have more than a few tales to share when he finally joined them. He dreamt of it, of seeing them again, of boasting how he'd fought dragons alongside dragons, how they'd toppled the 7 kingdoms and reaved and plundered as they pleased. How they'd become Ironborn again. True Ironborn. Ironborn that would not be controlled by Greenlanders and not by those who were closer to the storm god than the true one. The memory is as bitter as the memory of his brothers. Hadn't he and Lauren argued about this very thing? Lauren D warned him and Eric both that they were fools chasing after dead dreams. But what is dead could never die, they'd boast back. Now his brothers kept his father company, and he'd kept chasing those same foolish dreams. Worse still, he'd taken Dalton with him. Uncle. Dalton calls, striding toward him, having leapt from his own longboat not a moment before. He is everything an Ironborn should be, he should be king. Would have been king, or perhaps that was a dream too. He'd told the girl to run himself, hadn't he? When the time had come to be Ironborn, he'd let sentiment lead him astray. Wine from the arbor, silks and gold aplenty from Old Town, his nephew laughed. We shall feast well tonight. The announcement gets a roar of approval from those who have yet to realize the truth. That they are fucked. Utterly fucked, like a whore when the fleet comes in. I would rather discuss the defenses, he tells his nephew. Dalton's grin flickers, then he snorts. Worrying, old man, he asks, cocksure, and Dagmar wants to hit him. Was he so infuriating at the boy's age? A good blow should set his head on straight. We'll have dragons here, Dalton, sooner rather than later. Why can't he see? Something must be done, else they'll all burn. Let them come, the boy says, setting his jaw. We know their weaknesses, their strengths. Their men will be spent, for the most part, and if we take down a dragon. He pauses, his eyes gleaming, before he leans back. They'll sing of us forever in the drowned gods' halls. He gets another roar from the young pups, the ones that haven't seen that monster the girl rode burn men or rip them apart as easy as a man might swat a fly. Dalton but the boy is waving him away again, him and his men too caught up in the moment as they press in, the crush nearly sweeping him away as they make for Pike and Dalton's promised feast. Drink, more likely. And his nephew will boast and drink and wave his sword about, and in the meantime, his eyes find the sky, half expecting a dragon to swoop down at any moment. Yet the day is bright and clear, for all that the maesters promise that winter is coming soon enough. He thumbs the blade at his waist, and then spits the bitter taste from his mouth. Damn that boy, he finally growls. What would his father have him do? Abandon him? For something as damn foolish as trying to fight dragons? No. Damn him. Damn him, that boy would see him reunited with his father far sooner than he wished to be. You aren't the only one. He turns and finds Theon Orkwood watching him. We've reaved, and taken our fill. I've new salt wives and more gold than I know what to do with, but what does that matter if the dragons burn the isles and leave it all as ash? How many others? He grunts. It's too close to treason, it feels too dangerous. Any who's got a head on their shoulders, who isn't thinking with their cock, grunts Theon. How does he plan to steer us from the dragon's flame? How indeed, he mused, and the bitter taste is back in his mouth, but spitting does little to shift it this time. He'll have a plan, Dagmar knows that. He knows how his nephew thinks. He's got eyes bigger than his brain and thinks half with his britches and half with his damned sword, and it hasn't gotten better since he emerged from the thick of the fighting, coated in the blood of Lauren's murderers, and the men had taken to calling him the Red Kraken. I'll find out, he grunts, and Theon says little more, so he leaves him there, trudging his way to Pike. They're already drinking and singing, a mix of the old songs and new ones that he knows never bodes well, not when the people singing them think they're the truth and not a pretty lie. His father had laughed and called him cynical. Eric and Lauren had teased him, but Eric and Lauren and his father were all dead and he still drew breath. His feet begin the familiar path to his father's solar. Dalton's now, he supposes. It's almost a surprise to find his nephew there, sitting at the desk and staring into a glass of wine. Dagmar finds himself half shocked that anything that delicate survived the sail back to the Iron Islands. Come to scold me again? Dalton asks. His grin is less cocksure now. Perhaps the drowned god had worked some magic and his warnings had sunk in. I ain't your father, he tells him. I live here. I have sons here. I don't want them to know the heat of the dragon's flames. Dalton snorts, and Dagmar drops into a chair. It feels familiar and it feels wrong. His father should be there, grinning at them all. Instead it's Dalton pouring himself more wine and looking less sure by the minute. I know they'll come, uncle, he finally mutters. I plan on it. And the dragon, he demands. His father would have rebuked him, Dalton merely pokes some paper toward him. He snatches it from the desk, eyes scanning the words written in an unfamiliar but neat hand. Thought he might be, he finally says. Wonder if his daughter got away. I'd hoped to make a rock wife out of her, Dalton mused. Suppose she must have lost her nerve. Greenlanders are all the same. I'll have to take a proper iron-born woman to wife, it seems. If you live that long, he grunts, dropping the paper. Dalton shoots him a sly smile, something of the man he had been as he'd played the hero for the crowd sneaking in. Viagar is dead, he tells him, eyes dancing in delight. Who else will they send? The sea snake's son. Dagmar remembers the man. As Greenlanders went, he'd been agreeable. Then again, he had the sea in him, even if he wouldn't acknowledge that. No, Dalton hissed, leaning forward now, eyes bright. See, he's going to be murdering Lannisters soon enough. That miserable drip of a boy got himself killed, and our new prince wants to make the Lannisters miserable for it. Make them pay. He says those last words with relish. Dagmar can see it, he supposes. He'd been protective enough of the boy. Coddled, that was what most Greenlanders were. No, Dalton says again. No, they'll send someone else. Someone with a dragon to rival the conquerors. Vermithor, he realizes, and Dalton's grin only widens. What else do they have, he asks. Their biggest is dead, their most experienced off slaying Lannisters. The Red Queen, he half remembers. His father had endlessly talked of that woman, the one that rode her. Dalton pulls a face, likely remembering the admiring tone and leering that usually followed. Well, she'd do just as nicely, he mutters finally. I can't say I've ever thought of a woman that age, perhaps I'd make a gift of her to a loyal bannerman. Speak plainly, boy, he snaps. If you think a dragon rider will come quietly to your bed because you ask nicely. I'll ask nicely, uncle, ever so sweetly. Then his grin returns as he shifts, the hilt of nightfall visible as he pats it. But an ironborn pays the iron price. Boy, wake up from these foolish dreams. The anger is sudden and quick, and Dalton flinches back. For a moment, he is the boy he was when they told him of Eric's death, the boy he was when he'd seen Lauren fall and realized the men were looking to him. Then he slams his palms onto the desk and shoves himself up, ugly anger spasming across his face. The wine spills, the glass rolls, and for a moment there is silence. Then it shatters on the floor and Dalton curses, storming away from the desk. I'm no boy, uncle, and I'll not suffer you to treat me like one, he snaps when he finally turns back. But Dagmar has seen this boy on his mother's teat and he will not cower under that gaze. Then speak plainly as to your plan. Very well, Dalton breathes, returning to the desk. He doesn't sit again, instead pacing back and forth, like some unfortunate creature that had found itself caged. They'll mass at Sigurd. The Westerlands won't have them so soon, the north has no ports to the west, and we burned every western port in the reach. It'll be Sigurd. Mollister bears us no love, he murmured. Dalton's words made sense so far. No, he supported the boy, but given the chance to put Pike to the torch and he'll do anything they ask of him. Bend the knee, offer them his ships, bend over in the throne room. Dalton stops, smirking at his own joke. They'll still have dragons, Dalton, he warns him. Ambushes matter little if our fleet cannot escape them. I will not ambush with the fleet, he boasted, leaning against the desk. I'll bring our men ashore, attack with only a few ships whilst the rest storm the keep. It's madness. Dalton merely scowls when he tells him such. Yet what is he meant to do? Sigurd has never fallen and it won't overnight because his nephew wishes it so. Does he think this was never tried? Dagmar knows of at least 3 Ironborn raids from the land that have failed without calling for a singer. You aren't seeing the point, his nephew snarls. You think they'll keep a dragon in Sigurd? In the keep? Oh. Understanding downs and he feels the fool. It must show on his face, because Dalton throws himself back into his chair, a self-satisfied smirk on his face, and Dagmar turns the implications of that over in his head. She won't be in the keep, he murmurs. Or if she is, she'll have to come out for the dragon, Dalton whispers. Either way, my men will be in the perfect position to take her, and when they do. He doesn't answer. Keep the rider close, keep it docile, surround it, then slaughter it, Dalton finishes. That simple? He asked. If it were simple, they would not sing of it, his nephew groused. And they'll sing of it if you end up as dragon shit too, he snaps. Dalton flinches again. If I do nothing, we'll all be dragon shit, Dalton snarls right back. At least this way, I'll be a glorious piece of dragon shit. Something, not rage and not fear but some unhappy mix of the two forces him from his chair to pace as Dalton had not moments before. Boy, you will die, he tells him. There is a certainty in his bones about that. Then I'll have a damned good tale to tell father, Dalton whispers. The silence between them is thick and heavy. I spoke with Orkwood, he says. Dalton's eyes flutter closed and he nods. Whispers have reached me, his nephew sighs. Fill a man's hold with gold and all he'll do is whine about who might take it. He isn't the only one. Even if Dalton's damned fool plan might work, he'll risk a blade to the gut the moment the Greenlanders put a bounty on him. And they will. That's how Greenlanders work. It's why they are so easy to beat. When he plays against them for gold, he plays for the thrill of the win, but they play because they love the gold too much and they'll throw any honor, any oath, aside for it. A true Ironborn wouldn't, but then, there aren't many true Ironborn about. A weakness one must be strong, Dalton hisses. What about you, uncle? What do you say to it? What does he say? What is there to say? Father bade me follow you, and I'll do so until the drowned god comes for us both, he tells him, and his nephew looks somewhat surprised. Forgive me, he murmurs. I mistook caution for cowardice. Dagmar would have broken a lesser man's teeth for that. Then his nephew groans, a young lad once more, and leans down to rest his head against the desk. I have men enough, he mumbles into the wood. Take them away, uncle. Take them away with their holds full of gold. Take Torin and Roderick with you. Take Varen too. It's like a blow to the gut. To be sent away. To be tossed away. His nephew raises his head and grins at him again. Either they'll know about their father from the songs, or you'll tell them all about a glorious piece of dragon shit, he chuckles. Oh. Chapter 375, The Dance, Dennis Wainwood. Lord Wainwood, my lady will see you immediately. It wasn't that he disliked Gerald's girl, even if he thought she had far too much influence on his liege lady, yet anger boiled in his chest as she regarded him. Good, he bit out. Her cheeks flushed red and he knew her well enough she'd picked up on his mood. He hadn't been hiding it. No point. That butcher knew better, and his men needed to see he was no cur. You are angry, Jessamine stated as she turned around, heading towards the room. Jane has heard reports. All true, he grunted. He didn't want to discuss it with her. Jane was a good girl, for all she had a rocky start. She deserved notice of his intentions at least, if only so she wasn't left blindsided and explaining herself to the Queen. Just what will he do if she was involved in this? The implications of dishonor would be deeper if she was not a kinslaying, who could say which arrow took the boy's life, but people would mutter it all the same. Well, if she had been so incautious as to sanction this, she could deal with it. He'd advise Jane to let her as well, no good tarnishing her in honor for someone who believed this butchery a worthy addition to their fight. Your daughter is well, Jessamine tells him, a reproach in her voice. As if she suspects he was not concerned. His daughter is a woman grown and very capable of looking after herself. Besides, if anything had happened to her they'd have told him immediately, or he'd have broken some heads. He settles for a glower and her cheeks flush a little redder. I know, he finally bites out. Mother's mercy, he knows this girl does not deserve his scorn, she's Gerald's girl through and through, for all she resents her father right now and neither he nor she would approve of what had been done to Jason Lannister and Prince Doran. Not a truce, the little cur had whined, as if Lord Jason had not ridden to the meeting under the impression it was one. The overly smug announcement of a man now wiggling to position himself away from what he'd wrought. As if men did not meet on the battlefield all the time without the literal banner of truce. Cur. Bastard. Perhaps that northern hound Boros had kept was right. If any of them still lived, he'd seek them out to ensure justice was done. The man had to still have those that would hearken to him in the north. Boros would send aid, between all that and the Falcons. No, best to see what Jane said first. He was a warrior, but even a warrior as he knew it was best to try the less violent route before bloody war. The queen was fond of at least 2 of her brothers, he couldn't imagine she'd approve of the third being cut down by poisoned arrows and dishonorable ambush. Bloody stupid man. Had he waited even a few days, they'd have had Vermithor to deal with Tessarion, and Lannister's army trapped between the walls of Nutton, and Mooten in reserve to deal with any that fled the battle. As it was now, half of Lannister's army was still loose in the Riverlands, and the damned girl and Tessarion were gone in the wind. If even a small amount made it back to the Westerlands and rallied at Casterly Rock? It made his teeth itch, alongside his fists. They reached a door and he realized he's been stewing in his anger for their entire walk here. Jessamine shoots him little apprehensive looks over her shoulder and he knows it had shown on his face. Damn bad habit. A habit he'd thought he'd purged a long time ago. Better get hold of it, his liege lady was not that woe-begotten girl he'd marched to save all those years ago. Don't worry lass, it's not her I'm furious with. A peace offering, and one that pulls his mind into the present. A quick smile flits over her face before she hides it. Anything I should know? Sir Joffrey is here. The distaste in her voice is evident, reminding him so strongly of his old friend for a while that he has to hide a smile. It's something nice, something to take from what he has to do. Lord Joffrey now, I suppose. Interesting. Better head inside, then. He's thankful for the warning at least. He finds the man less distasteful than others, but he's far removed from the knight he once was. Useful for his mistress, and such men were necessary, but he found it more grating now than he would have before Stark's betrayal. Lord Waynwood. His liege lady stands to greet him and he manages a smile. He ignores the man seated in the corner. Jane is tired, he can tell that at a glance, despite her pleased smile. Tired and worried, lines of stress etched into her face. Pale too. He bites back the urge to scold her, he won't do that in front of Lord Joffrey. My lady, I am here to report on the Riverlands, he tells her. Her smile falls and she glances at the man that had not risen as he'd entered. Lord Joffrey was in a similar way to Jane. Tired, pale, and worried. There is a weight to him that he could not remember there being before. Grief, of course, the young prince had been close to his uncle, and his uncle close in turn. Lord Joffrey. The man nods at the greeting. Lord Waynwood, I trust you are well. Lord Joffrey is here on behalf of the Queen. We have concerns about the events that led to Derry's capture, Jane begins, nodding to a seat in front of her. He takes it, grateful for the comfort, even if he feels he isn't quite done with his wars yet. I have my own concerns. Did she approve of it? It's a blunt question, and Lord Joffrey's eyebrows rise. Jane scowls. They both know to whom he refers. It's rude and he knows it. But he cares little for that right now. The time for propriety was long past, it had ended when Cregan had cast aspersions on his honor by involving him in his schemes. No, Jane finally answered. Other matters have clouded her mind since, but rest assured, she was disconcerted by Cregan's actions. Yet we must discern if any crime was actually committed, Lord Joffrey says smoothly. A task given to Lady Jane and myself. The Lord Secretary and he doesn't let his surprise show. He'd expected Master of Whisperers for the man, not whatever a secretary is. A new thing, something the Queen made just for him. It had implications, the court has shifted and he needs to consult with his spies before moving against Cregan. Has been asked to assist me in the task, but it falls to me as Master of Laws to decide. Lord Joffrey's face is briefly poison, before he manages to control himself again. So I require your testimony, Jane finishes. Do you swear an oath on your honor and upon the gods you worship to speak the truth and nothing but the truth? That's new as well. I do, my lady. She nods, evidently pleased. Then her gaze goes to the parchment in front of her. Tell me, were you present at this ambush? It was not an ambush. Jane shoots him a sharp look. There's something in her gaze, something is at play here. A spark of hope he dared not let himself feel flares bright and true. I was not, my lady. Cregan bid my men lay in wait for the rooting Lannister men. He wanted to ensure they did not regroup and threaten his capture of Jason Lannister and Prince Doran, he answered. It still rankled to have been fooled so easily. He'd played the court games as well as he fought men, and yet this boy had him showing his arse like some green lad still wet behind the ears. So that was how this plan was presented, asked Lord Joffrey. A plan to take prisoners. It was, he confirmed. More fool him for believing it. And did Cregan explain why this plan did not go ahead? Lord Joffrey asked. Was any reason given? Any at all? No, but the man made sure to pack the poisoned arrows and his best archers. Lord Joffrey frowned at his tone. Perhaps he was right to, but there was a game being played here and he knew whose side he was on. Lord Cregan reported Lord Jason attempted to bribe him. Lady Jane continues. Do you know how true this is? He could see that Jason Lannister had been arrogant. Any other lord would have taken more precautions. Cregan had picked his target well, a competent butcher, but that would not save him, not if he had to take the bastard's head himself. Still, he'd just sworn an oath. I was not there and heard no such rumors on our return to the city. Jane nodded, leaning back to look at Lord Joffrey. The man met her gaze, his mouth twisting with distaste. Another battle being fought. He found himself somewhat proud of her as she turned back to him, a hint of a self-satisfied smile on her face. Last question, and then I shall release you, my lord, she told him. To the best of your knowledge, how did Prince Doran die? Not like a prince with a dragon should. Poor boy. According to rumor, he took several poisoned arrows and fled on Tessarion, only to succumb to them later. I did not see the action, nor the archers, arrows, or the body. Thank you, Lord Dennis, that is all we require, Jane said. One more thing, though. He paused halfway out of his chair. Her smile had gone again, and she was all grave seriousness. That never boded well. Even Lord Joffrey looked unsure. Do not challenge Cregan. Her tone was like ice. A different lady indeed, gone from one who had no expectation of being obeyed to someone who demanded it. Yet that confirmed it for him. There was something afoot. Him challenging the bastard would foul it up yet, he could not. The man had dragged his name, his honor, everything he was into this, and unless he acted, it would look like a tacit agreement to Cregan's actions. I cannot let him escape his due punishment, he told her. She understood, he knew she did. She would not ask him to forego the stain on his honor unless she was reasonably sure she could remedy it. But it was his honor. What would they say about him? His house? His children and grandchildren? A stain like this would not be washed away with his death. Then wait until after the Queen's coronation, Lord Joffrey said before Jane could speak. Justice will be done, but if you do not have faith in your liege lady. Joffrey shrugged and Jane glared at him. He followed his liege lady's example, but the man was unaffected. Trust a man like that to put him in a bind. Challenging Cregan now would be tantamount to admitting he didn't trust Jane. He did trust the girl, he'd taught her a lot of what she knew. If Cregan had made an enemy of her and been so foolish to hand her the means to his removal, then well. I will wait, my lady, he told Jane, and she smiled. It was a quick thing, more relief than anything. Lord Joffrey had thrown down her gauntlet and for a moment, he realized Jane had doubted it would be enough. Perhaps she hadn't changed so much after all. With your permission, my lady, I would like to see my daughter now. Jane gave it with a wave of her arm. He needed to speak to her badly, and not just because of the unexpected danger she had been put in. The court was changing fast, men that should be in favor out of it, his liege lady playing political games, and the clear heir to throne dead. Felena would not betray the queen, but anyone else was fair game, a loophole his daughter had not cared about him exploiting in the past. She was easy enough to find, sat beside that knight of hers. A good man, one he would have happily accepted as a good son if it weren't for the oaths he had sworn. At least his daughter was too good to be caught in something torrid, and so would any man she chose. The man did not look well, pale and clammy against the clean sheets. His breathing sounded labored, every time Stefan breathed out he could hear a wheeze that told him something was very wrong. Father. He did not wait for her next words and simply wrapped her tight in a hug. He had not worried, not truly, but the relief of seeing her still made him giddy. His daughter, his only daughter, taller than both her brothers and with a face that was all his. Unfortunately, his wife used to say with a laugh. My girl, he murmured. How are you? He did not need to ask. She'd seen the young prince as a nephew, like most of the queen's ladies. Family. It was never easy when family left you, worse still when they were ripped away. The knight wheezed again and his heart clenched. He hoped she would not lose him as well. Damn Damon, damn him to the seven hells. I am keeping busy, she replied with a glance at her knight. Her brows furrowed. There is much to be done before the queen is crowned. By her new lord secretary, he asked. Felena snorted. Lady Jane found you then, she asked. I should not be surprised. There is an opinion that Prince Iman's death has created a void. People play their games again. There are rumors. Go on, he urged. His daughter grit her teeth, her eyes on her knight instead of him. Lord Joffrey is pushing for a change in the air, she whispered, so quietly he barely heard her. Jocelyn. Lady Jane is concerned that this may breed resentment. Humph, he said, quite without meaning to. Usual bullshit. What about the queen? The queen is Abed, Felena said with a quick and brisk tone, quite unlike the one she had used earlier. Something his daughter was unwilling to comment on then, that spoke louder than words. The queen was indisposed and her court would tear itself to pieces over who'd take the throne. What about your knight? Felena sighed. It was not a happy sigh. She was not one to fool herself, his girl. No nonsense. She knew what that wheeze meant. It meant there was damage to the lungs. Damage to the lungs had brought many a man low. A man could not fight if he could not breathe. A knight that could not fight, a king's guard that could not fight. Poor man. Poor man indeed. Chapter 376, The Dance, Sierra Strong. Come now, she tells John as his face crumples. Her fingers tangle with his, preventing him from pulling at his doublet. You know, drawls Sabitha, her arms crossed as she watches from her position leaning against the wall. Rhaenyra would allow you to forsake your duty. John's eyes light up and she can feel the hope in the air from Osmond and Joffrey, each hoping she'll stay with them. Visions of Maris swim before her eyes, visions of her brothers, the one she loved and the one she had not cared to have buried with any dignity, but had done so anyway because it would have broken their father's heart. A great many things would and had broken their father's heart. Felena would say duty is only meaningful when it is hard. Please do not ask again, she mentally pleads with her friend, and Sab's eyes soften. The woman has been a rock these months past, there for her and there for her nephews when she cannot be. She still manages to attend to the queen as well. It's enough to make her feel guilty, but not enough for her to spurn the kindness. Auntie, murmurs John, his little fists tightening in the fabric of her dress as she tries to draw away. A lump in her throat makes it impossible to answer as his pale face gazes at her, almost with a look of betrayal. Her lack of children had cut her to the quick over the years, and now she had children to raise, she would give anything to have their true mother back. Her friend. Her good sister. Come now, Sab says gently, gloved fingers prying much smaller ones away. Manfred and Oliver await you. They insist on holding her first, John squeezing himself tightly against her as if he can convince her not to go. Osmond buries his head in her shoulder, letting out a soft sigh as she cradles him close. Joffrey holds her like he's trying to be strong for them both, and failing. Her heart hurts as Sab leads them from the room, she wants to avoid that one last lingering look but forces herself to meet it all the same. Her friend knows her pain and does not know how to make it better, and that hurts her friend in turn. But how can anything be made better? A father that had died disappointed in her, a brother slain in the process of killing her queen after he had killed her good sister. Her other brother was healing, yes, but far too slowly and under a cloud of darkness. She wished she could do as he could and take to her bed, arising only for necessities and going straight back under her sheets where she could convince herself that all of this was a terrible dream she was trapped in. Perhaps she would awake to find herself back in Harrenhal, Alice beside her having crawled in with her in the night. She stayed still too long, and when the daydream finally faded, her legs and feet ached. She wiped the tears from her eyes and made ready to attend the queen. Another dress, a damp cloth to scour the evidence of her weeping from her face, powders so she would not look so pale. A ritual that felt as meaningful as a knight donning armor. It had often been a joke between the ladies of Rhaenyra that their courtesy, their dresses, and their manners were to them as armor was to a knight. Rhaenyra had certainly lived well enough by that rule. She exited her rooms, straightened her shoulders and proceeded to attend to her queen. The familiarity in it was comforting, even if everything had changed. Rhaenyra, herself, the setting. Rhaenyra was not Abed when she found her. She had not been fully healed when she had chased Daemon atop Syrax. None would discuss what had happened there, not even Rhaenyra, but she knew that whatever had happened, combined with the death of her son, of little Aemon, it had seen her on forced bedrest once more. Yet Rhaenyra was sitting at her table, the remains of a midday meal before her when she entered. Her friend's gaze was on the window and what lay beyond, though, her eyes not even flickering. She was drawn and pale still, looking how Sierra felt, if she were being quite honest. At least she has managed about half the meal, that is encouraging. There are dark rings beneath her friend's eyes. It is an odd thing, Rhaenyra had always disliked the powders the court used, and yet Sira had never found she even needed them. That had changed. Worse still, her friend had always been, well, she wore the weight from 4 pregnancies well. There was no evidence of that in her frame now. Gerardis asked you to keep to your bed, she says for lack of anything better to say, even as she pulls the bell pull that will bring the servants running to clean the remains of her meal. I find eating whilst seated aids digestion, Rhaenyra says. Then, as if the whole motion takes great willpower, turns her head from the window and gives her a wan smile. Her heart twists. There is no joy in that smile. There may not be for some time. They suffer together. At least she can ignore hers by focusing on Rhaenyra's, if only for a short time. Joffrey tells me Laenor returns soon. He would know about his son, Cyril laments, and his wife. She spares some of her grief for him, before focusing on the woman before her. Do you wish to be dressed to greet him, she asks, stepping aside as a young maid in Targaryen colors sweeps away the remains of Rhaenyra's meal. Rhaenyra sighs, her eyes flickering closed as even thinking about dressing is exhausting. She makes the decision for her and moves to stand in front of her, offering a hand. Perhaps she should call a knight to do this, but that would likely disgruntle Rhaenyra more. Regardless, her friend accepts the aid and together they manage to get Rhaenyra on her feet, although her friend sways alarmingly in the first moment before she catches herself. She sinks gratefully back into bed and Sira feels a pang of jealousy once more as she arranges the sheets and pillows around her so she can remain half-sitting. Do you wish me to brush your hair, she asks. If you would, Sira, Rhaenyra murmurs, her eyes closed again. She sets to her task, letting her mind turn off as she pulls the brush through silver hair, each stroke lulling them both into a silence. Silence, an odd concept to her in these dark days. Something she yearns for when she does not have it and resents when she does. Silence allows her thoughts to wander, to linger on all she has lost, to taunt her with it as if her own mind is punishing her. Perhaps it is APT. She did not see the rot in her brother until she was told, and even then she did not quite believe. What would have happened if she had? The questions taunt her. She could have followed her father's plea and spent the final days of his life with him at Harrenhal. Perhaps she could have reached out to Larys and spared Maris her fate. But he'd already killed Alys, hadn't he? It is a dark ugly whisper. The whisper that tells her that if she found herself before Larys ever again she would cut his lying, murdering tongue from his head and leave him to choke. He comes to her in her dreams sometimes. Sometimes he taunts her, sometimes he professes his innocence, sometimes Alys is with him and sometimes her corpse is, her cold and accusing eyes turned toward Sira as if asking why she was not avenged. Sira, Rhaenyra says, breaking the silence and the darkness of her own thoughts. How is Jocelyn? Her niece is as well as can be, her drowning is physically behind her, even if her burns are not, but mentally she knows the girl is struggling. She lost a brother and a dragon. Alys is doing her best, rarely found far from her sister's side these days. That is the answer she gives Rhaenyra, and her friend hums tunelessly. There is a song, she says, not wanting the silence again, not wanting to see her sister's dead eyes in her mind once more. The Prince and the Scarlet Dragon. A song, Rhaenyra repeats then sighs heavily. Of course there is a song. There is always a song. Damn the people still living that suffer, as long as we may put it in a song. Her tone is bitter and poisonous. She knows why, although she thinks her friend is wrong in this case. Joffrey liked his songs, but he liked them witty and clever and this one was not. If she was to guess, it was the product of a singer that was looking for favor in the most foolish way possible, by trying to immortalize the brave deeds of the Queen's children. Is Joffrey still on at you? She asked, placing aside the brush. Even in her grief she had not missed the struggle that had begun in the court. Joffrey wanted an heir that could rule immediately. Rhaenyra had come close to death on 2 occasions in the past month, and the next few months would be dangerous as well. The danger would decline as her rule settled over the realm, but if the worst were to happen, a long regency after a civil war without time to stabilize in between would be disastrous. And Jane? She wishes me to name Viserys and name a regency council should the worst happen. She claims that is stability enough, and does not worry lords that fought for me. Perhaps it might be. Rhaenyra's eyes are closed again and she shifts back, allowing her friend to sink further into the pillows. And what do you think? She asks. In all of the arguments she'd heard, seldom had any mentioned the Queen's desire. Rhaenyra cracks an eye open, her expression almost guarded. I will support whatever decision you make. Harwin will too. I am not Jane or Joffrey's creature. If you left it to me, I would bang their heads together, for if it wasn't the matter of your heir, they would find something else to bicker about. They do despise each other, don't they? Rhaenyra mumbles. Corlys is yet to assume his duties, so Jane has been my unofficial hand, a lamentable fact. They have clashed over everything. Perhaps Sira had been the only one not too surprised when Gerald Redford had remained on as Master of Whisperers when Rhaenyra had named her small council. Joffrey had been annoyed, at least until the realities of his new position sank in. The new Lord Secretary would control the monarch's day-to-day diary and plan and propose public events. Busy work to those who had not realized Joff now had control over who had access to the Queen and when, he may not have much input in the small council on the larger matters, but it did grant him a right to be there and to speak. Lady Jane was clever, though, and had figured that one out almost as soon as Rhaenyra had finished appointing him his duties. She knew the Lady of the Vale did not expect Corlys to resume his duties as hand when all was said and done. She had ambitions of making her temporary duties permanent, but Rhaenyra was not so lost in grief she did not realize that. She did not think Jane would have her wish should Corlys retire to Driftmark, at least, not so soon. Sometimes I wonder if Jane actually believes her own advice or if she is just being contrary, her friend muttered. You must think me a self-absorbed fool, Sira. How are you? Your nephews. The reprieve of Rhaenyra's tumultuous court politics crashes down and she sees Ali's eyes again before forcing those thoughts from her head. They grieve, she replies, a lump suddenly in her throat. I grieve. Harwin, grieves. I am sorry, her friend whispers and knows she blames herself. Why should she, though? She was the one who did what Sira fantasizes about, after all. She had seen Larry's corpse, once, before they had buried him. A blade through the mouth. As am I. My family has caused you much trouble, Your Grace. She isn't sure why she frames it like that, and for a wild moment she fears Rhaenyra will confirm it but instead her friend just shakes her head. You and your sister were my friends. I love you both as sisters. Harwin is a loyal and fierce man, and one I am proud to have earned the loyalty of. Your father served the crown faithfully and well, for more years than we deserved. She nods, unable to speak as the lump grows suddenly. For one wild moment, she wishes she could lay in the bed alongside her friend as she and Alice used to do, and let the world pass them by. Then the door swings open and Laenor stepped through, and the moment shattered. He looked as pale as his wife, his eyes red-rimmed and his hair askew. His beard was untrimmed and growing wild. She almost did not notice the blade in his hand, sheathed, but not one she had seen him with before. Silence reigned over the room for a long moment, and then Rhaenyra let out a choked sob, reaching for her husband, and Laenor tossed the blade he held aside and went to her, looking almost like a lost child. Sira rose, retreating, feeling as if she were intruding on some intensely private moment. In a way, it was. They did not love each other, but they were friends, and they had each loved their children greatly. Little Iman, she can still picture him, doing all he could to entertain his sisters, or the way he would puff out his chest with pride whenever his mother introduced him as heir. Harwin. She would go to Harwin and then her nephews. She lifted the blade to the table and then left them to their shared grief. Notes. Also, if you are looking for a community based around ASOF fanfic with regular events and an excellent repository of all types of FICS, give ASOIAF fanfiction a look in. Enjoy the chapter. Chapter 377, The Dance, Sir Eric Cargyle. Chapter text. Mother's Mercy, breathes listen as the details of the city become clearer and clearer. Eric finds he can agree with the knight's sentiment. No smoke rises above King's Landing, but the scars of Daemon's passing are plainly visible, ugly swathes of burned city standing in stark relief to the parts almost untouched. Buildings torn down to create fire breaks and the men and women displaced by fire and the violence gathered along the docks, visible even now as they make their final approach to the city. The Red Keep stands proud above all of it, and yet it is not untouched, partially burned and stained black in places. It's enough to make bile rise in his throat. He knows what has happened, he knows how they have failed. Bitterly, his mind goes to his twin. Where is Eric? There had been little mention of his traitorous brother. His queen had sworn she would not slay him if it could be avoided, as if she felt that the traitor's life was needed to ensure his loyalty. Eric had made his choice. He had let the ghost of their mother twist him until he had as little honor as he claimed women to have. Eric had been a fool. If none of the White Cloaks, if none of his brothers had turned their cloaks, would Aegon still have continued his rebellion? And if Aegon had knelt, there and then, would Daemon have dared come to King's Landing with so many united against him? And his queen offered him a way out, as if she feared he needed it. A stain on his honor, one he would see scrubbed clean with his duty toward her. There came a time when a man had to stand on his own 2 feet and claim the choices he had made as his and his alone. He would claim his and his brother would say the same, at sword point if needed. At his sword point, if his queen required it. If it pleases you, sire, the young prince asks for you. The soft voice startles him from his bitter thoughts. Lady Elinda Bar Emin, formerly of House Massey, a politely expectant look on her face as she waited for his reply. His queen had appointed her husband and good father off to war and her with little to do. Returning home would have been beyond dangerous with Daemon's raids of the coast and so she and her children had stayed in the city. I'll go to him, he replies with one last glance at the docks. They will be clearing it soon, displacing those people again so that the young prince could receive the welcome he deserved. The young heir, perhaps? I must admit, I look forward to seeing Lily and Willis once more, Lady Elinda says as they begin their trek. Already he can hear the young prince screaming for him, and his heart twists. It pained me to be apart from them. I can imagine, he agrees, although the only real sense of a mother's love he has is the Queen's and his own mother. He is not sure his own mother should count, her love was a strangling vine sucking those it curled around dry. The Queen is a much better example, although her reunion with the young prince will be bitter. When had he started thinking of her as the Queen? She had certainly never insisted upon formality. Perhaps sometimes, she should have. I'd imagine Queen Rhaenyra is the same, Lady Elinda muses as they reach the young prince's door, the ineffective soothing voice of his maid barely audible over his wails of Eric's name. I'd imagine so, he says and then pushes the door open. Viserys sits upon his bed, his face scrunched and red as he flails his arms and screams so hard that Eric doesn't wonder if he will hurt himself. This had been a common occurrence after they had departed, except Viserys' wails had been for his mother and father. Eric dreads to think what will happen if the young prince wails for him instead of the Queen or Sir Laenor. Eric. I don't want. I want to play AAAI, Viserys cries as he drops to one knee before him. He can see the young boy's wooden knights still strewn about the corner and the clothes laid out for him, deep black and scarlet. Come now, little prince, there is plenty of time for playing later. It is the wrong thing to say, for the boy's face takes on an angry and defiant look, still as red as his house colors. I don't want to go, he screams and it's all Eric can do not to wince at the volume. If Viserys had been on his feet, he'd have stomped his tiny legs for sure. Come now, little prince, he tries, changing tack. Are you not going to prove to everyone how grown up you are now? Your mother will be shocked. Mama, he asks, suddenly unsure. His eyes go from Eric to his maid before passing over Elinda and back to Eric. We're seeing Mama. Indeed, my prince, he tells him. Viserys frowns, some of the color leaching from his cheeks. I don't want to, he says finally. I want to play. Behind him, he hears Lady Elinda sigh. We'll be seeing your siblings as well. They would love to play with you, he tells Viserys. Instead of being convinced, the boy crosses his arms, his frown becoming deeper and more angry. I want to play. Viserys screams again, crossing his arms and screwing his eyes shut in what is almost certainly about to be another tantrum. How about my oath as knight that I will play with you today as long as you get dressed and ready to meet your mama, he says hurriedly. Those mismatched eyes open. He should not be bargaining with the lad, not really, but he judges it necessary. And Jacqueline and Alice and Monday and Emma, Viserys shouts and Eric's heart breaks. Aemon is. Aemon won't be here. He tries not to think of the boy himself. Not given a chance to be a man, a king as great as Jaehaerys in his prime. He'd have been proud to serve him, as he had been proud to serve King Jaehaerys, King Viserys and the Queen, now. But Lady Elinda cuts in. He will be happy to know you behaved yourself and were nice to your mama. Viserys glares at his sheets as if thinking the whole deal over in his mind. Okay. It is a grudging and unhappy agreement, but it is an agreement, and so Eric takes it as a victory and beats a hasty retreat to leave the maid to dress him and dry his face. You did not tell him, Lady Elinda says. It is accusing. He tries not to feel shame, but he does anyway. How are you to tell a boy not even 3 that his brother is dead and gone? It is not my place, he settles for saying. Another retreat. She huffs slightly but does not take him to task, something he is immensely grateful for. It feels as if an age has passed when he emerges back into the sunlight, blinking at the change from gloom to blazing light. They're clearing the docks now. Lucen calls and gestures with his far eye. It's worse up close. Then he did not wish to see it. Bad enough it will be inescapable as they approached. So he passes by the proffered Myrish eye and settles for leaning against the rail. It looks nasty out there. Too many in rags, it'll be a riot if the watch aren't careful. He needs to know this, needs to know if there is danger to Viserys' life, but the words feel like weight on his shoulders, dragging him down. It isn't for long, and the Queen is generous with her gifts. They may be moved along, but they won't be starving for long, he tells the man. They will be if half the reports are true. Stormlands ablaze, Ironborn loose in the Reach and the Westerlands, and Westermen sacking the Riverlands, Lucen murmurs. Lucen is a good man, but sometimes he wished the man knew when to shut up. That is the Queen's concern, not ours as her knights. Lucen is Stefan's man and has served Queen Rhaenyra for longer than Eric has. He has no doubt she encouraged this freeness in him, but Lucen should know better. She is no princess now, and there are certain things that must change. If Lucen cares though, he doesn't show it, merely shrugging as he lowers his far eye. Better prepare yourself. It won't be long yet. And it isn't, not truly, even if it feels like an age. The ship comes into dock and the young prince is brought out onto the deck, running to Eric's side as they maneuver the gangplank into place. He waits, Viserys squirming next to him, as the ropes are tied and the ship is secure. Lucen and 2 of his fellow guards are the first down off the ship. Lucen at least has changed his cloak to something less salt-spattered. He should have thought of that. He imagines his own cloak is more than a little grubby. It's too late to think of now, not when Viserys slips his hand into Eric's and they step off together. He sees his queen at the center of their welcoming party, sitting ramrod straight in a chair, Sir Laenor by her side. They are both pale and he can tell she at least is in pain, but both are alive, with their eyes fixed on their son. After a moment where he fears Viserys may cower into him and away from his mother, Viserys lets go of his hand and races over to her, shouting with glee. He lets out a sigh of relief as he follows and knows that in the procession still leaving the ship behind him, Lady Elinda is doing something similar. Sir Laenor lifts Viserys into the air and twirls him about to the young prince's delight. Then he is deposited onto his mother's lap for a cuddle that he graciously puts up with as far as Eric can see. You have my thanks, Sir Eric, for returning my son safe and whole and happy, Sir Laenor says as he approaches. Welcome home, brother. It is Garibald on duty today, a slight smile on his face. The letters had said that Daemon's girl had remained loyal, more than loyal, in the end. Privately, he is sure Garibald is quite thankful he did not need to stain his hands with her blood, although he has no doubt his rather intense brother-in-arms would have done so in an instant. Our Lord Commander advised that you are to see him at your earliest possible convenience. There is no bite to his words. News about Eric? Or does Laurent simply wish to know what occurred whilst he had been gone? If your Lord Commander summons you, Sir Eric, then do not allow us to detain you from what is no doubt a well-earned rest, his queen says a moment later. She has a small and pained smile on her face, a far cry from her joy that he remembers. No, Eric, you said you would play with me, the young prince shouts in alarm. Did he? Asks Sir Laenor. I gave my oath, Eric admits, feeling rather embarrassed. An oath from a knight of the King's Guard. Are you stealing my knight, little one? Asks the queen. Viserys gives her the most puzzled look he's ever seen from the young prince. But he is my knight, he says, and Eric half hopes the ground opens up and takes him there and then. Well then, my little one, if Sir Eric does not mind the duty, he can continue that role, the queen says after a moment's pause. I would be honored. It might help the young prince transition back to being home as well. Perhaps that is even the queen's thinking. He would not put it past her, her insight into people and situations at times have left him in awe. There, your own personal knight, she coos, and Viserys' face lights up and he buries his face into her shoulder in a hug. She winces a moment later. Let Sir Laurent know, would you, Sir Eric? Your Grace, he replies. There is very little formality after that. He falls into step behind Garibald as Viserys is passed off to his father, and the queen struggles from her chair walking slowly to her litter. He wants to ask about his brother, but Garibald makes no move to inform him and so he keeps his mouth shut. Perhaps this is what Laurent wishes to discuss. He mounts his horse in one smooth motion and their procession moves from the docks to the keep. It's all he can do to remember his training and not let his head swing this way and that like some green boy. There is no feeling of hostility in the air, but the city has changed. No longer do the crowds boil onto the streets to shout the Queen's name. A few pause their day to cheer, but the city is subdued and almost beaten down. It is a trip that feels mercifully short and passes by with no incident. Off you go, lad, Garibald says to him as they hand the reins off to the stable hands, then glances at the royal party. Best see Laurent quickly, court is up to their usual shit and there's work yet to be done. Fucking traitors won't stay down. What do you mean, he asks. Garibald glances around and then leans in close, speaking quietly. Missive from Highgarden. That fool Ormond thought of riding a dragon. Now the whole place is aflame and it was all Tarly and Florent could do to stop a battle from breaking out there and then. Fuck. Eric? Aegon had surrendered, would Eric have gone along with Ormond, or taken the way out? Aegon had left them all. Go to Laurent. He'll fill you in. Good work with the lad, by the way. He nods and Garibald gives him a conspiratorial wink before almost marching to the queen's side. She was stood now, Viserys' hand clutched in her good hand and Sir Laenor's arm curled around her on the other side. He went to Laurent, burning curiosity in his gut. The White Sword Tower is much as he remembered it. It is comforting, in its own way. At least one thing has stayed the same in these momentous times. Eric. Ricard Thorne. He knows that they think of him as a would-be traitor. Yet he had not betrayed, at least not openly, instead he had forsaken Aegon. As his own brother should have done. He would respect that, at least. Ricard, I am glad to find you well. Where is Laurent? Ricard raises his eyes and nods toward the round room. That needs no exposition. He gives his brother-in-arms one last nod and heads toward where his Lord Commander awaited. Laurent looks older, is his first thought. He sits at the head of the weirwood table, his head resting in his hands. Laurent hadn't been the youngest, but he was not the oldest by far, yet that was hard to tell now. Lord Commander, he says, and Laurent's head jerks up. Then he smiles ruefully. Truly, I must be slipping in my duty if I did not notice you clatter your way in, he laughs softly. I was as quiet as a September mouse, Laurent, no blame to you, he jests and Laurent smiles. As quiet as a September mouse to the deaf perhaps, Eric, he snorts. It is good to see you. I trust the prince has been returned safely. Yes, a great battle it was, for he threw a great many fits in the process. Laurent laughs again at his words. The queen wants me with him as his knight. I thought she might, Laurent chuckles and Eric takes a seat near him. Garibald said there has been trouble, he prompted. The amusement fades from Laurent's face. You might say that. Take your pick. The queen is on the mend, but that's not stopped Durin and Linmouth going to war over who is to be the heir. They are still deciding if Stark broke a truce, but it'll be trouble either way for Waynwood wants his head, but Stark's own men are in the city now. There's trouble coming with the Storm Lords, we have the Mad Prince's daughter if Princess Rhaenys is to be believed and they'll want her head, whilst Naerys saved Princess Jocelyn to avoid that. And Highgarden, he asked. Laurent groaned. I was starting with the court. If you are to be Viserys' knight, that'll be your concern. Keep Lady Jainarin far away from him if you want my advice. The queen, and do not take this as a judgment, was never firm enough with her. She has ambitions beyond just hand, mark my words. Jainarin? She wasn't disloyal, he knew that, but loyalty was not always a guarantee that a man or woman posed no threat. There's no news of Eric, I'm sorry, Laurent says gently a moment later. How much did Garibald tell you? He swallows the mix of emotions Laurent's words bring. Relief his brother isn't dead mixed with the dread of not knowing. That Ormond tried to mount a dragon and now Highgarden burns. That's about the long and short of it. The fool sought to mount Aegon's dragon, except Prince Laenor put a hole in it, the fool could not have ridden it to battle anyway. Regardless, it panicked and set a blaze going. Then both sides panicked that the other was ambushing them and started fighting, which only made the fires worse. Tarly and Florent have put a halt to it now but Highgarden is a burned out shell and the dragon frost has made it its home. Worse still, we have important people missing, Laurent explained. His heart sank. Who? He asked. Lord Tyrell for one, nobody knows who is in charge now, and Tarly and Florent have both written to the Queen claiming the spot. Fools, the lot of them. Yet that wasn't all, he could see it on Laurent's face. Who else? He asked. Princess Helena. Being hailed a hero for stopping Frost from pursuing those fleeing Highgarden as it burned. No, it's Princess Viella. Her dragon hasn't been seen, it had been kept alongside the others. It's possible Frost killed it, but it's also possible it's layering with the damned creature. All reports so far say Winter is. Winter is older than Shrykos, it may be Frost has become more protective of it than its older sibling. That, a small wonder his commander looks so tired. A proven dragon rider, a daughter of Aegon, missing. A threat. But just as equally someone could have spirited her and the dragon away, he summed up. A clear run to the coast with little chance of chase in the aftermath. Laurent murmured. That's what I fear. Old Town is sacked, but that's not the only port. Shrykos is a small dragon, easily concealable, barely hatched. You recall how small Merax was? But it'll grow fast and in 10 years? 20, he followed the thought. Another Targaryen dynasty across the sea, propped up by whomever cares to destabilize us. A problem through the generations. The girl must be found. Lord Redford has already begun his search. Laurent stands suddenly and Eric can empathize. A need to move, a need to do something, already he is beginning to regret his new position as Viserys Knight. As for what we can aid with, a plan of our next actions has already come together. Little will be required of you as Viserys Knight, but it is good you know regardless. He says nothing and Laurent continues on after a moment of silence. Prince Laenor intends to take Dennis Waynwood and his falcons to the Riverlands and put a stop to Lannister raiding. Lady Laena has been instructed to take Princess Jocelyn to Highgarden. I did not agree with this, but was overruled. The Queen has stated she needs a dragon, and Lady Laena intends for the princess to have Frost to dissuade any further tomfoolery and remove the creature as a symbol of Aegon's loyalists. He can see the frustration on Laurent's face and feels an echo of it in himself. Highgarden was the worst place to send a would-be heir of Rhaenyra right now, there were dragons on the Dragon Mont still, the princess could have her pick from them. By all rights, Vermax would be there as well. Perhaps that is why his queen did not wish her there, if Princess Jocelyn obtained Prince Aemon's mount. From that point Prince Laenor will take his troops to the Westerlands where he will meet up with Princess Jocelyn. The Lannisters will be brought to heel and she will have her pound of flesh for her once betrothed. Another poor move to make in keeping Princess Jocelyn safe, but one he felt less anger at. She had been set on avenging Rolf, Father grant him peace, from the moment Tyland Lannister had made his announcement. The Westerlands are the last kingdom to truly hold out against our queen's rule, but our work will not end there. There will be enemies aplenty for both of us, Eric. Let's not have it written in the White Book that we failed in our duty. Chapter 378, The Dance, Sir Joffrey Arryn. Appleton is busy and overwhelmed. He knows they have begun sending their levies home, but there are still so many men that they mass outside Appleton's walls as if the siege that had taken it in the war is still ongoing. A dragon clears the path quickly, though, even if they cannot touch down inside the walls, and it is not long before they are escorted through a sea of tents and men, through the haze of stench and sweat, to stand before the three lords that currently claim power over it. None of which belong to House Appleton. Princess Jocelyn, says Lord Desmond Florent. Behind him, Lord Alan Tarley and Lord Arthur Footley join him in a bow. Lady Lena. The Lord of Brightwater has seen better days. He looks haggard, a few shiny burns dot his neck and there is a cut above his eye, although it is healing, he suspects it will leave a scar. The thought has him glancing at the princess. He doesn't know her, not all that well. Naerys says she is fiery but with a good heart, which is, he has learned, high praise from the strange bastard girl whose dragon they had ridden to Appleton. It's too soon for Princess Jocelyn to be travelling, but he doubts anyone could have stopped her at this point. The moment her father declared he intended to march on the Lannisters still in the Riverlands, she had declared she would go with him. This assignment had perhaps been the only thing that would mollify her. Still, he has his orders from his queen. And his lady. Watch closely. There is something afoot in the Reach. The Hightowers do not intend to go quietly, Highgarden should prove that. Worse still, with no clear Tyrell heir, every house in the Reach will be grabbing anyone with a claim to declare themselves the new masters of its lords. The Queen had agreed with Jane, she might even have known his lady had waylaid him with the instruction. In fact, he was quite sure she did, because she had informed him that he was to stay close to Jocelyn, guard her with his life and report to her and only to her upon his return. He had questioned her upon the King's Guard and received no answer. He was honoured, that he should be considered good enough to stand alongside them, if not as part of them, but he had come to learn during his time in the Vale that he detested subtle politics. They had brought low many a good man. Still, if he performed this duty well enough, he suspected his next might take him back to the Vale for a good long time. Lord Desmond, Princess Jocelyn says finally after an elbow to the ribs from her aunt. Lord Tarley. My mother sends her thanks to both of you for your valiant actions in the destruction of Highgarden. Both Lords Preen and Lady Lena takes pity on her niece. Our queen was most distressed to hear of Ormond Hightower's treachery. Even more distressed to hear of her own niece's loss. We have every man available out searching, my lady. Lord Tarley cuts in before Lord Desmond can answer, and the man scowls fiercely. My scouts are searching every inch of the Reach. And I have given the order for the ports and docks to be sealed until the girl is found, Lord Desmond says firmly. She, and whoever has taken her, will not escape justice. Where is Aunt Helena? Princess Jocelyn says suddenly. The lords pause there, glaring to spare her a surprised glance, as if they are shocked the princess would even think to ask after her aunt. Mother did not say if she was injured. She is not, my princess. She is merely resting. Now all three lords threw glances at one another, cautious, and he made note of it. Something to report. They did not agree on many things, but something to do with Princess Helena had forged an alliance between them. I want to see her. Aunt Lena. Lady Lena raised a hand. And you will, after we have seen to the formalities. As for the others, what became of Aegon's Green Lords? The three lords glance at each other again, although with less of a conspiracy now and more like three boys caught playing and avoiding their chores. You understand, said Lord Arthur Footley after a moment. They attacked us, their leaders sought to betray us after a surrender we accepted in good faith. My lords, says Lady Lena, her tone dangerous. They are not dead. Lord Tarley bursts out. Not at all, my lady, no. They are imprisoned, and rightfully so. Although most might say that they enjoy accommodations far below what their rank would allow for, Lord Desmond says drily. Not that they have my sympathy, but it is not for me to judge their guilt in Ormond's idiocy. That I leave for my queen. His tone implied he would not mind overly much if Queen Rhaenyra found them all culpable and made them all a head shorter. He doubted Lord Desmond would have his wish. The Reach were guilty in the most part of inaction rather than action. If he knew her well, and he would be the first to admit he might not, she would reserve the worst of her rage for Daemon's conspirators, the Dornish and the Ironborn. Perhaps the Lannisters too. He'd heard she had loved her, would have been Goodson like an actual son. Excellent, said Lady Lena in a tone that implied the opposite. What of the rogue King's Guard? Your letters mentioned neither. Sir Willis Fell we have captured, Lord Desmond began, but again Lord Alan cut him short. He surrendered peacefully on the condition he was allowed to stand guard over Princess Helena and the Dowager Queen. As for the other, he had been assigned to Prince Riker, but he has not been seen since the night of the fire. Sir Willis has been little aid, our best guess is he is part of the party that spirited little Princess Viella away. One of Princess Helena's ladies is also missing, the Lord explained, ignoring the furious look on Lord Florent's face as he spoke. One of? Asks Lady Lena, frowning. She only had one. Two, Lord Alan replied. My own sister took up that duty just before Ormond's idiocy nearly killed us all. She still serves her now. Lady Lena took a deep breath and held it for a second. He watched the lords and they watched her, each sizing her up. Finally, she let it out and gave them all a benevolent smile, one that did not reach her eyes. Sir Joffrey, escort the princess to see her aunt. Lord Footley, if you would mind showing them the way, she commanded. Lord Florent, Lord Tarley, please come with me. We have much to do in the coming days and it must done promptly and on time. My lady, says Lord Tarley and looks as if he only stops himself from bowing at the last possible moment. And me, Lena, asks Nerys. She had remained quiet through the whole meeting, she had been quiet in general after learning of Bela's surrender. He did not know if she had worked up the courage to ask Queen Rhaenyra about her plans concerning her half-sister. If she had not told him and he had no desire to push her on the matter. She already grimaced whenever the girl's name was mentioned. See to Grey Ghost. After we are done here I intend to fly to Storm's End. Nobody asked why and nobody looked surprised. Her dragon was there, after all, and popular rumor said that the beast had perished. The last of the Conqueror's dragons gone. People begin to move, all for the princess who stares at him, fidgeting. He takes the time to properly look at her, in all her misery. She's dressed in riding leathers and he'd heard from a maid she'd thrown a fit about that. There's a dagger in her belt and that same maid had told him it had been a fight between her mother and the princess to get her to take even that. They hide the burns well enough, except for the one across her face and left cheek. The one that twists up her neck and spills onto her jaw. It fades slightly, coming to a halt beneath her eye and he imagines she'll thank the gods one day that Caraxes did not take her sight, when she is done cursing them that his flames touched her at all. He knows from rumor that the burn continues down across her torso as well as her arm, enough that if she does become queen as some wish her to, there will be little to no fashion that leaves the arms exposed during her rule. The poor girl is wearing gloves. Winter may be coming but in the heart of the Reach, there is truly no call for them at all. Come, he says after a moment. She nods, moving to his side as Lord Footley begins to lead them on. My thanks, my lord, the princess says, her voice small. Lord Footley spares her a surprised glance. In truth, that she had spoken up at all surprised him, she had said precious little since they had left King's Landing. It is no trouble, princess. In truth, I think you are sparing me a worse fate. Something dangerously close to a smile touched the princess' face briefly before vanishing into a frown. You fought with my father, she said after a moment. It is no question but a statement. Indeed I did, my princess. A fine man, your father. The princess nods and then her gaze goes to the walls as they make their way through the halls of Appleton. I understand he is off to fight again. Westerman, the princess says. They ravage the Riverlands. They fight a war already lost, Lord Arthur said. Like Ormond Hightower, still, desperate men are dangerous men and it gladdens me to know your father will be the one to take the fight to them. They should know when the battle is over, the princess snapped, her frown deepening. The war is over. They lost. Lord Arthur shoots him a quizzical glance but does not answer the princess. It's not like he can, anyway, for it is not a moment later that they spy a man in a white cloak standing guard. Sir Willis fell. Sir Willis stiffens when he sees them. Lord Arthur, he says. My princess rests. Princess, not queen. A good enough start even if the man's features are laced with dislike as he takes them all in. Announce her visitor, sir, and see if she still wishes to rest when she knows who has come to see her. Sir Willis does not need to for a moment later the door is thrown open by Princess Helena herself. She is older than he remembered, no longer the girl that followed Jane about or scampered about the area getting underfoot. No longer the girl that had burned the forest around the mountain men and bought them the time they needed to win. She had saved his life then, saved more than a few men's lives he'd warrant. A shame it had come to this. At least she'd seen sense. And the princess got no further than that because Helena let out a choked sigh and shot forward like a dart, wrapping her arms about her niece and half crumpling into her in a manner that sent them both staggering. He did not fail to note Lord Arthur reaching out to steady them at the same moment he did. Aunt Helena. Jocelyn. The older princess drew back, her hands going to frame Princess Jocelyn's face before she froze, taking in the damage done. His charge swallowed audibly. I did not know, she finally murmured. Please believe me, I did not know. I loved Iman. I would not had I known, I would have done it all differently, I swear to you. I swear upon my life, my children's lives, I swear I did not know. Princess Jocelyn stared at her aunt for a moment, no doubt puzzling over her words. He'd heard rumors about Helena, about her dreams, then any thoughts he had on that left him as Princess Jocelyn's face crumpled and she buried her face into her aunt's shoulder and wailed. Chapter 379, The Dance, Lady Samantha Tarley. Chapter text. Was her charge a prince? It was an interesting thing to muse about. Prince Aegon was only ever referred to as a prince, despite his brief stint as a king, however it had ended. Lady Lena had made no move to correct those that called little Riker prince, but she also hadn't referred to him as such herself. Fascinating. As if sensing her thoughts turning to him, the boy sighed heavily and peered up at her mournfully. His mother had little time for him recently, not since their royal visitor had arrived, and he was chafing at it. In truth, she could not blame Princess Helena. Lady Lena and her royal charge had swept in and brought order to the chaos in a matter of days. Her own brother Alan had already departed for the Westerlands with his men, Desmond Florent had been given a temporary mandate to bring the Reach to order, the traitors who had followed Aegon in his doomed rebellion had begun the march to King's Landing. It was a shame really, she had rather come to like Lionel Hightower. He had a dry humor about him that she appreciated, for it matched well with hers. Once their father had thought to bind House Tarley to Hightower's rising star, and all he'd gotten was an arrow to the gut and lonely death for the trouble. Ah well, it was not as if Alan would have permitted the match, although she was honest enough to admit that she would not have considered that a true obstacle to a match with the young heir of Highgarden. Still, his path would take him to King's Landing. Her path would too, soon, but first. She looked out over the ruins of Highgarden. It truly was a shame, a painful one. However, ignobly the Tyrells had come to possess it. Highgarden had been a jewel of the Reach, and the Tyrells, well, they had kept the Reach lords from resembling the Riverlands, at the very least. Now, they would only feed such a civil war. How many houses had a Tyrell cousin? How many cadets were even now preparing to claim themselves as the little lord's true heir? There wasn't one, of course, too many shared his blood, but not enough of it to claim any meaningful power over the others. Lord Desmond was a patch measure, a plank nailed over a leak in a boat. The water, or perhaps in this case the claims, would still leak in, slowly and surely until the whole vessel sank. In truth, she did not blame Alan for throwing their own house's claim into the ring, withholding it would not fix the upcoming mess and would only harm them. They needed to prove themselves too powerful to bend under House Florent's yoke. Alan had already made it clear he expected them to be granted the Reach. However, if House Tarley could be the one to find the runaway princess, perhaps that could yet be changed. Another interesting thing to muse on as they waited. And waiting it was, for they had arrived in Highgarden 7 days past and had done not more than stare down at the ruins of the former Great Keep. Princess Helena had stayed by Lady Lena's and Princess Jocelyn's side, and she had been left with the little Riker. Winter, said the boy in question, pointing. He was not wrong, for in the distance, just visible against the backdrop of charred wood and collapsed and blackened stone, was a dragon, small and pressed low. In truth, given the approaching dusk, she was somewhat surprised either of them could see him. He darted along as they watched in silence, until its much older compatriot's bellowing roar split the air and the dragon half took flight, turning in the air and flying back into the shadows of what still remained of the keep. Why won't he come to me? He is looking after his father, she answered. That was what she had managed to eavesdrop, anyway. Frost would not be able to fly truly for some time yet, although Lady Lena did not doubt he would be free to begin short and low flight soon, although she knew there was some speculation if he would, given the assumed pain. His father is sick. Said the boy. I want him to come to me. Perhaps he will when we are able to help his father. She had almost expected him to say something about his own father, yet Riker had not mentioned him, although he would turn away and hide his face when Aegon was mentioned within his hearing. He clearly missed him, and yet she had not seen him shed a tear. An unusual son to an unusual woman, perhaps. Lady Samantha. Riker jumped a little in her grasp as she turned to find Lord Desmond staring them down, a frown on his face. Riker is requested. By all means, lead the way. He had not invited her, and she knew it, but he didn't know she knew, and she also knew he was on unstable ground right now. If he wanted that mandate over the Reach to become permanent, he could not afford to be seen bickering with ladies in public. He turned on his heel and she silently cheered, lifted Riker into the air and followed. Lord Desmond led them not to the large tent that served as a meeting place, but to a small gathering on the edge of their camp. Lady Lena stood at the head of the gathering, turning something over in her hands. Princess Helena stood behind them, her hands on Princess Jocelyn's shoulder. The young daughter of the queen looked fit to be sick, and she wondered how much of that was the thought of claiming her recently deceased uncle's dragon, and how much was actual fear and wandering into a dragon's lair. None other objected to her presence, and the moment they reached them, they turned and began walking. Desmond sped from her side to Lady Lena's, wringing his hands together as if he wanted to speak but found the grim atmosphere stifling. What are we doing? Asked Riker, completely immune to such things, following up his inquiry with a yawn. I believe, little prince, we are fetching Winter, she replied, and he beamed happily. Lady Lena shot her a look, one of faint surprise, and perhaps somewhat of respect. I am correct, am I not? She asked. If there was any time to dispense with the formalities, it was when a small few made their way to a dragon's lair with the goal of taming it or dying in the attempt. Yes, Lady Lena replied after a moment. Jocelyn and I need winter out of the way so we can approach frost with no interference. What names for Targaryen dragons? Should winter panic, frost will rouse himself, Princess Helena said gently. Is that Lady Lena began, but Princess Helena cut her off swiftly and firmly. No, her jaw was set and Lady Lena asked no more questions. She was quite sure Princess Jocelyn's face mirrored her own and Lord Desmond's as three sets of confused eyes peered between the two women. The walk to the foot of what had been Highgarden ended too swiftly and all six, Riker included, fell silent as they stared across the ruins. A grim sight indeed. Here, Princess Helena said, the first to break the silence, her arms outstretched. Riker stuck out his own arms and she surrendered the boy to his mother, wincing as her own arms began throbbing. Winter will know my scent, he will not know yours. I have no desire to come face to face with an unrestrained dragon, my princess, do not fear. Lord Desmond snorted and Princess Helena allowed the smallest ghost of a smile to pass her face before she moved to step closer to the ruins. Her steps were deliberate and careful, avoiding the small mounds of ash, the broken and cracked stone, and the jutting remains of wood that had not quite burned through. It was queer, Samantha feeling that it seemed far too slow, agonizingly slow, and yet when the shadows did swallow the princess it almost came as a shock, a surprise that she had dropped from view so quickly. Princess Jocelyn let out a ragged breath and she emulated the girl, although keeping it a little quieter for Desmond's sake. Not that she need have bothered, for when she turned to look, his eyes were on Lady Lena. The tall woman had gone down on one knee before her niece, a long and straight dagger in her hand. The princess looked as if she would be sick, but she still raised a shaking hand for Lady Lena to grasp. Turn away, the lady commanded a moment later, and she did so immediately. It seemed like the air was alive all of a sudden, like the moment before a storm truly hit. She had seen precious little of those in her life, but when she had been a girl one had been so intense that lightning had struck a barn on their land and burned the thing to a crisp. She would not be shocked if such a thing happened now, as Lady Lena began mumbling. The air was thick with something. She fixed her gaze upon the spot that Helena had vanished into and dared not look around, dared not disobey that command delivered in a tone of steel. She felt aware of every part of her body, and when her tongue darted out to wet her lips, she fancied she could taste iron in the air. Princess Jocelyn made a small noise, one of pain and discomfort, and she nearly turned, forcing herself to halt at the last moment, instead bringing Desmond into view. The Lord was white as snow, his nose flared and his eyes wide, and she fancied he would be murmuring his own prayers had he not the sense to avoid angering they. She had never put much stock in the faith, she could not when she had grown seeing it wielded like a club against the high tower enemies, but she fancied she knew now why they spurned witches. Would the seven spurn her for merely being an odd witness to this? There, she heard Lady Lena murmur. Well done. You know what to do, don't you? Yes, replied the princess. Yes, I'll do it how we practiced. Good, Lady Lena replied. Good, if it does not work, if Frost does not respond, run. She pictured the princess setting her jaw in the silence that followed. Imagined the girl glaring at the thought of fleeing. It seemed fitting for a girl, not even a woman, who had fought the mad prince and survived his dragon's flame, glaring at the command to flee from a wounded dragon unable to yet fly without pain. You may face us again. She wasted no time, whirling to face the two. Lady Lena was standing now, her hand on Jocelyn's shoulder, the shoulder the fire had not touched. A clean white bandage was wrapped around the princess offhand, and of what had been done with the blood, she had no clue. Lena, cried the only other person that Sam fancied would know what had just occurred. And then Helena appeared, a dragon clutched in her grasp. Far too small and not nearly pale enough to be winter, indeed, that dragon almost galloped at her side, Riker perched precariously on his back, and it was a wonder each bound the dragon took did not see him dislodged. Lena. Look. Indeed, Lady Lena was looking. Her features went from surprise to disbelief to and then the curtain slammed down and the woman strode forward. They followed, if only to avoid being the only one left behind. The dragon in Princess Helena's arms was blue in the way the sky was blue. Its back almost verged on a truer blue which gradually faded until its underside was almost white in color, like its sibling. It had been that pattern that had earned it its name. Shrikos, the Valyrian god of the sky. The faith had protested, but unusually, Prince Aegon himself had gone against them. A fitting name for a dragon, he had declared, and then Garmin Hightower had decreed no more was to be spoken of it, and the faith had fallen silent. Impossible, Lady Lena after a moment. The dragon raised its head and glared at them all balefully. No wonder he was so defensive. There is no way this could be a mistake. You know as well as I do, Princess Helena began before stopping and drawing a deep breath. I know both of those dragons. They came from my Morgul's clutch, although you would not know it. I spent days looking for anything of mine in them. Perhaps that should have given you warning, Lady Lena said dryly, then reached for the hatchling. It reared back, pressing itself into Princess Helena's chest and screeched that awful screech. In answer, Frost roared. Damn, Lady Lena hissed. Helena, take both the dragons away from here. The rest of you go as well. Jocelyn, follow me. Won't he? The princess began to protest. I'll go as far as I need to, Jo, don't worry, I'm right behind you. Somewhere beyond the almost touching moment, the shadows moved and finally, at last, her nerve failed her and she turned and ran. It was somewhat gratifying, however, that Lord Desmond far outstripped her own speed as they both plunged into the night and away from the dragon. And as she came to a stop some distance away and her mind finally asserted itself, she couldn't help but wonder on one matter, what type of man took the dragon rider but not the dragon? Chapter 380, The Dance, Lord Alan Tarley. Chapter text. The man who claimed to be Rolf Rain was certainly not the stripling boy Alan Tarley barely remembered. He was taller, broader about the shoulder, and sporting the start of a beard that he seemed almost self-conscious of, raising his hand to scratch and pull at it almost absent-mindedly. If he was lying, his dedication to the lie was greater than most. The man had kept up the insistence from when his men met Alan's to the very moment they had retaken Castamere. His lie, if it was indeed a lie, was also a great deal more foolish. Word had been sent, after months of waiting, that both the princess and the prince consort would soon converge upon Castamere. The dragon Frost was apparently well enough to take flight once more, and what little fighting had taken place in the Riverlands was all but over, Prince Laener's presence there having been met by swathes of surrendering Lannister men and lords who'd been looking for a honorable way out that did not involve throwing themselves to the doubtful mercy of House Stark. Perhaps the man was not lying, because that news had sent him into a frenzy. Had he not earned the respect of the Rain Muster, heir to Castamere or no, someone would have dealt with him, for he'd become an absolute terror, fussing over the most minor of issues as if they would cause the walls themselves to fall. Which did somewhat contribute to Alan's current predicament. Sat in a field since before dawn, waiting for the princess. He glanced up, peering past the cloth above him, to find the sun high in the sky. It's not that he couldn't have gotten a few extra turns abed. It's that the man almost certainly would not have done. His host had risen even earlier, and Alan Tarley had no plans of letting him have any kind of access to the princess until he knew for sure he had not lied. At least he was a good enough host, with a tent and chairs and a supply of food brought by obliging servants who certainly didn't seem to be questioning who the man was. That thought was accompanied by another rueful and somewhat bitter thought. He had not been like this before his father's death. If back then a man had told him the princess's betrothed who had been thought dead was alive, he'd have accepted it without much thought. It was dishonorable to lie, to disbelieve was to cast doubt on another man's honor, especially when there was very little to back one's suspicions. That kind of thinking led to duels, and to dead fathers, betrayed by men who should have been on their side. Only supposedly, of course, only a suspicion. But that suspicion, bone deep, was poison that had spread through the Reach, through the realm, and there was no one to blame but House Hightower. Now, he could no longer find it in himself to trust any man who hadn't proven himself. Who was to say this was not some plot by Florent or the Lannisters? His only comfort was that the Queen would set it to rights. Give them a few decades of peace and the affliction would fade, he was sure of it. In the meantime, lad, if you pace any more you'll wear right through the ground into that fancy hall of yours. The knight in rain colors stops and straightens. Lord Tarley, forgive me, I am merely nervous to see my betrothed again after so long. His tone is respectful enough. Mother's mercy, he should have paid more attention to the boy back when he'd visited Highgarden. It's enough to make a man dizzy. Suitably chastened, the man retreats to the shade of the tent Alan has been enjoying and settles down into a chair that looks as if it might once have been in his supposed father's solar. You fought with Prince Laener, did you not? Asked the man after a long silence filled mostly by another delivery of honeyed tarts and the sounds of the young man fidgeting. Briefly. Most of my time was spent with his sister. He'd admit, that was another point in the man's favor. His tactics in the Westerlands had been reminiscent of Dornish raiding and warfare. No doubt it had driven the Lannisters still left in Casterly Rock absolutely mad, and it was no doubt picked up from Prince Laener. Damn it all to the seven hells, the man's story, bearing, and demeanor were faultless. Why now could he not believe him? Too much at stake. Florent, damn him, had the advantage. Highgarden was his home ground now, for all it was in ruins. He had been Lord Lionel's regent, mother's mercy on the poor boy. Most in the Reach hearkened to Hightower or Florent, and Hightower's power was broken. He'd also stolen a betrothal, Princess Emma, to that boy of his. House Tarley was wrong-footed. Yet the Queen would need a loyal man in the Reach, one who did not bargain and bet for his loyalty. One who was not greedy. If he could just find the girl, he'd have a much better position to challenge Desmond. Such a position would be eroded by falling for a lie and giving those who had known him false hope as to his survival, if this supposed Rolf Rain were not Rolf Rain. So he had been discreet in his letters to the Queen and to Prince Laner. They had been similarly subdued in return. Although he could only assume nobody had told the princess. She seemed a headstrong girl, injuries aside. He rather fancied had she known there was a claim Sir Rolf still lived, they wouldn't be in a field waiting for her. He helped himself to a honeyed tart and eyed the man, who had fallen silent again, sat still and staring into the distance. He decided to take some pity on him. Seven hells, take a few breaths before you fall from your chair. The princess was heartbroken you had died, she'll be nothing less than overjoyed to see you alive. Had he been this nervous around Mel? No, she had been thick as thieves with Samantha long before he'd thought of her as his wife. Overjoyed, perhaps, Rolf mutters. But what of the Queen? Prince Laner? We swore we would fight for them, and what have we done? Little, less than little. I'd imagine you gave the Lannisters more than a few headaches, the Ironborn too. If you think the Queen and Prince Laner won't appreciate that, you are a fool. Yet the knight seemed resolute in looking grim and unhappy. A few headaches? They tried to usurp her. They killed her son. They hurt. His voice cracks suddenly and Alan looks away, giving the man some time to regain his composure. When he finally does, his tone was low and bitter. What are a few headaches in the face of that? Jason Lannister walked into an obvious trap. Why? Because he needed an easy victory, he needed to pull men from his army to send home to deal with you. He saw an easy way out and took it because you made him desperate. As for the Ironborn, our queen doesn't take joy in the suffering of the small folk, no matter whose small folk they are. The small folk matter was true enough, one would have to be blind not to see it. As for how much the man's actions had contributed to Jason Lannister being so bloody foolish enough as to wander into such an obvious ambush, well, he'd leave that for others to decide. You flatter me, my lord, the man says, but looks thoughtful now, rather than unhappy. Alan watches as he leans back into the chair, his brows furrowed together. More food arrives, small meat pies and good wine. His host even deigns to take one, eating it as if he does not even taste it and gulping down fine wine as if it were common backwater swill. It's a change from the other lords of the Reach. Especially those who have already seen which way the wind is blowing. Poor Appleton, he doubts the man will be pleased if his keep is ever returned to him. Desmond had not held back on finding the choicest parts of his cellars and pantries for his own enjoyment, and Florent's allies had feasted well with him. Well, so had Alan, actually. No point in letting a good boar's head and arbor gold go to waste, and go to waste it would on Desmond Florent, who'd only ever had eyes for the price attached to an item and little else. He reaches for another meat pie when, in the distance, a horn sounds. He listens intently and the blower follows up with another blast. Friendly, good. He relaxes slightly, but his host does anything but, leaping from his chair in one moment and then freezing in the next, as if he does not know what to do with himself or what his next steps should be. Another two horn blows, closer this time, and then they are plunged into shadow as a dragon flies overhead. Frost, the dragon once ridden by the so-called King Aegon. The dragon he had seen ripped from the sky by sea smoke. It's flying again, long and slow wing beats, but nevertheless strong and unflinching. It had healed well, possibly by magic, if his sister's letters were to be believed, but in all fairness, his sister was headstrong and rather prone to, and very fond of, dramatics. Frost flies over them and then banks, and he sees two figures atop him. One is almost certainly the princess and the second the Vale Knight sent to accompany her to Highgarden, going by the colors he sports. Who is that? The supposed Rolf Rain all but demands. I don't recognize him. Privately, he thinks that you'd have a task recognizing any rider of a dragon from this distance bar the certainty that at least one figure would be the rider and familiarity with any other. He also might question the man's own questioning of a princess and what compatriots she might choose to ensure her own safety. He doesn't say any of that, because that feeling of pity has returned as the man stares at the dragon as he turns in the air almost lazily and begins to come in for a landing. Sir Joffrey Arryn, cousin of Lady Jane and our queen. The Rain Man flushes a dark red and seems to shake himself. Of course, of course. I forgot myself for a moment. In truth, he finds it harder and harder to shake the nagging feeling this man is everything he says he is, bar the sinking feeling he has had since he left the Reach that something is afoot and Desmond Florent is at the center of it. What reach would Desmond have here? Likely none, and he is being a fool. Unlike the monster that was Viagar, it is easy to stay on his feet as Frost lands. That saddens him, that such a beast is dying, likely dead now. He had seen Lady Lena fly her in battle and he'd managed a bit of grudging respect for men such as the Dornish who could face that in battle and not shit themselves and flee. The two figures dismount and Alan begins to make his way toward them, only to find his host is rooted to the floor, staring at the princess as she now approaches them. Damned rude. And there is that pity again. He sighs heavily and returns to most likely Rolf's side, clasping a hand to his shoulder and then regretting it as the man almost sways with the force of it. Breathe, he hisses and Rolf lets out an explosive breath, that does not do much to help the swaying he is currently doing in Alan's grasp. He still does not move, but that is of little consequence because the princess and her knight are still walking toward them. At least until she sees him and stops dead. He knows then that this is Rolf Rain. That there is no lie. That this man's claims are true. The princess stops dead, her features looking almost confused as she takes in the sight before her. Then the skin beneath her scars goes pale and she takes a step back as if someone had physically struck at her. Rolf, she questions, almost as if she doesn't believe it still and is waiting for someone to tell her no, she is mistaken, her betrothed is still dead and cold and this is an impostor, a liar. Then something seems to finally come alive inside Rolf's skull because he takes a single tiny step toward her before dropping to his knee with a bowed head. My princess, Castamere is yours. He barely has time to look up again when the princess makes a choked sobbing sound and launches herself forward. Both princess and knight topple into the grass, a mixture of laughter and tears emanating from them, and he finds his gaze locking with the veiled knight, who looks as lost as he feels. Nowhere in royal protocol does it allow for a princess and the host to roll about in the mud sobbing and giggling in equal measure, and yet who would have the heart to stop them? It's not as if virtue could be lost here and she is betrothed to him. Both he and the veiled knight seem to come to the same decision almost at the same time. Not an issue for them to intercede in, and should the queen or prince Laner ask, well they are knights and lords, who are they to question a dragon? Even a young one. And he might, just might, think their reunion is almost sweet. Chapter 381, The Dance, Sir Rolf Rain. Chapter text. His lungs burn from lack of breath. Mud coats his legs, and pushes against his shoulders, against his cheek. Tears burn his eyes and coat his face. One of his arms is trapped awkwardly between her body and his and is starting to almost ache. And he doesn't care. He doesn't. Because Jocelyn is here. She's here and she's happy to see him. She's here and she doesn't hate him. She's here and she's... His thoughts cease as soft lips press against his own. Barely more than a brief press and... Perhaps we can move to a better place than the middle of a field. Lord Alan Tarley says, and the thoughts come rushing back, and he knows he must be a luminous red now and part of him wishes to sink into the mud, to never be seen or heard from again. A larger part of him was still remembering the feel of her lips against his, basking in it as he climbs to his feet, as he takes her in. She has changed, as he had. Burns wind up her cheek and dark circles linger under her eyes. She is thinner than he recalls, too thin. Her hair is windswept and wild and the culprit of that is plainly visible as he peers past her. The dragon, not Morrigan, not the beast he had known, has almost collapsed into the mud of the field, its eyes already closed. He wants to kiss her again, but the part of him with some sense recognizes Lord Alan's warning. She had said nothing, he mused, as she leaned against him. She didn't need to, not with him. He knew her too well. Well enough to wonder now why he had ever thought she would hate him. Suddenly his mind's conjurations of her striking him, of her disgust, or worse, of having to watch her marry another man, seemed like a betrayal anew. He shifted his steps to account for her weight and she chuckled and curled closer. Your father will arrive within a few days, my princess, the older lord says as they approach Castamere proper. Vaguely, he knows this is an overstep. He is in charge here, it is his ancestral home, one he has missed sorely, one that will be his and Jocelyn's one day. Yet he cannot bring himself to care, not when Lord Alan shoots him an amused look. Thank you, Lord Alan, Jocelyn murmurs in thanks. Lord Alan gives her a respectful nod. Somehow, he does not think the Lord thinks too badly of him, even taking the kiss into account. They were betrothed, surely the Queen would not mind too much should it get back to her. She had always been kind to him, had always favored him. He bit his lip and tried to put it from his mind as they passed into Castamere proper. He wanted his mind failed him. He wanted too much and all at once. To beg her forgiveness, to hold her and say nothing, to ask her how everything had happened. Jocelyn did not speak again until they were seated, Lord Alan striding away and only her knight in her colours to watch them. He remembered the kiss once more and hoped he was not blushing again. She started, and then fell silent. I am glad to see you. And I you, he answered, and a strangling gulf of silence spread between them until she laughed again, and he echoed her almost against his will. I am such a fool. You are such a fool. Why did you not write? She asked, tears beginning to fall down her cheeks once more. He swallowed his own and looked down at his hands. They were different now. More calluses, more scars, marks that did not know her the way his hands had before. It happened very quickly, he admitted, shame burning in his gut, sudden and bright. What fools they had been. The Tarbeck forces reached us first. Father greeted them. They brought the Knight of Kenning with them, they had father in chains before we even knew they were enemies. Mother ordered me to run and negotiated their surrender. That is about what we heard, Jocelyn replied quietly. Cowards. Bastards. The knight of Kenning chased with his Entarbek's men. They had us half-cornered on bad ground. They said if I surrendered to them my men would be allowed to go free. Cyril Laster, my cousin, said it was a trap. That they intended to kill me to prevent him marrying Jocelyn. He did not know how right his cousin had been, but he had been intending on doing it. He swallowed the lump in his throat, one made of shame and bitter regret. He knew about that time I switched armor with you. He said we should do something similar. I'm sorry. For what? Asked Jocelyn. He had not been able to look at her as he spoke, but now he forced himself to meet those violet eyes and confess all before her, so she knew exactly what craven cur she was to marry. I allowed it, and Damon Kenning slaughtered him. Alastair, he tried to ride out as if he were running, and that bastard chased him and cut him down. I wish I could have seen his face when he realized the mistake he'd made, but I did not stay to see, I ran with the rest of them. He focused on his hands again, clenched them into fists, bracing for the scorn that was to come. Tylan told us you'd been killed. Boasted. He's in a cell now, Jocelyn told him. I missed you so much. So much. Why? The bitter question slips out before he can stop it. I am a coward, I failed your mother and I failed you. Her fingers entangle with his and he recognizes the look on her face, he'd last seen it after they had switched their armor. That desperate look where she felt she had done wrong and did not know how to fix it, and he wants to drive it away the moment he sees it, for this is not her wrong but his failure, his mistakes. They both stand, although he did not know who had stood first. She is still tall enough he can look her in the eye. By the time we were safe, we had no ravens, and by the time we had ravens, there was little point in burdening you or your mother, he told her, voice ragged, and found himself strangely breathless. All I could do was be a thorn in Jason Lannister's side. You would have spared us some grief, you fool, she whispered. Then she leaned forward and buried her head in his shoulder. He let her, cradling her close, aware again of the night at his back and feeling the tingle of the kiss still. In truth, she whispered finally. I am not worthy of you. I struck Iman before he died. We weren't talking, I called him so many horrible things. And he died saving me. Iman. He had known, how could he not have? Iman had been a fun companion, a nice boy always willing to lend a hand when he encountered problems with his classes in exchange for tips with the blade. They had been sparring partners more than once. He'd always imagined, privately, that he'd be Iman's hand one day, or maybe a master of laws. His father had always said he would serve on the council through his marriage to Jocelyn. Picturing it had always filled him with pride. You loved him and he loved you. It was the truth. He knew it and he knew Jocelyn knew it, a bone-deep certainty that only her guilt obscured. And I love you. He felt a fool the moment he said it. As if that could even help with the confession she had just made, to shoulder his way into her grief, as if losing a brother was something he could simply wave away. I know, she murmured into his shoulder and drew back, a small smile on her face. I would have no one else. His foolish heart sings anyway at her words, regardless of his more rational thoughts on the matter. Then her features darken as if some memory has banished what little happiness she had found. Rolf, I need to speak with you. It is a matter. It's important. Whatever it is, I will hear it, he promises and means it. She smiles again, but it is decidedly distracted now as she lowers herself into her seat. There is. I don't want it, but it might. She stops and takes a deep breath. There are those who want me to be queen. They think I do not know. Mother thinks I do not know. They want to pit Viserys and me against one another. He blinks. It makes sense. Viserys is a child, and Jocelyn is nearly a woman grown, with all the skills one might value in a king. Were she Prince Jaehaerys, none would complain, and, his father had once complained, were she a Princess Rhaenyra. He had pointed out that the whole war was people complaining, and his father had threatened to box his ears, night or no. Now he understood. You do not wish to be queen, he asked. Even before the war she had never really said much on the matter, except to lament at how bad at it she would be. I do not wish to make a prize fool of myself in front of the entire realm. Queen Cantiride sounds appropriate, she snapped and then flushed. Sorry. I don't think you would make a poor queen, Jocelyn, he admitted. She laughed bitterly. You are a fool, then. I am not my mother. Nor am I Iman. He was made for it, Rolf. He loved it, loved all of it, she whispered. What am I in the face of that? Not your mother nor your brother, he pointed out. It was easy, this was easy, to make her see how brilliant she was. You are Jocelyn. You would make a bad Queen Rhaenyra. A bad King Iman. I think you'd be a perfect Queen Jocelyn. You speak sweetly, she told him, although he knew her well enough to know some of it had pierced her nevertheless. A perfect Queen Jocelyn I might make, but she is entirely inferior to the alternatives. And what kind of king will King Viserys be, he asked. He is a baby, a child, who could know if he is superior to what you could be? Nobody but those same men and women who were convinced a King Aegon would be better than a Queen Rhaenyra. If you wish to be queen, Jocelyn, you have me, whole and entirely. Then he paused, frowned, and added, but I would love you just as well as Lady of Castamere. Her lips twitched into a smile. Would your father? Your mother, she asked after a moment. Mother once said that nothing short of hitting your mother with a chair leg would destroy our betrothal. I am a knight, he told her, words coming to his mouth before he could stop them. If my father says no, I would pledge myself to you regardless. As long as you would love a poor landless knight as well as the Lord of Castamere. It's right, it sits in his chest like a glowing ember, and the shame, the tightness, the bitterness, it all burns up in the face of it all. In the face of her. She stares at him for a long moment, and then laughs, and he laughs with her. My mother would kill me, she giggles when she has calmed somewhat. He can understand the giggles. He still feels as if he will float free and clear of the ground at any moment. His burden is shed, and hers too, and they are still Jocelyn and Rolf, throne and land aside. The realization is enough to catch his breath anew. For a moment he has the odd vision of him swooning before her, and gets the giggles all over again, and then she starts again, and they cannot speak for a few moments more. At least until Jocelyn collapses back into her chair and he sits down opposite her, still barely able to banish his grin. Well, if nothing else in the future is set, at least I'll have you, she hummed happily. I almost feel the fool now, coming out here with a dragon barely able to fly, all ready to fight and kill for you. Be careful, he warns, I might become big-headed if I learn I have a dragon at my beck and call. Although I'd imagine your niece would oppose you on the matter of ruler of the Westerlands. Ha! Then her face goes almost thoughtful again. But you do have a dragon at your beck and call. Tell me now to make you a Lord Paramount of the Westerlands, and I will do it. His breath whooshes away from him, and he is very aware of the knight at his back again. This is close to treason, perhaps? He does not know any more, but the tension, the knowledge, for all she was amused when she said it, that she means it, it's a heady feeling. No, he finally says, and knows that somewhere, if he still lives, his father would be disappointed in him. I fear I would make a poor Lord Paramount. As poor a queen I would make. Jocelyn asks archly. Ouch. She had turned on him so quickly. It does not mean much to her, he knows, because she waves her hand a moment later as if wafting away a particularly vexing bug. Forget I offered. Unless your father disinherits you. Although mother would give you land if you wanted it. I'll be sure to thank her, he replies, but, she is thinking of something. All distracted, throwing out words without examining their meaning, because her mind is on something else entirely. A dragon for your thoughts. A dragon is entirely appropriate. Rolf, do you trust me? The question is reminiscent of the day she had asked for his armor. He had agreed readily then, and cursed doing so in all that followed. He bit his lip. Now and always, he replies finally, and means it. Chapter 382, The Dance, Visera Targaryen. Chapter text. They murdered my husband at such a truce. Or are you forgetting that, Sir Daemon? Lady Johanna was angry. Her face was red. Her hands were clenched. Angry. The knights around her were unhappy. They were not smiling. The room was hot. Some of them looked hot with red cheeks and gleaming foreheads. Unhappy, she decided. She knew why. Before Lady Johanna sat a twisted and gnarled branch of white wood, weirwood. It had come at dawn, the man carrying it dressed in rain colors. Visera looked at it. It was wood. Old, not freshly cut. Custom dictated it is freshly cut. But maybe Jocelyn hadn't known that. Or maybe she did. Maybe she meant something by having it be old and not new. Or maybe she didn't. Durin would have known. That makes her sad all over again. She missed him. Cyril said she was having his baby. She was big and round now, forced to stay in her room all day to rest. Visera envied her. Although not about having a baby. That was scary. The books all said so. Died in childbirth, died in childbirth, died in childbirth. She wanted to fidget, but Durin would have scolded her if he were here to see it. He had in the past. He would now. But he wouldn't because he was dead. Dead because Cregan Stark had called a truce and then killed him, or so everyone said. It was an evil thing, everyone said. The histories agreed. Would Jocelyn agree? She pulled at the itchy dress Lady Johanna had insisted she wear. Scarlet and gold. Lady Johanna had said Visera could feel at home here, but home was in the library with Durin, acting the battles of old with his tin soldiers. Home was Old Town or King's Landing and the smell of books in her mother's patient presence. It wasn't heavy dresses and... She wanted to go home. Her eyes found the wood again. It is clearly a message for Princess Visera, Sir Damon was saying, his tone reminiscent of Duran almost. He isn't here and it hurts all over again. Our only hope of surviving this mess. Lady Johanna snaps. You wished for talks, my lady, another knight points out. I wished for talks. This is clearly an attempt to lure Princess Visera away from the safety of Casterly Rock, Lady Johanna snaps back. Is it? She doesn't think so. Jocelyn is, nice. Nice. Kind. No sharp looks, no sharp words. She's loud, which Visera doesn't like. But loud isn't wrong. Just different. Like her mother says. Would Jocelyn hurt her? Jocelyn is rough. She plays with squires. She hurt Duran a few times but Duran hadn't cared she'd hurt him, just cared he'd let her. My lady, Cregan Stark has justified his murder of your husband and Prince Duran as no true truce. As long as it is established we have a truce, a true one, I see no reason we can. The knight shrinks back as Lady Johanna rounds on him, her voice raising to almost a scream that hurts her ears. She doesn't want to be here. Think it through, that's what her mother and Duran said. Helena too, when her elder sister had spent time with her. Jocelyn wanted to see her. So she had sent an invitation to truce that she would know. A branch of weirwood, not used since the first men came. Jocelyn knew she would know that. So it was an invitation for her. Casterly Rock was unassailable. Even more so with a dragon. It had men in it to hold the exposed parts, too many secret ways in and out for a true siege, that's what everyone said. Histories said wars had stopped, peace treaties made when the time came to assault Casterly Rock. Was that the same with a dragon? Tessarion, she was Duran's. But Duran had given her to Visera. And now she obeyed Visera. She couldn't ride, not like Duran or Emond or even her sisters. She hadn't even wanted a dragon. Now Jocelyn had Aegon's dragon. Would she know how strange it felt, or was that another way she was different? Would her niece hurt her? The wood sits on the desk. The old first men custom dictates they meet at dawn the following day if the offer of truce is accepted. That the log be burned and the truce lasting until the embers have extinguished. Fresh cut wood does not burn all too well. Talking is considered preferable to siege. I will go. The room falls silent at her words and Lady Johanna looks strange. Her eyes are wide, her skin going pale before her eyebrows furrow. She doesn't know that one. She also doesn't want them looking at her but they do. Princess Visera, I understand your desire to aid us, Lady Johanna starts and Visera interrupts her. It's rude to interrupt but she has to because Lady Johanna is wrong. Treaties are better than sieges. Jocelyn won't hurt me. We can talk. Silence greets that. Had she said something wrong? I will go with her, pipes up Lady Jocasta. Her husband is still missing. Visera had not even realized she was here. I will go and take our demands. I will discuss it with her. Mother is too important to send. I will arrange an escort at once, Lady Jocasta, Sir Damon says and bows to her, Visera. I have not given my approval yet, Lady Johanna bursts out. Now everyone is looking at Lady Johanna, which is better than looking at her. Very well. Let it not be said I allowed sentiment to cloud my judgment. But you must not take Tessarion. It's almost a relief. Everyone seems happy at that decision as well, moving to leave. Lady Johanna takes her place at the desk, pulling up parchment, a quill, and her inkpot. Lady Jocasta goes close to her mother, a hand lingering on Lady Johanna's shoulder and Visera realizes she should leave. I will send a message of truce for tomorrow at the September of Lawns Field. It's close enough to Lanny Sport for us to respond and further enough away to mollify them, Lady Johanna tells her. She nods. If Lady Johanna says it's best, it would be best. A September doesn't work for the truce Jocelyn had asked for but then if Jocelyn wanted a truce with her and not a first man truce then a September would work. This is all very confusing. In the end, she does take the weirwood branch with her, just in case. They ride out with her, Lady Jocasta and 7 knights. 2 carry Lannister banners, 2 carry Aegon's banner and final one carries the rainbow banner of the September. Lawns Field is quiet. There are no people that she can see. It's large, for a village. One long street leading from the start of the houses and huts to the September that stands in what is a market square, the only truly stone building amongst wood and clay. The Rains are already there. Sir Rolf Rain. He is Jocelyn's betrothed. Lord Alan Tarley. She knows him as well. More knights in all colours. Rhaenyra's banners. Rain banners. Tarley banners. Velaryon banners. Jocelyn sits at their head. That makes Visera sad. She's hurt. She hoped it wasn't one of her siblings that hurt her. Her burns are angry red. Is Jocelyn angry as well? She can't tell. She's frowning but her mouth is flat, her eyes flicking back and forth, not staring. Aunt Visera, Jocelyn calls in a clear voice. This is a truce in spirit and in word. Aunt. It makes her want to squirm. At least they'd let her wear a more comfortable dress. Princess Jocelyn, Lady Jocasta replies. It gladdens my heart to hear that. We also pledge that this is a truce in spirit and in word. It has taken a great deal of trust. Princess Visera assured us you were a woman of honor. My aunt speaks the truth, Jocelyn replies, her eyes on her now and she wants to squirm all over again. Then she raises her hand and waves. The men at her back, all but Sir Rolf and Lord Alan, retreat a fair ways. Lady Jocasta doesn't react to that, doesn't wave her own men away. Are they supposed to? She glances around. There is no brazier. The wood is still tied to her horse. After a moment, Jocelyn dismounts and the two men at her back follow her. Lady Jocasta and the knights also dismount and she scrambles down herself. Wait, she calls, seized by a sudden panic as she catches sight of the wood tied to her horses once more. The knights around her tense up and Jocelyn looks back. Confusion, she knows that one. The weirwood, do you want it? Jocelyn stares for a moment and then smiles. Would it make you feel better if we took it? Would it? Not really. It's old wood. Old wood burns fast. When she says as much, Jocelyn sighs. I'm sorry, it was the best I could do at short notice. She thinks Jocelyn means it and so she nods and follows as they proceed into the September. They leave all but the rainbow banner at the door. Jocelyn's knights do not follow but the Lannister ones do. Sir Rolf watches them. He is unhappy. Angry. His neck is red, his mouth downturned. He is glaring and as they take their positions, she follows his glare. Sir Damon. He taps the hilt of his sword as he glares. It feels dangerous. Well, begins Lady Jocasta. Now that we have established a truce, let us speak. Indeed, replies Jocelyn. The war is over. What will it take for Casterly Rock to acknowledge as such? And it is Casterly Rock, Sir Rolf puts in, his eyes still on Sir Damon. The Westerlands has fallen. Prince Laenor is soon the arrive. If you wish for terms, now is the time to do so. Beginning with threats, Lady Jocasta said, clucking her tongue together. You brought the man who attempted to murder my betrothed to a peace meeting. I did start with threats, says Jocelyn. What can I say? I saw you running and chased, Sir Damon said smoothly. Sir Damon? She frowned. Lord Roland Rain attempted to betray my father and seize control of the Gold Tooth. You aided in such treason. That he was arrested and is still held without torture or shed blood is a testament to our generosity. I doubt the same thing can be said for my beloved uncle, Lady Jocasta replies. My cousin might disagree but Sir Damon placed him in his grave, Sir Rolf replied. What do you want? Visera asks and heads swing to look at her. She wants to squirm. She wants to run. She shouldn't be doing this. She wasn't good at this. She wasn't good at people. The surrender of Casterly Rock. For Lady Johanna to bend the knee on behalf of her son to my mother, the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Jocelyn's reply is quick although not harsh. And the moment we do she will have my brother in her grasp and my family replaced with the reins, Lady Jocasta declared. And we will all be for the headsman's block. We are willing to guarantee certain things, said Lord Alan. He had not spoken before now. For example, if you agree to surrender, we are willing to agree to young Lord Lorien's claim on the rock and the wider Westerlands. House Rain keep and control Castamere, no more and no less. Lady Jocasta bit her lip for a moment. And Lorien? My mother will raise him and serve as his regent. Raising, of course, Jocelyn said. Sole regent, absolutely not. We are willing for him to stay in Casterly Rock with his mother but a CO regent of our choosing is a line we draw. Lady Jocasta sighed. Even Visera knew Lady Johanna would not like that. Something similar had happened with Uncle Gwaine, hadn't it? Only he had less power. What had they called him? Lady Johanna had told her daughter what to say. Visera did not know. Would Lady Jocasta be annoyed if she made suggestions? Not CO regent. A governor, like Uncle Gwaine. The crown pays for his retinue. Limited size, she countered. Lady Jocasta stared at her. She didn't know why, it was sensible. A large retinue equaled a bigger issue and if House Lannister paid for it, any amount of coin could be spent. The separate roles of regent and governor seem acceptable. The governor is of our choosing alone, stated Jocelyn. And how do we know you will not choose someone completely unacceptable, asked Lady Jocasta. My lady, we have enough men to take Lannisport within the week. With Prince Laenor as support, we can begin setting up a siege of the rock. I grant we'd need 1 or 2 dragons and a fleet to make it work, but I think we can hold it long enough to exhaust your supplies, Lord Alan remarks. Especially given you have a dragon to feed. You underestimate our resources, my lord. In the interests of this truce, however, I will provisionally accept such terms, Lady Jocasta hisses. Is she annoyed? She seems annoyed. House Lannister has 2 more demands that are non-negotiable. And what is that? Asks Sir Rolf. Prince Durin left a babe in my sister's belly, began Lady Jocasta. I want assurances that my sister will be treated as the widow of a prince and that his child will be accepted as a child of House Targaryen. Including a dragon egg, I suppose, asked Lord Alan in an odd tone. If that is the custom of a child of House Targaryen, I suppose that is what I am demanding, Lady Jocasta replied, eyes narrowed. I can promise recognition of Durin's marriage. I can promise my mother will embrace his child as a Targaryen. An allowance, perhaps a land grant. I cannot promise an egg, Jocelyn says. 7 hells, I can't even promise my own children an egg. I see, said Lady Jocasta after a moment. Then I will step back that demand, providing you can assure me the child will not suffer for his or her father's position in this war. You don't know my mother very well, do you? Asked Jocelyn. She was smiling although it looked odd. She'll embrace the child as a Targaryen and spoil it rotten as well, probably. What's your last demand? My uncle Tyland is to be released and returned to Casterly Rock. Jocelyn's smile vanishes in an instant. Now she's angry. Absolutely not, she snaps. Lord Tyland is a traitor who swore an oath to King Viserys and then broke it. He allied with Larys Strong, whose cowardly attack nearly killed my mother. He was no friend of Larys Strong's and took no part in the attack on King's Landing. How could he? He was in a cell. Lady Jocasta snapped back. Your mother had him arrested on false charges long before such events occurred. False? Demanded Jocelyn. He walked into the small council chambers and boasted of murder. A murder that never occurred, given your betrothed stands next to you hale and well whilst my uncle rots in the black cell subject to who knows what torture your mother's twisted mind can dream up. No no no. It was going so well. They were going to stop fighting. Why now? She did not want this. And what of House Rain? Of whom you arrested in its entirety? Jocelyn yelled. Her hand was on the hilt of her sword. At the door, her men had appeared. Lady Jocasta had seen it too, her eyes widened. House Rain sits in cells, cut and sear Daemon. No harm, no torture, just confinement. No deaths either. I am gratified to hear that, Sir Rolf says. He is holding his blade too. Not out of its sheath yet but he's gripping it tightly. So calm your woman down, boy, before she says something we all regret. Sir Rolf's lips peeled back. Like that? Asked Lord Tarly. Blades away boys and girls. After a moment, they obeyed him, both Jocelyn and Rolf letting go of the hilts of their blades. Listen, Lady Jocasta, your uncle's a traitor. The whole of the 7 kingdoms know it. He broke his oath, he played the game and he lost, Alan Tarly says in a softer tone. He isn't coming home but we don't have to send him to the confessors or the headman's block either. The Queen likes her law and order. Come to King's Landing, bend the knee, and we'll hold an honest trial for him. You speak of the wall, Lady Jocasta murmured, but she wasn't angry anymore. I will argue this plan to my mother. She will not be happy. Yet if you can swear he will only be sent when he is well and likely to survive the journey and the cold weather. Mother wouldn't weasel out of an oath by doing something like that, Jocelyn objected. If she sends him to the wall, he'll get there. Princess, is there anything you disagree with? Asked Lady Jocasta after a moment. It takes a moment realize Lady Jocasta is speaking to her. She wants to squirm all over again. No. The wall is an honorable place. It was. The histories said so. The warriors that lost went to the wall. It made sense. Very well then. Subject to our mother's agreement, you have the beginnings of peace, Princess Jocelyn, Lady Jocasta stated. Thank you, Lady Jocasta. I am confident my mother will see the virtue of this agreement, Jocelyn replies. Visera. Yes, she replies. There's an odd look on Jocelyn's face and then she jerks her head slightly away. Princess Jocelyn, I hope you are not trying to do what I think, Lady Jocasta began. I want to speak to my aunt in private as her niece, replied Jocelyn, looking annoyed. Oh. That was important, wasn't it? She followed Jocelyn until her niece stopped. See. Still within sight. She turned to Visera with a sigh. Now she just looks sad. I wanted you to know. I am sorry about Durin and Uncle Aegon. Visera just nodded at her words. She didn't want to think about Durin now. Aunt Helena's all right. So is Uncle Aemond. Vielle is missing but they're certain she's alive and Riker is with Aunt Helena, he's happy and well. So is your mother. What about Rhaenyra? She should ask about Rhaenyra, shouldn't she? Rhaenyra was her sister. Rhaenyra had tried, just like Helena had. She'll get there. She's grieving. We all are. She nodded again. Aemon had been nice. Gentle. Quiet, I'm sorry about Iman. I liked him. Jocelyn gave a half shrug, frowning and clenching her jaw. Had she said the wrong thing again and upset her? Listen, look after yourself. No more death, okay? Jocelyn said. Okay meant, yes? Maybe yes? She had never gotten it. No more death, she agreed. Jocelyn raised her arms and then paused, dropping them to her side looking, embarrassed. You still don't like hugs, do you? She asked a moment later, and for a moment, there was Duran, face angry, and Jocelyn pouted. She had been huddled into the corner and Jocelyn had been protesting that hugs were normal and allowed, and Duran had been shouting. No, she shook the memory away. Right. Jocelyn shrank back a moment. Well, stay safe, Visera. And she returned to Sir Rolf's side, and after a moment's discussion, the three left the September. Lady Jocasta watched her with appraising eyes. She did not know what she wanted, and so she said nothing as they themselves left a while later. Chapter 383, The Dance, Sir Tyland Lannister. Chapter text. 116,348. The echo of water dripping into water faded away, leaving him alone with the blackness again. In truth, he'd lost count of that so long ago, but it was something to hold tightly to, in the darkness. Something to cling on to so that he did not slip away, so that the dark did not take him, so that he did not drown in it. Water dripped again and he added it to his count. A silent, solitary count. How many days had he been here? He no longer knew. Before, he had thought to guess by the serving of his meals, but that required knowing how many meals his captor deigned to feed him at any given time. He would not think it beyond her to confuse the schedule, leave him even more adrift in the blackest sea. Meals brought in darkness. Light had found this place only once since he had been dragged here. Light brought news that had broken him. Jason. Jason. His twin. There were no more tears to cry, but the thought tore at him anew. Eyes burning, guts burning, stomach burning, the black cells were cold, and yet he felt as if he would burn from the inside out at the memory. His brother, his twin, not how he had pictured it. In his dreams, the doors to his cell were thrown open and Jason was there. He would be warm again, safe again, with his family in the light. Yet Jason was dead, he did not doubt that. Hope had surged when the smell of smoke had drifted down to his lonely cell, and then been extinguished as swiftly as the fires that must have caused it, for his meals had resumed soon after, as if naught had happened. His pleas for news fell on the deaf ears of whomever delivered his meals. It had been the only time he had broken and begged. Who had burned the city? Who had come? Was it Aegon? Was it the accursed prince? Why did they not come for him, leaving him day in and day out, alone in the dark? Torture would be kinder, the touch of the knife or the lash would be better than never-ending darkness. He'd take the rack, gladly, before submitting to this again, if only they'd let him. How many times had the water dripped as he sat, consumed by his thoughts? 5? 6? He added 5 to his count, and then a 6th as the water dripped once more. Blackness and silence greeted his return to his senses. And then, in the distance, the sound of a heavy door. It always took a moment too long from the first grind of the bolts to reach him for him to hear the heavy thud of wood on stone that heralded its opening. He would hear nothing now, until they reached his cell. Then the grate would grind open, he would hear the dull thud of food barely fit for a pig hitting the floor, and the grate would be dragged shut. Then he would dive forward, hands groping blindly for food, pushing over the slime and dampness to find stale bread and worse. He would eat slowly, for if he ate too fast, his stomach would burn and bile would torture him just as efficiently as any of the confessors. That meant he could taste the food, of course, which was not an ideal compromise. Was he hungry? He was always hungry these days. In the beginning, he had timed his meals by when he became hungry, but the fare was so poor it had rapidly ceased to be an accurate portrayal of time. He imagined his brother's face, worn away and gaunt. Lightly, he raised a finger to his cheekbones. Too prominent. He could only guess at the effect it had on him. Something purely his. He winced at the touch of the too rough skin on his face. His hands, his fingers, his feet, and his toes, all were destroyed. A result of 7,883. He had broken, wailed, and howled to be let free. He had torn his hands and feet open on the unyielding door. He had felt how damp they were after and tasted copper on his lips. His fingernails did not feel right anymore, lumpy and bumpy to the touch where before they had been smooth. The grate was pulled aside and light spilled into his cell. The change was sudden, burning his eyes, until he cringed back from it, turning his face away to shield himself. The keys of the jailer clinked and then thunked in the lock. More grinding as they turned and then the slow groan of the door as it swung open, bouncing once against the stone wall of his cell and coming to a halt. Footsteps, heavy. So this was it. The realization brought a strangled relief. He no longer feared it, no longer burned in shame. He would be shackled and dragged before the realm, and the realm would see the wretch he was. How would she do it? Drag on fire? No, she would think that too good for him. He hoped she would not elect to hang him, but he would accept the noose now as gladly as the axe. Something was placed next to him, impossibly gently. And then another. Drink, grunted the jailer. Eat. You have a guest. A guest? He tried to turn and face the light, but found it an almost impossible task, his eyes screwing shut of their own accord. Yet he could not think of who could visit him and have the power to make the meeting happen. He groped forward, slowly and carefully, too many times he had spilled precious water in his eagerness to find it. His hands found smooth clay and he lifted it to his lips. Clean water, cool, he wanted to weep. Instead, he sipped it carefully and slowly until it was gone. The light burned his eyes a little less when he opened them. Hello, Thailand, said Rhaenyra Targaryen. She was not as he remembered. Smaller, somehow. Paler, dark eyes and troubled features. She had fared better than he, the thought was almost hysterical, and he bit back his giggles before they could come. Instead, when she nodded next to him, he turned to follow and... Oh! Shaking hands scooped up fresh bread. What game did she play? He ate slowly and savored every bite. It was soft, still bearing some traces of the warmth it had held from the oven. Truly, perhaps he had died and this was one of the 7 heavens. His septon as a boy had expounded upon the pleasures of the 7 heavens as a reward for faithful service, but he could not imagine, at this moment, of any pleasure greater. Save for perhaps his brother here, hale and well. Or a warm bath. He finished the bread with a pang of loss. I suppose you are queen now. His words were raspy and clumsy. The first he had spoken since those dreadful thousands of drips after the keep had burned and he had come to know his brother was dead. I am. Do you wish for news? Did he? And why would she show him this kindness now? He was a dull blade, rusty and forgotten, and she was still clean and sharp. Why show him? It must serve her in some way. Even before Jason and he had chosen to support Aegon she had had a distaste for them both. What good would it serve me but to increase my despair, your grace? He finally asked and she was silent at that, her eyes boring into his until he was forced to look away. You are a man who is well loved, Thailand, she finally said, slowly and measuredly, as if she had thought over every word before giving it leave to be spoken. Your good sister bargained for your release. A demand that could not be ignored, my daughter tells me. Johanna had? Now tears did come, pricking his eyes until he closed them and turned away from the queen opposite him. A shaky gasp escaped him and the queen said nothing. Another and another until he sobbed and she sat in silence opposite him. Johanna was alive, Johanna had negotiated. It meant the rock could have fallen, he had not been forgotten. She would have me let you loose, no shackles, no punishment, the queen continued after the moment had passed and his sobs abated. Her tone lacked any inflection but that spoke louder than words as to what she thought of such a matter. He would not be granted freedom then. But he had not been forgotten here, to die in the dark. Why did you tell me Rolf Rain was dead? Now her tone was curious. She knew then, knew the truth. It had all seemed such a good idea at the time. He who wore Jason's face, put in peril by lawful action against a rebellious vassal, Aegon would have to, would. Curse that he was the only one who did not think of him as Jason? Curse Aegon, wherever he now was, that he knew the difference between him and Thailand and had not extended his protection to the brother of the man who raised him. Just good sense, he admitted. The boy was to marry a dragon-riding princess. Reigns with dragons? House Lannister would never know peace again. You were at war, granting you a princess to remarry was a kindness. That's not the only reason, is it? She asked softly, dangerously. Well, what harm would the truth do now? His brother was dead and the man Tai Alnd had once been was dead as well, rotted away in the darkness. Aegon hesitated. He wanted that counsel and was desperate to avoid bloodshed. We were trapped at your mercy and he was content to wait, so sure you would, see reason. He no longer hated the boy for it, he'd spent thousands of drips cursing him and his brothers. His children. 7 hells, his sister wife as well. You were too easy to enrage, it was a risk, to push him to defend me, for I wore Jason's face. But you are not Jason. Rhaenyra's words echoed his thoughts, something close to pity in her tone. He didn't hate her for it. He'd pity himself if he were in her position. No, he'd spit upon himself. A worm with no more care for honor, pride, or shame. Not a knight, not a lord, not even a man. He forced himself to look back at her. Yet Rolf Rain lives, I did not promise my daughter to another, and you, whilst you vexed me greatly and broke oaths made, hindered the response to Prince Daemon's invasions, you did not actually raise a blade against me. She had paused, her breath had hitched, at saying her uncle's name. So it was he who burned the city. The words slipped free before he could stop them. What else did he take from you? She moved in a flash, hand wrapping around the sack he wore and wrenching him off balance. He took my son, she hissed, low and deadly. He recalled her threat, once upon a time. Lorien. After a moment, she let him go, stepping back to wipe her hand across the fabric of her dress. Then take me in recompense, he told her, keeping his voice steady. A surety. Lorien must live. Torture me, visit any great punishment upon me. I helped Jason and Aegon hatch their plan. I as good as put a knife in your son's ribs. A knife would have at least left me a body to bury. Instead, his ashes float in the black water. Tyland swallowed. He had twisted the knife with Rolf Rain. He did not want to imagine what fate she had visited upon Daemon. How long she would have taken to kill him. How long she would take to end him in turn. It was for Lorien. It was for Jason. He could see his brother in the next life with his head held high that at least he had managed something, as trite as it was. My daughter, and there was unmistakable pride there laced with sadness. Has bargained to show you mercy. There will be a trial. You will speak in your defense. And when your trial is done and over, I will give you a choice. Lady Johanna would prefer you choose to serve the realm. Serve thee. You wish me to accept a black cloak? His tone was incredulous and he knew it. Yet it almost seemed as bad as the dark in the moment. No, I want you dead and your head on a pike above my walls, she snapped. But for peace, I will accept far, far away from here where you have at least some chance of doing something worthwhile. The black? The wall? Endless cold and dreary days? Johanna wanted him alive. If he were lucky, if Johanna were so minded to aid him in it, he might write to his brother's children. Keep them in his life? Take him to his new cell, Rhaenyra said, turning suddenly. You have a choice to make, Tyland. I suggest you think it over very carefully. Chapter 384, The Dance, Lord Kyle Euronwood. Chapter text. Sir Timion Drinkwater had ambitions of a lordship. Ambitions that had been thoroughly undercut when he, his liege lord, had turned against Garin and declared for Princess Aelyandra. He might think it Lord Aaron's greatest coup, bringing the Martel's traditional rival into the fold, if not for what had occurred after. My princess, my lords, Sir Timion told them. More have thrown down their spears and surrendered. We will be through the Shadow City soon enough. My thanks, Sir Timion, Aelyandra intoned. Her eyes were on the sky, where the ruby dragon circled as if waiting for an excuse to put them all to the torch. Have those that have surrendered dealt with as we agreed? Is there any sign of my beloved uncle yet? None, he is likely commanding what he has left within Sunspear itself, my princess. Sir Timion was correct. Garin was many things, but he was no coward. Not unless it served him to be. Another knight, this one in Euler colors, came running up. My princess, my lord, the docks are secure, he informed them, breathless. The worm will not escape by sea. My thanks, Sir Nymor, Aelyandra said, as if it were rote. Do we have any news from the Dalt and Lady Bright forces? They did not, but he had little doubt it would be soon. His own men had dutifully reported the progress they had made, the minor skirmishes they had encountered. It was a bitter thing, to not be allowed to march himself. To put the cowardly, selfing bastard to the blade with his own arm, but there were other duties he could not afford to neglect. The Princess of Dorne, for one. Perhaps it is time we proceed to Sunspear proper. See if we can not speak to your uncle and come to some arrangement that denies our ally her chance to lay waste to Dornish buildings, he suggested. Aelyandra's gaze swung to him, the first time she had looked away from Princess Rhaenys in quite a while. Sylvena had made it clear. She was not to be allowed to land herself further in it. Princess Rhaenys felt terms given at their conquest had been rather more forgiving than most would have preferred. Any more missteps by Aelyandra and she was likely to get her wish. She had not named names apart from her uncle, who was quite beyond the reach of the dragons now. All Princess Rhaenys knew was there had been a plot and the rough shape of it. They could use that. YNYS. The thought came as a surprise. How long since her last letter? Since before the war, certainly. News filtered through, slow and painful, and almost entirely useless. If there was one thing he would curse his once allies for, it was how well they had starved them of news. Had their ravens even gotten through? Did YNYS? He shook the thought from his head. Has the route been secured? He ignored the old hurt as the knight spoke. Send a few of the Wells knights to clear it out. No harm is to befall our princess, he snapped, well aware he was failing to clear his head. Brother, you must learn to treat your toys with more respect. He wanted to wipe that insufferable smirk from Giles' face. Enough, Aelyandra murmured. Lord Euronwood's command stands. Clear the way and make it clear to my uncle that I would have terms. And what terms would those be? He asked after Sir Timion departed. That he will receive a kinder death at Dornish hands, and that I will not pursue any family he left behind in the free cities, she declared. He has nothing else. Well, he could see that appealing to the man. Although, his eyes found the ruby dragon again. And how will we mollify our overlords, he asked. I have thought of that as well, Alyendra almost snapped, before flushing red. Lady Bela proved most useful in that regard. Ah, poor Kausela. She wasn't a bad sort, clever with a dry wit, at least until what she might have once had cropped up, and she got to ranting about her insufferable cousins who thought themselves above her mere cadet branch. Lady Kausela will appease them, I suppose. Alyendra nodded as he voiced his theory. Well, it could hardly have been any different. I know the Queen, Alyendra continued with such forcefulness that he wondered who she was trying to convince. She hates her uncle, but has little against mine. If I declare him an internal issue, but Lady Kausela an external one due to her consorting with the mad dragon, she will not protest overly much. Especially when Lady Bela confirms it. I bow to you on this matter, my princess, he told her, and she blushed again, shifting uneasily. How long had she been the Princess of Dorne in truth? Not long enough, if the address still brought her such discomfort. In the distance, a flag was raised, indicating the route was safe. His brother raised a fist and gestured, and 3 of the hand-picked knights rode forward, the rest bringing up the rear as he and the princess mounted and began their procession. You must keep your nerve, Giles said after a moment. You are the Princess of Dorne, he is a miserable usurper. Do not let him see you cower. I'm not going to cower, she snapped. I am not. He killed my uncle. He will have justice, Dornish justice, not one given by dragons. Giles shot him a smile as Alyendra straightened in her saddle. It made his teeth itch, but he could agree with the sentiment. Above, the ruby dragon still circled, and he found himself suppressing a shudder. An uneasy alliance. Her grandson, the mad dragon's whelp, left back at their camp. He'd been told to guard his sister, dragonless now and all alone. How the little bastard had puffed and preened at that order. He wondered if the princess had realized her plot to keep him out of danger was the blade they kept at her back to ensure she did not decide to burn them all and make her apologies about it later, where she could shape a story of Dornish betrayal to her heart's content. The whelp was the only other fly in the honey. Alyendra had said some damning things to him, which was why Alyria Toland had remained behind as well. In theory, her men oversaw the safety of their camp and guarded their rear against ambush. In truth, Lady Toland fought an entirely murkier battle. What has you frowning so deeply, brother? Giles asked, moving his horse closer. He resisted the urge to punch him, if only because Alyendra was present. Matters far above you, he told him tersely. He had no time for his jokes or provocations. Giles looked up. Beautiful creature, really, he murmured. He waited for his brother's joke, but it never came. They're less graceful grounded, but they never stop being beautiful. And terrifying. He found himself silently agreeing with his brother's assessment, for once. He forced breath into his lungs. Now was not the time to skygaze, or marinate in old hurt and betrayal. Now was the time for action, to rescue some of this utter shitshow from the mess it had become. The rest of their journey was blessedly short, pushing through the Shadow City with no incident and out onto the road that would take them to Sunspear's gates. Knights gathered at the chosen meeting site, not out of sight of the walls, but not close enough that the defenders could fire upon them. This road will be repaired at the soonest convenience, Princess Alyendra declared as they approached. Someone is remembering a certain cart, Giles chuckled. Their princess threw him a look of pure poison and Giles directed his gaze elsewhere, lips pursed in an effort not to smile. He hated it. How his brother never took anything seriously, even when he appeared to be. He mocked and twisted and made jokes, he found your most sensitive. 7 Damn him. My princess, the invitation has been sent as ordered. Lord Tristana Euler. Fanatically loyal, if only because Lord Aaron had saved the man's life when the explosions had begun. No small feat, he recalled the heat washing over them, the twisting flames that swallowed up men and left ashes and shadow in its wake. A nightmare, one he had been lucky to survive. Thank you, Lord Tristanet, Alyendra told him, favoring him with a smile. There was still steel in her spine as she rode forward. That was good. It would not do for the men to see her as dejected as she had been before. Silence fell as they waited. In the distance, it appeared there was no activity. Men on the walls moved back and forth occasionally, the odd shout drifted over carried by the wind, and then the doors to the castle opened and out he rode. Garin was almost as he remembered him. As if age could not touch him. Exile had been kind to him. He was still a head shorter than most men and he still wore that wicked short sword. He knew well, from many aching ribs, that Garin was fast and did not bother with showmanship in a fight. He fought to win. And now he had no route to victory, what would he choose? He truly did not know. He had called Garin a friend, once. Until he had betrayed him as well, for Walter will no less. Niece, Garen called. You return, with the dragon. 1,000 years spent resisting Valeria, and you and your men come to do their job for them. No pleasantries. How like his old friend. Uncle, Alyandra called back, the slightest waver in her voice. 1,000 years we resisted Valerian rule, a decade or maybe two we would have spent under their yoke, you condemned us to more. Dear niece, I am not the one raised as a baby dragon, Garen taunted. And neither am I, she spat. He wanted to cringe. She had shown weakness, a weakness Garen would exploit. I am the son of Dorn. A dragonling to serve at the pleasure of your masters. And you men follow her. Slaves. Traitors. Mentally he willed her to take back control, stop him from speaking. Men shifted, unsure and unprepared to be addressed. I alone stand against the dragon. Where Dane and his ilk welcomed them in. Handed them our children, he called. My uncle was the grass that hid the viper, snapped Alyandra. It seemed to startle Garen. It startled him. Where had she learned that Dornish saying? A sweet and pleasant creature, pliant and willing. And when the time was right, the viper would have struck. The viper is toothless, sneered Garen. Yet he looked unsure, his eyes flickering to meet his own, as if he wondered what game they played. Good, she had regained the momentum and Garen was wondering what he had missed. The viper had teeth and venom aplenty, Alyandra shouted. And he was poised to strike. And then along came you. You lie, little niece. I am the only hope for Dorne to ever be free. Garen was no fool, even now. He could not allow Alyandra to paint herself as Dorne's savior. I do not lie, uncle. I think you know that. The truth is you sacrificed all of it because you couldn't stand the idea of not being at the head of it all. Alyandra looked more confident now, the waver in her voice gone, as if she had realized she had the advantage here and all her uncle had were insults. You call yourself the savior of Dorne. You invaded it. Put its people to the sword. And to the meat of the matter we get. Garen laughed. It was not as carefree as his old friend might have wished them to see it as. What is this meeting to achieve, niece? Your surrender, she replied stiffly. He laughed again. Perhaps I will have you in my court after all, Alyandra, you tell such funny japes, he snorted. Do not be a fool, she snapped. Malaise circles above, looking for any excuse to put our pride to the torch. Is this what my father would have wanted? Dornish slaughtering Dornish? Another dragon's wrath. Garen froze and Kyle's heart sang. Those were the words. That was what she needed to say. That had finally pierced his old friend's thick skull. Garen turned his horse slowly as if gazing at Sun's pair. The people loved Corin because he dared say we could be better than the ruin the dragons left us in, he said bitterly. Then the dragons killed him, and took Dorne for themselves anyway. They took his work and twisted it. They took his daughter and twisted her. They'll twist Dorne in the end. They will not, she declared. I will make sure they won't. I'll make farms, I'll break loose from their chains. He turned back. And to do so I must accept them, he asked. Is that what you would have of me? Bowed, bent and broken before the dragon. I offer a quick death at Dornish hands. A respectful burial. The only one I intend to drag before the dragons is Kassella Dane. Garen laughed again, bitter and full of hatred. Dear Kassella. Traitorous bitch. I suppose that's a fitting fate for her, she was the one who invited the mad dragon in. That cunt poisoned my rule from the start. If she had only done her job with any competence, he yelled. Then raised his fist to rest his forehead upon it. You can have Kassella as a gesture of goodwill. No doubt she will be glad of release from her cell. And your surrender? Asked Alyandra. That, give me time, niece. I have men to see to. Half my men are hirelings and you'll face a riot if I hand myself over now. Will you make an oath, niece? The sudden change had him reeling. It depends on the oath, uncle, Alyandra replied. Garen removed, with some difficulty, his blade from his belt, and passed it to the man next to him. Then he gestured for Alyandra to ride forward. She passed her spear to Giles and did so, uncle and niece meeting in the middle. Garen's face was, he was not sure what that expression meant. Troubled perhaps. Men did not face their deaths easily. Garen had known from the moment he had sought to control Dorne it would mean his death should he fail. Now that failure was real. He leaned over and whispered something in Alyandra's ear. She was still for some time afterwards. I swear it, uncle. This is my oath to you, she finally replied, and he itched to know what she had just sworn to. Garen smiled. You wouldn't lie to a dead man, would you, princess? He asked, the grin almost. 7 damn him, he had gotten something from her, and Kyle did not know what. Sylvena would kill him. I wouldn't give a false oath. Every man here heard me swear, she replied swiftly. But not what she swore to, Giles murmured. A certain lady is going to cut our balls off and feed them to the goats. Shut up, Giles, he replied, and his brother snorted. Very well, niece. Garen laughed, turning his horse around. Come on, gentlemen. We've some mercenary scum to clear from Sun's pair. Uncle. Alyandra shouted as Garen dug his heels into the flank of his horse. His men turned with him and he found himself admiring his old friend's sense of style once more. He had just announced their deaths, and yet they were still happily following him. Dawn, little niece, he called. I'll open the gates personally. Chapter 385, The Dance, Lady Alyria Toland. When the man in Targaryen colors came to fetch her, she was hardly surprised. Even less so when the rooms she had been housed in within the Red Keep itself as befitting a lady, swung open to reveal a passageway. It still reeked of smoke in the inner tunnels. Even if the rest of the keep had been made safe and repairs began, these tunnels had yet to be cleaned. She followed in silence. The man who had summoned her was no surprise either. I require an explanation. Lord Lynmouth's face was stern. No longer the master of whisperers and yet she had come to him all the same. His creature now, the same as she had been when she swore loyalty all those years ago. Lewin was dead, and Miles had had her next in his sights. She would not have survived, and what good would that have done anyone? The next heir was their uncle's bastard, a wastrel that had never set foot in Ghost Hill. Of course, she replied. What specifically do you require? The muscle in his jaw jumped and he folded his hands together. He wanted her to spill what she thought was relevant, which would reveal more about her than she wanted. She had no illusions, she was the junior, but that did not mean she should bow and scrape. He had no need for servants who bowed and scraped. Princess Alyandra stated that Lord Euronwood had been left to oversee Sun's pair in her absence. How trustworthy is he, and was he involved in this plot that Princess Rhaenys alleges occurred under the regency of Lord Dane, he asked. Lord Euronwood was unaware, to my knowledge, she replied, and it was the truth. Like her, Lord Euronwood was suspected of having a different master than Dane, and through him Alyandra. I believe he is trustworthy, he despises Will above all, and the threat of a blade against his daughter's neck is enough to keep him honest. Lord Lynmouth nodded, not even a flicker of emotion across his features. Garen's surrender. Was it a surrender in truth? I find myself distrusting the princess version of events considering how convenient it seems for her. The version of events she gave the queen was mostly accurate, my lord, she told him. Also the truth. It had been a fear of theirs before the attack to retake Sun's pair, that Garen would sooner die and force a dragon to burn Sun's pair to ashes in order to dislodge him. Lord Euronwood had been doubtful, but even he had been unable to deny it may suit his old friend's personal tastes for symbolism and ceremony. Yet even Lord Euronwood had been surprised when Garen had opened the gates. And what untruths did our princess employ? He asked after a moment. She swore something to him. She gave him an oath. Lord Euronwood and his brother and every knight there claim ignorance as to what she swore, that uncle and niece spoke privately, she explained. And has Lady Toland discovered what this mysterious oath entailed? He asked. She forced herself to remain still, to not let the pounding of her heart show. She cannot wet her suddenly dry lips, not without giving away how much this man scares her. Princess Alyandra confides in me many things, she told him, keeping her voice steady. It is why I strongly urge you to not pursue her for Lord Aaron Dane's plot. I am close to her, attained House Martell, and you will lose your eyes and ears within Sun's pair. And she would lose what made her useful to House Targaryen. And that scared her more than she could say. Just the thought of it, no protection from anything. Should the new housemaid to rule Dorne decide Dorne could be free, then what would stop a second dragon swooping down over Ghost Hill, a second sack? The queen will pursue what punishment she sees fit, Lord Lynmouth snapped, the first display of emotion she had seen, and she flinched and then hated herself for it. He stood quickly, bracing his hands against the desk to steady himself before stepping out from behind it. This is a betrayal. Princess Rhaenys was right to bring it to our attention. What good will Alyandra's removal do? An unstable Dorne. The queen's peace would have to be enforced 1,000 times over. You left House Martell in command, even let them keep the title, to avoid this. What is one stupid mistake by a stupid girl compared to that? They could not. Surely they would not. Fear was making her stupid and she did not care. He had to see. You must persuade the queen to forego punishment. He raised a hand. I must, he asked, and she knew from the look on his face she had gone too far. Inwardly, she quailed as he advanced. I must do nothing. What value is there in stability if that stability is employed by traitors? There is no proof, she told him, feeling somewhat like a chastised child. Perhaps she was. Yes, I noticed that. My son seems rather reticent about what happened before their escape from Sun's pair. Almost as if he feels guilty. She would not wet her dry lips, she would not tremble. You stayed with him during the siege, did you not? Did he discuss any of it with you? Hope. The word falls from her mouth. A redirection. He raised an eyebrow and folded his hands behind his back. She promised her uncle she would never stop hoping for a free Dorn. That she would pass the hope to her children and their children after them. A remarkably unexacting oath for the surrender of an entire garrison, Lord Lynmouth stated. Did he know what she'd done? When he turned back to his desk, she let out a quiet breath, the world in her eyes sharpening, forcing herself to remain still as her head spun slightly. Deep breaths, measured breaths. Regain balance and control. Bela Waters, he finally stated. Why was my son allowed to approach her? He was not, she protested. Of that, she was quite certain, if only because Alyandra had gone with him and driven the camp into a frenzy of worry that had seen Maria Martell of all people atop a dragon with nary a protest. He escaped. There was no one that encouraged that. That reflects Princess Rennis' report as well, he observed. And what have you to report about the girl? Not much. Not for lack of trying. The girl was quiet and closed off, constantly on guard. She would not trust the Dornish. She is protective of Lucerys. She still grieves for her lost dragon. She grieves for her father as well. Yet she surrendered before she knew of his death and gave testimony regarding his supporters and son's pair. Supporters that Alyandra handed over to the queen. Yes, that speaks well of her. I'd have preferred Garin too, but I understand he received a quick death the dawn before your departure. What of his mercenaries? He moved as he spoke, retaking his seat. I witnessed it myself. His mercenaries are either dead or have fled. Some have families in the disputed lands. The important ones had been captured, and he would know that. I see. Thank you for your report. You may leave now. I will have a knight escort you back to your chambers. She might have protested, but his eyes and mind were already elsewhere, and he had barely finished speaking before a larger man had laid a gentle hand on her arm. She suddenly felt quite small in her gown and nightwear. So she went quietly and meekly. The tunnels did not smell much better. She should change, and bathe, for she knew the smell would cling to her, an unavoidable confession of her nighttime activities, and yet she did not. And regretted it bitterly the next morning when she awoke to the smell surrounding her, a reminder of the previous night where she had been a child once more, offering anything she could for protection from an inevitable death. And now she bargained once more. Dorne could not be allowed to fall to chaos, it couldn't. And yet what could she do but lie here? She had no power over the queen, and by the time she had power over Alyandra, the foolish girl had already spilled her guts. And now her patron knew of her manipulation of his son. Stupid, stupid. But if he testified? In the end, she forced herself from her bed and began her day. She bathed, ordered the servants to clean her rooms and throw open the windows. The breeze was ice on her skin, after she had gotten used to forgiving sea breezes and Dornish heat, but at least she could not smell stale smoke when they were done. After that she dressed, broke her fast, and made her way to the rooms where she had spent so much of her life. Achingly familiar, a tide of complicated feelings, stability with a constant threat. Perhaps she had been the safest among them, she certainly hadn't resented them in the way her compatriots had. If she, like her fellow hostages, had envied Alyandra, it was for the access provided to her, rather than the care and attention given. Alyandra, it seemed, had the same idea. Sitting amongst them, her expression grave, as she held court, caught in such a way that she had when they had been young. They're already fighting, Ynys was saying as she arrived. The girl spared her a glance, but Alyandra's face lit up and her princess shifted to make room on the bench next to her. Confused glances passed between Little Dorne, but they parted for her as she perched next to their princess. What is this? She asked. Ynys pulled a face. The queen's court are set against one another, the left and right hand of the queen are fighting amongst themselves. Whether it be the heir or the Lord of Winterfell, Princess Alyandra cannot afford to remain out of the conversation, Ynys explained. And yet I am on rather unstable ground, Alyandra explained. Dorne provided little to the war, and part of it is still in active rebellion. Ynys glanced about, her eyes lingering on too few friends. Albin Blackmont and Garibald Manwoody. They had chosen not to accept the choice given by the throne. They had remained loyal to men who had considered them sacrifices. The queen had executed them for it. Huger, now Lord Dane of High Hermitage, was absent as well. His mother languished in the black cells. The woman had little loyalty to him, but Huger was large and kind and his choice would eat at him. My father will not stand down, not when he knows his successor is waiting for him, Clarys said sadly. She had given her oath to Alyandra as Lady Fowler and Alyandra had accepted it, dazed. His choices are the wall or the block, and he will be keen to avoid either. Which I understand, and do not blame you for Clarys, Alyandra said kindly. But it does rather limit my influence in the court. Alyria did not miss the way the girl's hands curled in her dress before she seemed to recall that Little Dorne knew not of her transgressions and took a deep breath, straightening from the slump she had fallen into. No, it is better if Dorn avoids the court games for now. We must focus on securing ourselves. YNYS, have you maintained a friendship with Princess Jocelyn? She asked. Alyria could approve of that. A plan, not moping and making it all that easier to be dismissed and punished. I visited her when she was injured. Her sister stood guard over her for the most part. I like her and I think she's fond enough of me, YNYS said. You'd be better off asking Clarice. The two start talking about swords and I get a little lost. I don't know my bravos water dancing from my Myrish short sword. Lady Fowler blushed a deep red. Well, that's just as well. I have sent word to Alyssa, she has been busy, but I do not believe she is opposed to me, Alyandra murmured. Alyssa is a laugh, Miles Lady Bright told them from where he had draped himself across the floor. He was a beautiful man and quick with the blade. A perfect consort, were it not for Alyandra's appreciative eyes and clear interest in him. She'll come around. Shame about the prince though, he once drew me knocking an arrogant Reacher squire into the dirt. I still have it somewhere, do you think I should return it to the queen? Their gazes swung back to Alyandra. Alyria would warrant at least 2 or 3 more of their number would have art drawn by Prince Iman. His interest in them had been purely born of his future rule of them, but he'd been clever enough and respectful, and with Alyssa standing guard over him, none of their number had dared turn him away. Still, as sidetracked as they had gotten, it did give her an idea. She could prove her worth to Lord Lynmouth. If Lord Lynmouth were on her side, he would counsel the queen to curb her punishment of Alyandra. Perhaps you could ask Alyssa when you see her, she suggested. So the queen is not blindsided and reminded of her grief anew at an inopportune time. A sensible suggestion, Alyandra agreed. And as for court games, Dorn need not play them. Who we support as heir should be clear, by our own laws it should be Princess Jocelyn. Alyandra bit her lip. It is enough to signal some involvement and that we have not declared a retreat, but deniable enough that we need not fear entanglement with the worst of the factionalism. Sneaky, YNYS said dryly. And for the best, Alyria urged. It would get back to Lord Lynmouth. He would know she was behind it. He would see her worth, see that Alyandra could be steered, that her replacement would not. He would have to side with them then. I miss like this, Alyandra murmured, a hand twisting into her hair. The coronation will be soon, the queen will begin to exert herself on the court once again. We are on unfavorable ground already, if we choose wrongly we risk too much. Like the queen will, snorted Ulwick. She's been in mourning for months now. A fancy party and a crown she's already got won't fix it. I say do as Alyria suggests. Quit being an ass Ulwick, you'd lose it too if you lost half your family in the space of a few moons, snapped Vorian, usually so quiet. But I do agree. The North faces strife now because it refused to integrate when it could. We need to start now and generate a little influence. If we have no friends or allies here, what will we do when those who hate us start crowing their rhetoric once more? Alyandra paused, her eyes swinging to meet Alyria's. Fear. A familiar feeling. Interfering in the queen's business, with the queen's judgment still hanging over you. She could not allow Alyandra any other course, so she smiled and took the girl's hand. Be bold, she told her. Steer us out of stormy waters and back into the sun, my princess. Alyandra's eyes softened and it was all she could do to keep her answering smile restrained, and not display her glee at victory to all who watched them. Chapter 386, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 294. Chapter Text. How? It is the overwhelming question that has plagued my mind in these past few months. It lacks specificity, a single, overwhelming question that asks and provides no room for answers. No room to breathe, to even begin breaking it apart, dismantling it so that its weight does not bear so heavily upon me. How? The September is silent, as always. It gives no answers. No divine intervention from the father, no comfort from the mother. Just a cold and numb emptiness. It is times like this I prefer the pain of it all, when how, becomes so overwhelming it drives out all else and leaves only bright pain that burns every part of me. The numbness feels as if it is a betrayal. Logically, it is a coping mechanism, I know that. I would know that even if I were not sent here, even if I had not lived a life before this. Pain unceasing would drive you to madness. Madness would serve no one, least of all me, and so my mind and body strove to protect themselves, to deny the havoc, the stress that the pain would wreak upon me. They conspired to shut it all off and close it down until the damage would not be so great. The pain, at least, was honest. It took over everything, left me unable to breathe, to think, even, except to remember all I had lost and all that would not be. The numbness was deceitful. It tricked me into thinking I could function, and yet when I tried it would abandon me and leave me floundering. How? Your Grace. It's a soft and tentative voice. Gentle, compassionate. Septon Patrick, I croaked back. My apologies for disturbing your September once again. It would be wrong to say I had given him the September in the Red Keep. In truth, after the city had burned, he had moved in here to give comfort and to command his small legion of holy healers and do-gooders. The great September had burned, little more than a husk of its former self. Another thing I must attend to when the time came. Another thing on a truly long list. How? Your Grace is quite welcome here, day or night. Would you care to speak of it? What was there to speak of? My rage? My grief? My bitter despair? My pain? Words would cheapen it, lessen it, words could not even start to touch upon the depth of it. As always, Septon, I am content to pray in silence, I told him. Forgive me, Your Grace, but I do not believe that you are praying. Numbness snapped to anger and I drew a deep and shaking breath, reaching for a response that would not come. Words proved another fair weather ally. And so I rose to my feet, cursing my body. My stomach ached, my knees ached, my skin and bones ached, accursed poison, accursed infection, damn the gods themselves for it. I will depart, Septon, I settled for saying, and cursing the wobble in my tone that I had trained myself out of long ago. Bad habits were an easier thing to rage at. Much easier. I beg of you to stay, Your Grace, and at least listen to my words, he said quickly. Finally, I looked at him. He sported a full head of silver hair now, much older than the man I had seen preaching heresy all those years ago. Not much calmer, though, his eyes were still like steel, boring into me. Leaving would mean a return to the world. A world I had come to resent. How? Speak then. Your Grace, I have not lost a child. Nor so many of my family so quickly. I have never experienced the betrayal you have. I cannot pretend to understand the depth of your grief, nor the anger you must feel. And yet his words already minimized it. Yet it is not a battle I must understand to aid in, Your Grace. I drew another breath, suddenly aware I had not taken one in a while. I counted my breaths as he spoke again. If I collapsed here because I had simply forgotten to breathe, they would not let me out of my bedchamber again. I do not ask you to speak of your son, I ask you to call together your advisors, your men are leaderless of course. Jane or Joffrey? I asked. He stopped and then sighed. Neither, Your Grace. Lady Felena Wainwood. Foul? Of course. She had been running herself ragged between Stefan and myself, and so I had dismissed her. She would not favor one or the other, but, she would not ignore practicality. How lucky I am to have a lady who cares for me so greatly that she would set a Septon upon me to remind me of my duty. The words were bitter and I truly did not care. How? 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 My eyes found the statue of the father. Was it you? Did you put me here? Did you force me again and again to see this world as real? Did you grant me children, father, only to watch them die? Could you not have left me at least a body? Are you even real? The numbness in my breast shifted, the first few warning signs of the pain to come. So my body had decided to allow me honest pain, at least. A hand, like an iron vice and exceedingly unpleasant even through the thick fabric I wore, steered me to a seat and took it as the first tears fell. My boy. My beautiful boy. He would have been a good king. The best king. A second golden age. I wasn't even sure why I said it aloud. Except, perhaps, that it needed to be said. His death is more than a loss, Patrek said slowly. It is an absence. One that will be felt in generations to come. Yes. Yes. Art, culture, all of it. He could have kept the peace, he could have forged something of these warring kingdoms that only pretended a veneer of peace. Yet he lived, did he not? He made an impact on those who loved him. You can forge his legacy for him. As can your children. And their children in turn. Through the pain and tears, I managed a choking sob. Even here, even now, politics. It brought me back to the one question I drowned in any time my mind chose to ask it for me. How? Shattered kingdoms, a shattered family, winter approaching, the dead and the dying, the betrayed and betrayers, holdouts and hatred, politics already raging, how? A quick war, yes, but it had not been clean. Old divisions had only deepened and new cracks had begun to show. Celebrate your son's life, Your Grace, gather those that knew him and drink to all he accomplished in so short a time. And celebrate his life by taking up the mantle of queen and ruling. As if such a thing were so simple. As if I could take my son's life and be, what? Grateful for what little of it I had? He'd felt responsible. He'd felt the duty I had weighed upon him. It had driven him to his death. And now they wished for me too. It was like daylight through the clouds. A true moment of realization. A decision I had hesitated to make, twisting this way and that, worried that I would make the wrong choice for the wrong decisions. Yet all that was needed was a choice. A choice. How? How? I just need to make a choice. The first choice. And then the choice after and after that. Viserys was a child. I had seen what the weight of being heir had done to a child. I would not burden another babe with that. Jocelyn was older. Stronger. She had those who would stand beside her and bear the weight with her. Rolf, myself, her sisters and her friends. She had known Iman in a way Viserys would never. She would know. I would not raise another son weighed down with the world upon his shoulders. What next? What other choices would I need to attend to? Alyandra? No. No, that was. Not now. Later. My coronation. Safe, but for the war my small council had likely twisted it into. Another problem. Your Grace, asked Patrick. I glanced up again. He was blurry, but I did not weep any more. Thank you, Septon, you have aided me more than you could know. Not with his words, but with that first choice. It was like a muscle, it ached from misuse but it was there again. No longer frozen from pain or numbness. It was there and it was working. Like something of myself coming home. I knew the pain would come again. I knew that in my bones. It was not gone, it would lurk. It would take me again and again. I do not ever think there will be a last time, save for my death. But a choice. Any choice. I would make it for Jocelyn, and Viserys, and for Iman. Then I would make it for all those who fought for me, and all those who fought against me. Septon Patrick hovered close as I stood. I would need something to deaden the pain before I moved on. No, a bath first. I was quite aware my hygiene was hardly up to standard. A meal definitely, numbness had killed my appetite. Then something to deaden the pain, but not enough to dull the mind. Not when it was finally beginning to work after months of being paralyzed at the weight of all that had happened. No. No. Do not fall into that pitfall. It wanted to take me again, paralyze me once more. I had made a choice. One choice. It would trick me and tell me that it was enough, that I could rest again and that numbness, that false friend, would drag me under again. I had only maids left to me, I had sent my ladies away. Sira had her nephews, Sab had Sira, Felena had Stefan, Marya had her new child, the one she had named for me. Some good I had done that child, freezing the moment the weight of the world was upon me. What a good example I had set for the name. For a moment, I pictured little Rhaenyra Manderley. Her mother was dead now. She had been someone important in canon but I could not remember. I did not wish to go digging through the notebooks, full of spidery writing from a girl who still thought all of this a story. You, see if any of my ladies are available to resume their duties. It was a harsher command than I truly meant, but the girl gave me no time to soften my tone for she scrambled off. The rest swung gazes toward me, respectful but apprehensive. Send to the kitchens for broth and bread, and someone draw me a warm bath. Your Grace, they murmured. Prepare a new outfit as well. When you are done, send word to Lord Lynmouth and Lady Arryn to assemble my small council. I did not want to see them, but if I stopped now? If I let the momentum die? I would not start again. I would not waste this one chance at dragging myself from the pit of grief, of proving I was not the weak-hearted woman they said I was. No. Best get it out of the way. The broth arrived quickly and I ate it without tasting it, startled suddenly at how hungry I was. It was enough to take the edge off of the trepidation I felt. Trepidation that only built as I bathed as quickly as I dared. Trepidation that spiked into anxiety when I found Sira Strong waiting for me, a pained smile on her face. She dressed me in silence. Another thick morning dress, all black. I did not want to go. The certainty churned in my stomach. I do not want to do this. I do not want to. I want to go to bed. I want to be alone. I want my son back. I want my family back. Your Grace, the small council has assembled. Not even a queen can have what she wants all the time. Chapter 387, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 295. Chapter text. It was almost mechanical, my body taking me somewhere it knew by heart. I could honestly say I barely remembered the walk to these oh-so-familiar chambers. My small council had assembled as instructed, which boded well. Their raised voices fell silent as the doors opened, and rather woodenly and less than gracefully I clunked my way to the head of the table to stare at them all. My unofficial hand of the Queen and official Master of Laws, Lady Jane Arryn. My cousin. My most ardent supporter. Her son was due to marry my daughter, and she had gone from an almost obscurity within my court, where her name was mentioned with only a sneer and a knowing look, to an almost celebrity. She was the one who had carried the day when Damon had come. She who now championed my son's cause. Even her seat at the table spoke volumes. She had not quite taken Corley's place, but she was close. Joffrey sat to what would be my left. Lord Lynmouth now. His brother was dead. His father was dead. He had a nephew from his sister, but the boy was barely a toddler and was due to inherit his father's lands after Renly Balling had perished in a doomed charge. I had not given him his desired role, there had been too much there for it. His apology still rang in my ears, that he had considered Larry's offer. If he had taken it, would Iman still be alive? Regardless, what I had said to Jane all those years ago still rang true now. He was a better organizer than he was at playing spy master, and so I had given him a new role, one that suited his talents far better. My new Lord Secretary. And both loathed one another. If Corlys were unable to resume his duties as hand, well, it would cause an issue. Jane would expect the position, and Joffrey would rail against such an appointment. They hated one another. Were it not my heir or Cregan, it would be another matter. On the far side of the table, Grand Maester Edmund cleared his throat as if he intended to speak, but whatever he had been about to say died as my eyes met his. The seven knew what he saw there. He had kept his head down during the war, served ably after Daemon had torched the city, he had even seen fit to ally with Gerardis with no complaint. He would stay, for now. I had no desire to add a war with the maesters to my plate. Of the others, they watched me but avoided my eyes. Brindamir of Tarth studied his hands. My master of ships he would remain, although I would be willing to bet money he would soon request a leave of absence to attend to his ravaged lands before long. My master of whisperers was Lord Gerald Redford still, for lack of a better candidate. I could think of none who was familiar enough to take the reins of what Maris and Joffrey had left behind. It still hurt to think her name. Lyman was last. His eyes tilted away from my face, pain etched into his features. He was old now. Paper-thin skin and watering eyes. The war, it felt like years since my father had died. A year. Just over that. A year and 4 months. I would need a replacement master of coin soon, I suspected. He deserved his home and his children and their children. My small council, all at war. Lord Commander. Behind me, I heard Laurent straighten. Please take your seat at the table. Nobody spoke as he moved past me, the noise of his armor, normally muted and ignored, sounded abnormally loud as he drew out a free chair next to the Grand Maester and sat. Once that was done, I drew out my own chair and lowered myself carefully into it. I didn't bother hiding the grimace I must have made as pain spasmed through my stomach into my hips and thighs. Thank you for assembling so quickly, I rasped after a moment. Jane and Joffrey each peered at one another, as if evaluating whether one had gotten to me. That would have annoyed me, should have annoyed me. But numbness already clawed at me, whispering sweetly that it would be so easy to pass this off as a power play. To fill the air with words that meant nothing and climb back into bed. To avoid all that would follow. Traitorous heart of mine. I had to do this. For all my children. The longer I waited, the longer the cord had to pull them apart. There are important matters to discuss. Arrangements to be made. I have languished abed far too long, I think we can agree on that. They managed smiles and murmurs of agreement at that. It ranged from strained to indulgent and then to genuinely pleased. Lord Lyman, I would start with an overview of the kingdom's finances. At those words, Lyman's pleased smile faded. The 7 kingdoms have suffered greatly, Your Grace. Although the war was short, it was bloody indeed. Lord Stark has laid waste to much of the Riverlands, Ironborn struck the Westerlands and the Southern Reach harshly and the Stormlands. If Lady Lena's reports are even half-truth, he broke off, his tone sorrowful. We have a healthy treasury now, Your Grace, but we will need to spend greatly in the coming year to offset the damage. House Arryn can provide loans, Jane cut in. Your gold is half the reason we have so much silver. I have not forgotten that, and neither has the Vale. Lyman hummed in a manner that made me wonder if he had not already been aware of that. He had to know of Jane's ambition. Forgive me, but I believe there is also the matter of Lannister gold, Grand Maester Edmund put in. Princess Jocelyn negotiated their surrender quite masterfully. Gold and land may still be leveraged as punishment so long as control over the Westerlands is not taken from them. Might that patch some holes in the ledgers? Indeed, and although I recommend we seize a princely sum indeed as recompense, we cannot rely on that alone, Lyman replied. Then get me a sum, Lord Lyman, and I will have it from House Lannister. I told him. Another portion of the deafening how that had drowned out all senses. Money. That was a start. Land. Another start. Another idea. Not for now, for later. I will, Your Grace, he murmured with a bow of his head. However, I did not call this meeting to discuss the punishment to be levied on those that rebelled, I forged on. I could pretend I had, the numbness whispered. I could still make this about my coronation. I would ask, Your Grace, that you make a ruling on Cregan Stark sooner rather than later, Brindamir cut in. He had the grace to flush a little. I am master of ships, it isn't exactly my place, but there's not a man, woman, or child in King's Landing that doesn't have an opinion currently. Cregan Stark. My will had already been weak. Now it flagged entirely. Cregan Bloody Stark. I had fought for his support, convinced the architect of the Hour of the Wolf would be key to my victory. In many ways he had been. His winter wolves had kept the Lannister and Tully hosts off guard, he had kept Durin chasing him, rather than burning the Riverlands to nothingness. Without him, they might have pushed on and faced Mutin in the field. My daughter might have had to fight. And yet... I agree with the Lord of Tartha's assessment, Jane said crisply. Aegon's family have surrendered to us. Prince Aemond, Princess Visera, and Princess Helena, we aim to make peace with them in order to obtain their support for your Grace's claim. It would put to bed any further rebelliousness. Especially important, given your Grace's niece is missing. Princess Viella is missing, yes, along with a member of Aegon's Kingsguard and a lady-in-waiting. Not with her dragon, most importantly. We cannot allow a minor threat to push into alienating a loyal lord, Joffrey argued. And what is loyal about slaughtering men at a truce? Asked Gerald, deceptively mildly. Why? Enough. The word fell from my lips, some part of me forestalling an argument, while the rest of me languished in that grey mire in my mind, wanting nothing more than to stay there. Gods, I was tired. Too tired for this. Too tired to decide about semantics versus the spirit of a law. Too tired to decide whether my siblings meant more than Cregan's support. I will deal with Cregan another day. Today I wish to discuss my coronation. At those words, I received a mix of relief and annoyance. Relief, perhaps, that I did not intend to trigger the debates that would accompany deciding Cregan's fate, and annoyance that I had not touched upon any of the serious matters that threatened the realm. I could leave at this. I could leave them all to bicker and fight. I had still left myself an out, an escape. The voice in my head was more seductive than anything, I supposed. My eyes burned and my head was heavy. Just a little sleep, just a little nap, and then I could deal with their tantrums. I will be crowned before the year's end, before winter blocks the roads entirely, I decreed. That gave them nearly 2 months to sort things out. It will be done in the dragon pit. I will wear my father's crown. My heir will wear the circlet I once gave to my son, in addition to being granted Dragonstone. There. I had rebelled against that voice. I had said the words. I flung that knowledge into void, hoping and praying for a spark of defiance to ignite my blood as it would have done before this war. Instead, I simply felt nothing. The first creaking moments of pain in my heart as my mind tormented me with visions of Aemon, proud and preening as I gave him my gloomy little island. Tears pricked my eyes, and when I opened them again, I discovered half the room glaring at the other half. Give me something, a spark of anger, something. Your Grace has made a decision, asked Laurent after a silent moment. His words seemed to remind my small council their queen was present, and gazes swung back to me. I confirmed. Despite the best attempts of some to make it for me. It will be Jocelyn. There should have been venom in those words, some true conviction. Instead, I just sounded dull. Resigned. Your Grace, I must protest, Jane cut in. I do not deny Princess Jocelyn is capable, brave, and true, but your lords will not like it. Prince Aemon was a concession that female inheritance would not be the norm. We must. We, asked Joffrey, smugly. Her Grace's lords fought for her right to the throne. The right for a monarch to choose their heir. Unless, of course, you speak of your own lords? Or yourself? How dare you question the honor of the Vale? Gerald cut in, tone angry and face flushing red. Nobody is impugning any honor here, Brindamere grumbled. Princess Jocelyn is a fine choice. House Tarth will stand behind her. As will House Beesbury, Lyman assured me. A fine choice, yes, Grand Maester Edmund stated. But a choice with issues. Does this represent a slide to a more Dornish inheritance law? After 2 women ascending to the throne ahead of their younger brothers, how can we deny the next? If Princess Jocelyn should have a girl, say. I agree with the Grand Maester, said Jane, sounding as if she'd been asked to chew on rocks. Plus there's the matter of her betrothal, Edmund continued, evidently emboldened by Jane's agreement. He is to be the Lord of Castamere. And Prince Laenor is to be the Lord of Driftmark, cut in my Master of Ships. What of it? The girl clearly adores him and he worships her in turn. Do you mean to imply he will not be able to rule? Half of us here have lordships we left to brothers and sons, Edmund. House Velaryon already had dragons, the Grand Maester argues. Will the throne defend Casterly Rock when dragon-riding reigns wonder why they must abide by its commands? Are you asking our queen if she would cast aside her obligations? Snapped Joffrey. Kerr. I would ask whether you imply my kinsman an oath-breaker, asked Laurent with a certain amount of venom I envied right now. Now who is making accusations? Gerald shot right back. Get angry, I willed myself. Yet it did not come. It would not come. Fuck this. I had given them my decision. I have made my choice, you may bicker and argue, but I will not change my mind. Arrange my coronation I stopped, something breaking through the fog. I will speak to my siblings. They will be there. They will stand beside me as I am crowned. Renus will crown me. That was good, I thought to myself idly as I stood, bracing myself against the table for leverage and knowing I grimaced once more when the pain came. It was poetic. The queen who never was crowning the queen who would be. I had done what I needed. I would go to gardens. I would sit in the sun. I would resist the siren call of my bed until evening. It was time to become strict with myself. And I would call all of my ladies back. And I would spend some time with my children. Yes. Jocelyn had yet to return, but I would explain my choice to the others. A sweet compromise. Chapter 388, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 296. I awoke from a dream of my children burning once again in the small hours of the morning. Darkness lay thick over the room, the fire having burnt down to barely glowing embers. The noticeable chill that announced how close we were to winter was present in the air. It was not truly cold yet, but the weather was beginning to turn. I had yet to even consult my council on the readiness for winter after the war. Did we have enough grain? Or would I need to confront the Bravaci, still offended and waspish all these years after the conquest of Dorne? The Bravaci, they had supported that man, that bastard, but not in any way I could turn my ire upon them for. Their hostility would be a blight upon the land until their current sea lord hopped off the perch. He was an older man, but had been hale and healthy last I had inquired about his well-being. How was their war with Pentos going? It had scarcely gone beyond skirmishes and insults before my own troubles had eclipsed my interest in it. Yet, as my mind mired once more in the seemingly insurmountable task before me, I had more pressing issues than Bravu's barely concealed desire to see me fall. I could not allow myself to be caught in it once again, and so I forced my mind on to other matters. The how that had tormented me for so long had been shattered into its constituent parts. It was up to me to pick up the shards and deal with the mess. Preferably before someone else hurt themselves. So what was most important? It was somewhat hard to follow my thoughts through, mind as foggy with exhaustion as it was. Cregan. If I solved that issue, it would strike a blow against Jane and Joffrey's foolishness. Their factionalism was an issue in itself, but it was a low priority as long as they did not seek to undermine me. I had heard no whispers from Jane's lot about my choice of heir. No, looping back to Cregan, I suspect that was what they were truly waiting for. I had seen the testimonies, well, part of them. I had seen Jane's recommendations. I had seen Joffrey's as well, and heard Jane bitterly complain she was master of laws and Joffrey my event planner. Which was true, but I had given him that role for a reason, which Jane knew, because she would not loathe him so much if she did not know his true nature. I rolled over, briefly fighting the tangle of sheets, and stood, wincing as the cold air attempted to persuade me otherwise. Even for one who had just awoken, I must look a state. I could feel cooling sweat against my skin, could feel the tug of hair as it tangled and caught. I was in disarray. I should wait for my maids, or ring the bell to wake them. Yet I did not have the heart. Let them sleep. My robe was a welcome addition, and it took little effort to stoke the fire. An odd thing, I hadn't had to do this for myself in a long time. Yet once it was crackling merrily away once more, it was easily harvested for the candles dotted about my room. Light did not necessarily help matters. Even with a fire burning and candles flickering, a room never seemed truly lit. The corners still clung to their gloom, and in these early hours, and just possibly with the grim turn my mind had taken, it seemed almost sinister. Well, it was light enough to read by. My body ached as I made my way on unsteady feet to the small desk that sat in my room. Important documents, ones that should be in my solar perhaps, but I had yet to think of it as truly mine. Perhaps it was time to move there, though, given how hard the fight against the seductive call of my bed was throughout the day. A bitter chuckle escaped my throat, although there was no one there to hear it. That I should find myself so restless now, loathing that bed so greatly, and yet during the day, before the eyes of the realm, I should crave it so much. I placed a candle upon the desk itself and took my seat. A pang of pain from my stomach, both Edmund and Girardi's had agreed that was quite normal. Trauma to the muscle and flesh followed by infection and then atrophy from the months spent abed, recovering. Exercise and normal function would see the pain lessen, but for now it would be my constant companion. It took me little time to find the papers with the neat writing of Jane's favored scribe. Interviews, Cregan's, and others. Roderick Dustin and his son, Dennis Wainwood, Benedict Templeton. I flicked through them. Some names I recognized, others I did not. I began with Cregan. The moment I did I could almost hear his blunt tone. Jane had done little to edit his words, everything I knew to be true about him bleeding through. He spoke as if he resented having to give his testimony. He spoke of need, of tactics. It was a testimony entirely stripped bare of sentiment, focused entirely on how each tactic had led to swift victory with minimal losses. On his side, I thought to myself. Jason's army had scattered, and with Durin dead they had been easy hunting for River Lords and Mutin's army. Admittedly, a large portion had returned to Harrenhal, necessitating Laenor's intervention after allies had been called home. Yet that had not stopped, well, those who had not reached Harrenhal had not had a pleasant time. There were some Westerland lords still missing, probably dead with their corpses picked clean. I placed it aside. Next, Elmo Tully. His was more a complaint than a testimony. Cregan had held his forces at the Twins until House Blackwood's army arrived. Then he'd left them there, marched down the coast and out of Frey territory, and proceeded to put about a fifth of the Riverlands to the torch, with garrisons unable to chase him down for fear of Blackwood and Frey men putting them to siege. Cregan had mostly stuck to raiding villages and small towns, targets to be hit quickly, their populations not slaughtered, but driven east to strain the resources of Grover Tully and Jason Lannister, as well as provide a screen for his own men's infiltration. Between the Lannister soldiers panicking and fleeing in all directions and Cregan's slash-and-burn tactics, the Riverlands had physical damage to about a third of its land. To say nothing of the stores and wealth Cregan had carried off, or the displaced small folk that would need care through the winter. And Elmo had been loyal, I did not doubt that. Useless too, which was unfortunately not a crime. That he had saved Laenor a fight with Grover Tully was about the best I could say of his efforts, and I had my suspicions on that as well. Dennis Wainwood's words barely hid his anger. He had believed Cregan would lure Jason out of position and carry out a daring raid to capture the leaders of the Lannister army. The words of his falcons said much the same, only some had been startlingly less professional about it. Jane had redacted some of it, but I could guess based on context clues that it was not glowing praise. So for all Cregan believed his actions just, he did not believe they would be seen that way, and feared an attempt to stop him. Dennis Wainwood was a warrior before all else. He had cut his teeth as a boy fighting the mountain clans for revenge for his sister, and he had only gone from strength to terrifying strength. He understood honor but considered dishonor a burden he could bear alone if the situation necessitated it. Yet even this had been a step too far. Well, judging by his words, more than a step. Cregan's lords spoke much like him, a name I recognized among them, Hojan Fen. He had guided us through the neck and then on to Winterfell. He had been up to his eyeballs in it, and his testimony had a hint of pride about it that set my teeth on edge. How he spoke about Durin's final days, how he abused Visera's trust, how he lamented she had gotten away from him due to the guard Durin had set on her and then the dragon Tessarion. I placed it aside with a trembling hand. A picture had formed. Cregan had stuck to the letter of a social norm, an unwritten rule, rather than the spirit. It was not quite the blatant smashing of cultural norms the Red Wedding had been, he had left himself a deniable defense, but it was clear he had all but broken the terms of a truce. It spoke volumes about Jason Lannister that he had been foolish enough to fall for such a trap. I did not think Tyland, that miserable creature, would have done the same. Yet that had always been his issue, pride. He believed he had won and wished to heap upon me one more humiliation, by bribing a loyal lord to turn upon me. Lose a loyal lord? Emond. Jane had not been wrong when she had stated that we aimed to make peace with him. I had not seen him, he had not seen me. He was the only one of my siblings in the city right now. Visera was set to return soon, alongside Jocelyn and Laenor. Helena was with Laena, attending to the dying Viagar. Yet Emond was here. He had loved Durin, the boy who had been his squire. Who had gone from a mewling mother's boy to a young man who had genuinely cared for the small folk my own side had been driving from their homes. Even Hojan Fen's testimony had made that clear. Durin had cared, and that had been why he had died. Emond would want Cregan dead for that alone. I could offer it. Court was divided, and many would respect a definitive answer even if they did not agree. I could go to Emond and offer him the head of Cregan Stark in return for a crown on my own head. And I would lose the north. What did that matter? I asked, bringing my hands up to my face as if I could scrub away my doubts. Closing my eyes was a dangerous game, but I did so. The North would isolate itself if it could, it was not especially present in any capacity until Robert's rebellion. I pictured little Rhaenyra Manderly again. They'd curse her name if I took Cregan's head. It wouldn't even solve the issue at hand. Cregan had an heir in Rickon Stark by his wife, Ara Norei. Although he would not ride north with Ali in this world to produce a bevy of daughters, for she still lived. If I cut off his head it would be 2 generations at a minimum that they would be sundered from the Iron Throne. I opened my eyes, grimacing at how hard the action seemed. He had fought for me. He had not technically broken any law. Yet he had offended the morals of a good amount of Westeros, and he had known he was doing it. He had killed my brother and tried to kill my sister. If he received no punishment, Dennis Wainwood would challenge him to a duel, and I did not think Dennis would win, given the Dragon Knight's words. If he received no punishment, Emond would be sundered from me, likely Visera too. So I couldn't not punish him. I just simply could not execute him. Another punishment then. The wall? We had spoken, once, of overhauling it to better future-proof it against peace. Would Emond accept that? Would the realm? And if they did, what to do with Ara Norei and Rickon Stark? Your Grace. and I nearly leapt from my skin, hissing as pain made itself known after what was possibly hours of a dull ache. My apologies, Your Grace, I did not mean to startle you. I turned in my chair, slowly so as to avoid a fresh wave, and found a maid on the verge of groveling. Mary, I thought her name was. Young, barely 17 and looking on the verge of tears. There is no issue. I awoke and did not see fit to make that anyone else's problem. At that, she looked less like she was about to cry and more unsure, as if she wasn't sure what to do now her job was done for her. How I missed the staff at my manse. Fetch me breakfast, if you would. And tea, Your Grace, she asked. Yes, Mary, and tea if you would. She nodded quickly and ran for the door. Gods, I was tired. Yet Mary's arrival meant my day would start, and by my own oath, I could not collapse into that bed until long after dinner tonight. It felt a very long time away right now. An insurmountable amount of time. Thinking about it made me feel as if someone were raking their fingernails down the inside of my ribs, and so I made every effort to distract myself, rising slowly from my chair and ambling to the window, cursing my creaky joints. Some fumbling saw my shutters swing open and the sea stretched out before me. Even with the sun barely peeping above the horizon, there were already ships and boats in the bay. Already, drifting from below, I could hear the sounds of the keep waking up. Soon they would be eclipsed by the repairs to the keep, now especially a priority with my impending coronation. It stank still. I had lived in King's Landing for years, truly, the stink had become almost background noise. Once I had grand plans to solve it, now I would settle for the whole thing not burning down within my time. Besides, portions of it would probably have to be rebuilt entirely to get rid of the problems suffered by its citizens. The door opened as I tried to picture rebuilding King's Landing. Who would I even trust such a task to? Maids arrived, not Mary, laid out my breakfast, the stench of bacon and more making my stomach turn. I might have turned to scold them, I had told them enough time I simply wished for porridge this early, yet the words died in my mouth when I saw who accompanied them. What are you doing up? I asked Alice gently. She gave me the smile of someone who had slept as well as I had. Couldn't sleep, she told me, and then immediately yawned as if to prove the fact. Then the maid came and told my maid you were up, so I came to take breakfast with you, if you don't mind. You are always welcome to do so. I glanced at the spread and swallowed the sudden taste of bile. She smiled and slid into a chair. I dropped with considerably less grace into the one opposite her and studied her face. A slight frown worried her brow. I am sorry I have not been able to spend much time with you as of late, I told her, reaching for the teapot. You're busy. Even I'm busy. Do you have any news of Joe? She asked, before cutting into a fried egg and forcing me to look away as yellow yolk spilled over. She should return with your father and aunt within the week, I told her. She hummed thoughtfully and it felt as if there were a gulf between us. The conversation felt awkward, stilted, and wrong. That's good, she said after swallowing. What are you doing about that? About what? I asked, tea halfway to my lips. She pulled a face at me and then when I did not speak, she rolled her eyes. About my aunts and Uncle Imond, she asked finally. Ah. Well. I need to speak with them first, I told her finally. They are my siblings, family, I am loath to do anything drastic. Like throwing Uncle Imond off a dragon, she asked slyly, and it was all I could do not to choke on the mouthful of tea I had just drunk. Damned child, she had waited to deliver that line at the perfect moment. No, I think we can avoid that, I rasped, wiping my mouth and giving her a glare. She gave me what I could only describe as an impish smile in response, and my heart hurt anew all over again. I intend to speak to him today. Oh good, she told me after a moment, leaning back in her chair. He's barely left his rooms, you know. They had been at odds since Vermithor. Yet she had matured and that almost seemed like concern. A far cry from the stubborn child taking gleeful delight in his loss of Vermithor and her own gain of it. I sipped my tea again and opened my mouth to tell her that, when the door opened once more and the morning post was delivered. Mostly updates as various lords closed in on the city, eager to witness my crowning. Jane's usual updates on repairs. A message from Girardis asking me to see him as soon as I was able to on an urgent matter, and House Blackwood seal, asked Alice. Aren't they only a few days away with the phrase? So I thought, I murmured. And yet here sat a letter, not sent by any raven, but likely delivered by a rider who had pushed ahead of the retinue. Alice passed me her knife after wiping the grease off of it as best she could and I cracked the seal, sliding the letter from it. That's Ali's hand, Alice told me. Why is Ali sending letters? I opened it, thinking the same thing, and found the answer within the first line of the letter. Well, I had to give it to her, she did not beat about the bush. Jane gave birth last week to a boy with silver hair and brown eyes. Fuck. Chapter 389, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 297. Chapter Text. Alice had begged me to allow her to come with me. I had demurred and set her to her own volunteer role. I did not. I did not know if she would be needed. I did not regret it, staring at Iman's door, flanked by my men. How long had it been since we had spoken alone? Casterly Rock? Each step closer seemed harder and harder. At my approach, one of his guards moved to the door, striking it thrice with his fist and then throwing it open. I heard no noise from inside, even as the knight announced my arrival, stepping aside for me as I finally reached the threshold. Inside, well, it felt familiar. Dark, gloomy, with the stale smell that spoke of an unwashed body. Iman was not abed, as I had been for so long, but sat on the floor before the fire. It was burning low, a servant should have fixed that, but I suspected that it was not a failure on their part. It was enough to put some steel into my spine. Iman. It was a rasp, a croak, and I cleared my throat. We must speak. There, that had been much clearer, stronger. Good. My words failed to stir him, though. Clutched in my hand, the paper felt like lead. Would reading the words out loud stir him? Should I begin with that news? It was somewhat sickening to realize I did not know if he would run off or wait and listen to what I had to say further. He had not hurt her. He was a good boy, he wouldn't have hurt her. Yet what if they had? What if her father had forced her? It was one thing to annul a fruitless marriage, quite another to untangle two souls with a babe between them. Silence stretched on, my thoughts racing around in the same circle. Knowing in my bones the character of my brother in one moment and in the next finding, nothing, no prediction for what he might do or say. He said nothing. I said nothing. I could not think of anything to say. My words failed me again. It had been something of a trend recently. I should have known what to say. It's important, I finally said, lamely. I'll not protest your crown, he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. You don't need to be here. Had that been why I had come here? Part of it. Yet I truly did not believe he would have. He would not oppose me, that was the crux of Joffrey's argument. Emond was defeated, Cregan need not be sacrificed on that altar. Yet. He was my brother. This absence of conflict was not peace, and when Emond emerged from his pain and numbness, all that now hid under the surface would bubble up. No, best do it now. Get it done with now. It might be a seductive thought to pass off these tasks for a future version of myself, yet I knew I would curse myself in the future, once the debts came due. It is needed, I finally settled for saying, certain in that much at least. If you say so, he muttered, pulling his legs up to his chin and resting his head on them. Well, what is it? I barely know where to start, I confessed, the words bubbling up almost unbidden, frustration tinting them in a manner I wanted to shrink away from. I let my eyes fall closed and forced myself to breathe. Peace. Not anger. Peace. Gods, I wanted this to all go away. When I opened my eyes again, Emond had twisted in place, his hand braced on the floor so that he could peer at me. He looked as well as I felt, his hair askew, his skin ashen and his eyes red-rimmed and sporting dark circles. Silence reigned once more as we regarded one another. Well, he finally said. Then opened his mouth, but no words came out, and instead he used his free hand to gesture, waving about. I caught his meaning. Well, I replied, lacking words just as much as he did. You are my brother. I recall you having a better grasp of words than this, he told me, bitterly. Where is your silver tongue, sister? In the bay, I snapped before I could stop myself, fresh pain welling up, and Emond flinched and returned his gaze to the embers. That was unworthy of me, he finally said. My apologies. I should have had something prepared, I admitted. I did not know what to do with that apology. I did not know where that anger had come from. This is a mess. Unworthy of me. Well, we can admit we are both unworthy and have done with it. Then he braced himself, rising to his feet. He swayed for a moment before steadying and turning to me. Well, just get it over with. Say your piece, I'll accept it. Will it be the Black Brothers? How had he? For you. I realized after a moment, and then felt supremely stupid. He grimaced. I would have thought my actions might have won me my life, whereas Aegon's and Durin's lost them theirs, he muttered, grief echoing over his features before he shook his head violently. I wanted to do the same, shake the wool gathering between my ears. If I could prevent either death I would, I told him and surprised myself by meaning it. What would I do, if I could go back to that moment in the throne room with Aegon and his knights before me once again? That tipping point. I believe that, Emond told me and it sounded genuine enough. You have ever been merciful in your own dealings. That sounded like an accusation. As if part of the sentence was missing. Cregan acted without my leave, I protested, and Emond flinched. Yet his actions will have no answer, Emond snapped, stepping forward. So slow I was that it did not even occur to me to flinch, even as he leaned forward, the rank smell of his body invading my senses. You will let him go on. You're wrong. The statement fought itself free, ragged and breathless, and it was as if I had struck him physically. He almost staggered as he stepped back, peering at me in genuine shock and surprise. Do you think I relished losing my brothers? Losing Durin in such dishonor? Aegon at least chose his death, but Durin, he cared. He was brave. He tried to do the right thing. He hadn't he? Just like Aemon had. I jumped as the rough pad of Aemon's thumb brushed over my cheek, smoothing away a tear. He seemed, there was an odd hope in his eyes, a frown furrowing his brow. He looked thoughtful. So there will be an answer, he asked quietly. What will you do? It is my intention to, I stopped. He tilted his head. I needed this to be right. He is a talented swordsman. I must get him to agree. If he demands a trial by combat, then I will face him, Aemon said firmly. He slew my brother. He will see reason, I insisted. He has a wife he loves and son he dotes upon, too much to lose should he risk a true trial. I care not what the method is, but should that bastard ask for a trial, swear to me you will call upon my blade. The way he said it, so firm with eyes blazing, but what if I swore it and he died and another child was left bereft of a father? I glanced down at the letter and he followed my gaze, frowning again. What is it? He asked, something of the Aemon I remembered in his tone. Some more dire news. No, not dire, I told him. Tell me, you married Jane. At my words his face contorted. So you had heard about that? I am sorry. Aegon blindsided me. The Brackens were insistent. Has she written then? Asked I, be cast aside. I had no clue of Jane's thoughts. That dutiful girl who had cringed and fretted over who her future husband may be. It made sense now, those words her father had said to her. Aemond, a prince of the realm and darling of the Riverlands, was most definitely suitable for her. This is a missive from House Blackwood. He frowned even more at that. Wanting my head? I confess I burned their hall at Grover Tully's command. I will take the blame for that. His tone was heavy. He had done what? That, complicated things. Damn it all. I had not actually known that. No, this concerns another matter entirely. Now he was truly frowning, an almost cautious look on his face. That is the extent of my involvement with the Blackwoods, I swear. I ensured their lord was well treated in his captivity, I made clear what would happen should anyone overstep, he protested. Damn it, I was making this worse. Aemond, did you married Jane, yes? There was a bedding ceremony. At that, the frustrated look fell away and his features went slack. 7 hells, I didn't force her to the bed. I am a knight. She was pregnant. What the hell was wrong with me? Silence followed that. Then slowly, Aemond reached back, his hand finding the back of a low couch. With great care, he lowered himself down. He was even paler now than he had been a moment ago. He asked carefully. She is not now. Surely, but... boy, I told him gently. With silver hair and dark eyes. She has named him Benedict. Benedict, he repeated. Benedict. Benedict. A respected Bracken name, I believe. There had been many Benedict Brackens in history. Mostly, they killed or were killed by Blackwoods. Besides the point. At least, well, I wouldn't call this control of the conversation, but it was no longer sliding toward disaster. A strong name, he murmured. Benedict. The letter doesn't go into much more detail than that, I told him. And you would not give your oath before I knew, he said slowly. Because. I have a son. It seemed deceitful, I offered, but he wasn't listening. He was staring into the distance, his eyes flicking back and forth as he processed the news. I have a son, he said, a single tear tracking down his cheek. And. He did not finish his sentence. I watched in silence as he brought his hands to his face, dashing away the tear. I watched Aegon when Helena was pregnant. I feel as if I let her down. She went through it in Riverrun alone. Now she is among Blackwoods. That girl, the one with the sharp tongue, she has kept her safe, he asked, looking a little lost. Ollie? It was she who wrote. I suspect she did not want me blindsided. I offered the letter, but he did not take it. Instead, he stood and strode to the window, ripping open the curtains. Harsh light streamed in, but it did not deter him. Instead, he stuck his head out of the window. Tell me now, he said when he finally retreated from the window. Tell me now what I must do. I can't help you with that. I'm no father. He waved his hand angrily. No. Do not mock me. Then he stopped and flushed, glancing away. I took up arms against you. Tell me what I must do to be there for my son. Oh. Gods, what the hell was wrong with me? My apologies. What was it I had wanted? Him to stand beside me as I was crowned and to not raise hell seemed about the extent of it. Swear an oath of loyalty before the realm at my coronation. The words sounded lame even to me. He tilted his head in disbelief. That's it, he asked. That is all? No punishment? What? Do you wish me to have you flogged? He flinched a moment later, not at my harsh tone but... Gods! He had probably wanted to be punished for it all. He had chosen to fight with Lena against Daemon, had he not, would Durin and Aegon have lived? You fought against Daemon, I murmured. For the good of the 7 kingdoms, you put aside the greens and the blacks. Swear your oath to me. I swear it, here and now and whenever you demand it, he told me, eyes shining. You will not see any opposition from me and should you need my aid, you will have it. I will be your knight should you need a blade in your service. Then he seemed to shake himself, an odd look falling over him. A son? Mother's mercy, a son. You may go to him if you wish, I told him, recalling my second-born and her errand. Aemond let out a strangled laugh. Are you so quick to let me loose? He asked in disbelief. You must hold the Blackwoods in low regard to subject them to Silverwing flying to meet them when last they saw her as an enemy. No, I said slowly. Alice has volunteered to escort you. Alice, he asked incredulously. I thought you said you only required my oath and no punishment. She's matured, I told him. At that, he looked away. Yes, I suppose we all have, he murmured. 7 hells, Rhaenyra. His gaze swung back toward me and he stopped. He needn't have bothered anyway, I knew what he was going to say. I did not wish to hear it. It was a given, anyway. His favorite had been Jocelyn, but he had liked Aemon. I understand. Come, I will escort you to the pit. My voice was ragged again with the effort of restraining my tears. Damn it all. Thank you, he said after a moment, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you. Chapter 390, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 298. What is punishment? How does one punish betrayal? How does one punish their own people, and the enemy they fought against? No matter what I did, there would be those who shouted that I had been too forgiving, and those that called me mager with teats anew. Yet if there was anything I was, it was Aenus with teats, I knew that now. An Aenus that had somehow survived his illness and woken up to discover his enemies dead and the 7 kingdoms looking at him once more. I wondered what he'd have done in that situation, awaking to find his kingdom split apart and his brother dead, a usurper and kinslayer. Would it change him? Or would he have stayed the same mewling weakling? I sat at the head of the table and my counselors watched back. They would have heard of Vermithor and Silverwing leaving the city by now. That I had called them together shortly after would be no surprise. I did not look at Joffrey. He disapproved, but in truth, I struggled to know just what punishment I could have leveraged against Aemond. His sole actions against me had taken place at the start of the war and, by his own admission, had culminated in the burning of Raventree Hall, something he had no material wealth to offer to fix himself. Lyman would probably weep when I told him, for the crown would almost certainly have to offer some sum toward its rebuilding, but it was a small price to pay for easing Aemond's stay in the Riverlands. But it could not be denied that after he had burnt the hall, he had been sent by Aegon to retrieve what green armies he could from the Stormlands and rejoin his brother in the Reach campaign. Aemond had disobeyed those orders, allied with Lena, and fought Daemon. His actions had sealed Aegon's fate. His oath would do. Yet it had allowed me to spend some time, a scant few hours in truth, truly examining who had done what and who would need to be punished. Even if my cowardly mind shied away from Aelyandra still, an idea of what punishment would look like was taking form. I could not be Aenus, seeking to bind together a fragmenting realm. To go easy on the great houses would be folly, a blow to Targaryen power that would only accelerate our decline. My decline. But in truth, I could not be Aenus because one day my anger would awaken once more. I could already feel it stirring, flashes of white-hot rage at my breast drowned all too quickly in a sea of grief, but it was still there, lurking beneath it all, waiting for the day I could breathe again. And then, if I played Aenus, I believed I might go insane. And I had too much to do yet, to allow that to happen. Spare the rod, spoil the child, a disgusting phrase in its original context, but it worked well for the way my thoughts veered now. Spare the punishment, and those who had fought against me would keep rising until my crown was kept afloat on a sea of blood, and then I would be mager with teats in truth. I still had too much to do, too much to decide on. The days seemed to trudge by, slowly and painfully, as I spent my hours yearning for their end. Yet they were going by. My coronation would be soon, and people would expect those decisions to be made by then. No matter how painful they be. As you may well know, I gave leave for Aemon to leave the city, escorted by allies, I began after the silence stretched on far too long. As my small counsel, I must inform you this is because he has a son, born to him by Lady Jane Bracken. The reaction was immediate and entirely predictable. Joffrey huffed, leaning back in his seat. Lyman smiled softly before a small frown furrowed his brow. Jane sat serene whilst the others glanced about. May I be the first to congratulate your grace on another nephew and member of House Targaryen, Grand Maester Edmund said warmly. A good omen for our new age of peace. I recalled Aemon's dull eyes. Indeed. In any such case, Aemond will give me his oath before the realm just as he has given it to me this day in private. I did not look at Joffrey. Make no mistake, he still grieves his brothers and is angry over Durin, but will put aside his feelings to embrace a future with his son. A future that may look a little different than what he imagined, if my half-blind groping at justice was to be accepted by my council. Or the realm at large. I have been gathering testimony from lords and ladies across the Seven Kingdoms, Jane declared. Prince Aemon's crimes are solely confined to the Riverlands, where House Blackwood made the claim he burned Raventree Hall. It is no claim, he confessed to it freely. The crown will give some coin to its rebuilding, but House Tully and House Bracken shall bear the true cost. Lord Lyman, is this acceptable? My master of coin did not answer straight away, flicking through the sheets of parchment before him. I believe we could spare 10,000 gold dragons, he told us. A princely sum, to be sure, but not enough to rebuild a lord's hall. Enough that we can be said to have contributed a fair share, though, Bryndamere said. We might also facilitate another heart tree for them. House Manderley may be best for that, Joffrey put in. Whilst a sapling would be easiest to transplant, weirwoods are slow to grow, it would not mature for decades yet, and a heart tree requires a mature tree. Take it from one who has tried, getting a mature weirwood to take in soil too dissimilar from what it grew in is an exercise in frustration, Jane told us drily. Make a note to contact House Manderley on behalf of House Blackwood. Tell them we will bow to their expertise, I commanded, well aware they could natter on about trees for an hour or two if I let them. Your Grace, they all murmured back with varying degrees of acceptance. You mentioned House Bracken and House Tully bearing the cost, Jane began after the last murmur had died away. Does this mean you have begun to consider what punishment is due to those who rebelled against your rule? Indeed, I replied, and her eyes lit up slightly. I have received much information from you in the form of testimonies and complaints. Tell me, is that all of it, or am I to expect more? There will always be more, Lyman cuts in, chuckling, before Jane can answer. Listen to an old man in this, anyone with a grievance worth hearing has already been writing furious letters to you for the past few moons. It is true, Jane told me, reluctance to admit so writ large in her tone. That was understandable. If I made decisions now, she would lose influence. And she was still eyeing Corley's place as hand. Not a place she would get, of that I was certain now, but I would not inform her of such until such a time came that it became obvious Corley's could not resume his duties. However more likely that seemed by the day. Well, the Riverlands seems as good as any to start then, Joffrey said, although I could tell he wished me to say no, that Cregan would be the better target. I did not indulge him. Elmo Tully remained loyal, his grandfather did not. He did not to aid us in the fight and now demands we punish Lord Cregan for his actions against hostile houses in the war. Houses that opposed your ascent to the throne. But he was loyal, he took Riverrun in the end and seized control of his grandfather's army. His lords bow to him now, Gerald Redford insisted. And it was imprisonment in truth, no mummer's farce, my men have been clear on that. Joffrey bristled and I knew why. They had been his men once, given up with bad grace. We have Grover Tully in chains. Drag him here and pronounce him guilty. Tell Elmo he may levy fines upon the worst of his grandfather's supporters to put right their destroyed lands, Bryndamere suggested. It saves the crown money, which I'm sure Beesbury appreciates. I do, chuckled the older man. That seems appropriate. Did it? No. A moment later, I realized I had said it aloud and my counselors were staring at me, a degree of shock on their faces. You must suspect it, I elaborated after drawing the silence out for long enough that Edmund had begun squirming. That Grover Tully planned for this. Joffrey suggested, folding his hands together in front of him with an air of smug superiority. That he intended to keep a foot in both camps from long before he came to our notice, and set his grandson up to fall into our camp. Lord Joffrey's theory is oft repeated amongst the Riverlanders who remained loyal, Gerald Redford said reluctantly and then grimaced when Jane glared at him. Not that I seek to cast aspersions on Lord Elmo's honour, but the timing of his taking of Riverrun was fortuitous, Bryndamere finished for him. And the old man folded with nary a protest upon learning of Jason Lannister's defeat. But still, Lord Elmo is lord of the Riverlands now, we cannot punish him for his grandfather's actions, the Grand Maester piped up. And if this were some conspiracy as suggested, his plot saw his own kin die. In Cregan's ambush, Jane pointed out dryly. Her tone said what she had not, it was another crime to lay at his feet. If he had sought to keep a foot in both camps, he would have kept Kermit and Oscar with their father. Did you not say that Cregan's ambush was savagery, unpredictable and a stain on the honor of the Queen and all those who fought for her? Joffrey asked, tone deliberately mild. How do you suppose Grover could have predicted that? Jane's face was briefly poisonous, but she did not answer. She could not. He did rather have her there. Someone fetch me a map, I decided. Laurent rose. He had remained stoically silent so far, his eyes on whomever spoke. I rather thought he did not give a shit for the Riverlands, but when it came to the Lannisters, we would see then. His kin were free and making their way here right now, along with Jocelyn and Rolf Rain. A map? Asked Jane. My counselors glanced at one another, confused and worried. The sea parted and rage, like magma, rolled through me and stole my breath. I held it, waiting for the grief to drown it once more, yet for one shining moment, there was a furious clarity. This had been my reality since I had turned my mind to the punishment of those who had opposed me. Those who still proudly owned their allegiance, like the Ironborn, and those who sought to avoid the consequences of their actions, like Grover Tully. Laurent returned, laying down the map before us. Objectively, it worked quite well for what I wanted, major settlements named and the different kingdoms inked with color. Some scribe, somewhere, had put a great deal of time and effort into it. I almost felt sorry for taking a hammer to it all, but the beast lurking in my breast would not be sated with fines and disfavor. Something real, something tangible had to be done. Something that I could look at later, when it surged into my veins and made my blood sing, that would satisfy it. And yet, as the grief returned, I could only feel apprehension. The crossroads before Nutton, I stated, placing my finger upon it. My counselors leaned in, laser-focused upon where I held my hand. Slowly, bisecting Harrenhal, I moved my finger to the town of Tumblers Falls. All of this will be seized from the Riverlands and come under direct control of the Crown. Almost as one, they sank back into their chairs. Jane and Joffrey were, thoughtful. Brindmere let out a whistle. That area has historically been, contested, the Grand Maester said, his tone careful and slow. Riverrun's claim, the Riverlands' claim, is barely over 100 years old. It will send a message to the old man and to anyone else who is seeking delay and lessen their due punishment, Gerald said thoughtfully. A masterful stroke, Your Grace. It wasn't, a fact we all knew. It would anger Elmo beyond all reason, and without any further change, nearly cripple the Riverlands' eastern trading. I would take Derry, Maidenpool, Tumblers Falls and more besides. Judging by the way Lyman was nodding to himself, I would judge it was healthy enough for my coffers. I have further changes, I told them. The true meat of it. The only thing I had known in my bones would happen before I set foot in this room. The Iron Islands. Still fortifying. From what Sigurd advises, they're expecting an attack by sea and have positioned themselves to turn their islands into fortresses. Without dragons, it'll be a hard slog to take them. Yes, those pirates who had so brazenly allied with Daemon. Who had raided and killed and burned and betrayed. Who, if allowed to keep even the tiniest shred of power, would continue to be a thorn in the side of any king or queen who allowed the crown to grow weak. What kingdom could thrive with a knife to its back? The Ironborn would reave, well, they would reave no more. Aegon had allowed them to live because he had needed to co-opt their power for himself. Aenys had allowed them to live because he had been weak. Maegor had not cared one way or the other, and Jaehaerys had his mind on House Targaryen and their dominion of the Seven Kingdoms. But I was in a unique position. And I could silence them once and for all. It would be worse than the mountain clans in the end, I was sure. They would be silenced all the same. From this day forth, the practice of thraldom is banned. It is slavery by another name and anathema to the worship of the Seven. Strike one. No one protested. None cared to. And I, as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, declare House Greyjoy attaint. They were raised by House Targaryen and so they shall be made to fall by us. Their seat of pike is forfeit. My second strike was met with silent approval as well. The Greyjoys were not well loved, isolated as they were, and with a reputation that meant their brief and few forays to the mainland saw them met with tolerance at best and barely concealed hostility at worst. When my ancestor, Aegon, landed in West Eros intending to conquer its disparate and warring kingdoms, there were 7. A holy number. The North, the Kingdom of Rivers and Isles, the Vale of Arryn, the Stormlands, the Westerlands, the Reach, and Dorne. Ah, now they had it. Eyes widened, baffled glances back and forth. Granted, many had probably fantasized about such an action in the past, but to actually do it. I say, let it be so again. The Iron Islands, with no Lord Paramount to rule over it and led by men who cannot be trusted to follow the Queen's law, shall be given over once again to a kingdom of rivers and isles, to be ruled by House Tully. Satisfaction spread through my body. Let it be done then, Laurent Marbrand spoke up finally. Let us be 7 kingdoms again, and let the Ironborn trouble us no more. They'll trouble Tully plenty, Jane said dryly, but she was thoughtful, not angry. At the risk of sounding decidedly mercenary, Lyman began, I would recommend offering Lord Elmo royal aid in his taking of the Isles. For a princely sum, asked Grand Maester Edmund, distaste clear on his face. Most mercenary indeed. No, Lyman said shortly, looking profoundly annoyed he'd been interrupted. The Iron Isles is well named, with actual miners as opposed to thralls, it could support quite the economy, especially with the advancements made by Her Grace's investments in her college. I would simply recommend we secure land and agreements with Elmo Tully to facilitate this whilst he is in a position of weakness. Acceptable, draw up a plan, Lyman. Brindamere, you as well. Both councillors nodded. My next decision concerns the Westerlands. And this would prove a true battle. Chapter 391, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 299. Chapter text. Jocelyn, my girl, my impossibly clever girl, had negotiated the fall of the rock. Her terms were not a burden. A governor, Roland Rain would die for the chance. Keeping a child in charge of the rock would be something of a blessing, as by the time he had power to cause me issues, I would be comfortably on my throne for a decade or more. Yet the thing I could truly praise her for, and something I was quite certain she had not known she was doing, was that her agreement only specified Lorien keep Casterly Rock in the wider Westerlands. I suspect they felt rather smug about that. But luckily, the wider Westerlands was quite a nebulous term. The Golden Tooth. Surely not. The Grand Maester erupted, his cheeks coloring a dark red, indignation writ large over his face. The Golden Tooth has stood as part of the Westerlands for time immemorial. He trailed off after meeting the Lord Commander's eyes. Sir Laurent was silent, implacable. In truth, I do not know if he agreed with me or whether this suggestion would shock him as deeply as it has shocked the rest of my council. I sensed it might hold some appeal for him, though. Does anyone else have any objections? I asked, aiming for a cold tone and achieving it. Brindamere looked away from my gaze. Lyman shifted, but I could tell he ultimately had no skin in the fight and had no wish to oppose me on this for principle alone. Gerald looked to Jane, Jane looked to me, her eyes narrowed and calculating. Then she looked to her lover's father and, barely perceptible, shook her head. Gerald seemed to relax back into his chair. Will we be removing Lord Lefort from power? Asked Joffrey smoothly when my eyes met his. We have him in our power, and the report says the Golden Tooth capitulated almost immediately when Prince Laenor passed through on his way to Casterly Rock. Meaning it would be simple indeed. I recalled Lord Humphrey, he had been polite enough to me. Well, remembering his manners would leave him his land. Advise Lord Tully he will be inheriting Lord Lefort as a vassal as well. Perhaps that was another cruelty for Elmo. Casterly Rock was a powerful institution. It would spend gold and time to influence the Golden Tooth in future, and Riverrun would be at a disadvantage. But there was opportunity there as well. Lefort was old, and Lorien was young. By the time Lorien would be grown and his chief headaches ceased to be his regent and his governor, Tully should have had time to make an inroads with the Lefort's son at least. Or grandsons. But I was not done. My soul seemed to creak, some dark satisfaction blunting that well-hidden anger. Rather like those fires that could burn underground for years and years, an apt description. Many years ago, when I was a much more ambitious woman, I put together a set of proposals. When I was a stupid girl, more like, but self-recrimination could wait. I would revisit those hopeful plans once I was more equipped to do so. But at least one of those half-baked ideas would serve me well now. I recall, Joffrey said. Town charters, new roads, new laws, and the like. Then by all means, enlighten us, Jane drawled. Joffrey was frowning though, no doubt plumbing the depths of what he did remember about them to discover my intentions. After a moment, he must have hit upon something, for he smiled. It was not a nice smile. The new style of city charter, he realized. Of course. To put it plainly, the Lannisters have never needed one, nor asked for one, I surmised. Not untrue, Lyman replied. They own most of the buildings within Lannisport, as well as the docks, so they do not need to set a tax. They need no town watch, for their red cloaks patrol the streets, their fortifications are more complicated, but are mostly managed by forts close to the town itself and a set of walls grandfathered in during Aegon's time. New style? Jane asked. There are no true glaring differences bar one, Joffrey drawled. Before, the Lord appointed a man to take care of the city and command the guard. In our Queen's new one, the influential men of the city vote for a Lord Mayor. This will not be well received, Lyman warned, but Jane's next words had him sitting forward, paying attention nonetheless. Perhaps not, murmured Jane. How do the taxes change? A portion to the crown for maintenance of roads, a tax on the fortifications, a much larger portion to the lord whose land it rests upon for rent of the land, and the rest to be reinvested in the city, paying for its services and the like, I elaborated. How well received will these be if their first appearances for punishment, asked Grand Maester Edmund, a plaintive note to his voice. I beg of you, my queen, do not introduce so much change in an already fraught time. The Grand Maester has a point, Brindamir spoke up. No lord will want these new charters if they are to be a punishment. They had a point. Very well, I will delay this. Introduce one or two to my more loyal vassals, I relented. Let it not be said I would be unreasonable in this. Besides, there were a few loopholes I needed to make sure I had closed. I couldn't let my need for revenge scupper me at this point. Stripping the Lannisters of the Golden Tooth, a hefty fine and a governor looking over their shoulders for the next 10 years or so seems punishment enough for now, Jane stated. I'd also state that House Canning be asked to pay a fine for the Rain Boy they killed. By all reports, it was murder, but I'd recommend against a trial due to what House Rain had planned to do alone. It would not look good to confirm the rumors of rebellion, however righteous it was. See that it is done, I told Jane, then felt somewhat guilty. A boy had died, hadn't he? And yet I had only raged when it had been Rolf. What of Lady Cyrell? Asked Gerald. All reports say she is due to have her babe any day now. The Lannisters must not be allowed to keep any child with a claim on the throne, dragon or no dragon. Mother and child will come to us and remain here, amongst family, I said firmly. Perhaps her home could be revisited later, when I was far more secure, but for now. Lady Johanna cannot complain overly much if Visera also remains by her side. Seems acceptable, Gerald replied. And it gives the princess a reason to stay close as well, without explicit hostage status. I doubt Visera would roam too far anyway, I mused. Visera was another problem entirely. Would Elmo still expect that royal marriage? If he did, I might have to give it to him to assuage the damage I had just done to the Riverlands. That rather neatly sums up our strikes against House Lannister, House Greyjoy and House Tully, Jane concluded, then paused, as if waiting for me to disagree. I did not. Whilst part of me was still musing over the details, the broad strokes were set in stone now. There was an almost palpable air of relief when it became clear I had no intention of gainsaying her. Which brings us to House Hightower, Jane finished. And the Reach as a whole, Brindamir sighed. I don't suppose they've found Lord Tyrell. No such reports yet, Lyman said, sounding saddened. Nor for Princess Viella. I refused to think about it. Viella made me think of Helena, and that brought a storm of emotions to my breast that I was not ready to untangle, not quite yet. Too many what-ifs. Lord Tyrell's disappearance complicates matters greatly, Jane told the table. He vanished in Frost's attack on Highgarden which, by all witness accounts, was prompted by Sir Ormond Hightower. Are we to lay the death of their liege lord at House Hightower's feet as well? Ormond, stupid fucking fool. He'd always been lacking in the brains department, but his attempt to mount Frost truly took the cake, ate it and went back for more. I forced myself to breathe, to even out my anger. He'd been a thorn in my side, a mere part of the House Hightower whole, but now I wished I'd had him assassinated at some point. Lord Tyrell is not yet confirmed as having passed, Brindamir said slowly and almost conspiratorially. I say cut his vanishing from this entirely, act as if he is merely missing, and use the circumstances to put a leash on Florent and Tarly ambitions. We have gotten away from ourselves, I warned. True, Jane murmured, but I did not miss the speculative look on her face. Damn, they all looked thoughtful, except for Lyman who merely looked grief-stricken. Treat Lord Tyrell as missing for now, and step up our search of the ruins of Highgarden, I commanded, heading off a future lengthy meeting on the poor boy's fate and the fate of the Reach. House Hightower's power must be cut back, Lyman spoke up. To borrow a metaphor from my youth, that is. Without doing so, any new growth will be strangled, any new power in the Reach will meet with House Tyrell's fate. Agreed, Joffrey said swiftly, and his agreement was backed by several murmurs. Not my Grand Maester, who had fallen quiet, watching his fellow councillors with a speculative look. Who was his loyalty to? Not to me, but was he loyal to the Citadel, or to the Hightowers? In recent years that had become blurred. Strip from them the Bulwers and the rest of the houses that bend the knee to them, Gerald suggested. The Grand Maester did not even bat an eyelash. Interesting. Reduce them to nothing more than a single house amongst many. A single house with Old Town at their back, Brindamir pointed out. Do not estimate that port or the power it can bring. Old Town is ruined presently, Joffrey pointed out. Let House Hightower bear the cost of rebuilding it, with no aid from the throne. And levy a fine as well, Jane added. House Baratheon remained loyal and their lands have suffered greatly for it. We can use the money raised in the Reach to rebuild the Storm lands. Even at a most optimistic guess, their coffers cannot weather that, Lyman said mildly. Then the throne will pay and House Hightower will repay us, I told them. There was no need to give Bravos another avenue to mess with us. And in the future, I could always give Old Town a new charter. No need to be kind with the interest. Lyman. Possible, he murmured. It truly depends on how great the repairs needed are. From my reports, the coasts are devastated. Kingstown is burned. Tarth, Brindamere trailed off, grimacing. You have my leave to depart the moment my coronation is complete, I told him. Your seat will remain open for your return, provided you can return within the year. Your grace is most kind, Brindamere murmured. I met Lyman's eyes and the old man smiled gently. But the point stands. Damon was not kind to the Stormlands. When we negotiate with Tully for those mines, Lyman, ensure a portion is set aside to allow for a stream of revenue to rebuild the Stormlands. The Iron Islands helped burn them, they can help the effort to restore them as well, I told my master of coin. Does that satisfy my lords? In the broad strokes, Joffrey replied. What of the individuals? His tone set my teeth on edge, tiredness giving way to wariness. And what of them? Princess Helena and her children, Alicent Hightower, Gwaine Hightower, Garmin Hightower, you have already solved the issue of Prince Aemond and Princess Visera, but Cregan Stark remains a different beast entirely, Joffrey elaborated carefully. And of course, said the Grand Maester, full of indignation quite suddenly, there remains the Dornish problem. He was not referring to Aelyandra, because only my inner circle knew of Aaron Dane's plan for me and mine. Yet I still wanted to throw him out a window. Of course, I managed to hiss through gritted teeth. The Dornish. Chapter 392, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 300. Chapter text. They were not oblivious to my sudden frustration, but it would be hard not to be with how hostile my tone had turned. My word is final, those hostages who swore to me remain the lords and ladies of their lands, having repudiated their families, I began. I did not miss the dark look Jane shot at Joffrey over that. Numbness had been on a steady retreat, anger biting at it, a war of attrition it could not win until annoyance simmered under my skin, but that nearly broke through the fatigue, nearly sent me howling into rage. I swallowed it, and words I would no doubt regret, at the last moment. Houseman Moody and Blackmont failed to take up my most generous offer, I managed to say, the world narrowing in a brief moment before taking a deep breath and steadying myself. Thus their houses will be stripped of their lands. A shame the Fowler girl saw reason, really, Gerald Redford said after a moment. Had we been able to strip House Fowler of its lands as well, we could have controlled Prince's Pass. I take it Kingsgrave will be given over to the Baratheons as thanks for their sacrifices? Jane asked. It had not been my first thought, but if I had stripped the Lannisters of the Golden Tooth to give to Tully for nothing, then it tracked that I should give yet more power over the Dornish border to the Baratheons for what they had done for me. The throne endorses Cassandra Baratheon for Storm's End and the wider Stormlands, Joffrey observed. Making a gift of half of the Prince's Pass would be a strong vote of confidence in her. I just worry it might be misplaced. Brindamere stiffened, but said little. It was enough to tell me which side of the succession in the Stormlands he had fallen upon. He was loyal to me, but his loyalty to her meant he was not quite prepared to listen to aspersions on her character. You mean can the Baratheons hold it after the beating they have taken? I asked, and my master of ships relaxed slightly. Not only that, mused Jane, but can she place her own people upon it? There is enmity for the constant raiding on both sides of the border. The Stormlanders have driven the people of Will off their lands and set their own men on it, but the Stormlands do not have the people to do that presently, Joffrey interrupted, his tone like steel. You have a solution, Lady Arryn. Perhaps, Jane almost smirked. When Lady Cassandra arrives, I will approach her on it. Presently, however, I am willing to place a detachment of falcons at her service. That had me worried. What did she get out of that? I would have to bend her ear later. I doubted she was doing it out of some feminist need for women rulers to stick together. Or maybe she looked to snipe another ally for her rabble-rousing. I would have to deal with this before long, but if she was going to solve my problems for me in the meantime. Jane met my gaze with a look of innocence. A moment later, she had the good graces to look slightly sheepish. A detachment of falcons to hold Prince's Pass then, I approved. A private agreement between the Warden of the East and the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, or a command by the Crown, asked Lyman, having acquired a quill that now hovered over his page. I could have kissed him. I'm sure Lady Jane is simply fulfilling her duties as Warden, Lord Lyman, I responded as Jane's mouth opened, then snapped closed. Joffrey did not react, but he had the airs of a man very much enjoying his rival dropping herself in it. What of Blackmont? Asked Gerald after a moment. We can't hold that too. Had my chosen ruler been loyal? I sighed heavily and every set of eyes on the council swung to me. They would expect me to give it to Aelyandra. It was, from their knowledge, the best course of action. The west of Dorne had been a hotbed of resistance to her rule, and giving her the chance to place a loyal house where before there was only disloyalty right at the center would be hugely important to securing her rule. But she wasn't loyal, not if one listened to Rhaenys. Numbness made a surprising counterattack. the two meeting until all that was left was a sense of nausea and exhaustion once again. Damn that girl! Alyandra had betrayed me. Not the throne. Not Westeros. Not the oath she had sworn. Me. Just me. Give it to Princess Alyandra to decide. I would question her myself. And then I would ensure her punishment was personal, just as her betrayal had been. Blackmont will remain as part of Dorne. From his seat, Joffrey leant forward, as if he could divine the nature of my thoughts by staring hard enough at my ear. Perhaps he could, but either way, Jane had picked up on it. If anyone had caught whispers of something more, it would be her. This was starting to drag on. My will was beginning to waver. Too much, too quickly. What other decisions had they asked for? Cregan would need me to sit before him and lay out his options before a decision was made. Helena. Helena was another beast. Another betrayal more personal than anything else. Gwaine Hightower? Poor boy. That, well, I could hardly execute him, given my technical responsibility for his crippling. Garmin was getting a choice of the black or the block, no matter how much he played the feeble old man. He was good, I'd give him that, but that had been a foregone conclusion, even before Ormond's stupidity. Ormond had sons but they were young and, hadn't there been something about one of them in a Tarly? Well, either way, that was not happening. Anyone with Ormond's blood was out of the running. I ought to offer them the black or the block too, shouldn't I? But I honestly doubted the boys were much older than squires. Offer Gwaine Hightower his uncle's lordship, if he turns it down give him the estate my father promised and find me a Hightower that isn't Ormond Hightower's blood, then give it to him. Grand Maester Edmund nodded so hard in agreement I thought he might strain something, but the rest of them. Gerald was frowning, but that appeared to be the worst condemnation among them. The fact that nobody asked what said uncle would be doing in his retirement was a blessing, they'd probably figured out the context clues anyway. And Princess Helena, prompted Jane. I glanced at her. She looked wary. She'd adopted Helena as her own little sister in a way, during her fostering. Unlike Joffrey, this was just as painful for her as it was for me. It gave me an idea. Arguably, she had done little. Executing her would not be seen as a proportional response, and even the thought of it made nausea spin in my stomach. A personal punishment for a personal betrayal. Just as I would lay at Alyandra's feet. Would the Eyrie host her as a prisoner and hostage? I asked. Jane tilted her head, a frown furrowing her brow. Gladly, she finally replied. I will send a letter to Rhea to prepare immediately. Will we be playing host to dragons? No, Helena's Morgul would remain chained in the pit, else her punishment would be laughable. Nor will you play host to Wrecker. Who will? Asked Joffrey sharply. My consort, should he choose to accept, I replied, and Joffrey almost shrank back in his chair. I could almost read his mind, he had feared another Aegon to the Lannisters' situation, and now I had made him feel foolish. If Viella is yet found, I will perhaps allow her to be raised by her mother. Depending on the circumstances of the realm at large. Harsh but fair, the Grand Maester said, Lyman nodding along with him, although the old man looked saddened. Well, so was I, that it had come to this. There's one final major individual missing from our discussion, Bryndamere said slowly. The bastard girl. Complicated, Jane said simply. Sir Joffrey reports that Naerys will ask for her sister to be spared the fate of traitors in return for her rescue of Princess Jocelyn. My own son Joffrey began. Then stopped, bowing his head. The young man has also asked for mercy, Lyman said gently. He must have given his word in return for her surrender in Dorne. There was not a man or woman on my council that believed that. There is also the matter of Mysaria, Gerald cut in. She still lives, and as far as we are aware, Baela Waters is her daughter. And yet she helped her father burn the Stormlands, Bryndamere argued. And she sacked Oldtown along with the Ironborn. The Grand Maester cut in. How many thousands of innocent small folk died because she allowed those butchers to breach Oldtown's defences? My brother has stood at a bastard of Daemon's back before, ready to cut her down, Sir Laurent finally spoke. If her grace can spare Sir Garibald once more, he would do so once again. She stood beside Daemon as he invaded our land, slaughtered our people, and did worse to those that survived, Bryndamere hissed angrily. Then he turned to Joffrey. You will allow your family to go unavenged? For what? A bastard. The implication was clear and Joffrey's head shot up, face twisting in rage. How dare! Enough! I called, foreseeing this ending in disaster. I would need to consult Corlys before long. I needed a hand. We will make no decision on Baela Waters today. She is captured and poses no threat, she possesses no dragon, and there is not a man out there that would march in her name. But there are at least 2 women, Gerald pointed out, unhelpfully. One of which does have a dragon, and the other a low and nasty cunning. Then perhaps it is best we do not move too quickly on her punishment, I retorted. In truth, I could not care. Damon had evaded my knife, and I knew in my bones I would get no satisfaction for slaughtering his daughter as he had slaughtered my son. Jocelyn lived, Iman had died, and Bela Water's death would not bring him back to me. Reflexively, I closed my eyes, tears biting at their corners. How easy it was to rage at Dalton Greyjoy, why then did it not come for her? I couldn't tell myself. Perhaps it was because I'd first met Dalton on the cusp of manhood, blade in hand and heart already traitorous. Perhaps it was because I was already biased. Bela of Cannon had been Damon's daughter as well, and her father writ small. But the Bela I'd met had been small and lost-looking, frightened and barely holding back her fear. Her eyes had searched for her sister, and then had welled up with tears on finding Naerys there. But my counsel was not wrong. None of them, even Edmund. There were other things to consider, Mysaria, Naerys, Luke, Old Town, Lynmouth Hall, Sun's Pair, all of it. Bela, like Cregan, would have to wait for another day. Something that would not please Brindomir. Or Edmund. I opened my eyes. I will consider the matter, I told them. But today we are done. Jane, draw up the official proposals for what was decided today. I intend to retire to my chambers. Before I do any of you have any more business that needs bringing to my attention? None of them complained or even looked annoyed at the abruptness I had ended the discussions. That was somewhat surprising, I had expected some protest. Yet even Joffrey was relaxing back into his chair. He met my eyes and smiled tightly before speaking. I have one matter, but it is not overly urgent. Perhaps I should hear it today, that he'd raised it at all, but no. No. I would have my family close for the rest of today, and maybe arrange a nicer meal than my usual. He would tell me if he needed me to attend to it. So I nodded and rose and dismissed them, the beginning of a headache making itself known at the base of my skull. An odd time for it to choose to make an appearance, but with any luck, and if the gods were kind, I would find no need to give it an excuse to grow for the rest of the day. Chapter 393, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 301. Chapter Text. And then? I prompted. Viserys paused at the question, tilting his head as he held a colorful block in his hand, studying the contraption he and I had been constructing for most of the morning. After a moment he reached out, adding his contribution to the top of a particularly tall tower. I winced as it wobbled precariously. Its builder did as well, the stretch having unbalanced him, and I caught him, right as the aforementioned tower came down, on the spot he had been standing on a moment ago. Oh dear, I laughed, and he flailed unhappily before settling into my lap, directing a remarkably heated glare at the ruins of his creation. That was very tall, though. This isn't fun, Viserys grumbled. Then cast an eye at his sister, looking almost thoughtful. Emma had been ostensibly helping us with Viserys' building project, but had gotten bored 10 minutes in and taken some supplies for her own, much more modest project. Can I have that? He turned his face to me, full of hope. Emma glanced up, realizing the catastrophe that had occurred at Targaryen Tower, and tried to smother the smirk that followed. Come on, Vis, she said easily, holding out her arms. My son escaped my hold and scuttled across to his sister, pausing only to pick up some green blocks on the way. I'll show you how a master builder makes a tower. What are you implying, daughter of mine? I asked. She huffed in laughter at me, but knew better than to reply, instead taking Viserys' offerings and drawing him close so she could explain the concept of stable foundations to him. I eyed what remained of Targaryen Tower, then dismantled what was left, supplying my children with blocks as Emma and Viserys got to work. This was what I needed. I still had too much to do and not enough time to do it in, but at least here and now I could just relax. How is Rena? I asked Emma after she finally leaned back to allow Viserys to admire the brand new floor she'd added. Oh, fine, Emma murmured back. Worried about Aunt Lena, I think. Lena will be back before you know it. Short a dragon, but back. Emma's mind was on a similar topic, judging by the way she tilted her head and hummed noncommittally. She had been quiet after the war. The servants reported she wept frequently, and tried to hide it from them. I wanted nothing more than to reach out and draw her close, but when I did she would just huff and complain and wriggle free. As if she wasn't hurting. I'd told her I was here, whenever she needed me. It would have to suffice. Your Grace, Lord Joffrey requests an audience. That was remarkably patient of him, given he'd brought it up yesterday at the council. Does my Master of Works require her Queen's supervision, or can she add another floor to my new palace without me? Emma made a show of looking thoughtful. Gods, I'd really warped my kid's sense of humor, hadn't I? I'm sure I could, providing the Master of Destruction here doesn't knock anything down, she jested back. I'm not the Master of Destruction, screeched Viserys with all the indignation a child of nearly 3 could muster. You are. I am not, replied Emma, smirking. Don't wind your brother up too much, I warned her and braced myself to rise, only for pain to rip through my stomach and the whole motion to go wrong. Rather embarrassingly, I toppled backwards, grunting as my head narrowly avoided a pile of blocks I'd placed in the building stockpile. For a moment, shock and surprise froze me. Then Viserys started giggling and Emma was hovering above me, looking almost terrified, her hands curling around my shoulder, attempting to haul me up. My arm throbbed, but I'd avoided braining myself at the least. "Sir Laurent!" Emma called, sounding almost frantic. "Ah, damn, I'd scared the poor girl." "Emma, I'm fine. Just lost my balance." She shot me a stricken look, and Laurent arrived a moment later anyway, letting me use him as leverage. My stomach protested but I managed it. See, just a silly woman who hadn't realized her legs had fallen asleep. Emma did not look like she trusted that answer, but there wasn't much more I could say. I would heal, in time, but right now. I sighed and held out my arms, carefully keeping myself from wincing. She scuttled close, and my son's amusement at my fall faded as he squawked at being left out, clambering to his feet and toddling forward. Emma was faster than me, bending down to pick him up before I could even start the motion. "Mama fell over," he told Emma with the cheekiest smirk on his face I had seen since his return from the Vale. She did indeed, tell me why words about gallant knights instead of giggling boys died in my throat. I had done that with Iman and it had killed him. I had set him up with an impossible burden. "Why what?" asked Emma a moment later, and I cursed her attentiveness in my mind. "Why don't I go see what Uncle Joffrey wants?" I suggested. "I'll be back, do not worry." "Mama, kiss," my son demanded and I obliged, dropping kisses over his forehead and cheeks until his laughing and wiggling nearly saw Emma drop him. She put him back down and he ran off screeching happily, heading for his overflowing toy box. "Shout for the servants should you need them," I told Emma and dropped a kiss to her cheek. She was still frowning when I drew away. "I will," she murmured. I left her drifting back toward her building and her brother, and stepped out into the corridor. "Don't tell anyone about that," I told Laurent. "Your Grace," he replied. "That's not a promise not to tell." It was damn embarrassing. The servant that had been waiting patiently set off at a brisk speed and we followed. "I keep her Grace's secrets," he replied. "You're going to tell the Grand Maester, aren't you?" I sighed. "You really needn't, the cause is my stomach. It needs time, which the Grand Maester cannot provide unless he has more Valyrian steel links than previously announced. Nevertheless, Your Grace, he did request information on any falls or moments of confusion or unconsciousness." Of course he had. Edmund was hard to place. Made more frustrating by him not being Orwelly. The Maesters were well aware of my disdain for them. Edmund was, a political player, yes, but for that reason, I actually trusted him, with my health, and to be a political pain in the backside. He was here to prevent my worst excesses, as the Maesters would see them, but in addition he was there to repair the shattered relationship between the Citadel and the Red Keep, now that I was Queen undisputed. "And seen for the wonder I am," I hummed a moment later, and then nearly laughed aloud in the corridor. Where had that come from? What had it come from? It felt so achingly familiar, just on the tip of my tongue and yet... Damn! "Rhaenyra," Joffrey greeted me, rising from his seat as we stepped into the small anteroom he'd taken over for the meeting. "Sorry to interrupt your morning, the matter is somewhat urgent." "You could have come to me earlier," I told him, taking a seat and grimacing as Laurent hovered and my stomach twinged with pain once more. "Rena stated Emma was to spend the morning with you." Well, whatever problem he was bringing to my doorstep, I wouldn't blame him too much. It's a personal matter. Another servant provided sweet-smelling fruit tea for me and wine for Joffrey as he settled in his own seat. "A personal matter? Lynmouth Hall?" I asked. Joffrey was Lord Joffrey now, all male contenders for the title having fallen in Daemon's attack. It felt so long ago. One could not deny that Joffrey loved Luke very much to forego seeking Baela's death for her part in his family's death. The expected weariness at that thought did not appear. "Well, I had taken this morning off." "In a manner of speaking," he replied. "I trust you picked up on Brindamir's implication at the council." "I had. Do you wish me to reprimand him?" The rumors surrounding Luke's parentage were once again rife in the court and I had no doubt Brindamir was among those whispering about it. "No, he is a symptom. The cause will not fade for some time. He is my son. Yet the situation will be worse before it is better." He tilted his head away and I pretended to busy myself with a non-existent speck on my dress to allow him the time to gather himself. "Elenda sent me a letter. It's extortion. Naked extortion." "Then cast it aside," I told him, looking back up. "It would take royal assent to strip Luke of his name, and I will not allow it." "I cannot," he admitted, shamefaced. "Elenda states she will warn Lucille of Luke's true parentage. Lucille will believe her, and then..." He shrugged helplessly. I could believe the woman would not take it well. It was a betrayal, to keep as your heir the very son of the man that had slaughtered your family. Even further to argue for the sparing of the girl that had aided in their deaths on the word of said son. I may yet still be able to grant you a larger fief, have Luke inherit that and Rena take Lynmouth Hall, I suggested. I did promise you as such, once. There is an easier solution, Joffrey told me, although he couldn't quite keep the thoughtful look from his face. Given to Elenda's demands. I paused and studied him over the rim of my cup. He was staring rather intently at his cane, as if the very suggestion was shameful. Well, it would be. He was, despite his progressive nature, a Westerosi man at heart. This was losing, this was surrender. Yet still, the expected exhaustion, weariness and annoyance did not come. I remained, concerned for a friend. Embarrassed over my earlier fall. And what might they be? I finally asked. Elenda wishes you to take Maris as a lady, he told me, his tone carefully neutral. She expects me to force the matter. No. That was my first thought. No more ladies, not for me and especially not the girl who had been set to marry my dead son. A memory of him on that ship, his face stubborn and defiant as he told me his choice. A lump swelled in my throat and I reached for my tea again, letting the grief wash over me. No. I couldn't. I couldn't. Why? I rasped, grimacing when a tear escaped confinement. If Joffrey noticed, he gave me the same courtesy I had given him moments earlier. Cassandra is ascendant. Elenda feels she may make a hasty choice surrounding her sister. Not to mention, Maris was, well. She fears a struggle between the two. That made sense. I recalled that cold woman, promising Cassandra would not make trouble for Maris or my son with the finality of a. My words failed me. Memories of Iman. I shook my head, as if I could physically banish them. Tell her that I will not take her daughter, but, I stopped as he glanced up, looking stricken. But I will speak with Jocelyn when she returns. Perhaps. After a moment, he nodded. Thank you, Rhaenyra, he whispered. Thank you. We sat in silence for a long time after that, companionable silence, not awkward as had been so often the case these recent months. Cregan, Jane, and Larry's occupied the gulf that had opened between us, but, for now. I could almost pretend my father was still alive and this was the manse, and any moment now the door would fly open and the children would pile in followed by Lena and Laner, all covered in mud that would see Corlys have a small heart attack if he saw it. I drew a shaky breath. Joffrey, I finally managed. I think it's time we visited with Corlys. Chapter 394, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 302. The manse was much as I had remembered it. This area had escaped the worst of the flames, but it could not escape King's Landing's issues. Even here, amongst the richest quarters, pitiable figures huddled in doorways and, boldly, in the gardens of abandoned manses. Some had men posted outside the door, some armed with clubs, others with short blades. I would have to deal with that. According to Jane, King's Landing was on the edge. The last thing I needed was some man-at-arms butchering the homeless for sleeping in the wrong man's doorway. 2 men in Velaryon livery flanked the manse. It had not been so when I had lived there, although security had never been far away, it had never been so visible. They stood aside without a word as Joffrey and Sir Laurent helped me clamber from my carriage slowly but with as little pain as possible. We hadn't spoken since we had left the keep. Joffrey knew what this was regarding. Corlys was still sick. Most had seen improvement by now, but Corlys was old, even if he had never acted his age. There was a chance. My sinking heart seemed to have its fears confirmed as we stepped into an achingly familiar entry hall and heard, echoing almost, Corlys' hacking and painful-sounding cough. Wet and horrible, as if it were being ripped from him. Gerardis does not hold out hope, Joffrey murmured quietly, grief lacing his words, as our cloaks were taken. Even Harwin is improving, and he was burned, I mentally finished, then stood to attention as Rhaenys reached us. It was her appearance that had silenced Joffrey's unhappy murmur. She was pale, her features drawn. Dark circles under her eyes told me all I needed to know in regards to how well she was sleeping. She looked worse than after her return from Dorne. At least then she had been all fired up, full of indignation at Aelyandra and the Dornish plot. Now. I banished that thought. Corlys had recovered from worse. I recalled the illness that had finally forced him to wear warm clothing. They had feared his death then as he lay insensate for weeks before his fever broke. If anyone could survive this, it was him. How is he? I asked as we finished our murmured and subdued greetings. Rhaenys' tight smile was all I needed for an answer, previous tenuous hopes already dying. Gerardis thinks an infection, she finally said. Got him on those miracle treatments. Can't say it's doing much. Her short sentences, cut even shorter, spoke to what she believed was soon to happen. Laner is a few days away. Lena should return soon enough. I have sent her a letter, Joffrey told his good mother, tone quiet. I have too, I reassured her. Nais will bring her back shortly. Poor girl must be drowning in letters, Renis replied, then turned abruptly. Joffrey and I pretended we did not see it, studying the walls and the carpet as she struggled for composure. Well, better go see the old man. We followed in silence. I risked a glance at Joffrey. He looked ill. Well, it made sense. He had been Corley's squire from a young age, and had never really abandoned that loyalty. He might have clashed with the man, but... We reached Corley's room too soon, right as the painful cough sounded up again. Wet and horrible in a way that turned my stomach and had my throat clench. I forced myself to swallow. I had chosen this. I had my peaceful morning, I had my rest, now I would have to turn my attention to my work once more. The war was done, but now it had to be ended. Now I had to be a queen, and I needed my hand. It was not Corley's. It could not be Corley's. Not like this, not now. He needed rest, if he survived this, he deserved his home and retirement. Even if, the door opened and there he sat, grey and grimacing against the white of his linen. Ah, he croaked, then winced as if speaking pained him. Come to visit the old man, finally. I'm sorry. The words fell from my mouth without my express permission to, the sudden grief I felt at seeing him, it was real now. Hard to see how he could. My eyes drifted, against their will, to where the symbol of the hand rested on the table at his bedside. Why was it there? Instead of being kept safe? No need to be. His voice was barely more than a whisper. Who will it be? Had he known? What is this? Asked Renis sharply. She needs a hand, Renis, he rasped. She's come to tell me to rest, recover. I don't think I'll beat this one. Don't be a fool, my good mother snapped, crossing the room in 2 strides. He laughed, barely more than an exhale of air. She seized his hand with a roughness that took me off guard. When she spoke again, her voice was a whisper. Don't be a fool. Renis, we have spoken. He stopped, then winced once more, seeming to spasm, and Renis reached to his side, pressing a cloth to his mouth not a moment too soon. I could not watch as he half coughed and half retched again. Could not banish that horrible wet sound. My eyes found Joffrey again as I half turned. He was rooted by the door still, eyes shining with unshed tears. It was a rare sight. Rare for him allow himself tears, rarer still to allow them in the presence of another. I reached for him and he flinched under my touch. When he looked at me, he looked almost like a lost little boy, and my heart broke anew. Familiar pain, familiar pressure behind my eyes. Corley's coughing fit passed and he wheezed for a moment. I stayed staring at Joffrey, my hand on his shoulder, as behind me Renis coaxed him into drinking some warm lemon water. Finally, Joffrey moved free of my grasp and passed me, going to one knee at Corley's other side. Don't look so grim, boy. I'm old. It was bound to happen someday, Corley wheezed. You'll have to keep an eye on them all when I'm gone. It took a second to realize he was speaking to me. Of course, I replied thickly, throat still, not right. I swear it. Good. You have a good head, when you remember to use it. He finished his sentence with closed eyes, seeming to sink further into the pillows he was propped up against. I think we'll be in the gardens later. I would enjoy that, Renis murmured. I live for your smile, he murmured, then opened his eyes and managed some approximation of his old roguish smirk, which made her splutter in fond exasperation. Speaking of smiles, what are you doing about that mongrel of Jocelyn's? For a moment, my mind went blank. What mongrel was he referring to? Surely not Ronard. I realized a moment later. Of course, how foolish, we had left him here when we had moved, but I had forgotten him. The admission came with a little shame. The poor dog must have been wondering where we all went. We'll take him with us when we leave today. It would do good for Jocelyn to have something familiar to return to, even if the maids were going to cry when they realized he slept at the foot of her bed every night. Good, Renis said with the tone of someone who had pet-sitting duties foisted on them and wanted out. Now, what is this business about the hand? A rather different shame bit at me. He had been proud once, proud that I considered him a natural choice. But now, seeing him, it felt wrong to tell him. She needs a hand, Renis, he whispered to his wife. I can't help her from my sickbed. You have the errand girl, Renis said sharply. Too factional, Joffrey murmured. And who is the other faction? Corlys attempted to chuckle, coughing instead. Just because I'm confined, I haven't become deaf, blind, and dumb. You need someone to bring your bickering court into line. Humph, said Renis, frowning. Drink more of this. He accepted without protest. Renis half held it for him, still frowning. Apart from her determination I do something, anything, about Alyandra, she had little opinion on my heir, both were of mine and her blood after all. Whilst I was unsure of her opinion on what should happen to Cregan, I knew she heavily disapproved of his actions. The factionalism had largely bypassed her, neither leader too close to her, knowing her mind was on Corlys right now and she would not forgive being bothered if these were to be his final days. Laenor is a good candidate, Corlys said in a tone that said he did not expect me to choose my husband. A proven commander, a dragon rider, fought in Dorne, fought for you. Yet you think I should choose another? At that question, Joffrey's head shot up, his brow furrowing. Was he not uncomfortable kneeling like that? It must pain his leg, and yet. He killed Aegon, Corlys finally wheezed after a moment of silence. In honorable combat. Joffrey protested quickly. Corlys huffed in amusement before wheezing once more, his chest spasming again. I looked away again until it was done. When I looked back, Joffrey was on his feet, radiating concern, and Rhaenys was once again plying her husband with warm lemon water. In honorable combat, Corlys finally agreed, almost breathless. But Aegon died by his hand regardless. And where do you expect us to find one that has his qualifications but did not? Oh, Joffrey said. My mind caught up a moment later, and Rhaenys, who had been fussing with her husband's bedding, turned to find 3 sets of eyes upon her. No, she said a moment later, firm and sure. My place is here, by your side. I have nurses, septas and maids aplenty, he told her. You are meant for more than playing nursemaid to a dying man. No, she said again, eyes blazing. I am doing my duty as your wife. I will not be parted from you for petty politics. He laughed, which turned into a wheeze and that terrible cough again. This time, Joffrey pressed the linen to his mouth. My eyes were on Rhaenys, half reeling back as if Corlys had struck her. You should have been queen, Corlys rasped, almost fighting again the next round of choking. Clumsily, the older man reached for his badge of office and some part of me not grieving knew he had planned this. But what did I care about this show? He was right. Rhaenys was an excellent choice. I had considered her crowning me an excellent omen, so what did her serving as my hand say? And she could rule, she had trained for it, advised my father, when the stubborn old man would listen. She had stood at Corlys' side all these years. No, she was saying again. Duty to the realm is a higher duty than duty to me, Corlys was replying. Duty is hard, if it were not, it would not be duty at all. Perhaps the role can be limited for a few moons, I finally suggested. Rhaenys froze and Corlys smiled. Small council meetings and the like at first. Lady Jane has taken up many duties that are traditionally the hands. They can be returned slowly and gradually. In silence, Corlys reached out, the clasp in his hand. Rhaenys stared at it as if he were offering her a snake or some kind of venomous insect. You were meant for this, he whispered. It may not be a crown. It was never about the crown, you stupid fool, she hissed. Never. I know, he replied, easily, in a tone at odds with his wife's anger. Even the wheeze seemed to retreat in the face of it. Rhaenys. She had her jaw clenched, the muscle in it jumping. She was furious, that much I could tell. At this moment, she felt ambushed. Yet I also understood why he was doing it. She had married him at 16 and spent decades as his wife, his lady. Her children were grown, with children of their own. When Corlys died, Laenor would become lord and she would have little to occupy herself with. Little to call her own, truly her own. She felt things deeply, a blessing and a curse. With him gone and nothing to do, she would sink into grief. Unless she were already preoccupied. Unless she had already begun to forge herself anew. Damn it, even he thought he would die sooner rather than later. Damn him. As Corlys tensed to begin another coughing fit, Rhaenys' hand shot forward and seized the clasp he had held out. He somehow managed to look victorious even past that horrible sound once more. Small council meetings for now, Rhaenys snapped as she went to pour more water for him. I'll not waste what time I have left. Do you have any preferred time? I asked, trying to ignore that dreadful sound and failing. Bile danced in my throat. No. I'll let you know if I cannot attend. Then she leant over and took to the cloth from Joffrey, wiping away anything Corlys had brought up and before he could speak, foisted more lemon water on him. Her mouth was thin, displeased. As for Joffrey, I did not know what he was thinking. His eyes were on Corlys again, shining with grief once more. No doubt later he would have opinions, or perhaps not. He did respect Rhaenys greatly, after all. Now, Corlys managed after escaping. Bring me that mongrel, I want to say goodbye before you whisk him away. Of course you do, sighed Rhaenys. Well, perhaps I'll miss him too. And yet she doesn't let him sleep in the room, Corlys replied easily before wincing. Damned cough, I feel as if I've been punched in the chest. Humph, said Rhaenys again and Joffrey just snorted. The tense atmosphere had lifted slightly, but Corlys looked no more healthier. Just how long did he have? Chapter 395, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 303. Chapter text. My false friend had returned. Creeping numbness that made my body heavier, that grew around my lungs and heart like a strangling vine, a sweet and deceptive croon that I could take one more day to rest, delay the worst work. Delay and maybe someone else would deal with it. Coward. Craven. And yet even my self-recrimination did nothing as I sat on the Iron Throne. A judgment, a quiet one. One that would not be declared to the world. My first? At least from here. How I wanted nothing more than to sleep, away from cold and uncomfortable steel. Even the balance required to keep myself from slicing myself to ribbons seemed a Herculean effort. Could I do that, and what was to come, at the same time? No, my mind whispered. No, it's not craven to rest when needed. And yet I knew in my bones if I rested now, if I faltered now, I would not turn my gaze to it again. I would put off until it was too late to do, and then... And then what? My mind hissed. Nothing. You torture yourself and others for nothing. For anger. For betrayal of yourself and your feelings. I tore myself from the whisper, and turned my attention to the hall. No grand gathering, it was empty save for a small complement of Targaryen knights, Sir Laurent, Sir Ricard and Rhaenys. My new hand, wearing Targaryen black and scarlet, met my eyes. Something close to pity reflected in them. She, at least, looked better than since I had last seen her. I am ready. A lie. I was not. Not in the slightest. Yet at my words, barely spoken above a whisper, Rhaenys nodded and gestured. A knight closest to the doors gave a bow and moved to open them. My heart clenched, a twisting feeling in my gut as she appeared, lonely and small against the backdrop of the hall. She looked like a child next to the knights, she was a child. My nerve nearly failed me then, it was only my worry that flinging myself from the throne would shred me to tatters that stopped me. And then the child straightened, her back ramrod straight, her chin raised in defiance, a lie as convincing as my mask of sternness, even as my heart hammered in my chest and my stomach seemed intent on making me regret eating something before coming here. Princess Alyandra Martell, a knight intoned. She seemed to hesitate a split second and then stepped forward, moving toward me atop my throne, staring down at her. She did not look up. She did not meet my eyes. Even when she was standing before the foot of the throne, her gaze on some fixed distance, not me, not Rhaenys and not the twisted monstrosity on which I sat. After a moment of silence, Rhaenys cleared her throat. Another moment of strangling silence in which Alyandra stared at her, confusion in her eyes, her hands twitching at her sides, and I knew she longed to raise her hands to her hair and pull and twist. You stand before your queen, Laurent cut in a moment later, tone brusque. She did look at me then, fear and hurt writ large on her features. And after a moment longer, she dropped to one knee before me, head bowed low. Your Grace. Better, Rhaenys said, her tone as dry and harsh as the Dornish deserts. Rise, Princess Alyandra. Those were the only words I trusted myself with, for the moment. Alyandra rose, although she did not try and meet my gaze again, her gaze fixed on her boots, barely hidden by the hem of her dress. A very Dornish ensemble, layered but light. It had not restricted her movement in the way some dresses might have. From the shawl to skirt, it reminded me of Mariah Martell. You know why you have been summoned here, Rhaenys said after a moment of silence. Another strangling silence. Then Alyandra nodded. She might have murmured an agreement but I couldn't make out the words. Perhaps I imagined it. The plot. It was Alyandra began and then stopped. Then she shook her head, before raising it and looking at me once more. I had no part in it. It was my uncle's plot. I was informed, yes, but before I could do anything about it or report the matter Garen invaded. Liar. Looking into her eyes, I saw the lie. And like that, numbness fell away. Gone in a blazing inferno of rage that made my thoughts vanish for a brief moment. My blood sang. I wanted. How long did you know? Something of my rage came through in my voice, or perhaps it showed on my face, because she went pale. What a curious feeling. My heart was hammering in my chest, I could feel my blood in my veins, I could feel my breath coming in painful bursts, I could feel sweat pricking at my palms, feel the old itch in my finger, and yet, I was curious apart from it all. As if I had stepped free of my body and was watching it pilot itself, heedless of my input. Not long, she whispered. Not long, I swear, Rhaenyra, please. You have lost that right. The words burst from my mouth and she stopped, pallor giving way to grayness. I wanted to soothe it away, beg and apologize and make it better. I wanted to make it worse, I wanted to strike her, I wanted to make her feel. Sharp pain bloomed along my hand. Startled, I glanced down, in my body once more. My gloves had split along a blade and now, a scarlet line bloomed on pale skin. Not long is long enough, I continued, words coming to my mouth naturally now, positioning my hand to rest my prosthetic against the blade. The slice throbbed. A reminder, I was queen now. I was not a child. My rages would not rule me. Renus was there. Sir Gawain. It was my uncle, she whined plaintively. I had only just got him back, I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Tears began to track down her face, and I took a moment to breathe. The pain in my hand proved grounding. A reminder. I would be worthy of this throne, or it would slice me to ribbons. I swallowed the urge to shout and rage. Are you? I finally asked. Are you truly sorry? Sorry you did not do your duty as Princess of Dorne and report the near-open rebellion your vassals and closest allies were engaging in? Is that what you are sorry for? I don't. There was snot now. I found myself not caring. Or perhaps you are merely sorry you did not get the chance to unleash assassins on my family. She flinched. No, she cried. No. I didn't want anyone dead. And yet your plan called for it, Renus snapped. Any dragon rider left after the war you intended to stay out of, was to find a Dornish knife between their ribs. That's not. She stopped, a sob breaking her words. It's not true. And yet you testified to me it was your uncle's plan. You confessed to Lucerys Velaryon you did not know if you would have gone through with it, had the chance arisen, Renus pushed. A new wave of anger made me dizzy. I needed to get off the throne. I needed to stay where I was. Nausea threatened me, a sour taste in my throat. Was that the plan? I asked. I did not like my own tone, and yet some twisted part of my reveled in the fresh tears it brought. Soothed some aching betrayal deep within me. She did not answer, only sobbing harder, curling in on herself. And that only fed my rage until my teeth ached with the force of clenching them. Slowly, carefully, I rose from my seat. I took you into my home. I raised you alongside my own children. You were like a daughter to me, each sentence punctuated by a step down and towards her. Each step punctuated by a shaky breath. But I wasn't your daughter. Alyandra snapped. You took me from my mother, my home. Then she stopped, even her tears stopped, looking almost surprised and then terrified. So terrified. My anger went cold inside me. Ice cold. You were a hostage, I told her, voice a trembling whisper. I could have left you to rot with the rest of the Dornish hostages, but instead I took you into my home, gave you my companionship, my children's friendship. I was aware, dimly, of Renus moving to intercept, as if she thought my steps towards Alyandra were to strike her. She needn't have bothered. Alyandra didn't answer, too busy taking a shaking step back as if she, like Renus, expected me to fly toward her at a moment's notice. Tell me, if it had been Ali's left? Jocelyn. Her eyes were wide and on me again. Iman. No, she cried. I wouldn't. And if I had been the only one left? I should not have asked the question. I should not. She hesitated. Mouth open to answer, and yet no sound emerging. I knew all I needed to know, then. Perhaps it wasn't fair. No, I knew it wasn't fair. A child. A toddler. A baby. Pulled from her home, given to strangers. And yet I had cared, I had given her a family, friends, I had protected her. I was the reason she still had that damned title, I was the reason she was not forced to marry the son of her father's killer, I had stood between her and countless attacks from my father's court, I had been the reason father had even bothered to rebuild Dorne. How much money? How much affection? All for her to admit she would murder me if it served her agenda? Bring in the prisoner. The words fell from my mouth. Alyandra, her face still shining with tears, peered at me, as if I were a stranger. As if I had spoken in some foreign language. Behind her, the knight at the door hastened to carry out my command. Well, I thought with a thick and strangling satisfaction, I had promised a personal punishment for a personal betrayal. All her words had done was ensure I would feel no guilt. Not yet, at least. No, Alyandra croaked when she saw who my men had dragged in. That single, devastated croak did more to soothe my rage than any shouting and screaming I might have done. No. Maria Martell had her hands bound in front of her, her head raised high, even if she had flinched when she had seen Alyandra standing before me. She said nothing, but I saw her eyes blaze with hate, though also a bit of satisfaction. Vindication? When she took in the state of her daughter, with me standing only a few paces away. I don't imagine my own face looked any better. No, Alyandra almost whined, turning back. No, Rhaenyra, please. I'll do anything. Anything. I'll marry Luke, I'll be a lady and not a princess, I'll pay back all the money Dorne owes, I don't care what you ask, just don't hurt her, please. A moment later she was on her knees again, hand outstretched as if she had half a mind to cross to me, to physically beg and grovel. Your mother was almost certainly involved in Aaron Dane's plot, Renis said coldly, coming to stand by my side. But, in the words of a certain Dornish lady, we can't prove it. But given Dorne's borderline rebellion and the rebellion still raging on, we are within our rights to request surety, I finished. In truth, it had been Renis' idea. I had just added one last sting in the tail. A point I would make to the girl I had once loved like a daughter. So your mother will be staying here, a hostage to your good behavior, but you, Alyandra, you will not. Her brow furrowed in response. She did not understand. Perhaps it was time to make it clear. There will be a period of celebration between my coronation and my first court, a period of 7 days. You will swear allegiance to me, your queen, at my coronation, and by the time those 7 days are over, you will be gone. And Alyandra? You will not be returning. You can't do that, she whispered, looking as if she wished to be sick. You can't. Alyandra, Mariah said sharply, but even she was pale. All will be well. I swear it. I am not entirely without mercy, I told Alyandra in a tone that implied quite the opposite. This last sting had been Renis, once I had told her of mine. One last dash of practicality mixed with revenge. You can provide another hostage to replace her, from House Martell. There aren't any more, she all but screamed at me. It's just me and her. Why are you doing this? I'll do anything else, please. You bitch, Mariah snarled a moment later, evidently having realized faster than her daughter. I met her eyes as Alyandra recoiled, glancing between her mother and me. The satisfaction was, a shiver went up my spine, as I fought to hide the smirk. This was it, this had satisfied that rage. I waited, and realization dawned. You, no. Alyandra whimpered. You can't. She is the queen. You are a rebellious vassal. She is well within her rights to do worse, Renis cut in. I have long advised you not to be held so close. The queen felt differently. You have proved me correct, and still you are shown mercy. Hostages are nothing compared to what could have happened. The correct thing to do is kneel and thank the queen for her mercy. My children, Alyandra whimpered, looking at me as if begging me to tell her she'd misunderstood and I would never be so cruel. Well, she hadn't, and she was wrong. You can have your mother back, in exchange for your firstborn child. She flinched violently. Take Lady Mariah to her new quarters. Any visitors are to be approved by me. You may accompany her now, but any further visits will go through me. I'll tell Alyssa, she hissed. Please, do, I replied back, rage returning in a frightening, body-shaking way. A crest of fury soaring high, satisfied and unsatisfied. Tell her how you plotted to slaughter her family. She loves you as a sister, Alyandra, do tell Alice how much you return that regard. Alice, she cried. And yet I know her well enough to know she hates that name. Hates it. Did you ever notice that anyone with a brain calls her Alyssa? Not you though, you, bitch. That. What? That's right, she hates it. Hates that you never noticed. Alyandra yelled. You call yourself a mother to me, you can't even be a mother to your own kids. And yet, it seemed so far away, so distant. Renis' hand touched my shoulder gently and Alyandra went silent, a ghostly pale that eclipsed even her earlier fear. Go and enjoy your last free hours with your mother, princess, Renis told her quietly. I suspect your future visits may not be approved, she said, without any malice, merely sounding as if she knew this would happen. Alice. What? Chapter 396, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 304. Chapter text. The next few days. I backslid. Too weak, too cowardly to face the world. My court. My family. Who had known? How had they known? Why had she not come to me? It is hardly the worst secret to discover your daughter has harbored, Renis said, testily, upon my third day of retreat. Too tired to answer her, I burrowed deeper into the sheets. Well, she could insinuate all she liked, she had hidden herself away after discovering Lena's whole deal. If you will not do your duty, I shall return to my own wifely ones, she finally snapped. Hazily, I acknowledged that her proclamation should have me scrambling from my bed. Yet, my muscles did not seem inclined to listen to that small, frantic voice in my head. In the end she swept from the room and not even the worry she was serious roused me. Instead, I returned the same poisonous thoughts, like picking at a scab I had caused myself. A form of mental self-flagellation, interspersed with those damned periods of numbness where the world went hazy. Maybe I slept. Maybe I ate. I wasn't comfortable. My neck ached, my shoulders ached, my hips ached, the sheets were too heavy atop me and I knew I smelled of stale sweat. I should rise. I should bathe. I should be the queen once more. A new clatter, a new arrival. I raised my head, peering into the room. It was lit by harsh sunlight, telling me it was noon, or close to it. The fire burned low, for despite the bright light, the wines and air were cold, a testament to the ever-encroaching change of seasons. Jane and Joffrey? I blinked, yet the scene did not change. Surprise and wariness replaced the pain of my earlier thoughts. If the Queen will not come to her meetings, the meetings will come to the Queen, Jane declared, dropping a sheaf of paper. Why did you not inform me of Princess Alyandra's betrayal? I shot a glare at Joffrey, who glared right back. A challenge. Irritation slithered through me. Meddling again. I ought to demote him once more. It is hard to hide your imprisonment of Mariah Martell, he told me waspishly. Jane grunted in agreement. And I am your master of laws, I should have been consulted, she finished. Anger ignited and rolled over, swallowing it. That they should cause such trouble fighting against each other, only to unite to cause me more. Of course they would, this realm seemed content to afford me no comfort and no joy. Jane clacked her tongue against her teeth. An irritating sound. I thought something uncharitable in her direction. Why must people insist on not allowing me my space? My rest? Why did they demand and demand and demand? Have you prepared a schedule for the arrival of Prince Laenor? Asked Jane. There was a pause, a rustling of paper, and she made a noise of satisfaction. Excellent, we must make much of Laenor's return and little of Prince Aemon's. His new child will be of interest to those who still harbor resentment. My thought was to ask him to remain a hostage for a year, Joffrey replied. He may appreciate the safe harbor. Perhaps, Jane murmured. I could picture her, frowning in thought, perhaps with a paper or two in hand. Riker is the true threat. The Queen's notion to keep him in Laenor's hands was a good one. Will the Queen be attending the return of her husband and heir? The final words were spoken louder, directed at me. I swallowed the retort, unwilling to give them the reaction they clearly so desired. Make a note of no confirmed response, Joffrey. She may attend, but she may prefer to sulk in her chambers. I had half braced my arm to rise before I forced myself to still. She might richly deserve a slap, and by the 7 I wished to deliver it, but that was what she wanted. She wanted me angry and moving. Once I was, they would allow me no more rest. Why couldn't they give me one day without this back and forth charade in my chambers? Guilt coiled in my breast and I strangled it as best as I could. Of course, Alyssa will be returning as well. A show of strength compared to Aemon's lone Silverwing, but there is one matter I have been meaning to bring to the Queen's attention, Jane continued. There are many matters that need the Queen's attention. What is this one? Asked Joffrey, tone airy and innocent. I still had my daggers, was the dark thought that accompanied that. Guilt surged again, stronger this time until I could taste it on my tongue, until tears pricked my eyes. The King's Guard, Jane replied. Or should it be Queen's Guard? Regardless, we are a member down. Sir Stefan? Joffrey asked and I. They both turned as I sat up. Gods, I must have looked a sight. What? I bit out. Yet Joffrey understood, his eyes softening. There has been no change, he said softly and sadly. None. The damage to his lungs had been extensive, yet no change was not encouraging. Not getting worse was desired, but, not improving. There is no existing precedent for removing a white cloak that does not involve exchanging it for a black one, Jane observed. Yet I cannot think of a poorer way to reward a man loyal since before you were queen. I offered him a chance to step down once, I recalled. Oh, how easy it had seemed back then. How petty my worries were. Bernard Stark? Sell me? How foolish. How naive. Really? And why is that? Asked Jane, leaning forward, bringing the nib of her quill, glistening with black ink, dangerously close to her face. I watched the light play over the table, it seemed so far away. He is in love, Joffrey told her when I couldn't, answer. Felena Waynwood. Felena Jane paused, an odd look on her face. Does she love him back? Oh yes, Joffrey replied. Well, said Jane, seemingly speechless. Good for her, I suppose. I recalled the circumstances in which I had discovered that, and pain came fresh. Like scarlet blood oozing over a poorly healed scab. Joffrey looked saddened as well. His sister lived and was in the city, but the rest of his family did not. And here I was, sulking for a girl that did not deserve it. Painfully, ponderously, I unraveled myself and rose. It was an awkward, graceless maneuver. One that might have been humiliating, had I had the energy to be humiliated. The Queen's Guard, I told them, lowering myself carefully into the chair, trying not to put too much weight on my injured hand. The cut was deep, but Gerardis was hopeful it would heal well, still, it had required stitches. Sir Stefan will see reason. And his replacement? Asked Jane, although I suspected she already knew. Sir Adrian Redford, I told her. The man was her lover's cousin and former master of arms for my own master of whisperers, although I had been told he had come to King's Landing in order to guard his uncle. A fine night. Favoring the veil again, Joffrey spoke, but his tone was soft, amused more than anything. What of Ricard Thorne? What of him? I asked warily. He had sided against Rhaenyra but had sided with me, publicly and in a way that had humiliated Aegon. He had stood by Aemon, until the end. He has been clashing with Sir Garibald, Joffrey informed me. Laurent is likely to come to you within the next few days. It must be dire, Jane observed, her eyes flicking between us as if she suspected some secret she was not in on. She was not wrong. And who would replace Sir Ricard? I have a few names. No need to consult the list yet, our Lord Commander may yet restore peace, Joffrey said in a manner that implied he would rather Laurent did not. Jane merely hummed before sitting back. Well, my issue was not actually all about Sir Stefan. Oh? I asked, some horrible taste in my mouth. Gods, I wanted wine. Yet getting wine drunk seemed as bad an idea as going back to my bed. With the haze somewhat clearing, I felt like a fine fool. I would have to find Rhaenys and beg her forgiveness. Clearly I had become too lax. We would go back to routine once more. I would instruct the maids. You have stated Princess Jocelyn will be your heir, Jane began slowly and carefully, her tone containing no trace of disapproval. Yet you have given Viserys his own knight. A spur-of-the-moment decision, but one that must be matched. Her own Sir Stefan, Joffrey said. A pity Stefan himself could not take up the duty. She is his squire in all but name. Laurent, Eric, Garibald, and Ricard are out, I stated. Which leaves Willem, Harold, and Adrian. Perhaps she might choose her own, then, suggested Joffrey. She may appreciate it, given she has relatively little choice in her elevation. I turned my head just to catch the brief look of thunderous rage on Jane's face. Some satisfaction rose in me, this was no easy alliance, then. The satisfaction was followed by guilt and weariness again. I had worried them, as like as not. What a queen I was already shaping up to be. No. No, cease that. She will choose, I decided. She has earned that much at least. The door swung open and a servant entered, looking briefly scandalized by what I was sure was my truly horrifying appearance, before placing down a jug of something sweet-smelling and 3 goblets. I caught Joffrey's eye as his gaze rose to the ceiling. A similar glance at Jane told me she was similarly suddenly fascinated by my fireplace. Both of you are absolute bastards, I told them, little heat in my words as I used their sudden fascination with architecture as an excuse to pour myself juice first. Could I be angry at them? Not right now. Maybe later. The first taste of the sweet drink on my tongue was like water when dying of thirst. We could not afford to wait, Jane admitted quietly. Your coronation is weeks away, we can only cover for so long. Well, tomorrow will be back to normal, I assured them. For whatever given value of normal there is. It would be hard. I knew it now. I would open my eyes in the morning and curse them both anew, and I would have to convince myself to rise and break my fast and dress and bathe. And I would, because I was queen now. Tantrums would have to be short-lived. My bandaged hand throbbed in agreement. I grit my teeth, fresh guilt surging anew. Give my assent for Maria Martell to receive visitors, I decided. Well, I had already delivered my sting in the tail. What would further punishment do? Perhaps I had eroded Alyandra's goodwill, perhaps I never had it to begin with. No, I would not torture myself again. Maybe it would end in swords, but I had made my decision. I would have to warn my ladies. Alyandra would go to Alice to Alyssa, I was quite certain of it. Alyssa was not so disloyal a friend and daughter she would not struggle. She would feel affronted that Alyandra had considered my death at the least, but she had the luxury of forgiveness, I was queen, and did not. Still Alice would, thrice damn it, Alyssa would react. Perhaps Jocelyn as well, she had defended the Dornish during Alyssa's absence. My younger children had never been so attached. It was enough to wish I could have gone back and asked, no, begged, father to limit his response to only a retaliatory expedition. There's another matter that needs to be dealt with as a matter of priority, Jane observed. Forgive me, Rhaenyra, but we must speak of Baela and what is to become of Daemon's bastard. Chapter 397, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 305. Chapter Text. Sudden weight barreling into my chest made me wheeze, cursing as my hands tangled in the sheets, making it impossible to raise my hands to defend myself from my attacker. Wake up, my queen, came Rhaenys' voice, entirely too cheerful, as I twisted my head away as Ronard did his best to insert his tongue up my nose. I might have demanded an explanation for my rude awakening, but past experience had taught me that Ronard would happily use this as an excuse to attempt to stick his tongue in my mouth, and I wanted that less than I wanted what he was currently doing. Instead, I rolled over and pressed my face into the pillow, dislodging him into the bed next to me, where he promptly leapt up onto my back and stuck his nose in my ear. Renus waited entirely too long before lifting him free of me and allowing me blessed freedom. When I extracted my face from my pillow, I found her holding Ronard as he tried to wiggle free of her grasp. I've been told a certain lady of the Vale will have your head if you don't attend her meeting, Renus told me, a trace of amusement on her face. Briefly, I debated dropping myself back into the sheets, but something told me I'd be treated to a second assault by Ronard should I do so. Instead, I wiggled myself ungracefully free of my bedding and reached out to tickle his ears. Poor puppy really missed us, hey. He tilted his head in response to my words and then pushed his nose into my hand, directing my fingers under his chin for more scritches. The meeting. Renus pressed again. It drew a sigh from me, entirely against my will. Beyond her shoulder, I spied a maid, waiting for the command. Begone so I can break my fast and prepare myself. At my words, Renus' amusement threatened to become a genuine smile, quickly hidden behind feigned neutrality. You should thank the gods I'm even still here to help mediate this, she said after a moment. Given Brindamir of Tarth and likely your favorite cousin will be pushing for the girl's death. Yes, thank you, perhaps we can save this for an appropriate time, I replied, pulling my hand from Ronard's fur and prompting a heartbroken whine. Say a small council meeting to discuss the matter. Feeling somewhat truculent this morning, she asked archly. I settled for rising in as dignified a manner as I could manage to when Ronard was still struggling for me to take him from Renus' arms and my hair had been significantly mussed by Ronard's assault. It must have been the manner of my awakening, I shot back, stepping past her to the window, below which sat the table I normally took my breakfast at. The staff here were quick, efficient, already beginning to lay out my choices. I had little to no appetite, despite the freshly made bread, the bacon and sausage, the eggs and cream and sauces, the bowl of oats and the honey and milk. Renus chuckled as I lowered myself. Draw the queen a bath, she told one of the maids. The woman curtsied, quick and simple, and darted out to carry out her command. Well, I shall leave you. I have an early appointment with the Grand Maester. Momentary panic made me glance up, startled, and her eyes softened. Not for me, nor any of mine. For the girl, Bela. Ah. Of course. The thought sat uneasy in my mind, accompanied only by my stomach's complaints of slight nausea as I cut into the bread. Renus left, taking Ronard with her, after some minor bribery with a part of my breakfast. In the other room, the telltale sounds of water being fetched could be heard. I chewed my breakfast and swallowed it, almost mechanical. After I'd eaten what I thought was a good amount, enough to have my stomach protesting in a different manner that was no less uncomfortable, I rose. Below me, the Red Keep was alive, its day having started long before Ronard had been let loose in my room to assault the royal person. Beyond it, the city sprawled. The city probably hadn't slept. If one were to personify it, I could see major insomnia featuring highly in its personality and design. I prodded that thought in the train that had led to such a station and found no answers. Gods, I would decide a girl's fate today. Damon's daughter. Megan's rider. She who burned Old Town and sacked Lynmouth Hall. Luke's sister, the boy I had seen become a man. Nairi's sister, the girl who had saved my daughter's life and put her own on the line for me and mine. Mysaria's daughter, a turncoat in my favor, but still more fit to be called a viper than a woman. And yet my mind lingered on flights and fancy. Why could I summon no feelings for the girl? Especially now, especially so close to deciding her fate. I molded in my mind as I took my bath, turning it over and over again as my maids dressed me in black. The truth was, I did not care about the girl. I had met her, yes, and remanded her to gentler custody than some of her father's allies had received. Luke had begged, Nairys had begged, Jane had hinted, Joffrey had studiously avoided the subject. And I did not care. Perhaps I should. An heir for an heir. But Damon was dead. Good, some part of me still worked. His name, the thought of smirk, still brought burning rage. He had gone too easily, which was exactly why he had done it. Had he not said Cosella had provided him the poison? Or inspired it? That bitch, she would suffer a traitor's due. Yet Cosella Dane was not the subject of today's small council meeting. Her fate was sealed and none, not even her own son, cared to try and avert it. Bela Waters yet lived, could yet still live. It was my choice. Yet my choice would have nothing to do with Bela, and everything to do with whom I chose to favor. It was a tense small council meeting I entered with Sir Willem Royce at my back. Mentally, I took stock. Laurent was mine. He would offer Garibald as insurance, as Garibald had once served as Nairys. Joffrey was similar, he would vote to save the girl, but he would not weep if he were overruled. He had one goal, and that was to remain blameless in Luke's eyes. Briefly, I wondered if Luke would ever realize what he had asked Joffrey to do when he had begged for Bela's life. If anyone could doubt he was Luke's father in spirit if not in blood. Edmund, he wanted her dead, yet Renus had been leaning on him. He knew well how thin the ice he danced on was, would he back off on his demands for her death for further assurances for the maesters? Brindamir would not relent. He wanted her dead. Jane wanted her dead too, not with the same force that my master of ships desired, but because Bela had struck Lynmouth Hall and Old Town to great and terrible loss of life. Gerald Redford wanted what his liege wanted, either through loyalty or an irritating need to ingratiate himself with her in the hopes his daughter might forgive him. My master of coin, Lyman, would not glory in the death of a child, not when her story gave such an opening to believe her an innocent who was thrust into the games of powerful men, who barely survived. In other words, my counsel was rather neatly divided. Jane, Gerald, and Brindamir for her death, and Rennes, Joffrey, Lyman and Laurent against it. Indeed, those divisions had been clearly drawn. Joffrey was almost physically leaning away from the table, a furrow in his brow that had wormed its way there yesterday and evidently hadn't left. His eyes spoke of little sleep. Edmund had taken the furthest possible seat from me, but the one that conveniently meant he didn't have to physically align himself with any of the others. Jane was flanked by Brindamir, or perhaps it would be more correct to say she flanked my master of ships. Gerald sat next to her, frowning at his notes. Opposite him, Lyman sat, his eyes fluttered closed as if he were dozing. Laurent sat closest to Edmund and Rennes took my side. I did not miss how Jane's eyes lingered a little too long on Rennes' badge of office. We know why we're here, Rennes began. I see no reason to begin with flowery language. Whom did I wish to appease? I had already decided against Jane once, and to do so again would escalate her campaign against Cregan. Well, she had already won that in a manner of speaking, but I could hardly tell her quite yet. At least she would not perceive it as another loss to Joffrey. That would make her unbearable. I don't see why there is even an issue, growled Brindamir. She fought against us, she fought for Daemon, she was spawned from that monster's loins with a low-born foreign whore, when the fight turned against her she turned coat to save her own skin. There's no honor there, or do we forget the rumors of her campaign? Of course, I had to factor Mysaria into the matter. If I killed her only child, she would have a response. Could she still reach me with the tunnels filled in and my heavier guard? You'd not be so quick to repeat them had you seen her dragon, Rennes rebutted. We must dismiss those rumors entirely, or foist the blame on her father's shoulders. The girl is a girl. A child. Taken and forced to war by a father who saw her as less than nothing. She had no knowledge of her father's loss before she surrendered because she knew she had done wrong and wished to stop. Was I dissociating? Did people who did that know when they did? I had seen the girl barely holding back her tears, seen her face light into relief when she had seen Naerys. She had been scared of me, scared of everything, really. But as you so point out, Jane began. She has done wrong. A great wrong. Even if her blood is no crime, nor can we punish for any crime she committed before she came to our shores, she committed enough crimes on our soil that were she anyone other than a girl child, she would be dead already, and none would weep for her. So, Mysaria, Joffrey, Luke, Naerys on side. Jane, the entire Stormlands, Joffrey, all the maesters, any of the 7 not following Patrek on the other. And what does Lord Lynmouth think of all this? This girl burned your family, boy. Brindamir barked, bringing my mind into the present as Joffrey glowered. My master of ships will refrain from such language. I had only meant to say it, and yet the outburst was closer to a snap. And just like that, the energy of the room swung toward me. It was enough to make me wish to sigh once more. Perhaps if I had been given time I could rage and rant about this. Yet all I could think were 2 facts. Mysaria had turned her cloak and sent Naerys to me for love for that girl. Naerys had saved my daughter's life in the Blackwater. Naerys had tamed a dragon and fought her father for that girl. I could not order her death. And yet I could not spare her. And when I spoke the words aloud, my masters and mistresses glanced at each other warily. As if I had said something profoundly stupid. Perhaps they thought me touched in the head. Typically, Edmund spoke up. A girl with noble blood might be committed to the Silent Sisters. Under the faith? Asked Laurent archly. Edmund shrugged, an odd gesture from him. It was oddly elegant. Fascinating. My queen, the girl wouldn't last the year. This year. Perhaps a more straightforward imprisonment then, with some terms of service, suggested Edmund. There is some precedent for it. The look of pain that appeared on his face as he said those words told a story, but not one I could parse. The wall, growled Brindamir. The wall is the precedent you refer to. Don't hide beneath pretty words. Said Jane after a moment. If the queen is quite certain she cannot abide Bela Waters' execution, then life imprisonment would serve just as well. A life of luxury. Brindamir burst out, rising furiously and bringing his hand down on the table. A life her victims will not be afforded. And the matter is, where should she be imprisoned? Gerald Redford cut in. Who could be trusted with such a girl? Unless you mean to remand her to the Black Cells, we have no place to hold her for the rest of her life. Unbidden, the maiden vault jumped to mind. No such thing existed yet, but, no. Aegon the Unworthy had wriggled in and cursed the realm with another daemon. Would King's Landing even be the right place? One wrong move and she would be loose in a large city, full of crowds, with boats, carts and all manner of beasts coming and going. Somewhere smaller then? Like an island. A gloomy little island. There is an old, disused portion of Dragonstone, I began, silencing the arguing that had been raging on as I drifted through my thoughts. It consists of a ruined tower and small courtyard. I had considered using it for my experiments, but ultimately dismissed it. The whole thing was barely escaping being a safety hazard as it was. I hadn't trusted it to hold up under the explosions I had hoped to produce. I will have it renovated and the girl will go there, at least for the nonce. My proclamation was greeted with more wary looks, but at least they weren't of the insulting variety. More like the watch to see who makes the objection. Does anyone have a better suggestion? No, Joffrey said firmly. They don't. I know of the tower of which you speak. I'll arrange the college to have men out there within the week. It seems no one will listen to reason, Bryndamere muttered, slumping back into his chair in a manner reminiscent of a child. I took the moment, whilst his fellows glared at him for being a sore loser, to examine my feelings. Still strangely numb, not in the way numbness had been an anchor, but like a mist of fog. Nothing, no opinion, save for the slight worry I had just burdened Jocelyn with some duty she would not enjoy. Did I truly care nothing for this daughter of Daemon? This is reason, Rhaenys told him sternly. If a man can avoid the block by taking a black cloak, then a woman should have a similar choice. There's plenty to do on Dragonstone to ensure she's put into service. Speaking of black cloaks, Laurent put in, looking uncharacteristically shifty. My queen, I believe it is time we spoke of Sir Ricard Thorne. Oh good. I'd been hoping he'd fuck up sooner rather than later. Chapter 398, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 306. Chapter text. What might this matter pertain to? I asked as Laurent laced his fingers together in front of himself and tried to adopt a dignified posture. I was starting to understand his little tells though. He was annoyed and, possibly humiliated. He kept shifting ever so slightly to make avoiding my gaze more plausible. His normally stiff posture went even more stiff, if such a thing was possible, like he believed he might forget himself and slouch and thus overcompensated. As your grace is aware, Sir Ricard is loyal and true, I cannot deny that, he began slowly, as if making a case. How interesting. When your grace's indulgence in Prince Aegon's posturing ran dry, Sir Ricard honoured his oaths in a very public fashion. Indeed he did, I replied. A fact which should have pleased me more, had I not written the man off a decade ago due to his barely concealed personal dislike of me and the fact he had sided with Aegon originally. A fact which I most appreciate. That he should stand firm to his oaths, while his cowardly brothers broke theirs. Indeed, I have already recorded his deed as such in the White Book, Sir Laurent told me, his brow furrowed. He was dancing around a subject he wished to raise. Well, snapped Bryndamere, clearly still sulking over the matter with Bela. He earned himself an annoyed glance from myself, and nearly everyone else at the table with the looks of it. Forgive me, your grace, this is no easy matter to bring to your attention, he insisted. Sir Ricard has done no wrong, I acknowledge this freely. And yet? Jane asked, leaning forward now. Your grace once made Sir Stefan Darklyn and Sir Eric Cargyle an offer, Laurent sighed, as if the matter were being dragged from him. Indeed, Sir Stefan is being made the offer once more. I know he will take it, for honour's sake more than anything. Gazes swung toward me. I had not exactly announced my decision regarding the King's Guard, or Queen's Guard yet. Jane knew, but the rest. I did, yes. I kept my tone neutral. They took oaths and are loyal, I have never doubted that. I wished to honour those oaths and reward that loyalty by making the offer I did. I do not wish to see needless suffering. Am I given to believe that your grace wished to allow a knight to leave the King's Guard? Asked Edmund, looking, not aghast as I had expected. Instead, thoughtful. Queen Visenya was inspired by the Black Cloaks when she laid the groundwork for the King's Guard. No mechanism but death or desertion exists for them. The idea of freeing a man of the White Cloak has certain legal issues. Inheritance, Jane followed up. For example, what would occur if Eric Cargyle did take your offer? Indeed, Edmund continued. He was his father's second son, although only by a few hours, but their cousin is set to inherit the Cargyle estate. Were Sir Eric no longer a member of the King's Guard, would he return to the line of succession? Okay, it was a fair and valid point. But also it was irritating. No, I replied. He could inherit, but only if the Cargyle line were dead. Edmund hummed and produced a small chunk of charcoal from somewhere, and made a hasty note on the paper he had before him. His handwriting, from what I could see, resembled that of a toddler. Well, I suppose it wasn't easy to write legibly with charcoal. Would the crown support these former members? He asked again after a moment. Jane caught my eye, giving me an apologetic look, as if she was trying to convey her regret at getting involved. Currently there is an amount set aside for current members, allowances for armor, food, and recreation, Lyman put in. If this matter remains a rare thing, I see no reason it cannot be expanded to allow for 1 or 2 extra persons. We have not even decided if any will forego their white cloaks yet. I pointed out, turning my attention back to Laurent. He grimaced. In this case, I can only beg of you to offer it to Sir Ricard. He was keeping his usual diffident tone, but there was an edge of stress to it. Speak plainly, Sir Laurent, I commanded, and he grimaced again. Your Grace, he began, before opening and closing his mouth a few times, struggling to articulate what made him so sure Sir Ricard should go. Or, struggling to say it in a way that was acceptable. Speak plainly, I sighed. You have my word I will not become wroth with you or Sir Ricard. Well, Sir Laurent sighed, mimicking my sigh with a tad more defeat. Your Grace, speaking plainly as you requested, it was your son he kept his oath for. Not you. Pride and pain welled in equal measure. I had noticed even in those pain-filled days who had walked at Iman's back. Had Iman known that? Had they spoken? Had Iman lived, would Ricard be his Sir Stefan? What rot! Lyman burst out. To allow Kingsguard to pick and choose the monarch they serve. He is not. Laurent argued back. He still carries out his oaths as loyally and dutifully as before. He speaks no ill words against the Queen, nor does he quarrel overly with his brothers. I cannot fault his conduct nor his diligence. But you'd prefer a less conflicted brother in his space, Brindamere cut in, his earlier sulk gone to be replaced by a frown. I glanced around. Gerald was silent. Joffrey's eyes were on me, he knew of the dance, knew I had not considered Ricard loyal. Lyman was still red with rage, but the rest seemed ambivalent. Eyes on me or on Laurent for the most part. Understand this, I began carefully. This is an offer I make. It is not available for the King's Guard, or Queen's Guard, to choose themselves. For all intents and purposes, the moment the oaths and vows are taken, they are taken for good. This is a rare exception to unprecedented times. A tool to be used so that a ruler may avoid having a disloyal or distracted blade at their back, I continued. Not a tool to be used to swap and switch between white cloaks as they please. Edmund, I wish from you a set of suggestions to make this so. Yes, the crown will support those it takes the white cloak from within reason, and no, they will not be permitted to inherit unless in the most direst of circumstances. Such a prohibition will be passed on to their children and their children's children. There were nods of agreement. I will see to it, Your Grace, Edmund said, looking pleased. Then frowned. Although, as a last note, Your Grace, your Queen's Guard are sworn to keep your secrets. If you should release them from that oath. Prepare a new oath then, and should any former knight break it he'll receive a black cloak. Did Ricard know anything damaging? I did not think so. Certainly Stefan and Eric knew plenty. I wasn't sure how much Laurent knew yet, but he would notice as time went on. Garibald kept quiet, but I had an inkling he knew more than he let on as well. Well, I wasn't likely to release them anyway. Once Edmund has put together his proposals, I will make the offer to Ricard, I informed Laurent, who nodded thankfully. Does anyone else have any more issues to raise? You might have noticed a lack of Riverlanders about the place, Jane began. A storm seems to have delayed them. A storm? How severe? I asked. It was mostly the mud, she replied. Better to shelter in place than founder a few dozen horses in it. True, I mused. Well, it had worked out for me in the end. That is to say, they will be moving once again in the days to come, Jane finished. I've taken the liberty of sending Lord Waynwood out to guide them. In addition, I've asked him to assess the state of the King's Road. Ah! Someone was being a pain in the arse for my Lady of the Vale and getting punished with busy work. Although we must schedule a meeting to discuss the King's Road after my coronation, I told them. It is a great asset to the kingdom, and we must set in motion some plan to maintain and indeed, expand it in places. I welcome the foresight of Her Grace, Lyman put in. Yet Lady Jane's point brings me to my own. Surely this can be addressed after the coronation, Jane put in quickly. Lyman has served 2 monarchs before myself, if he thinks something is important, it is important, I told her. She could play her games with Joffrey, but Lyman was off limits. She acknowledged the rebuke with downcast eyes and a demure nod. Good. Your Grace honors me, Lyman mumbles, flushing. But this matter, it can wait, but the sooner dealt with the better. Speak then, I told him. He nodded. To put it plainly, the price of food has risen rather drastically, he told us. Lord Cregan destroyed or carried off much of the Riverlands stores. In the Reach, Lord John Roxton laid waste to his own small part, much of Old Town's stores were destroyed or carried off, and Lord Alan Tarley damaged his fair share. And in the summer, they'd just grow more, I realized. Well, in the Reach, certainly, but the Riverlanders are still. He stopped and gestured helplessly. All of this combined has sent the cost of bread soaring, and many in the city go hungry. There are mutterings of discontent, mainly among the refugees, Jane admitted. Nothing serious for now, but the food shortage is the reason we are having so much difficulty sending people back to their homes now the war is over. They know they're going home to empty bellies and burned shacks just before winter hits, Joffrey surmised. And the fact we cannot clear the refugees means sickness is rampant, Gerald told the table. Her Grace's charity is holding for now, but as winter grows closer. Why has no brought this up before now? I asked, perhaps a little too sharply. Her Grace had greater issues, Lyman mumbled. Traitors and the like. And in truth, the worst of the effects have likely yet to manifest. Winter will be the true test, Jane told me. It is not as dire as I see your mind making it, Joffrey told me quickly. The city itself has stores, and as long as we don't have a truly appalling winter, the Reach will begin production again. That will help matters, Lyman agreed. Even the Crownlands will manage limited production. But there will be hardship and death and discontent, I summed up, to the uncomfortable shifting of my small council. What was your solution, Lyman? I wish to put a certain amount of money from the Lannister fine aside for the purchase of grain from Pentos and Bravos. It should limit the price rises for the nonce, and smooth over the transition until the first winter harvests. Do so, then, I replied. Damn it, there was a headache right behind my eyes, threatening to explode and make my life a misery. Anything else? Some reports from Lys, Gerald stated. The Black Swan clings to power. They have begun to rebuild. Unofficially, she has been asking about sending delegates to us. Johanna Swan. The Black Swan. The shame of the Swan family, not for her role as a now famous courtesan, but for the previous lord's failure to ransom her from pirates. Allow it, I decided. She's Westerosi, and a former slave, our quiet support could see us establish some new bastion of freedom across the narrow sea. Unless the Bravos Sea Lord has conveniently died. At my hopeful question, Gerald shook his head. Still pushing into Pentos. Quietly and slowly, but he's making good progress. I think he intends to install his own government. Maybe push on further now that the three daughters are weak. Then he has a vested interest in ensuring Lady Johanna does not succeed in getting Lys back on its feet, and we have a vested interest in supporting such an endeavor, I told them. Gods, why was politics so complicated? Mary always blamed herself, Brindamere mused. Wanted to be a septa for a while, to atone. If you give me leave, I can provide a few men for the girl, ones loyal to her alone. It's the least I can do. Do so, I replied, and my master of ships nodded. Might we inquire with Lys about grain? Not a bad idea, Lyman acknowledged. Recognition and quiet support in trade for a favorable price. Daemon did not lay waste to the city as he did Volantis. Their stores should still be intact. And they'll have been growing throughout the war, Joffrey pointed out. And it means we don't have to beg the Bravos. That's enough for today, I think. I will think on the matter of our own farms. Something in my tone must have worried Joffrey, as I received a sharp glance in turn. Farming had featured large in my notes once. I'd brave digging them out, finally. Farming, coin, Essos, the Queen's Guard, I had no doubt there would be more to come before long. Chapter 399, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 307. Chapter text. The day was brisk and cold, and I could feel it, even with my cloak wrapped around my shoulders. There was rain in the air, dull clouds looming threateningly overhead. Above us, pennants snapped in the wind, the sound drowned out by the rising chatter of the various nobles that had followed us. It was a grim day, even with the bright colors of the various house emblems, pennants, and banners that dotted what had become a massive gathering. To our rear, a small city of tents had sprung up, as if my court had decided they had no intention of leaving the city without putting some pageantry into it. I'd given leave for a hunt in the small wood that stood nearby. It meant I couldn't rush Laenor and my children home, but we would have privacy at least. I could tell them of my decisions in private. Sleep made my eyes gritty. I had not slept well last night. Too busy with my head in my notes. A few ideas had begun to take place, ideas nobody would like, as it meant changing many things, but if I were to forge a future, they would need to be done. I would need to meet with Patrek before long as well, along with half a dozen other things. It was enough to make me feel as if I had an anchor in my chest. Although I could not restrain the slight giddy excitement that had begun stirring in my gut at the thought of my family finally being united. Emma was with Rena, both gathered around their grandmother and, by the looks of it, bombarding the poor woman with questions. Luke was not too far away, a few squires and, for some reason, Ynys Euronwood and the now Lady Fowler, at his side. It looked like he was chatting easily with them, the occasional bout of laughter earning disapproving looks from the surrounding men. Or perhaps that was the presence of the ladies, guffawing along with the men. Do you know, Joffrey said, his voice barely above a whisper. We've discussed the Lannisters. Helena. The High Towers. The Brackens, even, although I realize you are waiting on young Jane's return for that, but I don't believe we've visited the subject of Alicent. It was delivered in such a mild and careless tone that for a moment, my mind did not quite process it. And then it sank in. A laugh burst from me, one that had the gazes of the court swinging my way, shrewd eyes trying to judge who had won my delight and how. Not that it was a delighted laugh. I suppose those who did not know me did not know the difference. Joffrey did though, and I caught him pulling a face in the corner of my eye as I produced a handkerchief and dabbed at the beginnings of tears the laugh had produced. It was true though, I marveled. That woman who had made my teens a misery, my first friend and first rival, my main contender for the first part of my life. I had clean forgotten her in my list of people I would wreak vengeance on. She left so long ago, I mused, bitter mirth making my eyes water anew. Well, it seems like an age anyway. Aegon had sidelined her well before that. I find it hard to believe you feel so forgiving toward her, Joffrey replied, eyebrow raised. It was true, and I hadn't. Whenever my mind turned to her, an age-old hurt reared its ugly head, anger and resentment. Had she not been so determined for her sons to sit the Iron Throne, perhaps all this might have been avoided. Yet her fight had been petty, veiled in dresses and banquets and who was favored with what. And she had always united with me when it came to Daemon. She had been manipulated by Larys, sidelined and almost imprisoned by her precious son, her star eclipsed by every other member of the Greens. Her home had burned, her close family Bargwain quite dead, and of the ones who did remain, Ormond's sons and the like, they would be dead or they would take the black. And she'd watched Aegon die. She'd watched Helena betray him and she'd watched as Laenor had slain him above Highgarden. She was with Laena's contingent now, still camped outside Storm's End. No doubt my lover would cut her return as close as she could. I could not blame her for that, but it meant Alicent would not enter the capital until a scant few days before my coronation. I suppose it meant I had the luxury of contemplating a suitable punishment. She will be imprisoned upon her arrival. I will announce my decision when she is brought before me to be judged. He snorted softly at my reply, but he was smiling, so I decided not to be too irritated at him. Then, the gasps of the court around me saved me from any more awkward conversations. I tilted my head up as 4 dragons descended from the grey clouds, already looming large. Seasmoke, Frost, Silverwing, and Vermithor. And then a 5th, lagging behind the others, a brilliant blue against the dark grey backdrop. Tessarion. After a moment, Vermithor broke off, looping back to Tessarion and I smiled despite myself. Ali's Alyssa. I would speak with her about her name and about Aelyandra. At least she was showing kindness now, forsaking her chance to show off in order to aid her aunt. Frost came in first, favoring a quick landing that, judging by the shrieks and yells, the crowd thought to be entirely too close for comfort. 2 figures climbed from her back, even as Silverwing followed suit. She landed a little further away, 2 figures climbing from her back as well. I frowned at that. He'd brought Jane? But then where was the babe? Seasmoke was next but he did not land, instead flying low over the crowd, sending the easily startled ducking and screaming, even scattering some. In truth, had I not grown up with Syrax, I might have understood the instinct. He'd flown low enough that I could see the straps of his saddle on Seasmoke's underside, the scaled and old scars. Next to me, Joffrey laughed and then quickly clasped his hand over his mouth, eyes still crinkling. Seasmoke continued on before beginning his own graceful turn and my attention was taken by Tessarion coming in for a landing. She came much more far out than even Silverwing and no figure climbed from her back, although I could still see Visera, a small dot against the brilliant blue, atop her. Vermithor landed next to Tessarion, kicking up a wind that reached us even from that far away and with 2 dragons as a windbreak. That sent up more gasps, although of or rather than abject fear. Alyssa was quick to disembark and aid Visera. I added speaking to Visera about Tessarion to my list of meetings I would need to have before the day was out. Yet before I could even touch upon that, Rolf Rain and Jocelyn were before me. All grins, hands entangled with each other and looking as windswept as ever. After a moment's pause, Rolf went to bend the knee, and then halted as I raised my hand. Dear boy, do not even think of it. At my words, I realized the crowd around me had gone almost silent, eyes no longer on the dragon but on me, and my heir. For a moment, I felt a pang of guilt, and glancing at Jocelyn as she seemed to realize did not help. She had looked so much happier than when I had last seen her and seeing that smile flicker was enough to make me wish I had brought Syrax, so I could drive the whole lot of them from this field. But I could not, so instead, I braced myself against my makeshift throne and with more difficulty than I preferred and a lot more aching pain in my gut, rose to my feet. Mother, asked Jocelyn, hand half extended and then held, as if she had thought better of her instinct to help, but could not quite bring herself to retract the offer. Are you well? Instead of answering, I stepped forward and caught them both by the shoulder, tugging them in. Rolf did not move initially, but Jocelyn came easily, burying her face into my shoulder with a laugh of relief. Upon seeing his betrothed do so, Rolf followed suit, although he remained stiff in my half-grip. A moment later, he jerked and I realized Jocelyn must have shoved him because he relaxed a little more at that. When I finally withdrew, he was a luminous red, as if his skin was determined to outshine his hair. Why, your grace, he stammered, looking as if someone had hit him over his head. Well, I suppose even before I had not ever done that. Perhaps it was a little forward of me, but I had seen Jocelyn's devastation when he had been believed dead and now he was back, he was family now. No doubt as to their eventual marriage. Somewhere behind the growing flock of dragons, I felt rather than saw smoke land. I am Rhaenyra to you always, Rolf, I told him, and his features changed to bordering purple. I am glad you have returned to us. So is Jocelyn, I warrant. Jocelyn promptly imitated Rolf, flushing red. Mother. Then she winced, half raised her hand to her cheek before stopping. Her delighted embarrassment fading to pain. Guilt again choked my throat. Have you been using the ointment? I asked, low and gentle so that only Joffrey could hear us. Yes, she mumbled. Rolf makes me. She forgets otherwise, Rolf piped up, a small and unsure smile on his face. He was not any less red now, but at least he was in no danger of turning purple anymore. My maester made more for her. Good, see Gerardi's tomorrow. They look better, but I'll take no risks. At my words, she rolled her eyes and the action was so teenager that for a moment, I nearly lost it and started laughing like a madwoman there and then. Yes, mother, she sighed a moment later. Then she paused, seeming to wrestle with herself for a moment before opening her mouth again. Mother. I cut her off with a waved hand. I could take a guess what she wished to discuss. I had, after all, told Ali's Alyssa of my decision. My bet would be that her twin and related to her. Not here, later. In the tent. Of course. Sorry, Later. I drew her in for a hug again and she leaned into it with another happy sigh. It's good to be home. That it is. Go, mingle. I'll call for you when I am ready. And brace yourself, Emma and Rena are in fine form today. She laughed at that, eyes searching until she found her little sister next to her grandmother. Of course they are. You'd better see to Uncle Emond before he explodes, she told me and then darted off, leaving said uncle looking as if he'd dearly like to clip her about the ear for it. I blinked at his presence. Had I been so caught up in Jocelyn and Rolf I'd missed them reaching us? Was he wearing his son in a sling? Next to him, Jane lurked, as pale as freshly fallen snow and looking as if she were a hair away from throwing up. Pregnancy and a newborn had not been kind to her. She still wore the weight and there were dark circles around her eyes. If I offer you two a hug, will you accept it? I asked. And will I get to hold the babe? Priorities, Emond drawled as Jane gave a half gasp, tears in her eyes. I held out my arms and she came to them, doing as Jocelyn had done and burying her face into my neck. Damn it, even she was taller than me these days. I tried my best to rub circles into her back but the angle was awkward, so I only half succeeded. I'm sorry, she half whispered and half sobbed. I'm so sorry. For marrying my thick-headed brother. I asked. She shivered at that and I could feel her tears at the corner of my neck. I betrayed you, she mumbled, sounding miserable. By doing what? I asked gently. By marrying, by having a son. The confession was small and muffled. I am sorry. Don't regret him. I do not resent you for it. I thank you. You have given my brother something to live for. At my words, she drew back, looking as if she did not believe me. Joffrey hastened forward with a handkerchief and Jane took it gratefully. A moment later, a baby was offered and I took him with an almost involuntary coo of delight as Joffrey gently pushed Jane into Emond's arms. He was as described, with the silver hair, almost invisible atop his head, of his father. He was asleep, making little snorting noises as he breathed. Already running towards Chunky, I did not envy Jane for having produced him. He wore bracken colors, did this Benedict. An interesting name for a boy with an interesting future. If his mother accepted my offer, then perhaps I could smooth it over a little. I have a proposal for you, Jane, I said, finally lifting my eyes from his little face lest I get the urge to start cheek pinching. But one best made in privacy. Jane, whose sobs had largely been abated now that she had seen my smiling and cooing over her son, seemed nonplussed. Yet Emond, the look he gave me told me he thought he knew what I had in mind. Perhaps he did. Yes, your grace, she said thickly. Rhaenyra, I corrected. Precious few have the privilege of dispensing with formalities. To you I grant it twice over, good sister and ward both. Rhaenyra, she acknowledged, half whispering it, as if she feared a dozen knights would run at her the moment she said it. After a moment longer, I offered her the child back and she took him, impossibly gently. Thank you. Aemond is forgiven of his actions. From me, at least, the Blackwoods are another matter. Therefore, as his wife who cannot even claim involvement in his one crime, no blame is attached to you. Aemond winced when I mentioned the Blackwoods. If he had yet to apologize, I would make him do so forthwith after their arrival. A good public groveling might soothe the hit to my purse and Lyman's headaches. They moved away and next was Ali's Alyssa with Visera at her side. Visera did not wait for me to even try and hug her, instead dropping into a curtsy. Ali's gave me a half smile. Visera, I acknowledged. My sister was not fond of hugs. Welcome home. For one terrifying moment, she frowned and I thought she would tell me, before my entire court, that this was not home. Yet she did not. It's nice to be home. Thank you for your welcome. Her voice was quiet but I saw the softening of faces. Visera had been the darling of the court once, and it was not hard to see why. So I turned my attention to the next person and drew her close into a tight hold. When I let her go, she looked very pleased with herself, drawing away just enough I could see the happy smile on her face. Alyssa, thank you for escorting Aemond to his son and Visera home to her family. At my words, her face lit up even more, and then froze, and then a hastily concealed look of horror wrestled into neutrality. You're welcome, mother, she murmured, looking a little ill. Am I due a talk as well? Yes. Events have transpired and you need to be warned before you walk into a political minefield mess. At my words, she frowned, as if trying to parse what I had said. Not now, later. I am, sorry. For never noticing your preferred name and, for Elyandra. But I could not say that. She gripped my forearms, searching my face. Then she swallowed, nodded once and forced the smile back onto her face. Later, she demurred, bobbing her head. Well, I better go rescue Jocelyn from Ema. Gods give you speed, I told her and she giggled and stepped away, Visera trailing after, giving me a small and awkward smile. And then Laenor stepped forward, a small smile on his face as he greeted me with a kiss on the cheek. Welcome home, husband, I said. We've sorely missed you. Chapter 400, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 308. Chapter Text. The tent was gloomy, a fitting atmosphere for the weather outside. Yet even that had not quite dimmed my almost giddy mood. I was not yet whole, but I was closer to it than I had been since the start of this whole damned war. The thought brought a pang of pain to my chest as my mind inevitably turned to how I would never truly be whole again. For a moment, I felt my smile flicker. And then forced it back onto my face as Jocelyn entered, looking unsure. No Rolf at her heels, a surprise but a welcome one. Laenor followed her, looking as if he were in my position, a riot of emotions. Mother, Jocelyn murmured as she entered. Then paused and rubbed the back of her head, looking almost rueful. Alyssa told me. Alyssa. No, I would address that soon enough. I thought she might, I replied. Come on, sit. You'll have questions. A lot of them, she said, still looking rueful for a moment, and then her expression dimmed slightly and she sat in the chair before me with a sigh. Laenor moved in as well, moving to stand behind me. His hand on my shoulder felt too much and not enough in equal measure. A familiar, dull ache stabbed at my chest as Jocelyn clenched her jaw and raised her head to meet mine. I am to be queen. It was not a question but a statement, delivered with an almost sigh. Yes, you are, I confirmed. But that was not a question. No, it wasn't, she replied. Ah, I saw it then. Her furrowed brow, the tilt of her head. I wish I wasn't. Aemon would approve, I told her. My solemn little boy, he had been so proud of his position. He had been so noble. He would approve, were he somehow able to see it. After a moment with no reply, I leaned forward and took her hand, clenching my jaw as my stomach registered its complaints. I told you once I would have been proud to have you as my heir, Jocelyn. I meant it. At my words, she nodded, her gaze now on our entangled fingers. I know, she whispered. You also said that Aemon needed to be heir. At the time, that was true, Laenor answered for me, his tone impossibly gentle. Politics differ now. So does what this realm needs, I followed up. Right now, it needs an heir that's grown, someone who can establish herself, not a baby. But Viserys is a boy, she protested. That counts for everything. It counted for everything, Laenor said. Your mother just changed that. It was changed for me. By those loyal to me. Those who supported me. Should I falter now, could Viserys gather that support as a boy barely walking? Or a warrior tried and true, who has shown mercy and bravery in battle in equal measure? I could not see her face, but I knew she had heard my words and took them to heart because her ears went red and the comparison took me back to Iman again and it twisted in my gut. My jaw ached as I forced the emotions to stay off my face. You aren't going to falter, are you? She asked, glancing up. I mean, it's not likely. I'm still in pain, but I am getting better, I told her. But a wise monarch plans for the worst even if she might hope and pray for the best. Right, she murmured, looking unsure. You would tell me if anything was wrong, wouldn't you? I would, don't fret. You are my heir now, I cannot hide these things from you. Guilt followed that as she nodded thoughtfully. It's so strange. I never wanted it, you do know that, don't you? You could make Vis your heir, I wouldn't make trouble. I promise. Her eyes had taken on an almost desperate look and Lainer stepped around me, into my vision. He knelt before her as I leaned back. She hiccuped once, an aborted sob as he took her face in his hands. Jocelyn, he began slowly. We know. She drew in a sharp breath at the gentleness of him. I bit back my own tears, a sudden pressure building in my skull that I would not allow to break in front of her. Not when there was still much else to be done. Iman was chosen as heir because he was a boy. Yet he grew into the role. He was a good boy. Your mother was proud to have him as her heir. Were things different, I would have been proud to name him mine, he whispered to her. But now you are heir because you are older, with an already growing legend. Should the worst happen, you will be the beacon our family cleaves to. You will grow into your role just as Iman did. We are not going anywhere soon. And nobody will judge you for thinking it ill-fitting at first. She sniffled and nodded. He brushed the hair from her cheek, pausing when she flinched as his hand came too close to her scars. I swallowed past the sudden lump in my throat. Iman had lessons aplenty, your mother and your uncle and I there to advise and teach. You are not Iman, we know that. Your mother knows that. Do not fret overly much. This is a beginning. Perhaps he might have said more, but a moment later she flung herself forward, managing to topple them both to the floor, her face digging into his shoulder. I'll make him proud, she said, her voice muffled in her father's doublet. I will. I promise. Any lessons you want me to attend, I'll come to them. As like as not, I'll make you my cupbearer, I told her. She tilted her head from Lainer's shoulder, her eyes red. Plenty of small council meetings for you to watch. Lainer took her moment of distraction to clamber from the floor, pulling her up with him. And your martial lessons will increase as well. Stefan is, not well. We will have to find you another tutor. I am sorry. There was so much to catch her up on. But I had time. And I would not ruin another child. A moment later she wraps her arms around my shoulders, gently and slowly, as if she feared I might collapse into dust at the touch. I return the embrace and after a moment, her own hold becomes more like the Jocelyn I am used to. Then she draws away and takes a long, shuddering breath as if the weight of the world had stepped off her shoulders. One last question, she breathes. I am still marrying Rolf, aren't I? I recall, vividly, the letter from Alan Tarley. I would not be so incautious as to separate you from him, I told her and she grins. It's not quite her usual grin but, it'll do. For now. But perhaps you'd care to explain to your father and I what Lord Tarley meant when he wrote of your reunion with him. It was cruel. Her grin froze and a moment later she made an odd choking sound. And then she went as red as Rolf had been not an hour ago. Lainer snorted softly and she began spluttering out, not an explanation, more like an endless line of aborted half-sentences all whilst looking mortified. Well. Peace, Jocelyn, I told her and she subsided. You'll be marrying Rolf. Just keep the public displays to a minimum. Yes, mother, she squeaked finally, suddenly finding the tent roof interesting. The reminder sent another knife of pain, puncturing my happiness. Of course, in all the excitement, I'd almost forgotten. There is one more matter I wish to raise, I told her, and my serious tone had her looking at me in mild panic, her earlier embarrassment not entirely forgotten. As heir, like I once did, you must build your household. Ladies, servants, and the like. Yes, I thought maybe, well, some of my friends are girls. Maybe Lily Bar Emin, she suggested. She was probably a solid choice. I vaguely recalled something about Joffrey saying she would match Jocelyn's interests well. I would have to consult him. It's good you have someone in mind already. I am asking you to consider another. Asking. This is your choice as my heir. At words, she straightened a little and nodded so seriously that for a moment. No, stop thinking of him. And yet given the subject, it was so hard. Orys Baratheon is dead. As is Boros Baratheon, I began. Jocelyn nodded again, grimacing at that. Well, Boros had been kind to her and Orys. Orys had been his father-made miniature. Cassandra now rules the Stormlands. Their succession is not in doubt, and as my heir you should take time to affirm that to any who might suggest it is not. Yet it leaves Lady Elenda with a dilemma. I don't understand, Jocelyn admitted. Cassandra may be a pill, but she's Elenda's daughter. Shouldn't Elenda be happy? I'd imagine she grieves her husband and child, but, no, her problem is Maris. And just like that, I could see Jocelyn realize the issue. That is why I would fight anyone who dared call her stupid. She understood. You think she would make a good lady? She asked a moment later. Iman always boasted of how clever she was. They got along well, Lainer said sadly, settling into the seat Jocelyn had abandoned. But Cassandra and Maris, do not. I assume that's why Elenda wants Maris out of the Stormlands. That would be the sum of it. There might be some blackmail involved. Lainer let out a disgusted scoff at that. Luke, asked Jocelyn. Then we shouldn't give in. In this case, it would do more harm than good. The rumors are everywhere, but Lucille Balling has never believed them. Elenda's words would change that, I told them. So this is for Uncle Joffrey, asked Jocelyn as behind her, Lainer closed his eyes as if feeling Joffrey's pain for him. Then I'll do it. Maris can be my lady. You don't have to decide straight away, I told her, but she shook her head so violently I feared she might hurt herself. No, I'll have her, she said with a voice of steel. I will write to Elenda and let her know, I told her. Thank you, Jocelyn. Well, if she's as clever as Iman said she was, I'll probably need her, Jocelyn mused. That wouldn't do. That would have to be my first project. No more self-depreciation. We all need talented people around us. Even Jaehaerys had Septon Barth and Rego Draz, I reminded her. But lessons can wait. On to the next task. Uncle Iman, she asked. Well, I could, but no. Get my immediate house in order first. No, your sister, I told her. She gave me an unsure smile. She's not in trouble, is she? Because she didn't even quarrel with Uncle Iman once. And she held Benedict and complimented him. That was progress. No, she's not in trouble. Go fetch her for me. At my suggestion she took off, leaving Lainer and I alone for a moment. We might do well to grant her dark sister, he murmured after the tent flap swung closed. We cannot knight her, but a ceremony for her and the sword would say loudly what we cannot. A good suggestion, I told him. And it was. He gave me an exhausted smile in return. How are you? Sleep does not come easy, he admitted. I see those I killed. I see Aegon. I see Iman. I swallowed thickly. We will make sure he is not forgotten by anyone, I told him, the words coming out in a rasp. Gods, I wish. I wish it had been me. But that would get me nowhere. There are harder days to come, I settled for saying. He wouldn't forgive us if we faltered now. No, he agreed with a small smile. No, he probably wouldn't. Were he here he'd be champing at the bit, he'd be suggesting a tour, he'd want to rebuild. That is a good point. Half my city had seen damage from the flames, and maybe a fifth of it was destroyed entirely. Iman, well, he'd have mourned the loss but seen the beauty it could be. Perhaps I need a master of building. Lainer snorted in response, but my mind. I needed someone to maintain the King's Road and expand it, and none of my existing small council really fit the role. King's Landing would need expanding soon enough, it would grow, and someone would need to make sure it grew correctly. It was something to muse on. Chapter 401, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 309. Chapter text. Alyssa followed her sister into the tent looking apprehensive. As if she expected to be scolded, or worse. Come, sit, I told her, keeping my voice as gentle as I could. Lainer rose, allowing her to sit opposite me and then went to help Jocelyn with bringing more chairs to where we sat. Once all four of us had a place to sit, she turned to me, jaw clenched in defiance, and met my gaze. I am sorry, Mother, she said. I should have told you, and I didn't. It was childish. What's this? Asked Jocelyn, sounding confused, glancing between her twin and me. What happened? What do you call your sister, Jocelyn? Asked Lainer, tone soft. Oh, said Jocelyn a moment later. Well, indeed, I told them. You need not apologize. I should be the one apologizing. The answer was there in plain sight and I missed it. I am sorry, Alyssa. She went red at my words. Thank you. It sounded like a question, as if she were not sure what to say to that. Was my admitting I was wrong truly so rare? Jocelyn shot Alyssa a quick smile, her hand stretching out to cover her twins as if in reassurance. Something told me then, that perhaps the topic of the name I used for my daughter had been an ongoing topic of debate. Jocelyn's overtures reeked of see, I told you it would be okay. Alyssa paused, as if struggling for the right words. It was not something I was used to from her. Lady Alice saved your life. Everyone always says she would have adored us. Even more than Aunt Sira. It felt wrong. Lady Alice was indeed a good friend. I miss her every day. As does your Aunt Sira. At my words, Alyssa's gaze dropped to her lap again. However, you are not Lady Alice. And Alice would have been the first to confront me were I to insist on the name. You have the right to your own name, Alyssa. Her gaze flickered up again, surprise fading into gratefulness before she glanced at Jocelyn and smiled shyly, as if returning her "I told you so" sentiment with one of gratitude. Jocelyn responded by sticking her tongue out at her. Ah well. But it does lead me on to a much more important topic. At my change of tone, both of them grew serious once more. Laner, who had been silent until that point, shifted uneasily. Dorn and Princess Alyandra. Ali? Asked Alyssa, unsure and glancing at her father before her gaze swung back to me. Sho. I've heard rumors, Jocelyn mumbled. She did something, didn't she? Luke wouldn't tell me anything. It is not what she did, Laner said gently. It's what she did not do. Before Damon's invasion, shortly after your grandmother and Luke escorted Princess Alyandra home, she was made aware of a plot. I explained, forcing down the ill feeling in my breast. Alyandra chose not to make anyone aware of it. Uncharitable minds might point out it was kept secret as long as it had a chance of success, Laner drawled. Alyssa scowled briefly, although whether it was at this revelation or Laner's somewhat inherited attitude towards the Dornish, I did not know. Her face cleared a moment later, whilst Jocelyn remained frowning. What sort of plot? My eldest finally asked, her tone careful and slow. I did not miss the way her hand had tightened around Alyssa's. A bad one. A bad one, I confirmed. Do you wish to know? Yes, said Alyssa, firmly. Tell us. Aaron Dane and Mariah Martell allegedly plotted to wait until the fighting during the war was at its thickest, and then declare independence once more. I told them. They would have used the confusion after the war to dig in, use food supplies purchased from Essos to survive the choking of trade, and finally, should any dragon riders survive the war to be able to rally and attack, they planned assassinations. Much in the way Cosella Dane ordered the death of my father. What? Jocelyn burst out, half rising from her chair and making Alyssa flinch. How could she? Jocelyn, warned Laner softly. She stopped, flushing red, before sitting back in her chair. Yet my gaze was on Alyssa. She had been close to Alyandra. She had shared her secrets with her. For what it's worth, I began. She confessed the matter to Luke, and again to Rennis, after Garen's invasion. If she hadn't confessed, would you have known? Asked Alyssa. That was a very good question. Eyes and ears in Dorne were not hard to come by, but reliable eyes and ears very much were. Perhaps someone would have discovered the truth. Perhaps Alyandra would have confessed to Alyria. Perhaps someone would have spoken out once the plot did not come to fruition. Not at the time I did. We have spies in Dorne who might have discovered the matter, but it is not something that could have been guaranteed. I admitted. So, what's going to happen? Asked Jocelyn. Is it even treason? Not reporting a plot against your liege to your liege as soon as you can is treason, yes, Laner told them. Yet it is not as serious as actually contributing to a plot. Of course, as her regent, Aaron Dane's involvement could be argued to be Alyandra's involvement, but given the circumstances, we have decided to take a more generous approach. Mariah Martell was almost certainly up to her ears in it, I told them. And so she has been taken as hostage to Alyandra's good behavior. Alyandra herself is to leave the city and not return. Beyond that, no action is being taken. For treason? Asked Alyssa. She reported it, however late. She saved Luke, which cannot be overlooked. She has brought numerous prisoners involved in Damon and Garen's invasion for judgment, I told them. So if anyone asks about the Dornish, asked Jocelyn. We are to keep quiet about the plot. Very quiet, Laner told them. Unless you wish to put your mother in a bad position and stoke the tensions of another Dornish war. We won't say anything, Jocelyn promised fervently. Alyssa remained quiet, her brow furrowed, looking decidedly thoughtful. It was not an expression that had traditionally led to good things in the past. Although I doubted she would tell me what was going on in her mind right now. I would have to track her down at some point later and let her talk it out with less of an audience. It is through Alyandra's reaction to her mother's arrest that led to your mother discovering how much you dislike your nickname, Laner told Alyssa. For a moment, I wanted to cuss at him for it. Especially given how she glanced up at us, startled in a way that the news of the plot hadn't done to her. But that is enough about that. Let us have some food. Jocelyn, go and fetch your Uncle Emond. Alyssa, if you could fetch Jane. Best not give her time to ruminate on that too much. It's weird Jane married Uncle Emond, Jocelyn complained as she stood. And now they have a baby. I don't think either of them had a choice, I told her. The face she was pulling dropped instantly. Right, she said uneasily. Come on Alyssa, they're probably together. Do you want us to bring Ben? You know what your mother is like with babies, Laner told them, also rising. I'll go find a steward. And Emma. She'd never forgive us if we had lunch without her. A good plan, I agreed, and soon I was alone in the gloomy tent. Jocelyn had reacted to the news broadly how I'd expected. Alyssa had too, in a way. No doubt she would confront Alyandra in private and I could prevent that, should I so wish to, but it would involve a lot of guards, restricted movement, and tantrums. And given how she'd gotten her dragon, only about 90% likely to work. So Alyssa would confront Alyandra over her betrayal, both personal and otherwise. The two were friends. Would Alyssa give her leeway in it? That look on her face told me she would not set out intending to. Yet Alyandra knew her well, if there was anyone who could convince her of her good intentions, it would be Alyandra. Yet Alyssa was no fool, not really. Even Luke, as guilty as he felt, had not been convinced by her. As much as I'd disliked her involvement initially, Alyria would prove more important than ever. Alyssa arrived back first, Jane trailing behind her with Benedict in her arms. I did not ask, but it took only a moment for her to bring him to me. He truly was a cute baby, all happy gurgles and flailing to get himself free of his swaddling clothes. I maintained polite small talk with Jane, giving her no hint as to the talks we would have after lunch. Well, it was rather late for lunch. Mid-afternoon meal. It would do well for the court to see her and Emond invited to dine with me and mine. A statement. It did not take overly long for the others to arrive, Rena trailing after Emma. I was informed by Laner that Luke had far too many more interesting things to do than dine with his aunt, like knocking other squires into the mud. All in all, it was quite the pleasant meal. Benedict was passed around like some kind of parcel, being thoroughly cooed over. Emond and Laner did not so much as say one sarcastic word and even Alyssa kept her tongue civil and polite. Father wished he had my skill. The thought was hollow and absent any usual smugness. Durin was gone. Aegon was gone. Emon. And just like that, the venison I had been eating turned to ash in my mouth. I forced myself to eat a little more, watching as Jocelyn cracked some joke that saw her father cuff her over the back of the head and Emon to cackle in delight as the other girls went several different shades of scandalized. And now all I wished for was it to be over and done. To get back to the hard parts. At least the hard parts now I was making myself gloomy. I could not do that, not if I wanted to remain upright and functional. I picked up my goblet, catching Emon's eye as I did so. He must sense it, some ulterior motive for all this. He had been forgiven, but the Brackens had not been. The shape of their punishment depended on Jane, who had retrieved her son and had him curled close to her. Motherhood suited her, although part of me reviled it, for how young she was. Both of them should have had a few years yet, although I suppose I had given birth to the twins at Emon's age now. Gods, was I ever so young? But Emond should have been spared the need. Jane too. And now I had a Targaryen heir to deal with. Are you hurting, Mama? Asked Emma, jerking me from my thoughts. I was not at the moment, which was a nice change. No, just thinking, I told her and she nodded, looking thoroughly unconvinced. Damn it, I was giving them trauma again. I reached out and ruffled her braids, causing her to squirm away, looking outraged. But you were glaring at the table, Alyssa told me from my other side. I have many things to think about, I told her, noting she had already scooted back so I could not visit upon her hair the same as I did to Emma's. I just don't see how the table is at fault, she told me, a smirk on her face. It was enough to have me debating the merits of standing up and giving chase. Probably not worth it. Perhaps I should be worried she's back to teasing me so quickly after the revelation of Alyandra's betrayal. Yet I could not read bad intentions in her every move. I'd become Lena, and we'd never get anywhere. Very funny, perhaps I shall appoint you court jester. She snorted at the threat. Which naturally caught more attention. I thought I was to be court jester, Emon said, affecting a slightly hurt tone. Will you leave me jobless and penniless, dear sister, unable to support my wife and child? Jane flinched when he said it, her gaze going to her son as he snoozed in her arms. Emon seemed to realize his mistake a moment later, reaching out to lay a hand on her arm. Well, since Emond has so aptly brought it up, I began. Let us speak of how you may support yourselves. At that, Jane looked as if she would faint dead away and the rest of the table became laser-focused upon me. Chapter 402, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 310. As you have so aptly pointed out, right now you and your wife are in something of a bind. Neither of you have lands, and you have a hungry dragon and a hungry baby. As I spoke, Jane curled Benedict close to her, her eyes on the table. Emond met my eyes, the slightest furrow between his brow, before he laid his hand on Jane's arm. I admit, that had crossed my mind. Jane took a shaky breath. It was enough to tell me it had preyed on her mind as well. Guilt bit into me. I could have perhaps saved her some grief, but I dared not put my plan to paper lest either Bracken or Black would discover it. Granted, her father was in chains as we spoke, but rumor flew fast. Do you want us to leave? Asked Emma a moment later. We've all finished, haven't we? Jocelyn is Mama's heir now, she should stay, Alyssa insisted. But we can leave, if Jane prefers it. I would not presume, she sputtered. Her face said it all, however. Presume away, I told her. I did not lie when I pronounced you family twice over. Would you prefer privacy? There was a silent moment as her head came up, her face pale. She looked at Iman, who offered a small smile. Then she glanced back at me and barely managed a small nod. All right, clear out, I told the table. And have some wine sent in. My children hastened to obey, even Jocelyn, who was halfway out of her chair when Laner poked her back into it. I noticed her flush and gave her a smile. She returned it, then winced, hand half raised to her face. When we were alone with wine in front of us, Iman spoke again. You wish to discuss what comes next? Indeed, I told him. You have choices, but I will not enforce it either way. I don't understand, Jane said, her tone miserable again. We betrayed you. Jocelyn made a small, hastily strangled noise at that. Jane gave no indication she had even heard it. Iman snorted at that and then turned his head away at my sharp glance. Jane raised her head again, meeting my gaze. Her face bore the signs of her misery, but also a determination now. A test, then. A weariness crept in. I did my best to shove it aside. This was good. This was healing. This was a strike against those who had betrayed me. A demonstration for Jocelyn that she would remember. And how might you have done that? I asked. I married Emond. I laid with him. My son, he is a male heir of a male heir. A Targaryen. He is a threat. And I birthed him, she told me, her lip wobbling and an occasional sharp gasp cutting off her speech. And yet she persisted. Despite tears making tracks down her face and looking as if she'd faint dead away, she persisted. Emond reached out to her again, his face soft with concern, but she shrugged his hand away. My brother snatched his hand back, hiding the irritated look on his face well. I might not have seen it had I not been looking for it. Next to me, Jocelyn shifted. I could almost feel her gaze. What would she take from this, I wondered. Emond has been pardoned, I told her gently. So you cannot be held guilty by association. And my son, she asked, well more like demanded. You cannot deny that he is a threat, I finished when a sob tore itself from her throat and prevented her from speaking. A son of a son. And I am a daughter, with a daughter for an heir. I did glance at Jocelyn then. She looked stricken, half slumped in her chair, but she quickly righted herself when she sensed my gaze, offering me a fake smile. Gods, it seemed only 5 minutes ago I had caught her with Luke at Winterfell. And now here she was, far too young to be reckoning with this. So little Jo is to be queen, Emond murmured. The rumor was true, then. Little Jo, I heard her huff in annoyance. She might have said more, but my sharp glance reminded her of where she was and she fell quiet, scowling at her uncle. Then a son will be all the more a threat, Jane insisted, her face stained with tears. Do you intend to rise against me? I asked. Her reaction was immediate, visceral, one might think I had asked her to surrender her son or stab her husband. She recoiled, horror etched onto her features. No. It was reassuring. Alyandra's face made its way into my thoughts, the way she had hesitated. No, Jane was not Alyandra. Evidently so. Even when manipulated by her family, she had told me what she had known. I don't intend to, either, Emond told me. I have a son. I'll not throw that future away. Then I do not see the issue. Had he dragged me from my thoughts on purpose? My question had not been directed at him, and yet. So, what will come next for you? Your future is wide open. Here is what we know, I told them when neither answered. This was it, the ideas, the words that had been revolving in my mind since I had turned my mind to punishment. House Bracken sided with their liege, Lord Grover Tully. Initially, I had thought them favorable to me. They sent you to me as a ward, after all. Father believed the Blackwoods had you in their pocket, Jane told me after a moment. Well, I had suspected that. Amos had made it very clear during our last meeting, after all. Grover Tully had been a very cunning man indeed. They wanted me to marry Emond and Princess Visera to marry Kermit because then Emond would have to defend Kermit without anyone saying the dragons ruled him. Interesting. I glanced at Jocelyn, who was watching Jane with rapt attention. Grover had turned down Alyssa for this deal. Had Kermit's perceived power been so important to him that he'd jump through these hoops? Ha! Iman burst out, the laugh dry and harsh. Of course my brother would sell me and Vis into an agreement like that. You did not have a choice. I asked. That had surprised me. I would have thought Aegon would have avoided forcing marriages, yet. I was informed it was best for his bid for the throne, Iman drawled, eyes sharp and angry as he recalled the conversation. I was given a choice that was no choice at all, given he had already sold Viserys' hand for Tully's loyalty. Now that I thought on it, Aegon had come off worse in that deal. 2 Targaryen marriages for House Tully. Grover had fleeced him. Believe me, if I could, I would give you both the option of freedom, I told them. Jane raised her head to meet my eyes. Then she shook herself. I would not take it, not unless Iman wished for it, she told us, and even Iman seemed shocked by it. A far cry from weeping at the sight of me, he joked. But it was a weak joke. Instead he looked. I wasn't sure how to interpret the emotion on his face. Overwhelmed, perhaps. I apologized for that, Jane huffed, raising a hand to dab at her eyes with the sleeves of her dress. And I forgave you, he admitted. And I would not choose another bride either, unless you wished me gone. I owe you that much. Which solved a huge problem for me. I was privately relieved, not that I think they would notice me being so while they gazed at one another. Not in lovesick bliss, no, more like 2 people who'd just realized they had something in common and were puzzling over the implications. Still, it did mean I didn't have to put pressure on the faith, or what was left of it after its leadership had been scattered or lost in the sack of Old Town. Next to me, Jocelyn was pulling a face. As if she should be so disgusted by their display after rolling about in the mud with Rolf for half of Castamere to see. So, I said after a moment, Jocelyn failing to pick up on my disappointment. The question still remains. What will you do next? I had thought of becoming a wandering knight, Iman admitted after gathering himself. I could make good coin at tourneys. That. I could picture that. Especially in a melee. Jocelyn looked wistful when I looked at her next and I could well imagine what she was thinking of. That is one option. The look on Jane's face and the almost hesitant way Iman had said it told me everything I needed to know as to what they thought of that. In truth, we dared not hope for anything, Jane told me. Exile, perhaps. We'd go, Iman told me, suddenly serious. If you asked it. Another option, I admitted. An option I preferred better than him going about and beggaring any lord foolish enough to allow him to compete in his tourney. Now, time for my suggestion. What of Stonehenge? I asked, and the moment I said it, Jane frowned and Iman sat up rigidly from his almost slump. I'll be quite blunt with you. Your grandfather, father, and brother will go to the wall. Raylan Rivers as well. I thank you for your mercy, your grace, Jane managed to force out. Rhaenyra. Iman said nothing, his eyes on the table. He knew what I planned to offer, I could tell. To put it bluntly, will you rule Stonehenge as its lady in my name? Will you give your son the Bracken name and have him as your heir? Silence followed my question as she gaped at me, open-mouthed. If you choose to give our son your name, I will grieve it, but I will not protest, Iman told her quietly. I don't, Jane stopped, shaking herself physically. Iman leaned forward and took their slumbering son gently from her arms and she surrendered him without protest, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. What of dragons? At her question, Iman shot me a sharp glance, some kind of pleading look in his face. What of dragons? That was the question. Father had wished to see them proliferate, yet proliferation would lead to total war eventually. What about the dragons, indeed? I have made no such decision yet, I told them. I must review the facts before I speak on such an important matter. A politician's answer, and yet Iman looked almost relieved. I would have to speak with him on that. I was missing something, I was quite sure. Him, who loved the skies and his silver wing, why would he be? Not my mission for today. I understand, Jane murmured, resting her hands on the table and splaying her fingers. Her gaze dropped to them and I could see from my vantage point she was chewing her lip. Why them? Why the wall? I give all who will be judged by me a choice, the black or the block. I told her. More than just your brother and father will face that choice. I see, she murmured. I would be lady in truth. Yes, for all intents and purposes. You would rule Stonehenge and take on House Bracken's lands, duties, and responsibilities. That sounds like you, sister, Iman almost snapped, his strange mood gone. Speak clearly. Damn it all, he knew me a little too well. Raventree Hall. At my words, he flinched. You burned it on Tully orders, but Humphrey Bracken was there and heavily involved. I would not be too surprised to discover he had suggested it initially and Grover had gone along with it out of sheer priggish pride. The throne will pay for its restoration. House Bracken will pay back the throne for its portion of the damages. At my pronouncement, Jane turned to Emond. He turned to her. Then, as if in sync, they both glanced at their son. When Jane turned back to me once more, she had color in her cheeks for the first time since lunch. May I have some time to decide, she asked, her voice wavering slightly. Of course, I agreed. In truth, this was not a Dornish situation. Jane was no hostage and her family were doomed regardless of her decision. They rose and Jane bobbed into a quick curtsy. Even Emond managed a stiff half-bow that would be shockingly appalling manners had it been anyone but him. And then I was alone with Jocelyn. And what did we learn today? I asked her. She gave me that pained glance of hers, the one she tended to use when asked about her studies. Well, we had to start somewhere. Chapter 403, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 311. Flight. My first flight since. Flight. Below me, Malaise roared, dipping through the clouds and out of sight. I urged Syrinx to follow and held my breath, half by habit, as we dived, leaving me uncomfortably damp as we followed Malaise descent. By her own will, Syrinx drifted ever lower, eyes on the sea below. I let her. I was fairly confident she wouldn't dive in with me on her back. Above us now, Malaise banked and twirled, her rider seeking to stretch her wings after some time inactive. Corlys showed no improvement, but he was no worse. The news was delivered to me by Rennis, grim-faced but determined. Today was important after all. Very important. Sea spray rose around me as my dragon trailed a claw into the water before bellowing in delight and, with one or two powerful flaps of her wings, rose into the air again. She stayed under Malaise for a few moments more before rising to the dragon's near underside and then flying past, making the older dragon bellow angrily. I managed a smile. At least one of us was having fun. I'd have to tell Joffrey to schedule more riding time, even if getting ready this morning had been as enjoyable as dressing for an execution. I needed to overcome it. I could not be the Rhaenyra I needed to be divorced from her dragon. Syrinx and I must be seen as one. I may be a woman, but I was also a dragon. I had to make them remember that. In the air, at least, I could close my eyes and let Syrinx take us wherever she wished to fly whilst my mind wandered. In this case, it wandered to the future, kept from the past by my stubborn insistence that I would not chew on my own misery today. 2 new council seats, a Master of Works and a Mistress of Dragons. The latter was fairly self-explanatory, but the former I would make responsible for the King's Road, King's Landing and the auditing of any of my new style cities once I got around to granting them. Punishments, trials. Men and women due to stand before me were either safely ensconced in my cells or on their way to being so. After the celebration of my coronation, already looming large in my near future, that would be my largest task to overcome. And then, it would be improvements, reforms, things dreamt up by a girl with stars in her eyes. Better now than some years in the future when people had the time to become settled and overconfident in their own places in the world once more. Before me, Malaise broke away, beginning her descent and Syrinx rumbled in unhappiness. I could concur. The future was the future, but today was a long time coming and the largest hurdle I'd faced. Too many people to please and so few ways to accomplish that. I tugged the reins and Syrinx groaned again but followed Malaise's path, landing as lightly as I was accustomed to, while the scarlet dragon tore great rents in the field. Dragon keepers came forward as I dismounted, a cart of freshly slaughtered deer being wheeled out to ensure Syrinx's cooperation. Glutton. Laurent stood guard by the shed. A figure sat in the mud beside him. The figure stood suddenly, gripping Laurent's armor to haul herself up, and my heart panged. Jocelyn looked tired. Her burns looked worse today on her pale skin. When I reached her and drew her into a hug, she settled on my shoulder with a sigh, having no difficulty in resting her chin there, I noted with wry amusement. In fact, she was having to stoop slightly to do it. Had she had a growth spurt recently? I could have sworn she was not so tall before, everything had happened. Is something wrong? She asked, hand half raised to her cheek before I realized just what she was referring to. Just marveling at when you became so tall, I reassured her. She gave me a smile and only managed to look slightly pleased about the whole matter, her hand dropping to her side. Damn, she must have a few inches on me now. 4 or 5 at least. You asked me to come out here, she told me as I stepped back to allow Rennis to approach with her own embrace. One I let occur before I spoke again. Your grandmother and I have business to attend to, I told her. She frowned. In the dragon field, she asked, glancing about. It was true some of our dragons dotted the surrounding areas. Syrinx had settled the closest, ripping apart meat with happy abandon. In the dragon field, Rennis murmured. Speaking of which. I turned and followed her gaze in time with Jocelyn. 3 riders in the distance, rapidly turning from smudged to Lord Stark, asked Jocelyn. And two of his men. Good eyes, I told her. Yes, we are discussing important matters with Lord Stark today. She frowned and then grimaced. Ah good, she realized what it might pertain to. Your Grace, Cregan Stark called as he grew closer, dismounting in one smooth motion I was quite envious of. He got a little closer before falling to one knee, his guards following suit. Lord Stark, I replied as he rose, forcing a smile onto my face. Thank you for coming out so far to meet with me. How is your wife? Very pregnant, he replied with a smile. Although she still intends to arrive before the coronation. As long as her safety comes first, I told him, voice thick with insincere fondness. And your son? Young Rickon. Growing fast. His tone was all proud father. Good, perhaps he was relaxing slightly. Or perhaps he yet waited for an unseen trap. He'll soon have a blade in his hand. And one of the best swordsmen in the realm to train him, I joked and he almost preened. Good. I genuinely could not tell if he had picked up on the hollowness of it all. Then again, I had seen before that I could not tell how clever Cregan actually was. He was brutal, that much was undeniable. Yet even his cleverly timed brutality in canon was still brutality. This, might have been clever. Perhaps. Maybe even the original Rhaenyra would have appreciated it. But I was not her. I assume you know why I have called you here, I began, allowing my tone to become a bit more serious. His smile flickered, moving from natural to fixed as he straightened a little. I believe I have some idea, Your Grace, he murmured. Good. I see no need to do this in court proper. An informal solution is best, do you not think? I asked. Next to me, I was aware of Jocelyn leaning against the shed as Renus, seemingly heedless of our conversation, began moving the saddles inside. I suppose that would depend on the solution, Your Grace, he replied evenly. I broke no law, Your Grace. No, of that everyone seems quite certain. Tell me, what did happen that day, Lord Stark? At my question, his gaze on me did not even waver. I was caught out of position, Your Grace, a foolish mistake on my part and so I sought a bold solution to the matter, he sounded genuinely remorseful. He was, I would give him this, an excellent liar. I took my best archers and hoped I could lure away an overly bold vanguard. That way I could take them captive and negotiate. He followed up his words by shaking his head. I was wrong, Your Grace, and the whole matter devolved into fighting after Jason Lannister so boldly insulted your person and attempted to bribe me to turn on you. Prince Durin fell in the ambush, Lord Cregan, as did Lord Elmo's son and heir. I kept my tone even and unimpressed. A regrettable mistake, Your Grace, the goal was to capture Prince Durin. As for young Kermit, his great-grandfather had declared against you. Lord Elmo was nowhere to be seen, I did not know he was an ally, Your Grace. Well, I'd give him that one. If it pleases you, Your Grace, I had the lad that killed the prince flogged and intend to send him to the wall for it. If Your Grace desires his head, then I will give him to you so that you might take it. I heard Jocelyn choke at that, shifting to stand up straight. His guards responded, shifting uncomfortably themselves. And you are certain which arrow struck the killing blow? I asked. Cregan nodded. My archers colored their fletching. It was his arrows my men recovered from Prince Durin's corpse when they took Derry, he explained. Jocelyn made a small noise, as if she had thought to speak and remembered herself at the last moment. Is there a problem, Princess Jocelyn? I asked, turning to her. She had a look on her face that I associated with barely hidden childish outrage. No, mother, she told me, dropping her eyes to stare intently at the floor. What had she thought of that I had not? Or had she merely picked up on his lies? I would ask her once I had dealt with Cregan. To put it bluntly, as I know you Northerners are fond of, Lord Cregan, I began, turning back to him. You have put me in an unfortunate position. I broke no law, Your Grace, Cregan repeated. Indeed you did not, I agreed. The letter of the law remains unbroken, yet you shattered the spirit of it with a reckless brutality that has shocked and angered too many. So, I am to be put on trial after all, he asked, looking profoundly annoyed. That annoyed me in turn. No, did I not say I favored the informal solution? I asked. He huffed. We once spoke of the wall. Perhaps it is best you turned your personal attention there. And why, precisely, would I do that? He asked in a tone like ice. Ah, you are correct in that you have no obvious reason to, I told him with a smile. Except for the fact you have angered half of the 7 kingdoms with your actions, and it will not be long before those with a grudge to bear find your uncle. He laughed then, a sharp and ugly sound. My uncle is old and no threat to me. He was laughing at me. How naive. Are you expecting his impending death, perhaps? I asked and Cregan froze. Yes, I was aware of that little plot. Yet Lord Lynmouth no longer has the resources to ensure such a matter is completed. I was given an oath, he snapped. Yes, you were. Yet you, yourself, have demonstrated there is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to ancient customs and practices like truces and oaths. His face was thunderous. I give it a few moons at most before people remember Bernard exists. From there it's all, as they say, downhill. Benyon Stark has marriage ties to Elenda Baratheon, so what's left of the Stormlands will throw in their aid. The Lannisters are out for your blood regardless. House Tully and those who still support them for poor Kermit. Dennis Waynwood wants your head as well, as does Jane Arryn after you brought her falcons into disrepute with your stunt. And so my uncle comes back to haunt me once more, he spat. A usurper. Of course, they will find little support from the throne, but then, they'd hardly need it, would they? I pointed out. They'll have men and gold and political support aplenty. And should I find this problem of the wall so personally important? Cregan asked after a few moments of furious silence. Then your enemies will have no reason to come for you, and I'd imagine Lord Lynmouth will receive some extra resources to perform his duties, I told him. Cregan snorted for a moment, tilting his head to the side. You have me quite beaten, Your Grace, he finally said. The Black, or spending the rest of my life fighting for my son's rights and condemning him to the same fate as my uncle's rot takes root in the north. So it would seem. My tone was bland, carefully so, as I watched him wrestle with the realization. He could say no. He could attempt to go through it alone. The North knew isolation well, but did it know outright hostility, from both within and without? Would Her Grace permit me to see my child born, he asked carefully. And permit me time to set things right in the North? You have half a year, I told him bluntly. Bernard Stark has until you swear your vows. The longer you take, the more support he will gather amongst those who have reason to embolden him. Very well, he finally spat. You will have your way and I will give. I ought not to. A wise decision, Lord Stark, I offered. If you need assistance, I would be happy to send my hand and heiress to help you put the North and the Wall to rights, and aid your wife and son. He stared at me and I met his gaze. He was angry. Angry people did stupid things. I would need to be wary of him as the net closed in and his time ran out. I ought not to, he repeated. Then without further word he turned on his heel and stormed off in a rage towards his horse, his guards following, almost jogging to keep up. Laurent started, his hand on his sword at the disrespect, but I held up a hand. He took it well, Rennis drawled. I half expected a fight. So you know he was lying? Jocelyn demanded. Are you really going to kill Benyon's father? Ah, she had a crush on the boy once, hadn't she? Yes, I confirmed. What did you notice? Oh, it's nothing. I shouldn't have made a noise. I'm sorry. She flushed, leaning back against the shed. Speak, I told her, and she went even redder. His archers marked their arrows, she sighed. They wouldn't do that unless he'd promised a bounty or reward for a kill. You only do that in hunting so you can mark who killed what. Most will just use normal arrows. Sometimes lords' retinues will mark their arrows with the color of their house, but there's no need for each archer to have a unique color in well. Said Rennis. Good spot. Indeed, I told her and she shuffled about, embarrassed and pleased. In case you did not know, he also poisoned the arrows. What? Durin was poisoned, she asked. No, I didn't know that. Do you see why he must be dealt with? I asked, and she nodded, looking troubled. And Bernard would start trouble in the North the moment he smelt blood in the water. It's a shame though, Rennis sighed. Either would make a fine lord for a strong North. Both would have reason to be very, carefully loyal. Had he not been so incautious and limited his attack to Lannister lords, then I suspect your mother might be better inclined toward him. I didn't answer that. Would I? If he had presented me with Jason Lannister's head and Arryn in chains, would I have spared him the wall? I knew the answer to that, deep down. I just wasn't sure I liked it. Chapter 404, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 312. Chapter text. A knock sounded on the door to my solar and I stopped staring at the childish scrawl in front of me to greet Laenor as he stepped in, a grimace on his face that instantly sent my heart plummeting into my stomach. How are you? He asked, which did nothing to reassure my sudden dread. Nor did the parchment in his hand, the broken Velaryon seal most likely only visible to me because he was deliberately curling the paper away from my eyes. Bile flooded my throat and instead of answering, I reached for the goblet in front of me, forcing myself to swallow some of the juice within. It tasted sweet, too sweet all of a sudden, and did little to help calm my sudden nerves or the nausea cruising in my belly. Out with it, I told him. He would not dance around good news, but I could think of no bad news that would go to him before me and the lack of any context had the worst flashing through my mind. Corlys was not dead, Renus was not dead? Some disaster on Driftmark? What could it be? Their defenses were reinforced, so I could not see any mere raid bringing them low. A death then? Viamond? In canon he had been a thorn in Renera's side, meeting his death for speaking the truth, and whilst I had thoughts on why that might have happened and who had pushed him into such a stupid maneuver, there were no such doubts in this time, and he had served loyally as Dragonstone's steward, bar his complaints about the conduct of Alfred Broom, whom he had marked early as a green asset and wished to be rid of. Given I had given leave for him to give Alfred his richly deserved reward the moment the hostilities had kicked off, I doubt that had caused any issue. Some issue with Dragonstone, then? There is no easy way to put this, Laner began before sighing heavily. No, I was being a fool. I could see dark circles below his red-rimmed eyes, the echoes of fresh grief that he was trying to hide all too inexpertly. Vermax returned to Dragonstone after Iman perished. The dragon was heavily wounded. Upon sighting it, my cousin dispatched a rescue mission. He did not know. I swear this to you, Rhaenyra, he did not know. Did not know of Iman's death? I could not understand, it felt like being on the edge of a chasm, nothing to indicate how deep it was and me about to fall into it in just a moment. Sir Adam Waters was dispatched with the team, Laner said slowly, as if those words had great meaning. Sir Adam Waters. Of course, the boy had gained his knighthood, hadn't he? So why would? No. No, I whispered. Understanding no. Vermax responded to him. All given indications point to, well. Vermax has chosen a new rider. No, no, no. That dragon should have died with his rider. Why? Laner rounded the desk a moment later and I rose to meet him. Warmth surrounded me as he embraced me. I let my eyes close, let myself indulge in the closeness as his hand stroked circles in the small of my back. The first sob took me by surprise, a sudden break from welling numbness giving way to devastation that I couldn't even tell you the source of, apart from an all-encompassing sense of wrongness. When my sobs finally ceased, I wasn't sure how long I had been crying. Enough that I looked a horror, I was sure. Enough that my emotions were spent, if I were worrying about that instead of. Viamond waited for my return to tell me, Laner told me gently as he lowered me back into my chair. There were fresh tears on his face as well and I reached out on instinct, cradling his face in my hands as he dropped to his knee in front of me. He paused what he had been about to say, leaning into the touch slightly. In truth, they weren't sure the dragon would survive. He asked me to send Lena, he fears for it. Lena will not leave for King's Landing until the very last second. Some part of me resented her for that. I pushed it aside. She had lost, as I had. Viagar was a part of her. After the coronation, we must dispatch her. Gods. Corlys, this will be a mess. Laner agreed. Marilda must convince them once more. I hadn't even thought of father, I'll tell him. He's holding steady. Bring both Adam and Alan here, he deserves to have his children present, I told him. Corlys had served me well and he was as legendary in Westeros. I could afford him sentiment. Ensure Vermax remains on Dragonstone. I will write to Lena, tell her of Vermax and tell her to begin writing to Viamond. Alyssa can make the flight to deliver it. She ought to bring Lena back with her, Laner mumbled, tilting his head away, then he sighed heavily again and braced himself against my desk to rise. Merciful mother, I'm tired. I felt his words in my bones, leaning into his side once more before leaning away as he stepped back around my desk to drop himself in the chair opposite, coming down with sufficient force that it creaked ominously. I feel useless, he admitted. Father's dying, Joffrey is, being Joff, Lena is off in a hole like some wounded animal, the children will barely speak to me, the coronation is in hand, what can I do? Vermax could wait. As long as news of his new rider was tightly controlled, I had room to breathe, to grieve, and to make a decision. I needed Lena close, a solution for the dragons needed to be put forth, and I could not do that without her present. As for Laner, well, I hadn't thought he'd feel so superfluous, but after the war. I dropped my eyes to the documents and he leant forward. Before the war, his eyes would have been bright with interest, he had always been eager for tales of the future. Yet now the movement seemed forced. Your predictions? Yes. It seemed time to lay out what is to be. He grimaced at my words. I admit. I'm not making much headway. Sometimes I think we were fools back then, he whispered, reaching out to pluck a page from the desk. To think we could shape Westeros so easily. We won. We can. We can make it Iman's legacy as well as our own. That had been the thought that had pushed me into the solar with these pages this morning. It had been the thought that had so thoroughly stymied me the moment I had sat down. It had to be. I couldn't ruin this. It was for more than me now. New council positions, Laner read from my hastily scrawled notes. Lena is your mistress of dragons, who will be this? Master of works. I have no clue, I admitted. It is my thought they would be responsible for upkeep and expansion of the King's Road, the city works of King's Landing, so that the city can grow and evolve without eyesores such as Flea Bottom going forward, a proper sewage system at last, maybe, but as to who would fit the bill, I have little notion. Hold on, he murmured, and there was something of my old husband there. A twinkle in his eye, a sly thoughtfulness as he began rummaging through the desk for here. I took the proffered paper gently, my eyes finding the scrawl. Part of what I had remembered of the aftermath of the dance after my awakening here. Tumbleton. It was rebuilt after the battle between. He stopped and sighed. Ah. The lady that rebuilt it was Lord Arthur Footley's wife, the Lady Sherry's Footley. I have not had the opportunity to speak with her much, but she seemed to be possessed of quick wits, and clever besides, he told me. And her husband is well disposed to us. To me. We fought together. I saw something about that. He still has orphan maker. Laner nodded. Ghastly name for a sword that belonged to a ghastly man. Invite Lord Footley and his lady wife for a meal. I will assess the best route to take. Though the best route might involve a portion of cowardice. Rennis and Jane were on my council in ways that could be explained away by their position and power. Appointing a lady from a smaller house may be harder to justify. And yet if I could not do it now, when could I do it? This was to honor Iman, after all. If I had to rebuild King's Landing with my bloody hands, I would do so. And yet if I lost it all to arrogance. No, this back and forth served no one. The meal first. As an aside, I began, avoiding the conclusion to that line of thought. I believe some things need to be officially renamed. Your King's Guard for one. They lack a king, unless you wish to prompt me. He was aiming for teasing, but I did not miss the way his breath hitched. Would this be us forever? Playing pretend, like it all was before, and grieving that it was not? I reached out, almost without thought, and took his hand. He let the paper he was holding drop and gave me a sad smile. It seems awkward to go back and forth on titles because the previous owner was of a different sex, I murmured, running my thumb over his knuckles. They were scrapped and raw, too much time in the yards? Best just stick with master for any small council positions. It makes a certain amount of sense, he admitted, bringing his free hand to cover my own. And the King's Guard? Leave that with me, I will think of some suitable name, I assured him. He nodded, then leaned back in his chair, his eyes closing briefly. His grip did not loosen, and that was comforting. Today I would allow myself an early night. I had earned it, after all. Vermax. That creature I had once feared. When had I stopped fearing it? When had he become synonymous with my own son? I suppose we must also speak of the children, I admitted, feeling almost bad as his eyes opened once more. Yes, they are, not doing well, despite them putting on appearances, he admitted. It stung a little, despite the fact I had known. Jocelyn's new position, Alyssa's need to prove herself, Emma's fretting, and Viserys had reverted to throwing tantrum after tantrum when he did not get his own way. But they will not talk to me. Perhaps we should schedule some family time. No talk of politics, no serious topics at all. I suggested, and he sighed. It seems wrong, he told me. You are queen, their lives are politics now. And if they feel they cannot speak of a serious topic. You're right, it was a bad suggestion. His reasoning was sound, and yet. Perhaps it had come from a selfish desire to simply see them smile again. A place away from reality that they did not have to feel guilty for indulging in. Time together seems a good idea though, Laner offered. Will you leap across the desk screaming if I suggest a family meal? In another time, if I had been feeling better, I might have cackled at that. Instead, I managed a smile, one that had fought its way onto my face and held there for some time. I rewarded its valiant efforts by simply allowing the moment to be, willing my mind to focus on anything but the jumble of emotions that had followed. An afternoon, I decided. Writing, or simply a small meal. Something that is not intrinsically linked to politics. I'll let Joff know, Laner told me. Advise him he is to present himself with Luke and Rena at these afternoons as well, I commanded in my best imperious tone, and managed to win myself a tired smile. He'll sulk, he told me. What of your wider family? He meant Emond. He and my brother had never been natural bosom buddies, but there had been a begrudging and hard-won respect between them. Perhaps. Laner grunted in response, finally letting my hand go and curling back into his chair. I plucked my quill from the inkpot and noted down what we had spoken of, mulling over names for the white knights that guarded myself and my family. When I finally had one I liked and that seemed like it would be acceptable, I glanced up to find Laner fast asleep in the chair. The name died on my tongue as he let out a soft snort and shifted slightly. Well, I'd let him sleep. Instead, I turned my quill to the parchment before me again and made a note of my chosen name, lest I forget it later and have the matter drive me to distraction. Crown Guard. Chapter 405, A Queen is Crowned, Chapter 313. Chapter text. It had rained in the night, the field turning into a bog of churned mud. The weather had further compounded the matter with an unseasonable warmth, the air humid and unpleasant. Bugs, as if sensing their final glory days before winter proper arrived, seemed determined to make one final go of it and swarmed back and forth. The Baratheons and their men would arrive within a few days, yet Alyssa's arrival at the empty Storm's End had finally shaken Lena from her stupor, and word of her return with my daughter had barely reached us before they had. Couldn't Alyssa have picked a better day? Jocelyn grumbled. I glanced at her. Encouragingly, she was dressed rather informally, breeches and shirt rather than the dresses she had been wearing since her accident. A good sign, a sign she was settling back into her own skin. I don't think you can blame her for this, Joe, Rolf said, patting her on the shoulder with a rueful smile on his own face. I could see the sweat glistening across his forehead and felt rather sorry for him. He had changed a lot from that boy that I had sent off before the war, beard and all. Another sign of changing times. By the 7, I'd have to give serious thought to their marriage soon. People would push for 16, and given how their relationship was progressing, and believe me I would be watching carefully, they might even push for 16. Too young. A trickle of sweat worked itself free of my hair and ran, unpleasantly, down the back of my neck into the collar of my dress. Was Westeros somehow managing climate change? This was truly awful. I turned my head away as Jocelyn grumbled about the weather. The sight of her, taller than me now, was producing an unpleasant feeling as my thoughts veered this way and that. Wine, Your Grace. Ah, perhaps there were some benefits to this whole queen business. I accepted the goblet from the servant and thanked him. It was pleasantly chill, at odds with the air around me and a welcome change. If you have the time, might we speak of some minor issues, asked Joffrey, limping up on my left with nary a warning. He would have to be here for Lena's return, but I sensed the true reason he had bothered to come was for his children and his children alone. Given Rena and Emma were close to the position he had just abandoned. Providing they are minor, I told him. This is Lena's return, don't ruin it. I'd give it 30% odds he'd spring whatever I told him here and now on the small council next session in order to rub his access to me in Jane's face. Sod. He had agreed, through gritted teeth, that the solution with Cregan was the best we were likely to get. He had appreciated my inference he would break his oath to Cregan even less, but I had little sympathy, given he'd made the damn thing without my leave in the first place. I merely wished to ask if you had received any answers regarding Sir Stefan, Sir Ricard, or Lady Jane. Bracken. Ah, of course. Not as of yet, I intend to push Felena and Iman soon. I glanced back at Sir Laurent, who stood watch. Garibald was elsewhere in the field and Eric close to Viserys in the tent. The other three were off duty and Stefan showed only a little improvement. He could get up now and move about if he was careful and preserved his energy, according to Felena, but if he strained himself, he would land himself back on bed rest. As for Sir Ricard, inquire with the Lord Commander. We really must finalize your Queen's Guard before the coronation, Joffrey pointed out. Crown Guard, I absently corrected, and he pulled a face but did not argue the point. And it will be. We have a week or so yet. And new armor to forge in the meantime, Joffrey sighed. It'll be close as it is, we'll be paying a considerable premium if we go much longer without measurements. Oh yes, new armor. It truly amused me how Joffrey and indeed, half my small council, could sulk at my attempt to standardize things and yet be perfectly okay with spending a veritable fortune on new armor with a new design for my crown guard. Press Laurent today then, I told him. But quietly. I will summon Emond and Felena tomorrow. You still haven't given me a report of the estates I may offer my White Knight. I have it, I am simply awaiting his answer, Joffrey replied, frustration evident. And how am I to present my case properly if I do not have the list? At this point, I was letting the heat and frustration with him get to me, words waspish and short. I could see him bristling in turn, ready to snap back with some cutting remark that would see us verbally brawling before long. And then Vermithor cast us into shadow and we both glanced up, startled at how he had gotten so close, so fast with no warning. A moment later and the dragon landed, a great gust of wind making the servants shriek. Any lord or lady brave enough to follow us out here had the wherewithal not to shout and make a great thing of it at least. And Alyssa had had the foresight to land further down the field to avoid showering us all as Vermithor had landed, even if it meant she now had to trudge through thick mud to reach us. We waited as the two figures who had dismounted Vermithor did so, picking their way past the deeper parts until... Mama, shouted Rena, rushing past us and nearly losing her footing straight away. Lena crossed the last few strides faster than I had seen her move in a long time, catching her daughter by the shoulders to steady her and then repositioning to lift her free of the mud and cuddle her close. Beside me, Joffrey was smiling, his features gone impossible soft. Luke followed his sister, placing a hand on her back and using his free arm to pull Lena into a half hug. He mumbled something to her, but I could not hear what it was. Next to me, having judged he'd given his children sufficient time, Joffrey made his way forward, reaching the three of them just in time for Lena to lower Rena to the floor again. One ant, slightly damaged, but delivered in record time, Alyssa jested, having evidently decided she'd let them have their moment. I caught her eye, noting the expectant face as if she thought I might scold her. Instead I reached over and she came into my embrace with a grin, relaxing into my arms. Well done. Thank you, mother. Where's father? She asked, voice slightly muffled by my dress. He's waiting back at the city for us with your grandparents, I told her. Oh, Alyssa said in a small voice. Might we go visit him once Aunt Lena has? If you wish, I told her and she drew back, giving me a smile I think that she had hoped would be stoic. Instead, it wobbled a little. I mean it when I say well done, Alyssa. I'm proud of you. The smile wobbled a little more and she nodded, turning her head away to sight her twin, who was stood watching us with a grin on her face. Couldn't have picked a better day to have us all out in a field, Alyssa. Blame Aunt Lena, Alyssa protested, sticking her tongue out. Hello Rolf. Alyssa, he replied, raising a hand in greeting. How are the Stormlands? Alyssa's mirthful expression vanished into a dark storm. Bad. It was a stark reminder. Too many lost, too many still under Daemon's sway after his death. Lena had once posited the effect would fade without regular exposure to the horn, and there was no way they could get that anymore, but that was of little help now. How many wandered without food and water, exposed to the elements, still seeking armies to pit themselves against. At least in Lys, the spell appeared to be breaking. Its death heralded riots and fighting, the city's leadership had been decimated and all that was left now were slaves and their former owners. At least the fact that Daemon had taken as much weaponry as he could with him was likely a boon in this regard. Another issue, but it could wait until after I had been crowned. Lys and the Stormlands could join the others, the Riverlands, the North, and the Iron Islands, all would need solutions. Rolf hummed thoughtfully at her words. Not good business at all. Father wishes to meet with Lady Cassandra when she arrives. As does my future good mother, Alyssa replied. Lady Cassandra is going to be a busy woman. If she can manage that, Jocelyn muttered darkly, then caught my expression and flushed. Still not fond of her, sister? Asked Alyssa, her face suddenly, not stern. Almost grieved. Ah, my own heart hurt as I realized. She was thinking of Iman. She'll be your vassal one day. Jocelyn looked disgruntled at the reminder. My queen. I half jumped. I had been so absorbed in my children that Lena's approach had taken me by surprise. Forgive me if I don't bend the knee in this mud. You need not bend the knee at all to me, Lena, I told her gently. She gave me a pained smile. None of my family does. Thank you, Lena replied, as if she had not known that. Around us, I could feel the sudden focus of the court. Typical, that they'd come here not for Lena but to judge my interactions with her. I must report, the dragon Viagar. Her voice hitched and I forced my arm still, wanting to reach out to her. She did not need to say the words, Joffrey caught my eye and moved past Luke to wrap an arm about her shoulders. She sighed heavily. The dragon Viagar has perished, she finally managed to say. Her wounds gained in the fight with Daemon were too much for her, in the end. The wounds she gave him in turn may have saved King's Landing, I managed to say in turn, sudden grief clawing at my throat. All here owe you, and her, a debt. I did not. She stopped, sudden frustration. Not here, I heard Joffrey murmur. She nodded, her jaw clenched tightly. I kept my eyes on her, forced my face not to waver. Did she feel guilty? How could she? It was not her fault. She had done all she could. It was I. No. No. As Joffrey had said, not here. Not before the court. My relapses had been kept as best they could from them, I would not confirm the rumors. That thought lit a fire in me and I drew it about me like a cloak of righteousness. My grief would not be entertainment for these people, or fuel for their petty games. Lady Lena. My voice was strong and clear. That was good. At my words, her head jerked up. Once we spoke of an unofficial position on my small council. This day, I will make it official. She frowned, her eyes searching my face as if she had not met me before and was seeking some clue as to who I was. A position, she echoed softly. The dragons. Indeed, I replied, well aware I should not have chosen a muddy field torn up by said dragons as a venue for this. Yet it was something to cling to distract anyone present from probing my grief. It was not for them. If you should accept, I offer you the title of Master of Dragons. Under your purview would be the security and maintenance of the dragon pit, the dragon mont, research and care of wild and tame dragons and the monitoring of dragon eggs born to any dragon in the 7 kingdoms. In addition, the dragon keepers will also answer to yourself. The knights too? Asked Rena, then blushed as everyone looked at her, still clinging to her mother's hand. The knights and the stable hands, I confirmed. Lena gave me a bewildered look and internally I begged her to answer, to not do as Iman and Jane had done and beg off for time to think. Perhaps it was cruel to ask while her wounds were fresh, but as Corlys had foisted the title of Hand on Rennis, knowing she would need the distraction, Lena would also benefit from solid duties. And she truly was the best for the job, short of somehow resurrecting Princess Rena. Your Grace honors me, Lena finally said. I accept. Oh good, I was starting to worry for a moment there. Chapter 406, Interlude, Dennis Corbray. Chapter text. His wife met them, looking resplendent. Her dress was a deep blue silk, overlaid with small silver falcons and moons. Across her shoulders, she wore a mantle of white velvet trimmed with grey fur. It matched well with her gloves, white silk trimmed with the same type of fur. Her blonde hair had been carefully braided and now sat atop her head like a crown, still visible through the fine lace she wore over her hair. The lace itself was interwoven with silver chain and deep blue sapphires. There were times that he thanked the gods that they had seen fit to bless him with love for both male and female form. Husband, she murmured as she swept forward. Osgood, Emma. You look beautiful, Mama. Osgood told her, Emma nodding furiously in agreement. His wife smiled, pleased with the compliment. He offered her his arm. I truly am a lucky man, he told her and meant it. John may sulk about his appreciation for his wife, but he might actually go mad or commit himself to the black if he had to endure some ugly shrew. As it was, Jane was quick-witted, comely, and rich. She had little actual desire for him and cared little for his keeping of a lover, providing it was discreet and no bastards arose from the union. Not an issue when it came to John, of course, but it was nice to know she would not overly care were he to take a woman to bed either. You flatter me, she told him, but he did not mistake her pleased smile. A shame Jessamine was not here. It was a romance he found pleasing to watch, given how they still fumbled over one another even now. Like young lovers still. A sweet thing. They were silent as they made their way to the carriage. Carefully, in their case, as the ground was still slick from last night's rain. At least the air was at least clear, though the wind cold and bracing. Each climbed in and sat, Jane opposite him with Osgood at her side. Emma took the bench next to him, humming as she already stretched to peer out of the window. The coachman leaned in and handed Jane a small leather pouch before closing the doors and boarding the carriage himself. As they lurched into movement, Jane reached into the bag and pulled free a handful of silver coins. Stags? He asked and her mouth quirked into a smirk in response. I am the Silver Falcon, am I not? She asked. Osgood. In response, their son opened his hands and took what his mother offered with wide eyes. You will be when the mines begin actually producing silver ore, he reminded her and then realized his misstep as she scowled. Still, it does well to let the people remember who has been at our queen's side from the beginning. She took the verbal surrender with good grace and deigned to pass some of the coins to Emma, who squealed in delight, letting them fall from hand to hand. He watched her for a few moments, well aware he was smiling like a fool. Truly, the seven had blessed him indeed. Still, he could not remain in bliss for long. The roar of the city grew closer. He pulled the curtain aside, a crack of blinding light into the gloom and peered at the houses as they passed. Well-appointed merchant houses, not the manses of the rich and noble. That would explain the noise then. Yet even here evidence of the coronation was in full view, bunting strung between houses and men and women bustling back and forth. 7 days of celebration to come and these men and women would do well out of it. Too soon they were in the city proper, men of the city watch keeping the crowds back as the Iron coach joined the many others making for the dragon pit. He steeled his nerves at that thought. Most dragons no longer called the pit home, and yet he could not deny a certain primal fear, one that bypassed his stout heart and roused every nerve he possessed into a scream to run and hide whenever one of those great beasts entered his presence. Long live the queen, shouted the crowds. Long live Rhaenyra. And then Arryn. The Silver Falcon. Arryn. Across from him, Jane looked almost smug before pulling aside the curtains on her side to the delight of certain portions of the crowd. With one smooth movement, almost like she were a farmer spreading seed upon a field, she flung a handful of her coins into the waiting crowd. He'd often wondered if the whole thing did not sting a little, but then, he supposed, if someone were throwing money from a moving carriage to the equivalent of several nights of room and board in a good inn, he might not mind a bruise or two. Neither did the crowd, it seemed, as they scrambled for the thrown money and the shouts for House Arryn reached a fever pitch. Emma and Osgood watched and then set to their own throwing, a small amount finding its way onto the carriage floor, not that either seemed to mind. Emma's throws often went short, sending guards cursing and yelling as men and women tried to scramble under their lines to take the fallen bounty. Children proved the most agile though, and he turned his gaze away from the poor wretches. And soon the coin was gone and the children settled back into their seats, flushed red and giggling to themselves. If you aren't careful, some might wonder if you aim to upstage your cousin at her own coronation, wife. She smiled again at his words. They were not a jape, though, and she knew that. It does no harm to ensure the people know who saved this city, she told him. Do not frown so, Dennis, I know what I am doing. And what are you doing? He asked archly. He expected her to frown or grimace at his bold challenge, but instead she merely smiled. I am securing our children's future, she told him. The North has been disgraced after Lord Cregan's actions, and the throne's displeasure with him is soon to be made clear. House Baratheon rules over a shattered Stormlands, and as much as my heart hurts for Lady Cassandra, all my experience with the girl tells me she will not heed the clearer heads that seek to advise her. Lord Elmo was ineffectual at best during the war, a fact that our queen intends to highlight soon enough. House Arryn remains ascendant, the first of Rhaenyra's allies. In time, that will change. Are you sure this rise will have solid foundations? He asked. She smiled again, casting a fond glance at the children next to them who had fallen silent now. He was not worried about them listening, both knew better than to spread anything they heard beyond the confines of the carriage. Precisely what I seek to secure, husband. House Arryn will have riches to rival House Lannister, laid low by their involvement in this war. Our expanded farms means we rely less on the weakened reach that lack even a Lord Paramount in this moment. Even as tensions shift and lessen, as the Riverlands becomes the rivers and isles once more and the Florents manage to assert their dominance over the reach, they will not be able to assail our position, she boasted. You thought that about becoming the hand of the queen, he reminded her, and she did flush that time. I have rethought that, she said airily. You miss the obvious, though. My cousin chose Princess Rhaenys because Princess Rhaenys was the only choice I could not take offense at. Just recall the oft-repeated tales of the overly ambitious, he sighed, feeling uncomfortably like his old septa. I am not seeking to overthrow my cousin, Dennis, merely place myself at her side so that House Arryn may rise as House Velaryon has done, she told him tartly. Osgood will marry Alyssa and we shall have dragons. From there, we can become a third house to intermarry into, and when we rule the skies of the Vale, none can ever assail us. Whatever he might have said at that, whatever misgivings still lived in his breast, were strangled as the carriage rocked to a halt and Jane's frown smoothed it into a pleasant smile. He forced himself to mirror it. Whatever he felt now, the world would not see him as his wife's weakness. The crowd was even thicker here, kept back by wooden barriers and yet more men of the city watch. There were small breakouts of cheering as he helped Emma and Osgood from the coach, but when Jane accepted his proffered arm and stepped free, the crowd roared in approval. The brief shoving that occurred was well managed by the men on guard, at least. Before them was the dragon pit, its side still sporting its gaping wound. Yet he could see the first signs of repair, wooden scaffolding and fresh stone. For now, it had been draped in cloth, billowing in the wind. One almost envies her, Jane murmured, clearly following his gaze as Emma and Osgood stared about them. This place of power. Then she shook herself and smiled brightly once more. He offered his arm again, relishing the warmth of her close to him, even if it was a forbidden pleasure. Arm in arm, they entered. The entrance was flanked by the dragon keepers, their black armor, deep red cloaks and scaled helmets leaving no one in doubt of their purpose or loyalties. None stopped them or demanded to see papers. Amongst the nobility and the court, none could mistake Lady Jane Arryn for anyone else, even if her clothes had left any guesswork to be done. The pit itself had been remade, and when he saw it, he nearly stumbled, catching himself in the last moment. He felt rather than saw Jane's annoyance, but knew no one could have seen it. Despite the vast amount of torches that burned, the pit still had an almost gloom to it, a great cave that would take 1,000 or more torches to light. Yet it was not the gloom that had his suddenly traitorous heart pounding in his chest. That was the dragons. Raised in the center of the pit was a massive dais, chairs laid out for the nobility that had warranted an invitation. Below it on the south side thronged the small folk, their noise barely a footnote as he gazed at the north, east and west sides of the dais. Syrox, Seasmoke, Silverwing, Vermithor, Dreamfire, those were the ones he knew, yet there was a pale blue dragon between Syrox and Seasmoke, one of deep blue further back and another of scarlet red. Had she gathered all of the ridden ones here? He kept his breathing slow and measured as men in Targaryen scarlet and black guided them to their seats. He could not take his eyes off them, half convinced they would turn in the moment and boil them all alive. Yet what could he do if they did? He did not even possess a sword this day. Was this how the men of the Seven Kingdoms had felt the day Aegon had come? Worthless, he was a knight and yet nothing to these beasts. Calm yourself, Dennis, Jane murmured in his ear, making a show of fixing his doublet and mantle. Our queen is making a point. Her siblings' dragons are here, see? They've come to see her be crowned and make it clear Aegon and Daemon's rebellions are over and done with. How can one be calm surrounded by them? He asked, a little louder than he intended, because Jane's eyes flashed dangerously. Don't worry, father, Osgood told him, his son's little hand in his. Alyssa says they work hard with them to ensure the dragons know friend from enemy. She says she will take me riding atop Vermithor one day. That we will see the Vale from the sky. Jane chuckled indulgently and he forced his breath calm once more. If even his son showed little fear, then he would not be the craven that did. Yet he gained some twisted satisfaction as more and more men of noble blood arrived, clearly and openly discomfited by the dragon's presence. Slowly, over what felt like an age, the seats around them filled up. He spied the great lords, Lord Cregan Stark looking grim and angry, Lord Elmo Tully who was pale and looking unwell, a small boy in scarlet and gold clutching the hand of a woman as he glanced fearfully around him, a Valyrian man with silver hair who beamed proudly, not Lord Corlys but there was similarity there. Lady Cassandra Baratheon sat ramrod straight with her eyes straight ahead, her mother at her side looking far more at ease than her daughter. The Reach saw itself represented by Lord Desmond Florent, a man his wife was not particularly fond of, who'd managed to negotiate his way into a marriage to the young Princess Emma moments before the war had truly broken out. Finally, the Dornish contingent, the princess and an older man he vaguely recognized as some sort of Euronwood, having seen him in the yards on occasion. He had scarce finished taking stock of the great lords, and had barely begun to peer at the lesser ones, when a bell began to peal. It was soon joined by others until the rising din silenced even the small folk below the dais. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, they fell silent. Beyond the dragons, there was movement and half the lords on the dais began craning their heads to spy just what it was. He forced himself to remain still as Jane did, his wife looking almost relaxed as through the gloom came a procession of septons and septas. The foremost wore white robes with little decoration. They remained silent as they took their place before the nobles. 7 septas and 8 septons, although only 7 were of the type he was quite used to. Our new high septon, if Rhaenyra is to have her way, Jane murmured, her lips barely moving. He swallowed the disgust at that thought. That even a Targaryen queen could seek to dictate to the septs. Then he looked at Syrinx and her kin again. More movement, dragon riders this time, filling the gaps the septons and septas had left, all now arranged into a rough semicircle before them. Jane was right, the queen's siblings were among their number, what ones were left to her anyway? Prince Aemond, Princess Helena and Princess Visera. Both the princesses wore scarlet and black, but the prince, how curious, he wore someone else's colors. He still bore red, although it was not quite the bright scarlet of House Targaryen, and his doublet was an off-cream color that he found he quite disliked. It made the prince look pallid and unwell. Next to him, his wife was nodding along. Of course, she had her hands full planning the event, she would know what was to come now. Yet, even he could guess. Queen Rhaenyra ascended the dais alone, her back straight and her jaw set as she gazed out over them, not just her nobles, but the small folk below, too. Her dress was black, as he had expected, but it was no morning black, not with scarlet mantle and golden trim. It was a style he had not seen her wear before, with very little volume to it, even the gold finery seemed muted, and it bore no gems. It resembled some styles from the veil, in that the effect had clearly been gained by folding the cloth around her and then pinning it into place. Overall, he found he approved. The surroundings that had been set for her did the speaking for her, to step out before them in fur and satin and rubies and more would simply be too much. It would also remind them once more of her femininity. Truly, she was like his wife when it came to making a statement. And then the small folk saw her. It began in the first rows but soon took hold of the crowd, a great roar of approval that saw his daughter cradle her ears, overwhelmed by the noise. Perhaps they shouted their support, yet he could make out nothing in the din. After a moment, her husband joined her, linking his arm to hers and the crowd roared even louder, if such a thing were possible. For a long moment, the two basked in the response to their appearance, then horns rang out as Queen Rhaenyra stepped away from Prince Laenor and raised her hands. Gradually the noise died down to less painful levels, although it did not quite die entirely. She offered them all a smile as the white-robed man came forth, a simple bronze bowl clutched in his hands. Prince Laenor bowed to his wife then and stepped back as she turned to meet the white-robed man. With a single smooth motion that spoke of practice, Queen Rhaenyra dropped to her knees before the man. With careful movement and a solemn demeanor, the septon in white placed his thumb into the bowl and removed it now glistening with oil. May the maiden guide her to defend the innocent. As he spoke, he drew the oil down the queen's left cheek. Next his thumb smeared the oil down her right. May the mother show her the way to mercy upon all. May the crone and her lamp light her way to wisdom, he continued, smearing oil across her brow. Next she raised her hands, her palms facing upwards. May the warrior look upon her, granting bravery and honor, the septon continued, his thumb smearing oil across her left hand. May the smith give her the metal to mend and forge anew the realm. The right palm this time. May the father see her to justice, he finished, smearing a length of oil across the queen's throat. He then bowed, stepping back. Next came Princess Rhaenys, dressed in scarlet and red, yet with silver thread weaved in, a nod to her husband's house, he realized. The queen did not move from her position, her head bowed as a septon, not the one from before, stepped forward. He bore a velvet cushion on which King Jaehaerys' crown sat. He remembered the day that King Viserys had granted her Queen Alysanne's crown and knew from his wife that the queen had worn it much in the intervening years. Now she would wear Jahari's crown as her father had done. Princess Renis, with care, took the crown from where it sat and raised it high in the air. The crown of my grandfather, she called loud and clear. The crown of King Jahari's. Then she lowered it, stepping forward to stand closer to the queen. With an inscrutable expression, she lowered it onto the queen's head. It sat perfectly. We had to alter it a little, Jane murmured, her lips once again not moving. Else she'd be wearing the damn thing as a collar. He tried to school his expression, fighting not to giggle at the sudden thought of the crown slipping right down the queen's face to rest about her neck. What an omen that would have been. Taking Princess Rena's hand, the queen climbed to her feet. As she did so, the semicircle that she was facing bowed as one. He could not see her face, only her back and the slight profile of her cheek, still glistening slightly. After a moment, she turned to face them and Jane rose quickly. He followed, urging Emma and Osgood to do so as well. The rest of them did until the great and powerful lords of the realms faced their new queen. Her expression was blank, giving no hint as to what she was feeling in the moment. Her Grace, Queen Rhaenyra, called the white-robed Septon, his voice sudden and loud, loud enough so that the boy in Lannister red and gold flinched. First of her name. Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Lady of the Seven Kingdoms. Protector of the realm. They knelt before her as the crowd of small folk roared once more. Chapter 407, Victory in War, Chapter 314. Chapter Text. 7 days of celebration began for the Seven Kingdoms, but for me, my coronation heralded more and more work. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. First I placed a circlet atop Jocelyn's head and proclaimed her my heir officially before the realm, my gloomy island no longer mine but hers now. With all that entailed. That prompted grumbling, and so what was left of that day and the next was consumed with mingling, wooing my nobles and soothing their complaints. Or at least, the ones that mattered. Next came my white knights. Whilst my heart had grieved when Stefan had given me his white cloak, wheezing even then, I had accepted Ricard Thorne's with greater cheer. Both received a pension in my thanks, one rather more sincere than the other. I outlined what it meant to leave my service as a crown guard to those who had come to see what my third day of celebrations would be. Then I swore in my new crown guard, proud in their new armour. Lord Commander Laurent Marbrand, Sir Garibald Grey, Sir Eric Cargyle, Sir Harold Dark and Sir Willem Royce joined from the old King's Guard, with Sir Adrian Redford and Sir Tom Flowers joining to replace the departed brothers. Both men had died for Rhaenyra in other timelines, and both men had fought and lived for me in this one. They would serve well. And I had gotten rid of a thorn, in my side in the process. Regardless, allowing knights to resign from what some still stubbornly called the Queen Guard had overturned the apple cart, and so my third afternoon was spent once more drifting about the court and soothing hurt egos. It was beginning to grate upon my nerves, even the third night, where I granted Felena Waynwood a small estate for her loyalty and service had done little to soothe me. At least Joffrey had been able to tell and had changed the manner of things for my fourth day. The morning had been hard for unrelated reasons, Turing the worst affected by Damon's fires with Jane at my side. The keep may have fared better than most and had been hastily repaired. But Flea Bottom had burned, along with other swathes of the city. It might have been worse had Jane's men not created fire breaks and bucket chains. Yet every child had Iman's face. After that I was passed into Felena and Marya's care to visit the city of tents many refugees and the city's homeless had poured into. Another wretched place, the smell alone had made my eyes water and bile rise in my throat. Sickness, rot, the stale smell of sweat and sickness in the air, too many bodies in too little an area. What was once my charity but had long outgrown me was doing its best, but even they were not miracle workers. Felena's silent pleas, at least, did not go unheard. I recalled that meeting I had dragged myself to so long ago and resolved that this, at least, I would do something about. I could sell it to the others. If this were allowed to fester over a long winter, soon disease would run rampant and short of sealing the castle, it risked us all. Another disaster at such a critical juncture. When I returned to the castle, I ordered Joffrey to summon Patrack to me on the morrow and went to change my clothes, for I had one more job for my fourth day. At least this one would be easier. I bathed, and took my time doing it. Sab did not comment on my red-rimmed eyes when I emerged, instead dressing me in a black morning dress. I didn't speak to her and she said not a word to me. I would need to change that. I would need to gather my ladies soon and see how everything had fallen. Marya had her newborn and the charity, Felena had the charity and Stefan. Sira had her own concerns, whilst Harwin was healing well enough, she was needed to watch over her nephews. I had appointed Lena to her new role with its new duties, which she had thrown herself into, much in the way I had desired, even though I would make sure that after these 7 days were over, I would go to her and be there for her as she clearly needed me to be. It left only Sabathy available to me, and she could not be on duty every day. Laner met me and dropped a kiss to my cheek, his arm sliding about my shoulders and I allowed myself a moment of weakness, a moment to revel in the warmth and shared loss before tears pricked my eyes and I forced myself to retreat. Lord and Lady Footley arrived soon after. Arthur Footley and Sherry's Footley. In the canon dance, Arthur Footley had died and Sherry's had been left at the mercy of John Roxton. Yet she had rallied, she had rebuilt her husband's fief from the ashes of the war even as people whispered that her child was a bastard. Here there was no doubt as to the parentage of the heir of Tumbleton. Arthur Footley lived and John Roxton had died and Lord Footley now wielded the sword of the man that might have killed him in another world. The would-be rapist of his wife. He greeted me with a deep bow. His wife curtsied similarly and when she rose, it was with the smile of a woman who was very happy indeed. The glow of a new child about her, I had heard. Perhaps then Gildane had it wrong. I could see how John Roxton had fallen for this woman though, for she was indeed beautiful. Dark hair and dark eyes with high cheekbones. At odds with her husband, who was almost plain by comparison, average with brown hair and eyes, of no great height. Yet his smile made me wish to smile back and Laner greeted him warmly before we sat, so I could not imagine him to be average in personality, if he had so thoroughly charmed my husband. Your Grace, I am honored to be asked here tonight, he murmured as wine was brought out. The honor is mine. You fought for me, Lord Footley, and my husband speaks highly of you, I replied. He flushed, pleased, and I did not miss his wife reaching to take his hand. I did only what was right, Your Grace, he told me. My father swore to you twice over. Yet you did not, and you still raised your blade in my name. Many in your position might have claimed that such an oath did not bind them, I countered, and he flushed again. Many did. But let us not speak of such things at the table, I followed up, before he could refute my praise again. How is your son? Sherry's face lit up and it warmed my heart. If I had made things worse in some places, at least in this I had made things better. Well, Your Grace, he has already found his voice. He will be a strong son. Takes after his father then, Laner japed, making Lord Footley smile, pleased with himself, even as he rubbed the back of his neck. How is the reach, Arthur? Amos, my prince, Arthur sighed. If it isn't what's left of Hightower's army or refugees from Old Town, it's Tarley and Florent men clashing. I paused at that. Clashing. Ah, not on the battlefield, Your Grace, he quickly assured me. Tavern brawls, Laner drawled. My wife is no delicate lady. The Sikh Viella, I realized, and Lord Footley nodded, even as Sherry's looked pained. Poor girl, the woman said, if not genuinely distressed then at least faking it well enough I could not tell. She is Prince Aegon's child but I cannot help but feel for her, to be all alone in the world, in the hands of some brigand. My mind turned to Helena, whom I had yet to see. Then I dismissed the thought, anger riding on its tail, and forced a smile onto my face. Rest assured, I will not stop searching for my niece, Lady Footley. My wife is fond of her family, Arthur, even those who have wronged her, Laner told Lord Footley. As we have heard, Lord Footley replied, bowing his head to me in acknowledgement. Your Grace has a compassionate heart, but one ruled by a clear head. Justice tempered with mercy. As it should be, as many would do to remember the 7 teaches us. I am honored you think so, I told him. Her Grace honors me in turn once again, he mumbled. If I was going to put up with him on my small council, he'd better knock this habit off. Food interrupted, saving me for reaching for another topic. Soup to begin with, a chicken and mushroom blend that I actually very much enjoyed. Enough that I allowed Laner to take the lead with Lord Footley and his wife as I savoured it. More wine arrived as the bowls were taken away. Tell me, I asked as I took a sip of wine. Arbor Gold, excellent. Have you heard of my college? Oh, yes, Your Grace, Lord Footley marvelled. To produce such wonders in such short time. You chose well in high wisdom Jurat, Lady Sherry's told me. Although does he not lead the Alchemists' Guild now? Indeed, I told her, trying not to win CE. Another thing I would have to deal with, Jurat had already started incorporating the guild into the college. No longer was the guild only a place to study magic in a scientific manner, these days it sent its members to the college, then employed and supplied them if they had promising ideas. Then again, the less chance they had to become obsessed with and start churning out world-ending amounts of wildfire, the better. I am considering approving a campus closer to the city, I told them. Oh, how fascinating, Lord Footley said. I'd love to go to some of the lectures. I have never had a chance before, unfortunately. Arthur wanted to be a maester when he was a boy, Lady Sherry said fondly, her voice warm, even as her husband went redder than I had ever seen him and proceeded to nearly choke on his wine. I smiled, mildly impressed he'd escaped spewing wine across the table with some amount of grace. Still, Lady Sherry's had just rather inadvertently done herself out of a job. Although I can't imagine she would care too much, with how she looked at her husband as he mumbled an apology at us. Lord Footley would make a fine master of works if he had half the appreciation for knowledge he had had as a boy. A fact that would likely reassure many. I'd imagine you are glad he chose his current role, I joked as our next course was brought out. Pork, beans, and vegetables, well spiced and immaculately cooked if my nose told me right. My mouth watered in a way it hadn't since. I speared part of the meat and brought it to my mouth, idly noting my joke had sent Lady Sherry's as red as her husband, to my husband's great amusement. She is teasing, Arthur, Laner chuckled. Allow my wife her little amusements. There are worse ones for her to have. I did not want to be a maester, Lord Arthur protested, mildly. I merely wished to forge a few links before my father passed. Alas, the seven had other plans for me. What links? I asked and he genuinely looked thoughtful. Well, he mused. Warfare, of course, as every young boy is enamored with war. Maths, perhaps. History. What of architecture? I queried. He blinked at me, as if he did not comprehend the question. I suppose, Your Grace, he replied. I was a callow youth. I cared for what knowledge could do for me, rather than learning for the joy of it. And now? I asked, refraining from pointing out he was still a youth, for he was a lot younger than I was and his assertion he was a worldly man was pricking my pride somewhat. I suppose I would enjoy it now, he answered honestly. His wife's eyes were on me, her face speculative. She, at least, had picked up that this was going somewhere. May I ask why you ask, Your Grace? I admit to an ulterior motive, I told him and he straightened in his chair, glancing at his wife before turning back to me. I am making changes, as I am sure rumors makes clear. There are many rumors, Your Grace, it does not do to lend one's ear to those that repeat them without heed as to their truth, he told me quite earnestly. Ah, I can see why Laner likes him now that he's loosened up a little. Then you have more sense than half the court, said husband cut in, already nearly finished with his food. Seriously, where did he put it? In this case, you might have heard rumors I am expanding the small council, I continued, after raising an eyebrow in Laner's direction and getting a satisfied grin back. With the Lord Secretary and a Master of Dragons, Lord Arthur said, nodding. And another, I told him. A Master of Works. Master of Works, Lady Sherry's echoed. What would this Master of Works do, Your Grace? I sighed and laid down my knife and fork, Iman's solemn face flashing before my eyes. I'm sure it has not escaped your notice that the city is in dire straits after Damon's attack, I began and both Lord and Lady nodded. Yet even before that, flea bottom festered, sewage was dumped into the bay for lack of better options, and the city sprawled without care in its building. The walls need repair, and there is even more further afield. So this Master of Works would build the city, asked Lord Arthur, frowning. Not just King's Landing, but the King's Road as well, I told him. Perhaps more yet, but that is for the future. For now, the role concerns the King's Road and King's Landing. I accept, Your Grace, Lord Arthur almost snapped in his haste to do so. I am truly honored. Excellent. Iman would have liked him, I was sure. I will have the college assign you some men to aid you. I then turned to Sherry's. And I do not know as to your interests, Lady Footley, but you are welcome to aid your husband, should he wish it. My court tries to welcome the work of wise women, I tried to hint subtly, raising my glass to her in toast, even as she turned towards her husband. Congratulations, Arthur, Laner said, raising his glass. Thank you, Prince Laner, Lord Arthur murmured, bowing his head once more, his free hand reaching out to hold his wife's hand. I will summon you soon to discuss more regarding the role, but for now, I believe we shall celebrate, I decided. Celebrate my Master of Works and at least one happy ending. Chapter 408, Victory in War, Chapter 314.5. Chapter text. Mama, asked Emma. I opened my eyes. I hadn't been sleeping. Dozing at best. Uncle Joffrey wants you. I wasn't sleeping, I protested. I was just resting my eyes. The ghost of a smile touched her face, which became an outright grin when a yawn ambushed me. Of course not, Mama, she said with the perfect intonation of someone who was going to tell Joffrey I had been sleeping at the first opportunity. What is it, Emma? Asked Jocelyn, entering the room in her flying deer looking windblown. She hadn't been out yet, I could tell. Anything I can help with? I reached out and caught her sleeve as she passed and she rolled her eyes. She had been trying so hard since I had announced her as my heir before the entire realm. I'd have to reward her somehow, maybe assign her a new tutor. I know she missed Sir Stefan. Uncle Joff asked for Mama, he didn't say what it was. He looked, she paused, tilting her head as if to think. He looked like Papa when he's running late for something. Uncle Joff isn't late for anything, Jocelyn laughed. He has everything in his notes. Emma shrugged. He just said to go and find you and bring you to him in the Mews. The Mews? I asked, pushing myself straight in my chair. Since when did Joffrey hang out in the mews? Since when does Uncle Joe visit the mews? Jocelyn echoed. No, I want to see what has happened. May I come, mother? Well, all right, lead the way, Emma, I told them, bracing myself in my chair. Emma hovered close as I rose and I cursed my fall in the nursery once more before finding my feet. Once she knew I was stable, she turned and scuttled off, Jocelyn and I following curiously. Alyssa, Rolf and Laner crossed our paths a moment later. Alyssa was dressed similarly to Emma, all scarlet and black, but Rolf and Laner could only have come from the yards. Off on an adventure without us? Asked Laner as Emma pulled a face at the fragrance that rolled off the two men. Well, man and boy. We have been summoned, I told my husband. Normally I might make a show of kissing him but I didn't fancy that today. To the mews, by your good brother. How mysterious, he murmured. Come with us, Papa. Emma almost commanded. Well, if my princess demands, he laughed with a mock bow. Mother, since you are here, might I arrange a hunt? Alyssa asked as Emma chortled at Laner being a prat. I thought to take some of the younger heirs of the realm out. Uncle Joe said I must ask you or Papa. As long as you are sensible, I told her and she smiled broadly. Now, let us go find said uncle. He's probably wondering if Emma got lost. Snatched by an evil night. Jocelyn whispered into her sister's ear, making her almost shriek and wiggle away. Be careful, Joe, she has quite the slap, Alyssa teased, earning herself a warning glance even as Emma puffed up like a small, indignant bird. Enough, enough, I called, forestalling the argument. Come, let's go before I tell Uncle Joe that you all are the reason I am late to the mews. That made them scatter ahead of us and Laner fell into step beside me, chuckling to himself. It's not a bad thing, Alyssa was insisting to her little sister as we walked. I charitably pretended not to hear. You need one anyway, if you are to go and rule over the Reach one day. My husband will rule over the Reach, Emma protested mildly. No, you will. You have a dragon, dragons don't make wives, Emma, they make rulers, Alyssa said as if it were unshakable fact. I don't think Grandmama rules Driftmark instead of Grandpapa, Emma murmured, looking thoughtful. Well, I wasn't going to interfere with this at all. Desmond could complain all he wished. I'd do as Joe said, even if I were Lord of Castamere and she its lady, Rolf spoke and sent Jocelyn a vibrant red, just before she shoved him, making him laugh. But would you make Osgood do what you say, Alyssa? Asked Emma. Alyssa rolled her eyes. Of course. Another unshakable fact spoken. Oh, to be young and know everything. The conversation veered away from the vein soon though, and settled into Alyssa's hunt and Jocelyn's still tiny list of potential ladies and how Emma was making friends. It was comforting. No nobles to sweet talk, no babies to kiss, I'm sure Joffrey would throw something at me soon enough. Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra. First of her name. I nearly stumbled as the words, human and yet not, reached me. Oh no, said Laner with a groan. Rhaenyra. Long may she reign. It couldn't be. I put on a spurt of speed to find Joffrey and a confused-looking falconer gathered around a large bird with grey, almost silver feathers, with a beautiful rich purple head and tail. Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra. Long may she reign, it croaked before flapping its wings with some amount of force. Valyrian screamer, sighed Laner. Nuisance things. Are they? I asked. Joffrey turned to us and pulled a face. This was delivered by a representative of the Black Swan, he told me as we made our way over. He sounded annoyed. A Valyrian screamer, asked Emma, reaching up, only to have the bird shuffle away. They used to be prized for their intelligence and ability to speak in Old Valyria, the falconer explained. After Valyria fell, they're mostly found in Lys. Diplomatically put, Laner drawled. They're normally found in the docks, screaming swear words at the sailors. The insults of impotent Valyrian spirits, furious at their betrayers, the falconer said with a grin, then seemed to remember who he was talking to. Or so I hear, Your Grace. Your Grace. Your Grace. Long may she reign. The bird screeched. They are very clever, the falconer said. They pick up new words like nothing. Decision made. Insult or not. Send my thanks to the Black Swan, I told them. You're keeping it, asked Laner in disbelief. Why not? I had always kind of wanted a bird. Besides, it couldn't be higher maintenance than a dragon. But mark my words, family of mine, the first person to teach this bird to swear is getting banished. Banished. Banished, Rhaenyra. Banished. Chapter 409, Victory in War, Chapter 315. Chapter text. Your Grace, Lord Lyman has asked to see you. I paused writing and lifted my head to find a footman opposite me. Ah. Lord Lyman need not ask, send him through, I told him and then arranged my face into a warm smile. The old man, old enough my heart twisted, hobbled in. Your Grace, he said warmly, starting to bow, only to pause when I held a hand up. You really need not, Lyman, I told him. You taught me my sums, you are family at this point. Perhaps, he chuckled, then completed the bow anyway. But some traditions must be observed. I bit my tongue at calling him stubborn and instead gestured for him to sit down, which he did with his usual care. Fetch some arbor gold, please, good man, I ordered the footman. He bowed and rushed to fulfill my command. I would have to watch that, I shouldn't get too used to it. Well, Your Grace, you've turned Westeros on its head, Lyman chuckled as I sat myself down as carefully as he had and placed the paperwork I had been doing to the side. Viserys would be proud of you. I swallowed past the sudden lump in my throat as Lyman frowned. I only wish it had not come at such a cost, he sighed. Suddenly, I wished I had something, anything, to fidget with. Instead I forced myself still, weaving my fingers together. But I am no stranger to heavy costs. You have my apologies for the tight budget, I told him and meant it. He waved a hand dismissively. Fret not about that, he said. I have balanced your father's days of spending on feasts and tourneys, I'll balance your reforging of the kingdoms. You will. Surprise must have leaked through there. I had fully expected him to be meeting me to resign, not. Perhaps his thoughts were similar, because he smiled softly. Goodness, Your Grace, he chuckled. Did you expect me to flee? Well, you are half right. I had thought you'd wish to see your grandchildren become grown and see the births of their children as well, I admitted. The door opened and a maid entered carrying a jug of arbor gold. A second maid laid down goblets and both curtsied and then departed. I poured myself and Lyman a goblet apiece and handed him his, he took it with a grateful smile and sipped slowly. I had a sudden memory of pouring wine for him as a child, my father's cupbearer, a much younger man as he was then, and took the moment to actually look at him. He was close to Corlys in age, although to my shame I could not recall the exact year of his birth now. Yet Corlys was ill and dying, but even now did not look his age. Lyman, if anything, looked older than his years. Snow-white hair cut short did nothing to hide the lines etched into his face or the few liver spots here and there. His eyes were sunken with age whereas my memory supplied me with a younger man with dark circles beneath his eyes. His skin was pale and seemed paper-thin, bluish veins spread out underneath it in a way I could not see from his usual place across the small council table. My grandchildren, nearly having babes themselves, he mused, placing his goblet down. What a thought! I'm still dreading the day I become a grandmother, I joked weakly, and his smile crept into a warm grin. Ah, I will never forget that day. You think you are over it all, you've had children before, you see. He paused, clearly enjoying some memory. But you are never prepared for your first grandchild. Something new, all over again. It is something that may happen sooner, rather than later, I admitted, thoughts going to Rolf and Jocelyn, who had become even more inseparable after their time apart. I had hoped to wait for a wedding, but... Let the coffers recover, he said, then started chuckling. Although I see your dilemma. That girl of yours is close to her betrothed, isn't she? Yes, which would not be a problem were rumors not already flying, I admitted. I would not force them into anything they are not ready for. Let rumors fly, Lyman told me. Men and women who should know better have nothing else to do. Their tongues will soon wag about other matters entirely. Do you know something? I asked and he snorted softly. Your Grace, your judgments will end a kingdom, he said gently. It won't be your daughter they speak of. Oh, I said, feeling rather stupid. He laughed softly and it was like being back in my lessons with him, all those years ago. Still, I could not face King Viserys and King Jaehaerys in the Seven Heavens, if I should get there, should I abandon you now, at this most crucial time, he sighed. I would not blame you, I told him and meant it. I would grieve to see you gone, but you have given everything to my family. Years and years of loyal service and sound advice. And that is why I will stay, for some time at least, he sighed. You are a queen I will be proud to serve. Should I die in your service, it would be a good death. You've changed so much already, you'll change more, I think. Emotion welled in my throat and I reached for the goblet. He smiled softly as I drank. A year, I think, he told me as I pulled myself together. Providing there is no disaster when the appointed time comes. I'll set your treasury right and ensure there is talent to replace me. Then I'll go home. Thank you, Lyman. I couldn't find it in me to care about the rasp to my voice. I could scarce ask for a greater man beside me in my first year. Ah, to think I once cursed the king for raising you as he did, he said sadly. The unexpected candidness made me blink as much as the words themselves. You were talented, yes. Quick-witted and tenacious. All good things in a ruler, but you were just a girl. So small, and all the world against you. Well, I started, then trailed off because I had no clue what to say to that. Thank you. He chuckled again, lifting his goblet to drain it. You proved you were made better than most men, your grace, not because you defeated your enemies, but because when the time came, you spared those you could, he said gently. I hope you remember that, going forward. To spare people? I asked, confused at the sudden turn this conversation had taken. Mercy, he replied. Kindness. You are a kind woman, your grace, do not forget that. Half the realm would have me do so, I told him, thinking of Joffrey and trying to fight the bitter well. He had counseled so many times to kill my siblings, or banish them to the wall. To excise them from my heart. Then, when the time came, he argued for mercy for the girl who helped slaughter his family and burn his home because his son asked it of him. The thought turned to anger and so I forced it from my mind and looked at Lyman once more. Hypocrite. And the other half urges mercy because they are to be judged, I finished. It is a difficult line to tread, Lyman admitted. But I have faith in you. Already you have demonstrated that you can do it, punish, but not wreak vengeance. I'd stabbed Damon's corpse near 30 times in the face and neck. So much so that after I had his head on a pike, rumor had begun to swirl that Damon was not dead at all and that his corpse was that of a peasant man I had slaughtered to cast doubt when he inevitably returned. I refrained from pointing this out. Ah, but these old bones better get back to my work, Lyman sighed, breaking me from that thought. I rose as he did. He did not bow this time, at least, and privately I was glad of it. I pushed myself up and followed him to the door only to find Alyssa stood outside. Ah, young Princess Alyssa, he cooed as he stepped out. Her features went from a storm cloud to delight in an instant. Lord Lyman, she laughed. Are you well? As well as can be at my age, he told her. A moment later his hand dipped into his pocket and came out with a small white paper bag. Did he just carry those everywhere? A moment later he caught me looking and handed me my own. I ignored Alyssa's giggle. Thank you, Lord Lyman, she said warmly. Think nothing of it, he told her just as warmly. Now, off to work I go. There is a lot to be done and little time to do it in. And he bowed to me before I could stop him and set off at a brisk walk down the corridor. Is he leaving? Asked Alyssa, curiously. Not immediately, but yes, I told her gently. Oh, said Alyssa softly. Come to visit me? I asked, noting for the first time she had a sheaf of papers clutched in her hand, and she straightened, seeming to shake herself. Well, Mama, Mother, I have the plans for the hunt you said I could have, she told me. I stepped back and gestured to my office. The hunt master will not approve it without your seal. She sounded rather put out at that. She laid her papers out on the desk as I took my own seat. Her work was surprisingly thorough. I suppose I should not be surprised, her work with Fowl would have taught her this, if nothing else had. 20 huntsmen, tents and pavilions, 30 horses from the royal stables, the wheelhouse, food, juice, ale, wine and enough carts to transport it all, I murmured as I scanned her summary sheet. Just over 5,000 dragons in total. I know it's expensive, but I intend for Jocelyn to take the lead in it all, she told me. So she can start making her name as your heir. This is actually mild compared to some of my father's hunts, I told her, and she looked almost surprised. Lord Lyman once told me that at his worst, he spent over 20,000 dragons on a 2-week-long hunt on the Kingswood looking for a white stag. Really? She asked, then half giggled when I nodded. You want my Sabitha to accompany you? I asked, turning over a sheet. Whatever for? Well, someone to make Joe feel comfortable, she mumbled. And so you feel comfortable letting us go? Well, that makes sense, I admitted. I trust you and Jocelyn, I am not so sure I trust the assembled young nobility. Your father isn't too busy, I could send him as well. No. No, that's fine, she said quickly. It's just, Aunt Sab is your lady, but she wouldn't be seen as a babysitter, not when she is wearing chain and shooting with us. Dad, would be. And you want Jocelyn to stand as her own woman, I said slowly, and she nodded so hard I thought her head might fly off. All things considered, it wasn't a bad idea. I'd had a late start to my campaign to be queen, stymied by my father and Alicent's control over me, at least until I had married and fled to my island to blow things up in peace. Look at how that had gone. Well, you've made a very compelling case. I'll put my seal to it, Alyssa, I decided, and she sighed in relief. Thank you, Mother, she murmured a moment later. Thank you for looking out for your sister, I told her. You've really come a long way since. I stopped. I had meant to say the race, but a sudden lump in my throat stole the words away. Well, you've really come a long way. She nodded at my words, looking suddenly melancholy. I mean it, I told her. She glanced up, startled. I'm proud of you. After a moment, her bottom lip wobbled and she rose and rounded the desk with surprising speed, enough that I could not rise in time before she reached me and buried her head in my shoulder. Thank you, Mama, she mumbled. I'm sorry. Chapter 410, Victory in War, Chapter 316. Chapter Text. Your Grace, Septon Patrick murmured as he was shown in. I am honored at your invitation. He followed up his words with a deep and respectful bow. He had the air of an indulgent grandfather now, yet when he rose, his eyes were as sharp and steely as ever, despite his aging appearance. Long ago, I had wondered if I might regret taking him on my side, lending him my aid when he might have been snuffed out by others. The cannon dance had seen the shepherd, a one-armed man preaching at Vicenya's hill, whose inflammatory statements had raised an army of zealots. Had that been Patrick? Studying him now, with his slightly protruding gut and rounded face, I could not see it. Perhaps a follower, then? Patrick had seen trouble after trouble when he had begun, even more trouble after he had gathered followers and taken over his small manse. When he'd taken the Great September, well, I doubted he'd done that in the dance. It seems the sort of thing that Eustace would have frothed at the mouth over. There's a thought? What happened to that simpering fool? A small mote of anger bloomed as I recalled his, not so subtle threat. Welcome, Septon Patrick, I said, casting thoughts of my father's old Septon from my mind. Thank you for heeding my summons. I am at your service, my queen, he told me and then took a seat opposite me as I gestured. I had foregone the solar or throne room for this, instead settling on a small room that overlooked the city, chairs positioned just so that Vicenya's hill was visible on the skyline as the focus. In this, I ask you a service that goes above and beyond a coronation or simple kindness, I told him and watched as, ever so quickly and soon stifled, a small smile lit up the corner of his mouth. I have not forgotten your words after my son's death, Septon Patrick. In those long days of grief, that even still stretch before me, your advice proved a shining beacon in the fog of it all. Your Grace does me a great honor, he told me. It was comfort given freely, the Septon's duty to his flock, and I would ask for no boon or service in return for it. Nay, I will not accept one. Oh, he was so good. Even that small smile, had I not known in my bones it was coming, I would not have seen it, so fleeting it was. You may rest assured, for duty's sake, this is no reward for your calling, I assured him and he nodded. 'Tis a burden I ask you to bear because of your kindness, compassion and commitment to duty. He took a moment to consider that. You wish me to take up my errant brothers and sisters in the faith, lead them as their High Septon? As the realm's High Septon, he asked carefully. Forgive me if I have erred in my assumption. No, you have the right of it, I told him. It cannot have escaped you that you would fit the role. You control the largest September left. You crowned me before the realm's nobles and the small folk of King's Landing. And you have seen fit to keep yourself nice and unthreatening. You are no high sparrow, but I am not sure I trust your convenience. I did not say my thoughts aloud, instead allowing him his time as he pretended to think. Patrick sighed, as if he had been suddenly put upon. Your Grace, I am truly honored, he began. But I cannot. As expected. He would bargain for this. What he asked for would decide whether he got the hat or a knife in the back. I would not be Circe, I would not be hoisted by my own petard, I flew too close to the sun as it was with him. Part of me itched to send him away now, but he had wormed himself close and to do so would require considerable work. You are a humble man, Patrick, I told him. And a good one. After the corruption that has run so deep within the faith of the Seven, aided by the Hightowers and their ilk, will you not take upon it as your duty to set them right? He made a show of wavering. Your Grace, he said slowly. Please do not take my reluctance for denial. I am a Septon. I will be judged as a Septon. The faith is an old ship, leaky and listing, but it is still of the Seven. I will not make a mockery of it. I believe I understand, I realized. He had no intention of being a prop High Septon. If I declared him to the office now, that is all he would be. That was interesting. He did not bargain for hard power to put himself in power, but legitimacy. Which implied, what? Was he truly a reformer, assuming his legacy would die with me if he were seen as naught but my puppet? Or did he wish for strong foundations when he finally began his greater power plays? What kind of zealot was he? Many of the most devout were gathered in Old Town, I pointed out. Their ambition had played them for fools. They had gathered to Aegon like flies to a corpse, and he had not taken them with him when he had marched. I had little expectation that many had survived what had come next. I doubt a handful still live. That is, indeed, a sad truth, Patrick sighed sorrowfully, then murmured a quick prayer for them under his breath. To pay for their sins against the Seven with their lives. I can only pray the Mother's mercy gave them a slow death. In retrospect, so did Ironborn were infamous for playing with their food, like a cat plays with a mouse. Which does rather leave the faith paralyzed, I pointed out. With no high septon to appoint a new council of the most devout and no council of the most devout to appoint a new high septon. And no proper September to house him either, Patrick observed, gesturing to Visigny's hill. The people call it the Great September, but it is no starry September. Have you ever been there? I have not, although I have seen it at a distance, I admitted. I have, he told me. Once as a young and callow man. It is a great thing to behold, wrought by the old Hightower lords, thousands of years of worship and history pressing down upon you as you stand before the statues there and feel, small before them. Bare, reduced to naught but what you are before the seven. In my dreams, sometimes I am back there, being judged by the seven themselves. The confession caught me by surprise, although Patrick did not notice, lost in some memory. The vulnerability. It was clear he wished to work with me, but the gnawing doubt of to what end, would not leave me. I was not given too much time to ponder as he seemed to shake himself a moment later before offering me a smile. I have little hope the Ironborn respected those hallowed halls, he sighed. If I am to forge a new light of the seven, your grace, I need a council of most devout in a September that rivals the starry September. Why not simply reclaim the starry September? I asked. Not that I wished him to do that, Baylor had been right to move the faith to King's Landing where it could be kept under a watchful Targaryen eye. The seven kingdoms are here, Septon Patrick pronounced. I admit, I had considered other places. Harrenhal, for example. Yet this is where the realm hearkens to and this is where the faith must be. It cannot be above the people, set to one side, existing as a mere footnote, one that is all too easily set aside. Once Old Town was the center of the seven kingdoms. Now, it is just another city and King's Landing has taken its crown. Suddenly, stashing him in the starry September was very tempting. You might be right, I replied. I have recently appointed Lord Footley to a new role on my council. I will speak with him regarding a renovation of the Great September. Your grace is as kind and wise as I have always believed, Patrick murmured, bowing his head. Yet that does not solve the issue of a council of most devout. It is not within my power to dictate to the faith who should populate their highest councils, I lied, making my voice sound sorrowful. Yet might I offer advice, as you have done so for me all these years. At that, he tilted his head and smiled ruefully, but he did not reject it, and so I continued. There are, across the seven kingdoms, various septs and mother houses of varying stature. Indeed, I have been in communication with many, he told me. Oh good, he was just waiting for someone to suggest this. It seems to me that all the faith together should dictate who rules it, not just a few favored septons from the reach. Perhaps 77 septons and septas drawn from those that lead the faith in its day-to-day administering to the people. I suggested. He raised a hand to stroke his clean-shaven jaw as if the idea truly had not occurred to him. And under whose remit would fall the crownlands, your grace? He asked. I raised an eyebrow at him. Do you expect to find many powerful septons and septas in the north? I asked. He smiled ruefully again. No, there is the September at White Harbor, but the Northmen cling to their false gods. I cut him off. The Northmen hold to their own gods, and unlike the Ironmen, they harm no one in their worship, I told him sternly. Such was guaranteed by Aegon the Conqueror. I will brook no talk of any serious attempt to encroach upon those rights. Patrick was quiet for a moment, watching me with those eyes of steel. Then he acquiesced, bowing his head. So that was what he wanted. Well, I could stymie that with a couple of rulings and warning to the Manderleys. I rather suspect that he'd find them a tough foothold to secure anyway. They may have turned to me once, but had I planned on going against the Starks as a house, I would have found a much chillier welcome. Besides, I could give him a sacrificial lamb. But there are those that yet cling to other gods that do harm others, I observed. The Ironborn. I had heard rumors, your grace, of punishment for their aiding of your uncle, Patrick said softly. It is so, I told him. When my ancestor arrived on these shores, there were 7 kingdoms. Now there are 8, for he split the rivers and isles between the Tullus and the Greyjoys after he put an end to the cursed line of the Horse. Your own ancestors also banned septons from those self-same isles, Patrick pointed out. Magur was an abomination, no true king, I told him forcefully. He killed the true king. Once my judgments upon those that betrayed their oaths to my father are done, I will be making changes. King Jaehaerys dictated Magur was a king, Patrick said softly. Because if he were not a king, his rulings would not stand, and King Jaehaerys needed his rulings to stand, I argued back. I have no such need, unless you harbor intentions you have not made clear. He laughed suddenly, throwing his head back in genuine amusement. No, I have said it once and I have said it again. Armies at our command encouraged the faith to believe themselves rulers rather than the guides and advisors we are. Then he lowered his head and sighed. If I am being completely honest, your grace, before the dragons came, the faith militant was not entirely unnecessary. War came and went swiftly, skirmishes and larger conflict. Septs burned and inconvenient septas and septons were butchered. The faith militant curtailed that, but after the king's peace came into effect, the only causes their blades could be lent to were inherently political, and the final warriors' sons discovered that to their sorrow when they persuaded Maron Martel to strike north. That, halfway made sense. Still, you will not overly mind if I were to pass new judgment curtailing any similar movements? I asked. Were I high septon I would say curtail away, your grace, he smiled. However, I am not, and thus I remain your humble septon patriarch whose thoughts can be taken as his alone. Indeed, I replied. Still, give some thought to my suggestion. The faith needs a high septon, for the aftermath of war has left us many lost and broken, and soon the ironborn will learn their isles are theirs no longer and the practice of thraldom banned. I will write to the septs and mother houses with haste, your grace, he replied, rising. After a moment, he offered me his hand. I debated not taking it, but his palm was warm but dry. My stomach twinged as I rose, but the stiffness soon left my limbs. He bowed low once more and then turned on his heel. Go with the gods, septon patriarch. He left with another smile, leaving me alone with just Laurent at my back. I didn't bother looking to see if he approved or disapproved. I had more meetings yet. Less so now the celebrations were over, but the life of a monarch that wished to effect any change was a busy one. Chapter 411, Victory in War, Chapter 317. Chapter Text. I sat the Iron Throne in judgment once more, Jahari's crown atop my head as my eyes drifted over the veritable sea of nobles crammed into every space they could. Anyone who held even a shred of influence was here and watching with bated breath. What kind of queen would I be? A cruel, vindictive one, or a soft-hearted woman unwilling to punish those that had stood against her? Part of them wanted bloodshed. My eyes found Samuel Blackwood, thinner now but with fury writ large in his frame. House Bracken had not initially been on the docket for the next few days, but I had asked Jane to find a reason to put them on there for Iman's sake more than anything. My master of laws had not disappointed me, then she'd gone above and beyond and added a few more to my list, which set her and Joffrey bickering. Iman stood in Bracken colours next to his wife, both well aware of what my ruling would be. Next to him were Visera and Helena. Neither sister had their eyes on me. Helena's eyes were fixed upon the ground and Visera seemed too far away as she stared ahead. She looked tired. I could understand the feeling. Flanking my throne stood my small council and my hand. From the way she stood, I could well imagine Rennis was staring down those that would be judged today. Joffrey caught my eyes and gave me a slow nod. My stomach pitched unpleasantly, like I was back on the deck of the Princess Rhaenyra once more. I did not move as some signal went out and slowly a hush fell over the room. I took in the crowd once again, this time making a show of it. Lords and ladies of the realm. Voice raised, but not so loud it became shrill or a scream. You could cut the tension with a knife. We are gathered here today to place judgment upon those who have acted against the throne in defiance of their sworn oaths, those who have partaken in treason. A murmur broke out again, excited and tense in equal measure as it rolled across the crowd. I held up a hand and felt just a little giddy when silence fell again. I pray to the Mother to guide me in mercy and the Father to guide me to true justice, I solemnly intoned, earning myself a few nods of approval. All here to be judged today will be given 3 options. They may admit their guilt and plead for clemency. They may demand a trial before 7 judges of their peers. Or they may demand a trial by combat, in accordance with their ancient rights. More murmurs of approval. It would be interesting to see who was nodding and wasn't. I had set Lord Redford to making sure such reactions were recorded. Bring forth the first to be judged. Rennis called after she caught my eye. Bela Waters stepped forward, her eyes downcast, but she was unchained, wedged between 2 burly knights. Speak your name. Bela curtsied in a way that reminded me of Naerys before stammering out a confirmation of her name. Thankfully, she had not used the name Targaryen. In truth, it would be a pain if she did. It was well within the bounds of believability that Daemon had married her mother and I, short of fabricating something, had no way of directly proving he didn't. You are accused of murder, destruction of a lord's castle, the sack of Old Town and the deaths of all who perished there. Rennis called. What do you plead? I am guilty, your grace, she answered, looking miserable. Of course, she didn't know her punishment had already been decided. Or perhaps she did and had simply resigned herself to not fighting it. I am sorry. I beg the mercy of your grace. Rennis nodded and turned to me. Your grace, may I speak in Bela Waters' defense? That sent a storm of murmurs and shock throughout the hall. Whispers and nudges, shoving as people tried to get a better look. Even Bela looked a little startled. Speak, my lady Han's words are always welcome, I intoned. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't make a sarcastic comment. Bela Waters surrendered to me after striking a blow against your Grace's enemies in Dorne, men and women that we now know to have been working with her father. Her dragon was monstrous, twisted. Whilst I cannot say the girl is blameless, much of the blame must be heaped upon the father. More murmuring, hissing, anger. I made a show of thinking on the matter as the hall grew a little rowdier. Bela Waters is guilty by her own admission of the crimes of which she is accused, I spoke finally, slowly, as if I had been thinking on the matter intensely. Yet her age and the twisted nature of her dragon and the father that gave it to her cannot be discounted. Thus, I sentence you to imprisonment upon the island of Dragonstone. You will be kept under constant guard and taught the correct way to behave. Should you prove yourself a different woman than that which your father attempted to twist you to be, I will consider loosening such restrictions. Then I raised my head, seeking out Elenda in the crowd until I met her eyes. My following words I made sure had steel in them. But not for many years yet. And if I should discover you took part in any atrocity not disclosed to this court, girl, I will have your head for my walls. After a moment, the woman nodded. Good, even if Cassandra ruled the Stormlands, Elenda was still the woman to please, at least until her daughter found her feet and a set of allies all her own. Next came the few in the Dornish contingent that had been delivered to us by Aelyandra. None of her major rebelling lords, save for Cosella Dane. Those that had rebelled against Aelyandra could go home with her, and she could deal with them herself. As for Cosella Dane, I would save her for last. Not that she would earn a different fate to her compatriots. Each was offered a choice, the black or the block. Cosella would not get a choice, but I had thought long and hard on the matter. She had invited my uncle in and my only regret was I could not order her actual torture, but I could manage something close. Even when she stood before me, thin and pale from her time in the black cells, she managed a look of defiance. I would wipe that look from her face. I am guilty of nothing, she spat. Save for loyalty to my prince and Dorne itself. Then you plead guilty to these accusations? Rennis asked, as if the heat of the woman's glare was not upon her. Cosella did not answer, her jaw clenched tight as her eyes flashed. It seems so, my lady hand, I answered for her. I remand you to the care of the Silent Sisters. I had not forgotten Damon's quick death through her advice. Well, she could suffer for both of them, the sisters would simply have to be made aware of her more suicidal tendencies. I could spare a guard or two. I choose death, she shrieked. I did not give you a choice, I answered, letting the venom I felt for this woman creep into my voice. Save for if you wish to keep your tongue or lose it. Her mouth snapped shut then. My judgment produced confusion. I would need to clarify, it seemed. Guards, take her away. Ensure she has no access to anything she may use to take her own life. I know how fond you are of poisons, Cosella. Understanding dawned in enough of the watching nobles that I was confident it would quickly spread, her and her fate would become something for them all to chuckle about soon. More small fry came forth, Westerosi nobles now. Minor houses who turned and those who had followed lieges. For the most part, I handed fines down to these houses. Lyman would appreciate the income, and they'd know well how they'd gotten off easily considering I'd just ordered 13 executions, 1 potential life imprisonment and 1 actual life imprisonment. The men who bowed and scraped before me in thanks certainly seemed more genuinely grateful at least. Their defiance hardly bothered me. Soon my judgments ended and I was blessedly free to escape. I spent some time with Jocelyn, discussing the nature of justice. I tried to find Alyssa, only to discover she had bolted somewhere. An odd choice, given her hunt had gone so well. I sent a knight to find her and make sure she wasn't getting into too much trouble. I would push the matter soon enough. Emma was with Rena, the two thickest thieves in the library. I sat with them for a while and read to them. Then I found my son and took him to the gardens. He had decided he was going to be a great knight, like his Sir Eric, and carried the old wooden sword that I had once claimed from Laenor and that he had claimed from his eldest sister. I watched as he battled the foulest of all fiends, Ronard the creature of unknown heritage. Given he was disarmed at the beginning and the black and tan dog was charging around in excited circles as Viserys lunged across the grass to wrest the sword back, I did not have high hopes on his chances. Remind me to give the laundresses a generous bonus to get that tunic clean, I told Eric and Garibald as the pale blue tunic Viserys had been wearing became greener and greener as he went on. Eric chuckled, low and amused, whilst Garibald simply grinned. I think the laundresses of the keep will be rich before long, between the prince and Princess Jocelyn, Garibald told me, still smiling broadly. Well, they'll have earned it then, I told him, which made them both guffaw in delight. Across from me, Ronard abandoned the sword and started chasing Viserys, to his absolute delight judging by his pleased shrieking. A moment later, a footman appeared and bowed low. Your Grace, Lord Joffrey Lonmouth asks that you join him as a matter of urgency. I sighed heavily. Joffrey, who knew better than anyone I had intended to take this evening for family, would not ask unless he thought it dire. I rose, Eric taking my arm as I got to my feet. Mama! Mama, are you going? Cried Viserys from his position under Ronard's front paws as the dog repeatedly slammed into him in a way that looked slightly painful. Yes, little man. I called back. Be good for Sir Eric. He needs to rescue me, Viserys complained, rolling over to allow Ronard to lick his face. I winced and Eric took the hint, striding off. I turned and followed the footman, Garibaldi at my back. It did not take long to find Joffrey, seated across from Lady Cassandra Baratheon. My apologies, Your Grace, I know you intended to spend time with your family this eve, Joffrey murmured as he rose and bowed. Cassandra followed him up awkwardly, curtsying. But I believe this important. Lady Cassandra rules the Stormlands, her father fell fighting for my cause, no I hold no ill will for the interruption, I told them, taking a seat. Lady Cassandra may make demands of my time because she has earned it. The girl preened for a moment, proud and smug, before the look vanished into a frown. I looked a little closer as Joffrey poured me some wine. She looked tired, dark circles badly hidden with powder, bloodshot eyes and a slight slump to her shoulders I could not associate with anyone of House Baratheon. Thank you, Your Grace, she finally murmured. My father was proud to fight for you. His only regret would be that treachery brought him low and that he did not die in glorious battle with the Mad Prince. That sounds like the Boros Baratheon I knew. Poor girl, she flinched when I said his name. How may I help you, Cassandra? She took a sip of her own wine before seeming to gather her thoughts, taking a deep breath before she spoke. Nerves, badly hidden but she was making the attempt. Her mother's daughter, as well as her father's. My mother says my sister has a place as one of Princess Jocelyn's ladies. Not a question, a statement. Princess Jocelyn remembers how highly Prince Aemon spoke of you all, I responded, keeping my voice gentle. I hope she has not given offense. Can we dispense with playing my mother's games? Asked Cassandra, her tone a tad desperate and her eyes a little wild. I know she did something. I know her. She had that look on her face. I was not sure what look she referred to, but, strangling pity rose up in me and I glanced at Joffrey. The look on his face was resigned, tired. I sighed and placed my wine aside. Perhaps this was a mistake, but, in truth, I felt sorry for her. I wasn't even sure if Elenda would be annoyed, she was a control freak, but if any of her daughters actually outplayed her? You will swear to me, Cassandra Baratheon, that you will take every word said in the room to your grave. Or I will have you killed. At my ice-cold tone, Cassandra straightened. I do swear, upon my life, my honor as a Baratheon and upon the old gods and the new that none shall hear of anything you say from my lips, she swore. She meant it too. I could see the glimmer of hope, the determination. Your mother made it clear she would harm Lord Joffrey's standing with his remaining family should your sister not find a place in King's Landing, I told her. She glanced between me and Joffrey, not understanding. Then she brought her arms around herself, looking small, letting out a bitter laugh. I thought it might be something like that. She's never let anything she could use go. If Orys were alive, she'd have gotten rid of both of us. I hated Maris for winning Aemon, but she hates me more for being alive when our father and brother are not. I wish I could go back and... The tired words were spoken then she cut herself off and took a deep breath. I came to ask a boon of you, Your Grace. Beg, really? Then ask, Cassandra, I told her, voice gentle. I wish for you to not send Lord Jasper Wilde to the wall, she told me and her tone was full of false bravery, her words had barely wavered, but I heard it, they had. Was it truly false bravery, then? If going against her mother and asking this of me was so terrifying to her and yet she did it anyway? Lord Jasper Wilde served my father as master of laws once, he was unbending in his duty and resigned when your mother gained some purchase upon him, I told her. In truth, I had thought to leave his judgment to you, but Lady Jane Arryn argued differently. Lady Jane has been trying to meet with me, Cassandra told me, leaning forward. Mother keeps putting her off. She does not want me to have allies until she has her claws in me again. You are Lady of the Stormlands, Cassandra, Joffrey told her, sounding irritated. Send her away if she bothers you so much. If I send her away without my own allies she'd be back within a moon, Cassandra said miserably. My good father and his father have chosen to follow me, but, too many are undecided, too many are scared. With Lord Wilde on my side. His unwavering commitment to what is lawful will bring more allies to you. And Wilde is well familiar with court vipers, Joffrey mused. And he'd be indebted to you, as without your influence he would be at the wall. And Cassandra would be indebted to us, went unsaid. Too many mutter of your lord husband, Cassandra told me, her back ramrod straight. And Estermont has his own supporters. Lord Swan has been blessedly silent, but... You have nothing to fear from my husband, I told her. He has dreamed of Driftmark from his youth. Even the Stormlands, as vast and wild as they are, could not tempt him from his isle. A quick smile flickered over her face before she hid it. She needed a lot of practice, but she wasn't hopeless. Of course, had I been a crueler woman, this would have blown up in her face. Had she taken that into account, or come here impulsively and gotten lucky? Lord Wilde is due on the docket for tomorrow, Joffrey said, his tone carefully bland. Then, I suppose we'd better plan on how to gracefully allow his return to Rain House, I decided, and Cassandra gave a gasp of relief. Thank you, she breathed, teary-eyed. Gods, I was going to do the rounds again. Check I hadn't fucked up any of my kids as badly as Elenda had hers. Chapter 412, Victory in War, Chapter 318. Chapter text. I'm told you got in rather late last night, young lady. Alyssa startled at my words, mouth half full of her own breakfast as I lowered myself carefully into the seat opposite her. And now I find you up at the crack of dawn dressed to leave again. Aunt Fowl needs help with the charity, my daughter says defiantly, meeting my eyes. You can ask her, or any of her ladies. That's where I was. Alyssa, I started gently and she scowled, turning her head away. Alyssa, you need not throw yourself into work like this. It is appreciated, and I'm sure Fowl will be singing your praises before long, but you can take a few days to rest. Jocelyn no doubt appreciates your one-woman war to make her a more worthy heir than I was, but she will not appreciate you keeling over. My daughter stared at her breakfast for a moment, long enough a worm of worry eked its way into my heart and I reached out without thinking, my fingers brushing her arm before a twinge in my belly forced me to sit back. At the touch, she glanced up again, looking torn. I spoke to Alyendra, she said slowly. Ah. Well, I had known she would. And how did that go? I asked. She scowled. She's a prize fool, my daughter told me, annoyance in her tone. I think she told me everything. She was just torn and she froze up. Being trained for rule and ruling are two different things, she said, and once she was told what her family were doing she was scared for them. I understand that, Alyssa, thus I allowed her to keep her seat and rights, I replied gently. After a moment, my daughter's face hardened again. But she is a prized fool for how she went about it, she repeated. I told her that. She just cried. Then she left. I thought I might go out there in a year or so, make sure that House Targaryen's presence is still felt. I bit down on the instinctive no and forced myself to look thoughtful. We will discuss that closer to the time. She gave me a wry smile that told me louder than words she'd heard my strangled no, but given her eyes were soft and lacked any glare she appreciated me restraining myself. Silence stretched between us, companionable and comfortable as she finished her breakfast at a much slower pace than when I had walked in. Not long after, Joffrey entered, a sheaf of papers in his hand and a harried look on his face. At his arrival, Alyssa rose. Well, I'd better go. Aunt Fowl's paperwork won't do itself, she chirped and then swept from the room. Joffrey watched her go, frowning. She's still helping out there, he asked, sounding slightly hurt she had not even greeted him. Her relentless promotion of her sister as heir, I replied. Something's going on there. I am not sure what, though. Will you assign Sir Tom to her guard today, Sir Laurent? My white knight bowed and stepped out momentarily. I turned my attention to Joffrey as he collapsed into his chair, looking as tired as I felt. Long night? I asked. He grimaced and thrust the papers he held at me. Laws, he grunted. It's the best I could do on short notice. Well, it'll have to do, I replied, taking them. Take the morning off, Joffrey, and actually sleep. Jane will be insufferable if you pass out during court. My Lord Secretary snorted in amusement before reaching for juice my daughter had left behind and pouring himself and me a cup. Perhaps I'll accept that offer, he murmured, then drained his cup. When I sat the Iron Throne later that morning, he was not in sight, instead taking his place was Laenor, who bowed low to me with a grateful look. It told me all I needed to know. I mentally reviewed the papers he had given me as my council took their places and a knight called the session to order. More small fry started the day and I handed out more fines, noting how pleased Lyman seemed as a nearby scribe furiously made note of all the numbers. I had adopted a sliding scale that kept the fines somewhat fair, a dragon for every soldier they had committed to my brother's cause, minus a third if they pleaded guilty. None had yet to demand a trial by combat or by their peers. Lord Gerald had informed me that I had Ormond Hightower and Aegon to thank for that. His last stupid stunt that killed him had also been the final nail in the coffin of any remaining loyalty to Aegon and the Hightowers, especially given as most had front row seats to Aegon betraying them by securing his own honor and death in his final duel. Smaller houses had incurred costs in the hundreds. The first fine to breach 1,000 dragons did not come until mid-morning, when I moved from smaller lords that functioned as mere footnotes in history to the larger houses, houses big enough to have been in the books. House Mullendore had committed just under half their levy, their lord was young and hot-headed but had, according to rumor, been hamstrung by his mother's influence when it came to his muster. He had nevertheless turned an indignant red at his fine of 1,000 dragons and half again. The young Bulwer boy had been on the verge of tears as he stood before me, stammering his guilty plea. He had received a fine of near 3,000 dragons, and the poor boy, whose father and older brothers were dead, swallowed audibly and thanked me for my mercy. House Costain had received a fine of 2,200 gold dragons, further lessened by Gerald's insistence and Joffrey's old reports that the man would have gone black, but had the Hightowers heavily leaning on him due to some business with what he believed his wife should have inherited. The Redwyne's fine was high enough to prompt gasps of horror throughout the hall, and even Lyman's scribe paused in his scribbling to look impressed for a moment. House Blackbar also pleaded guilty, and what was left of House Roxton after their lord had played chicken with Laenor and gotten flattened by a dragon had wanted their sword back rather than a trial. I'd told them it was Lord Footley's property now and they could ransom it back from him. The man had gone an interesting shade of red, ground out his acceptance to my ruling and fine, and then stormed off to audible snickers about the hall. House Huey was the first to demand trial by combat. According to Gerald's note, Garth Huey had been loyal to Aegon alone, rather than the Hightowers, and he did not see Aegon's death as betrayal, but as a final honourable act. Similarly, so did Owen Fossoway and Gerald Ashford. That we set for the next day, to almost palpable excitement amongst the onlookers. The final reachman to be judged was Lord Edwin Webber. He had betrayed Lord Thaddeus Rowan and been betrayed by Osgrey in return, but even though we had news of the betrayal, it had still claimed Lord Thaddeus' life. At least that was the story we were all sticking with. "Magar with teats!" Lord Edwin bellowed, red-faced and furious, as he was hauled forward, two knights keeping hold of his arms. "An amusing thing you should bring up, Magar, Lord Webber, when your family did so well out of loyalty to him," I replied sweetly. The Lord went an even more impressive red. "Bitch! I know what you have plotted," he howled. "Enough of this," Rennis drawled. "What do you plead, my lord?" "Trial by combat," he bellowed, his eyes fixed on me. I looked him over. He was running towards thin, although by the fit of his tunic I could tell he'd once had a fair bit of muscle. After Thaddeus' death, Lord Robert Rowan's men had taken care to take the lord alive. "Very well," I replied. "May the seven judge you fairly." At my intonation, the guards began pulling him away again, even as he tried to wrench his arms from their grip. "Cold moat belongs to House Webber," he shrieked as he was dragged. "That rat Osgrey will get his hands on it over my dead body. Long life King Riker! Long live!" And then they finally managed to shut him up, although I was not privy to the method. My bet would include violence, though, as his last sound was a rather loud wheeze. Noise in the hall rose to a frenzy, everyone wanting to add their 2 cents to what they'd just seen. 4 trial by combats, eye-watering fines, a lord hauled around like a sack of barley, and House Hightower yet to be judged. "Let us break for a meal," I suggested to almost palpable disappointment. Still, at the movement of my knights, and my own careful rise to my feet, they gave in and began shuffling from the court. Laenor reached out with his hand and guided me down the last few steps at the foot of the throne. "Lord Wilde awaits." "Thank you," I replied. "He was not wrong," said Lord Didawait in a side chamber, sitting at a table, unchained, but with 2 knights watching him closely. He watched me with a stone-faced expression as I sat. Laenor gave me a final squeeze on the shoulder and departed, leaving me and Lord Wilde alone. "I warrant a private trial, do I?" he asked, tone flat and unfriendly. "I want a public one, before 7 of my peers, Princess Rhaenyra." "That we can arrange," I told him. "But this is not a trial but a meal, Lord Jasper, your judgment is to take place this afternoon." "No doubt any trial I demand will be a mere formality," he told me. "But I have always believed in the letter of the law. I will not be silenced." "You believe I am worried about that?" I asked as food was served. "No, my worries are further afield." He said nothing as I selected a few bits to place onto my plate. He also did not reach out to any of the food, although I knew full well this was a banquet fit for the 7 when compared with the slop they had been serving prisoners. "You bait your words and expect me to seize upon it," he finally said. "Well, consider me curious, Princess. I am not a bitter man, and you do have a skill for rule. King Viserys put too much stock in that. Others, not enough. And you do not deny I am the better fit for the throne?" I asked, taking a pointed bite of my food. He scowled. "Kings do not rule because they are fit for it, but because they are born to it. The throne, the crown, was not yours, but King Aegon's." His tone was firm, unyielding. "Was it Aegon the First's birthright?" I asked. He scowled again. "King Aegon forged the realm," he told me sternly. "He is an anomaly in the law, as he existed before it." "And which law are you referring to precisely?" I asked, full of false sweetness. For I have searched and have found, precedent, tradition, specific cases, but even when Jaehaerys codified his laws, there were none that codified succession. So if Aegon existed before the law, I have to ask, which law do you refer to? The Iron Throne adopted the Andal rule of succession, Lord Jasper told me. I will not play these games with you. I will acknowledge you as the superior player, nonetheless. Adopted the Andal rule of succession, I made a show of musing on that point. Tell me, which one was that? For the Iron Isles and the North are dismissed, of course, by virtue of not being Andal. The Westerlands, perhaps? The Reach? Or the Stormlands, remind me again of their law. Their law explicitly allows for the rise of a queen, he snapped. But not one that would rise over a brother. A ruler like Cassandra? I asked and he frowned, clearly seeing a trap, but not where it lay or where the jaws would close on him. Cassandra is the rightful ruler of the Stormlands, their law allows for it, he insisted. But my great-grandfather codified the laws. I reminded him and he flushed at the full helpfulness. He did not strike laws unless they went so blatantly against the laws he put into place, he snapped. I grow tired of these games. If you wish to place your husband in what is left of Storm's End, then I cannot stop you, but neither will I grant your justification. Perish the thought, I told him, sitting back. No, I am quite happy to throw my support behind Cassandra. Then why these questions, he demanded, slamming his hands down to the table and half rising before the slight movement of his watchers made him flush, and he sat back down, seemingly forcing himself to be calm. Who is your liege? I asked finally. His lips thinned. Lady Cassandra Baratheon of Storm's End, he told me slowly and with a tone of steel. Of which you are well aware. And tell me, Lord Wilde, will you abandon your liege when she needs you the most? I asked. He froze, his jaw clenched tightly enough a muscle jumped in it. I chased a few cold cuts about my plate, giving him some silence to put two and two together in his head. Why did you call me here? He finally asked, words spoken slowly and carefully. Lady Cassandra begged me to spare you the wall, I told him, raising my head to meet his eyes. Her mother is an interesting woman, but I would trust not her with my prized roses, never mind a child. Jasper did not answer, merely staring at me, his mask fully on so that even I could not parse his thoughts. She had a willing servant in the form of Boros, 7 bless him, I continued, placing my cutlery down. Cassandra, less so. Yet what's a girl to do? Her allies are her mothers for the most part, and those she can seek outside her circle swarm to Lord Estermont, or, as you so aptly pointed out, my husband. You are a poisonous viper, he finally hissed, fury etched into his face. To speak the truth is to betray my liege lady, and to speak a lie is to betray King Aegon. The thing is, I told him, as slowly and carefully as he had spoken before. King Aegon, as you so call him, would not begrudge your denial of him. Yet Cassandra, I doubt she could survive it. He went from red to purple, the muscle jumping in his jaw turning into an outright twitch, and I was just starting to worry he might be having some kind of stroke or heart attack when he spoke through gritted teeth, tone full of barely restrained rage. Then I have no choice. If Lady Cassandra calls me to her side, I must answer. Chapter 413, Victory in War, Chapter 319. Chapter text. My court did not even pretend at dignity as I took my throne once more. Satisfaction burned in my chest as I sighted Jasper Wilde's sour face amongst the crowd of those yet to be judged. But he would have to wait, for if I called him for judgment now, I might well have a riot on my hands. At my nod to Rhaenys, she turned and made a small signal to someone amongst the crowd. Faster than I believed possible, silence fell as what was left of the main house high tower was escorted before me. They were a sorry lot. Lord Garmin, thin and worn. If he had some plan, some fight left in him, I could not see it. He was half slumped between his guards with only a stick keeping him upright, unadorned and simple to match the clothes he wore. No Ormond, the fool man was dead along with the gods knew how many, after trying to mount a dragon, of all the fool stupid things to do. His sons were present, though, Lionel, Martin and Garmund, as well as his daughter, Bethany, and his cousins, Miles and Brynden. Lionel was the one I barely recalled, due to marrying Samantha Tarley and giving the Faith a headache in a future, but I'd blown that out of the water. However great my amusement at my half-remembered tales of him, it would not be enough to save him. Stood by them was Gwaine, the only one of them that dared actually catch my eye as I examined them. Even though Alicent's head was raised, her gaze was distant and fixed upon something I doubted any but she could see. What do you plead to these charges? Rhaenys asked as I surfaced from my thoughts. Aegon was the true king, Garmin stated, raising his head, the glimmer of old pride there. If we are to be judged as rebels for upholding the law, then so be it. And do the rest of your family concur, Lord Garmin? I asked. We do, Lionel said solemnly, even as his sister jerked her head up and glanced about unsurely. Miles and Brynden, although I did not truly know which was which, also looked unsure, before seemingly making up their minds and nodding also. I proclaimed him king before, Gwaine stated in a clear voice. I'll not abandon him now, even if his cause is ended. Alicent's mouth twisted momentarily as an expectant silence fell over the throne room. After a moment, she seemed to come back to herself, her gaze moving to me. An empty, numb thing. Should I have expected hatred? Part of me was disappointed. My son was the true king, she rasped, sounding as if this was the first time she had spoken in some time. None of them invoked Riker as Lord Weber had done. So they had some sense in their heads. Lord Garmin, you were integral to my brother's rebellion. Hightower words fed his early ambitions, Hightower prestige gave his ambition weight and solidity, Hightower gold bought men to his cause, and had you gotten your way, Hightower swords would have borne him to his stolen throne. At my words, the throne room and all in it waited with bated breath. This you do not deny. In doing so, you broke your oaths that you made to King Viserys and to myself. You shattered the laws of the realm and struck at the Iron Throne itself, forever weakening it for naught but your own gain. Lord Garmin's eyes flickered up to meet mine, and I saw pure dislike etched into his face, not hatred. No, I suspected the old man was too far gone for that. Yet if he could muster anything, he could muster that. I could remember the feeling in myself, as clear as day. I could feel it lurking just under my skin, waiting for a moment of weakness to seize me and drag me under. Lionel and his brothers were less subtle. I spotted clenched fists and clenched jaws, eyes flat with poisonous hatred. If thoughts could kill, I would have dropped stone dead there in that moment. A moment later, a sniffle interrupted that horrible and thick silence. Then, Bethany burst into tears, her sobs filling the silence. It was no fake cry either, it was the kind of sobs that seemed to be wrenched from her, provoking a great deal of snorting and choking along with it. Lord Garmin, I sentence you and every male descendant of yours to death. Should you choose, the sentence may be commuted by taking a black cloak and defending the realms of men. The old man stared at me, and then realized what I'd said a moment before the rest of the hall did. A whispering hiss rose up, almost deafening as wild speculation spun out of control. I am an old man, Lord Garmin said a moment later. I'll take the block. Quick and painless. Grandfather. Lionel started and then paused as the old man placed a hand on his shoulder. Choose the cloak, son, he told him. You and your brothers. Then he turned to Bethany, her face red and swollen as she hiccuped and sobbed. He murmured something softly to her. Rhaenys glanced up, her eyes meeting mine. Stop them? Or let this play out? Either way, it'd be a pain, which was probably why he did it. Sir Gawain Hightower, I spoke, and the hall's hissing buzz died away and their attention shifted from the way Garmin cradled his granddaughter as she wept to the crippled knight, tanned from his time in Dorne. To you, I offer a choice. Presumably not the same choice offered to my cousins, he asked, looking cautious. For if you are so generous, I would choose the cloak alongside them. Unfortunately for you, I am not, I told him, and he swallowed, then straightened as if bracing for worse news. For I lay upon you a crueler choice. The whispering rose in cadence again. Lady Alicent, Lady Bethany, Sir Miles, and Sir Bryndon's futures hinge on your choice and your choice alone. You will make it for them. Lord Garmin stepped back, his hand still on his granddaughter's shoulder as he studied me. I offer you the High Tower. Old Town. It will be stripped of its vassals, you will pay the fines House Hightower is due, and you will swear your loyalty to me as your liege. But you will be its lord. Your children, should you have them, will inherit the title from you. Silence greeted that, and then a roar of voices, protests in some areas, excitement in others. Everyone had an opinion in that moment. I let it go on for a few moments, the crowd becoming increasingly agitated. Silence, roared Lord Laurent, crashing his fist against his breastplate, the ringing noise doing more to shock them into silence than his bellow. The other choice you may make is exile. Wherever you go, your family will go with you. Whichever distant cousins or ambitious cadet can prove their claim on Old Town will get the title and all that comes with it, and you will leave the Seven Kingdoms never to return. That provoked another reaction, although this one was less scandalized than the last. At my words, Sir Harold stepped forward, vigilance clasped in his hand, and I saw Gawain give in, half slumping before closing his eyes. Lord Garmin said something to him, but I did not hear it over the rising din again. Gawain nodded to whatever was said anyway. Then he opened his eyes and stepped forward and bowed low. Your Grace, I accept your offer of lordship. I swear to follow you as my liege and support no other, I swear to follow your chosen heir as my liege when such a time will come. This I swear upon the old gods and the new, on the sword of my ancestors' vigilance. Should I or my descendants break this pledge, let it be forfeit once again, he intoned, half tripping over the words. It would do. For now. I gestured to Sir Harold, who handed the blade over as gently as he could, taking pains not to humiliate the man who could barely hold it. As for the rest of your family, they are confined to Old Town. This is a mercy, for I could have decreed they remain on Battle Isle for the rest of their lives, I told them. Go now and spare the realm any more trouble. The new Lord Hightower turned, stopping only when Lord Garman raised his hand and dropped it to his shoulder, nodding once. Then, the old lord was a tired man once more, a knight at his elbow escorting him away to the room, rather than the cell, that he would spend his final night alive in. Lionel and his brothers found themselves with other knights. They would be taken to where a recruiter for the Night's Watch was staying and escorted to the wall along with their new comrades once the judgments were over and done with. I steeled myself for what would come next. As did the hall. It still hurt when she stepped forward. Like someone had punched me in the chest, driven out all my breath. My vision blurred and I blinked the tears away, unsure who I was more angry at. Her or myself. Helena was dressed in deep purple as she stepped forth. Sir Willis fell at her back, albeit in a green cloak rather than a white one. She curtsied, deep and polite. When she spoke, it was barely louder than a murmur. Your Grace. I forced myself to breathe normally yet again. Focused on keeping myself still. Focused on the nobles that watched on, focused on the back of Rena's head. Anything but her. Anything. Princess Helena Targaryen, Renis intoned, her tone like steel. Steel I wish I had. Wife of the usurper prince. Marched with him, but took part in no fighting and negotiated her son's surrender after her husband's death. What do you plead to these charges of treason? I am guilty of betrayal, she half whispered. Then she cleared her throat and raised her head. Our eyes met and I saw pain there. I forced my face to stay straight and neutral, even as she sought something I was determined she would not find. The ache in my heart came back in force, but so did anger bitter enough I could taste it on my tongue. I wanted to throw myself from the throne. What I would do when I reached her, even I did not know. Hold her and beg for my sister back? Or strike her until this hurt was gone, burned out from me with rage? I betrayed my sister, Rhaenyra, she croaked after a moment. And my brothers. My children too. I thought I could stop it all. I was wrong. Her voice had the note of pleading in it. She was pleading with me and realization was like a spike being driven directly into my brain, pain bright and blooming as I struggled to master myself. I forced my jaw to clench, forced my gaze not to waver. After a moment longer, Helena glanced away, her face miserable. I wanted peace, she whispered, barely loud enough for me to hear her. And you guaranteed war, I snapped, then forced myself to calm as I remembered the last time I had raged upon the throne. It cost you a child, as it cost me. You are remanded to the custody of Lady Jainerin. Morgul is to remain here. Your son is remanded to the care of Prince Laenor Targaryen. You may keep Sir Fel, although by all rights he should have a black cloak, not a green. Unlike your brothers, you are cast out in disgrace, Sir. You are as a bastard in this world, and the throne will not keep you. Sir Willis did not move, or even react, as if he had not heard my words at all. Helena started and then stopped, glancing about, as if only now realizing we had an audience. I can only beg your forgiveness. You do not have it. Begone. As if aware I was keeping my temper and decorum by a hair's breadth, my knights moved. She slumped, but allowed Sir Willis to take her gently by the elbow and steer her away. Thrice she glanced back and thrice I ignored her pleading look. I swallowed back rage, pain, and something bitter, bile probably. I wanted wine. I wanted my children. I wanted my bed. Instead, I clenched my teeth until my jaw ached, painfully aware of the eyes on me. I forced myself to breathe and then glanced down at Renis once more. Next. Chapter 414, Victory in War, Chapter 320. Chapter Text. Jasper Wilde stepped forth, his shoulders set back and his face sour. I could see his sons and daughters lurking, their faces pictures of anxiety. Why had I singled their father out after leaving Swan and the like to Cassandra? Why was he the only lord of the Stormlands I had called before me? Well, I hadn't, but Jane's machinations had proven useful regardless. I would have to buy something nice for Jane. Or at least remember it when she next irritated me. Lord Jasper stopped before the throne and I fancied I could hear his teeth grinding as Renis began to read out his crimes. Not far from Jasper's family was Cassandra, dressed in a shocking yellow dress with grey brocade providing a pleasing pattern across the skirts. She wore fur across her shoulders, a deep black, and I genuinely wondered where she had acquired it from. From afar she looked every inch the lady of the Stormlands, but knowing what I did, I could see from here her sudden nerves. The man next to her could only be her husband, with his hand resting on the crook of her arm, also dressed in yellow. He had not adopted the black of House Baratheon however, and had settled for a deep umber cloak. Elenda could see Cassandra's sudden change in demeanor too, the woman hovering not far from the girl's left shoulder. She had a placid look on her face, one of almost polite disinterest, but her eyes were no longer on Jasper Wilde but on her daughter. I turned my attention away from them and back to the man I was to judge. It was a fascinating study in the man, that I could almost see the cogs in his head turning. I had no doubt that, if someone gave him the opportunity in this moment, he'd shiv me in the kidneys and happily watch me die slowly. I followed King Aegon because he was the true heir of King Viserys, Jasper began as Rhaenys finished speaking. His voice was clear and strong, carrying no sign of the discontentment I knew he felt. However, King Aegon made a choice above Highgarden. Murmurs of surprise broke out and I saw the smile, brief but bright and relieved, flicker across Cassandra's face. Just as I saw when Elenda's eyes moved to meet mine. So she knew, well, I hadn't expected her not to. She should not have threatened me and mine if she expected loyalty in return. He staked his kingship, his claim, on a duel, so that his loyal lords and men need not pointlessly lose their lives. The actions of a true king indeed, he continued, his voice rising as if impassioned. Yet King Aegon lost his duel. The 7 were not with him. As such, I have no choice but to follow his will and that of his widow, and bend my knee to Queen Rhaenyra, first of her name. The murmurs rose to a steady hiss, an upset, but not one as great as the High Tower punishment. My father relied greatly upon your interpretation of our laws when you served as his master of laws. Your betrayal cut keenly. Yet your betrayal was not for gain or ambition, but due to your interpretation of the law. As such, now that you have seen sense, I see no reason to sentence you separately, I began. Instead I levy upon you a fine of 1,000 gold dragons and forbid you from returning to King's Landing for 7 years. Your liege lady may judge you for your betrayal of her as she sees fit. He scowled at my words, flat hatred in his eyes as he bowed low. The whole affair was like watching a poorly articulated doll being moved into position, all jerky and slow. Yet it was deep enough it bore no real disrespect. The action must truly have pained him. After he rose and stepped back, Rhaenys stepped forward once more. Although judging by the fact the crowd was already moving towards the exits, she did not need to dismiss them. They knew the day was over. Tomorrow would open with 4 trials by combat, followed by the judgment of the Riverlander lords. They did not know, beyond rumors, of what I intended. As much as today had been a show, tomorrow would be the greater one. I descended from the throne, half lost in my own thoughts, absent-mindedly taking Laena's proffered arm as Jocelyn, Rhaenys, and Laena fell in step beside us. Alan and Adam are to arrive this evening. Matilda too, Rhaenys told me, bluntly. The reminder of what that meant sent my guts churning. Jocelyn looked thoughtful. I had not told them, but I had no doubt Laena had. I would appreciate a family meal at the manse. He's worse, isn't he? Asked Laena, her tone quiet and sad. That doused my own grief, the cold water of grief for another, her, Jocelyn and Laena looking distraught. I could. She didn't finish her sentence, instead her head dropped and she sighed deeply, as if the air was being wrenched from her. Luke and Rena will be there. As will my children, Laena whispered. I did not miss the way his hands tightened on my arm. I wanted to draw them both close. Yet the hall was still partly full, even as men and women alike stepped aside for us. Not to mention with Jocelyn so close. I should go and get ready, she told us, clearly looking unwilling to leave. Rhaenys captured her granddaughter's shoulders and smiled, drawing her in for a hug. Jocelyn returned with what sounded like a choked sob turned forcefully into a sigh. My heart ached as I took in her face, her eyes screwed shut as her head rested on Rhaenys' shoulder. She still had to stand on her tiptoes to do that, at least. The thought was a sad one. Come, Jocelyn, escort this old woman to her carriage, Rhaenys said when she drew back. Jocelyn nodded, then turned to us. I'll see grandmother off and then prepare for tonight, she told us. I could send for Alyssa to come back to the keep. Thank you, Jocelyn, I replied. You know where we will be if you require anything. Her lips thinned for a moment and then she nodded, taking a deep shaky breath, before taking Rhaenys' hand. Rhaenys leaned over and kissed both her children on the head, murmuring a soft goodbye. I could fix him, Laena said after Rhaenys and Jocelyn left us, no doubt heading for the manse. I could. I know, I told her gently. He could live another decade, she protested, not to me, but... I wasn't sure to whom. Maybe to... Laena said gently, letting me go and reaching for his sister's shoulders. She shrugged out of his grasp and he snatched his arm back as if burned. Our party halted as she turned to stare out of the window into the courtyard where servants and lords alike rushed back and forth. Enough attention was being paid to us to make my shoulder blades itch. Damn them all. Laena, I know, Laena said gently. And so does he. If it is his time to go, the time he has chosen, we should let him. How could you? Her words died when she spun and I realized that tears were glistening on Laena's face. My heart dipped unpleasantly. They should have time with him. Peaceful time. Without having to worry about my woes, could I delay tomorrow? I could. Laena stepped forward and buried her face in her brother's chest, a choking sob muffled by the fabric as he lowered his own face into her ringlets. I caught Laurent's eye. Have someone inform Lord Joffrey and whoever needs to hear it that the trials are to be moved to tomorrow afternoon, and the judgments due after that to the day after. Yes, your grace, he murmured and moved away to fulfill the order. You don't have to do that, Rhaenyra, Laenor said, raising his tear-streaked face from Laena's hair. I do. My answer was tighter than I had expected, a sudden constriction in my throat, a lump that refused to shift. Corlys may have been a background headache, but he had been loyal, talented, and at my side for longer than all but Laenor, my ladies and Sir Stefan. For so long, he had been my assumed hand. And now he would likely not live to see me rule into the new year. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly as Laurent returned. Come, let us go and talk in private. Too many eyes here. Laena made an odd sound and drew back, her eyes red-rimmed, but she nodded. I glanced around again, finding more eyes on us. Fuck it. I took her hand in one hand and Laenor's in the other. She made a small noise of surprise, before leaning into me. I wondered then how amusing this must look, her a foot taller and leaning on me for support whilst her almost equally giant brother did not quite lean but certainly stuck close as we made our way through the keep to my rooms. Once there, I let Laena collapse before the fire and ordered some wine and snacks. Did you eat this afternoon? At my question she smiled thinly. Of course. I won't go to pieces, Rhaenyra. I owe you all to keep myself looked after. I just feel helpless. As do I, admitted Laenor. I cannot fight his illness, I cannot reason with it. I can only watch. I cannot imagine knowing I could do something and yet be prevented. Promise me you will never ask this of me, she said suddenly. Promise me that if ever I can heal you, you will not prevent me. I will, if you would grant me a promise in return, I told her, and her brief relief was quickly overtaken by confusion, even as Laenor looked confused, and trepidation bloomed in my chest. What promise would you have me swear, she asked, biting her lip. That you would not subject me to you paying a higher cost than I could bear, I replied and she frowned. That's not fair, she whispered. Then raised a hand to her head and sighed. No, no, it is. I would not ask you to bear a heavy burden so that I could remain free of a lesser one. Fine, I swear it to you. And I to you in turn, I replied. She smiled then, before rising and squaring her shoulders. I'd better rouse my children, she told us. The mother knows where they've gotten to. When you inevitably find Ema with Rena, send her to us, would you? I asked and she nodded, her brief storm of grief in retreat. I had no doubt it would return, as my own did with alarming regularity. I will need to go to Driftmark soon, Laenor told me seriously. I will need to set father's affairs in order. Prepare. I wish to take Viserys with me. Why? I asked, turning to face him as he sat down in the space Laena had so recently vacated. He is still a child, Laenor. 1. He is my heir, Laenor replied quickly. 2. I am taking Riker. It would do them both well to become fast friends. Would it? I asked, voice heavy with venomous sarcasm before I could stop myself. He did not take offense, at least. They are both strong claimants. Best take them both out of King's Landing whilst Jocelyn gains her feet, he told me. Not only that, but if they are fast friends, loyalty to each other will help prevent them from recalling their claims. Not that I think our son would usurp his sister. No, you are right, I'm sorry, I told him and sat next to him. Go on then, take Sir Eric and Sir Tom as well. Check in on Viamond and Dragonstone while you do. See if you can't have him get the place ready for Jocelyn. Laenor laughed, low and brief, but a laugh. Already missing the place? A little, yes. I did not exactly clear my belongings out before deciding on an heir, I admitted. He nodded. I'll have Viamond gather everything of yours and bring it back with me, he promised. What about Riker's dragon? Leave it here for now, I said, too quickly. That awful, yawning numbness was threatening again. Grief and fatigue biting at me. Instead, I rose and summoned a servant. Prepare a bath for me and tell Lord Laurent to choose me some serviceable knights. We should discuss who will fight in my name tomorrow. The servant bowed and left, and I lowered myself back beside Laenor. The twinge in my stomach must have shown on my face, because he lowered his hand to the spot the dart had pierced and sighed. I know Gerardis and Edmund said improvement would be slow due to the muscle, but, is this not too slow, he asked. No, they are well pleased with my progress. It's mostly healed, it just needs to become accustomed to movement once more. As far as I could gather from their explanation, my muscles had begun working differently to account for the ones in my stomach that didn't work, and that along with a long recovery time on bed rest alone meant they had to relearn how to function normally. As long as the pain was not constant or excessive, my two healers were in agreement it meant I was healing. They were right, I was quite sure, as the pains had been lessening over time and coming with less frequency. We sat like that for some time, close and warmed by the fire, when the door flew open and Alyssa followed Jocelyn in, stopping mid-sentence to squeak in surprise at us both sat there. Found her, Jocelyn told me, trying for a smile and reaching a grimace. I had to drag her away from a report on herbs. It was important, Alyssa said, her tone sour, even as she watched us, looking discomfort. Just what was going on with that girl? That did it. Once my judgments were over and done with, I would sit her down and make her tell me what was bothering her. It could not all be Alyendra. She had been through so much recently, they all had. Losing her brother, soon her grandfather. Well, I imagine Emma will be along soon. Get ready, I intend to have a bath. You should too if you've spent all day in Flea Bottom. Or maybe I would talk with her sooner. She may never come to me in her own time, after all, not if she thought she was bothering me. Best I make the first move. Chapter 415, Victory in War, Chapter 321. Chapter text. The manse was like an old friend, prompting an ache of want in my breast that did not abate as we left the carriage and were greeted by familiar faces at the door. Cloaks and mantles were taken, and each of us filed inside. Corlys had been roused from his sick bed. He was splayed across a low couch before an overly fed fire in a familiar room with a familiar worn Myrish carpet. His eyes were closed as he seemed to be dozing in the peace and quiet. I immediately regretted my somewhat thick dress as I crossed the threshold, a wall of humidity and heat hitting me like a wall. Father! Laner called gently. And his eyes opened a moment later, a smile breaking out over his face as his children and grandchildren piled in. I hung back as they stepped forward, taking pains to be oh so gentle with him as they greeted him. I caught Joffrey's eye, who gave me a helpless shrug before going to find a seat and swing his leg up to rest. For Corlys' part, his choking wheezes were interspersed with genuine smiles as he greeted and praised each of his grandchildren in turn. Even his usual reticence around Lena was gone as she shuffled forward and he clasped her arm. It could not be a very strong tug, I could see the tremble in his arm from my position by the door, but Lena allowed herself to be drawn in anyway. The princess is with Lady Marilda, spoke a servant at my left elbow, her sudden arrival sending me into a fright. Both the lady and the princess call for you. Then I shall be there, I replied softly, before looking up and catching Laner's gaze. At my nod to the door, he nodded back and resumed distracting Viserys, who was trying to shimmy up the chair to climb into Corlys' lap. She led me upstairs to my old office and another pang of nostalgia took me. I braced myself on the door frame for a moment, fighting memories, and then took a deep breath. Adam and Alan were within, sat each side of their mother. Rhaenys was sitting on my old desk, a frown on her face. At my entrance, the three rose and bowed, entirely ignoring my wave for them not to do so. You should get used to people bowing to you, Rhaenys told me, looking amused as she drew up a chair for me to take. You've got an awful lot of it in your future. What is it, Lady Marilda? I asked, ignoring her and lowering myself down. Your Grace, my sons now know the truth of their birth, she told me softly. I paused and looked at her. Marilda had always been adept at knowing when to flatter, when to negotiate, and when to become a brick wall you ran into. It was what made her such a fearsome manager of my seaweed farms, and, I suspect, what had drawn Corlys to her in the first place. She was, in a way, like the ocean he so loved. Calm and placid in one moment and a storm the next. This deference felt wrong. I am only sorry that rumor should confuse the matter for so long, I told her. Next to her, Alan at least remained unchanged, for he rolled his eyes before seemingly remembering himself and looking to the ground at his feet. Something Adam's gaze was already fixed upon. It's such a shame that such a realization comes upon the heels of an act that ensures my son must publicly acknowledge them, Rhaenys drawled. I glanced at her, mind refusing to understand her meaning in that for a long moment before. Vermax, I realized. Across from me, Adam flinched. My son did not know, Your Grace, Marilda said, her tone steady. If any of us had known, he would not have been allowed close to that dragon. I swear it to you. Emotions roiled in my gut. Grief. Outrage. Anger. What good would raging at this boy do? What good would raging at Vermax do? The dragon had hardly chosen a knave for comfort. Adam, in his own way, reminded me of Iman. Dutiful, diligent, loyal. And he had known Iman. That helped. He was not ignorant of what that dragon was and had been. I started. My voice rasped and the sudden lump in my throat killed the rest of my sentence. A headache of emotion was springing up behind my eyes. I would not break here and now. I marshaled myself, taking a deep breath and then clearing my throat. There is nothing to forgive, I managed to force out. Adam's head jerked up in surprise. Marilda, on the other hand, looked relieved and took her son's hand. Vermax chose you. Bear my son's legacy well. But, Adam murmured, looking almost distraught. Knock it off, Adam, I heard Alan hiss in his brother's ear. If even she won't punish you, no one will. Oh. Marilda subtly, but not so much I didn't catch the slight movement, stepped on Alan's toes, causing him to wince and draw back from Adam's shoulder. I looked at the boy, actually looked at him. He was a picture of misery. Still small and slight, but with more muscle than I remembered, he had Corley's look to him still, although his hair was cut short and he remained clean-shaven. The clothes he wore were of good make, as were Alan's, their mother's doing, no doubt. No real color scheme, Marilda was evidently not being as bold as she normally might, still finding her footing with me after I gained the crown and her son gained my dead son's dragon. I would lay a duty on you, I finally decided. If you would accept it. Anything, I swear it on the new gods and the old. Adam promised eagerly, ignoring his mother's worried look. Viagar has passed, and Lady Lena requires a knight and a dragon at her back. I would swear you to her, to keep her secrets and guard her body as she carries out her duties in my name. Marilda's face was thoughtful, and when I risked a glance at Rennis, she looked almost proud. I will, Your Grace, I swear it. I will guard her body and keep her secrets, I will put myself and Vermax at her command, for anything she should need, he swore, his tone serious and his eyes wide. I turned towards Marilda and something in my gaze must have bled through, because her face shifted from thoughtful to grateful. Even Alan, who looked so unsure at the turn the conversation had taken, seemed to decide this was a good thing and offered me a small smile. I had not had much chance to interact with the boy, now man I suppose, who would have become Lord of the Tides in a different life. He was taller than his brother, with broader shoulders. His face promised to become handsome in a young, roguish way that I found had little effect on me anymore, but I'd imagine would have driven a younger me wild. I shook that realization from my head. It had worked to distract me from a spiral of grief at least. Now, should we make our way downstairs? I asked. For I have brought my brood to you and I have no doubt they are eager to see you, Rennis. Your Grace. Adam called, stopping me as I turned. He looked as if he were fighting with himself for a moment before sighing. Do they know? About Vermax. They do, I told him gently. Laner told them. Go, they harbor no ill will toward you. Alan was the first to move, taking Adam's arm and half dragging him from the room, leaving Marilda, Rennis, and I alone. Did you mean what you said? Marilda asked Rennis, her tone cautious. I did, Rennis said, slipping from the desk and holding her arm to help me stand. I took it, despite feeling slightly miffed she took me for an invalid. My sons are to be acknowledged by Prince Laner, she asked. And you would brook this disrespect? Ah well, I'm so in love with him I could deny him nothing, I told her, managing to keep a straight face. She blinked, well used to my humor at least, but evidently finding little to laugh at. The people already believe them to be Laners. The quiet acknowledgement will give them a sense of smugness, we'll put about that my father forbade the legitimization whilst alive, and in a week people will have forgotten for another scandal. And I become the mistress of a prince, Marilda said unhappily. If you desire, I will assign a few knights to you, I told her. It is not my safety I fear for, she complained as Rennis stepped past us and went to step through the open door. I followed and Marilda fell in behind me. Being known as Corley's woman was bad enough. Rennis scoffed and said nothing. But to be Laner's woman? An insult to a beloved queen. I tried to ignore the waves of scorn I could feel rolling towards us from Rennis' general direction. Then I will make it clear you were no insult. Everyone knows how sailors are, anyway. That last part may have been directed toward Rennis, who did not look back. Give her a minor title, Rennis instead said. It's a small statement, but a loud one. I would not I could not Marilda protested and then fell silent when Rennis finally glanced back. I'll look into it, I promised. The conversation ended then as we stepped into the greeting room again. Laner was sprawled across the floor by his father's feet, Emma sat across his legs. Viserys had clearly negotiated some compromise, for he was sat next to Corlys on Luke's lap. The others had rearranged the furniture, Adam and Alan sitting next to Jocelyn who looked delighted as they chatted away. Alyssa sprawled close by, occasionally interjecting into their conversation as Joffrey supervised. Lena sat apart from it all, her eyes looking out the window, even as Rena used her legs as support. It was to her I went, dropping next to her as she shot me a small smile. I ruffled Rena's hair, earning myself an annoyed huff. Oh, how I wished I could hold her. Make her hurt go away. What did mother want? She asked quietly as I wrestled with myself. Sorting out where Adam stood. You're getting a dragon knight, by the way, I told her. She snorted softly. Dare I ask why? At her words, I glanced at Adam again, listening as Alan told some tale, a tall tale, if the disbelieving look on Alyssa's face said anything. He wants to be punished, I told her, lowering my voice so a suddenly curious Rena could not hear us. Lena made a soft noise of understanding. And so you assigned him to me, she asked after a moment of silence. Well, assigning him to your mother seemed too cruel, I replied, and she choked back a sudden laugh, causing Rena to glance up again with a frown on her face as if she suspected there was prime gossip and was annoyed she couldn't eavesdrop. I gave the girl a smile and she stuck her tongue out at me before her attention drifted back to Alan. We'll need to keep him from Bela, Lena whispered, inclining her head towards Alan. Of course, she is not the same Bela, but I don't trust him. Something tells me he hasn't changed much, for all you've done. And how would he have access? I asked archly. She rolled her eyes. Through Adam. I do intend to keep an eye on Bela, you know? See what lasting damage that dragon did. Well, that made sense. I was saved from sheepishly apologizing by a maid stepping in and announcing dinner was to be served soon. Laner and Rennis helped Corlys to his feet, the man leaning heavily on his son in a way that made my heart lurch painfully. I gave Lena's wrist a squeeze and she shot me a grateful look before we joined the small line of children waiting to leave the room and get started on dinner. Chapter 416, Victory in War, Chapter 322. Chapter Text. I left my family at the manse in the early morning and climbed into my carriage, rattling my way back to the Red Keep with eyes barely open. There I resisted the siren call of my bed and instead broke my fast, watching the sun rise over King's Landing as my maids prepared a bath and a change of clothes for me. The scars of Damon's attack were healing over, scabs of new buildings and repairs over charred and blackened stone. It was even more noticeable in Flea Bottom, and I had a hope Lord Footley would attend to it soon, for the longer it was allowed to be, the harder it would be to set it right when the time came. Still, today was not about Flea Bottom, not about Damon's scars, but about Aegon's. Mentally, I reviewed the combatants. Weber, Fossoway, Ashford, and Hughie. I sent for Sir Laurent before leaving the remains of my meal for the maids and going to boil myself. Decidedly more awake and feeling a lot better with a clean dress, I stepped out to be greeted by the Lord Commander waiting for me. Your Grace, he murmured, bowing his head. Thank you for attending to me so quickly, Lord Commander, I replied, gesturing for him to sit. He did so, laying aside his helmet. Have you chosen knights for today? I have, Your Grace, he answered swiftly. Sir Willem, Sir Tom, Sir Garibald, and myself will fight in your name. Yourself? I asked before I could stop myself. He said after a moment. Were it not me, I would ask for Sir Eric. Sir Garibald, Sir Tom, and Sir Willem are your best fighters. Far beyond even me, but apart from Garibald in his own way, my brothers are not thinkers. That is the duty I would lay upon Sir Harold and Sir Adrian. I thought of Sir Adrian, standing to attention outside. Jessamyn's cousin and former master of arms for my current master of whisperers. I had not chosen him for any purported skill, but rather because in canon he had been loyal and that was what I had needed more than anything else. In fact, a distressing amount of my crown guard had been selected as such. In truth, I was probably lucky to have made it out with at least 3 fighters Laurent considered better than him. Very well, you are my Lord Commander and, as such, I will trust your judgment. Matters of blades have always been beyond me, as I'm sure you have realized. At my words, his lips quirked upwards and then he mastered himself. Will that be all, Your Grace? He asked, no trace of his brief amusement in his tone. Yes, thank you for your diligence, Lord Commander, I replied and he stood, bowing to me. Your Grace, he intoned and left, as stiff-backed as he had entered, leaving me musing on the thought of my guards. I had others, knights that had been in my service as Princess of Dragonstone and the men who had served my father. Stefan had trained the former and I realized, with a sudden pang of worry, that I would have to let a large portion of them go soon enough as Jocelyn took up the mantle of Princess of Dragonstone in her own right. Which left me with the knights who had served a king murdered in his own castle. I rose and made my way to my solar, pausing in the doorway. This place, that had once been my father's, someone had done away with his things, leaving it bereft of his little touches. The desk was clean of any papers but the ones neatly waiting for me to review. Then I took a deep breath and forced myself in, stepping over the threshold and making my way to the desk to seat myself. When I had time, after the judgments, after the changes I intended to make, after the upheaval my ascendancy had caused, I would redo this room entirely. And I would find a way to honor my father. Instead, I found myself a clean sheet of parchment and penned a small note to Stefan, asking if he wouldn't mind some duties at the keep, if his health should allow. He could train my guard, plug any holes and recognize any deficiencies from a chair after all, he need not take up the sword himself. And it would be a shame to lose his expertise. The sun was a little higher in the sky when I sealed my letter to him and called for a footman to engage a courier. I occupied myself with some minor paperwork for an hour or two before giving up and sending for an early lunch. I invited Sir Adrian to sit with me and partake alongside me, and after some hand-wringing, he did. Tell me of the Redford, I asked, as we began. He looked surprised by the question for a moment, and then thoughtful. It was home, he replied finally. It shares a moniker with the Red Keep, but in truth it is a deeper red by a large margin than your own keep, Your Grace. I shall have to see it someday, then. I wonder what material it was from? The Red Keep had been built from sandstone in the area, there were better materials for a keep, to be sure, but at the time the realm had been a tad on fire and simply having a keep had been more important than anything else. I must admit, I have missed my uncle, he confessed. The Redford was not the same without him, for all that my cousin Alaric proved an able master. He paused, looking half at war with himself. As if he wanted to say something, but was not sure how well it would be received. Speak your mind, Sir Adrian. My pride is prickly, but I am not in the habit of shooting the messenger, so to speak. At my words, he chuckled a little. I just wanted to say that I am thankful that you accepted me into the Crown Guard, Your Grace, he said after a moment. I take the oath I swore to you seriously. I know others have not. I wanted you to know that I am your man now. Thank you, Sir Adrian, I will strive to be a ruler worthy of your service. He flushed red and turned his attention to the lunch spread, and I let him beat his retreat for the moment. After lunch, I was escorted to the tourney grounds, where an eager crowd had already gathered. Laner had beaten me there, sat in the royal box looking as if he had managed less sleep than I had. Jocelyn sat by his side, chewing her lip and clearly deep in thought. So deep in thought that Laner greeted me and I had taken my seat before she realized and gave me a thin smile. Hello, mother. What has you so deep in thought? I asked. She pulled a face. Is it proper to do it here? Like it's a simple melee, she asked. This is a trial, isn't it? You believe it should have more dignity? I asked and she nodded. Let it be a lesson to you, Jocelyn. A wise man once said the crowd that cheers your coronation, will cheer your execution. And what does that mean? She asked after a moment. That people love a show, Laner answered, beating me to it. But she began, and then fell silent, looking discontented, and I searched for the words that would help, finding, some half remembered it was Varys, wasn't it? The show or the book? How did it go? It's all smoke and mirrors, I began, earning myself looks of confusion from both Laner and Jocelyn. All of this, it's a trick. Now I'm even more confused, Jocelyn lamented. A king, a septon, and a merchant sit before a mercenary. No, that wasn't quite right. Oh well. Each entreats the mercenary to kill the others. Whom does the sellsword kill? She stared at me, frowning. The merchant and the priest. It was said with such conviction. Are you quite sure? I asked. Her frown only deepened. The merchant can offer riches. The priest can offer absolution with the gods. But the king is a king, she protested. He could offer riches himself, or a lordly title even, and he could get any other priest to do his bidding too, so if the sellsword slays the merchant and priest at the king's bidding he could have it all. I heard Laner chuckle, then try and disguise his amusement with a cough. This was not what I was expecting. The point I am trying to make is, the king's power in that moment lies within the sellsword, I replied. Why am I queen instead of Aegon or Daemon? Aegon had a son, they could have pressed Riker's claim rather than bow to me. That's be foolish, she scoffed. They didn't have enough dragons or swords. So does the power of a king rely on dragons and swords? I asked, on somewhat surer ground. My father did not possess a dragon. At the height of her power, your grandmother had 3, 2 older and experienced, and 1 no slouch either. Laner preened at the praise. She had swords pledged to her, she had wealth and acclaim. Why then did Rhaenys not rule instead of my father? Because of the Great Council, Jocelyn replied slowly, tone somewhat sulky. Because men came together and agreed to follow King Viserys, I informed her. Noble men such as those before you now, who sit here hungrily awaiting their show. So, she started, and then stopped. So, it's not dragons, or swords, or gods or riches, it's men? People? Like the lords and the small folk. You might read up on Maegor the Cruel's reign, Laner suggested. Your father has the right of it, I told her. The point I'm trying to make, and failing due to a poor memory, is that we rule because men follow us. The moment they stop following us, we no longer rule. It's an implicit agreement, each holding up their side of the contract, we protect them, we make decisions for the realm, we make the future better and not worse, and in return, they pay their taxes and don't stab us in our sleep. And part of that contract is a show? Jocelyn asked, looking, almost disgusted. No, the show is part of making sure they never realize that, I replied, feeling vaguely slimy at doing so. And what if they do realize that? She asked. If every man and woman in this realm realizes we have as much power over them as they give us. I'm sure you can imagine. At my words, she looked even more troubled and discontent than when I arrived. Perhaps that is enough of that for now, Laner suggested, giving me a look that suggested he intended to take me to task later. Lord Q will face Sir Laurent first. At that, the look on my daughter's face gave way to interest as she turned her attention to the field as the Lord of Sun House's banners were raised alongside House Targaryen's. Sir Laurent will win, Jocelyn informed me, with that same certainty she'd told me that the sellsword would heed the king. He's as good as Sir Stefan, and Lord Qi just hasn't the skill. Nothing is ever as certain as we like, but I am inclined to agree with Jocelyn, Lainer told me. Sir Laurent is no slouch. He beat father a few times, Jocelyn told me slyly. How about we arrange a bout with him for you? Lainer suggested dryly, and her eyes lit up, clearly missing the tease and landing upon. Really? Can I, mother? Please. Lainer sighed and then laughed softly to himself. I will ask him, Jocelyn, I replied. He may demur. He won't, she told me, eyes bright. He's a true knight. Like father and Sir Stefan. Speaking of, Lainer began. You have yet to make your pick. She froze a moment and then sighed heavily. I want Sir Stefan. I have asked him to be an advisor to my guard. I have no doubt that if he is physically able, he will extend the same service to you, I told her. But you need an able-bodied guard, one like Sir Eric is to Viserys. I know, she said quietly. Sir Harold, then, he's like Sir Stefan. Lainer shot me a grimace and then forced himself to smile. A good choice. I will inform Laurent tonight. From tomorrow, Sir Harold will be your personal crown guard. At my words, she didn't look happy but she didn't look as sad as she did beforehand. And then the trumpet sounded and both men stepped on the field. The Lord Commander, my bias aside, looked resplendent, and I found myself half agreeing that maybe the new armor hadn't been entirely a poor choice, white gambeson with a darker bronzed armor, inlaid with a white three-headed dragon, his white cloak all the brighter for the contrast. Lord Garth Huey was darker in contrast, his armor the usual gleaming steel with his blue surcoat littered with the yellow flowers of his house. He clutched a war hammer in two hands, at odds with the sword and shield my knight wore. The two strode to the middle of the field and the closest thing to an expectant silence these grounds would ever achieve fell as each bowed to one another. The Septon Patriarch had appointed read out a short prayer, asking the Father to look upon us and judge us all fairly. Then the robed man beat a hasty retreat and the trumpet rang out. Huey swung hard for Laurent before the echoes had died away, but Laurent was already moving, leaving the hammer to whistle through the air. Its owner suffered a blow from Laurent's sword a moment later and was forced to retreat slightly. Laurent gave him no quarter though, and the two briefly tangled as Huey slammed into him, attempting to throw him off balance. After a moment, both staggered apart and Huey's second blow met Laurent's shield as he moved back to avoid Laurent's answer. Laurent followed him closely once more, clearly unwilling to give the man space to get a true swing of that war hammer. 7. He's a fool, Jocelyn scoffed. Then, catching my look, shrugged. He can't wield that thing. He can't even control its swings. He's just swinging it like a madman, trying to hit Sir Laurent. Again, not wrong, Lainer murmured. But one hit. He broke off to wince as Laurent slammed the edge of his shield into Huey's helmet and sent the man crashing to the floor, his warhammer flying from his hand and landing in the mud to the wild cheers of the crowd. After a moment, Huey raised his hands in surrender, the yield clear as day. I stood as the trumpets rang once again, and the interest of the field left the fighters and turned to me. Lord Garth Huey, you have been found guilty of treason and rebellion against the crown this day. I called as Laurent hauled the man from the mud and wrenched his visor up. I thus sentence you to death, unless you should choose to serve the realm of men by accepting a black cloak. I choose death, the man spat, his defiance somewhat ruined by his rasping voice and lack of breath. Better a traitor's death than a traitor's life guarding a usurper's realm. Very well. Have him remanded to a cell. You will be executed at dawn. Two knights stepped out, catching him by an arm each and hauling him off. Laurent bowed low to me, earning himself another cheer, and then he too vacated the grounds. Two squires ran out and took down Huey's banner, replacing it with Lord Owen Fossoway's, and the trumpet rang out once more. Chapter 417, Victory in War, Chapter 323. Chapter Text. Weber chose the wall, as did Owen Fossoway. Ashford chose death, as Huey had done. 4 victories for my crown guard. A powerful statement, one that would be heard across the realm before long. Throughout the matches, Jocelyn kept up a cheerful running commentary on what technique each man used and who she thought would win. No other lord brought an unusual weapon to the field, at least, and Sir Laurent had chosen well, for my white knights barely took hits, each demonstrating just why they had been chosen to wear the white cloak. Lainer did indeed have words with me that night, although he had made it clear he mostly disapproved of the tone and location of my lesson, even if I could tell the message I had been trying to get across rankled at him. He was not so foolish as to argue the point. Neither was I, and instead we spent our night once more at the manse. It was nostalgic, in a way. Heartbreaking, too. The next morning, I awoke with nerves running riot in my stomach. Today was the day I changed the face of Westeros, after all. I forced myself to choke down some breakfast and dressed in a modest dress, whilst turning up wearing jewels and silks might make a statement, it might also give the impression I lacked confidence in my own decisions and was overcompensating. I wanted no distraction from what I was about to do. There was already a small crowd awaiting me when I stepped in and took my seat atop the throne. Word had been put about that it was time to judge the Riverlands, and not a soul now was unaware I had something big planned. Rennis, stone-faced, nodded at me once. After today, I'd have to add mapmakers to my list of enemies. The joke had me fighting a smile as the crowd in the hall swelled, going from sparse to once again packed to the rafters in what seemed like a moment. Hushed whispers and an undercurrent of excitement ran through the hall. A desire to say that they were there when history was made. House Bracken first, I think. I spoke loud enough that Rennis heard me. The front lines of the crowd did as well, judging by the silence that started with them and spread like a fire in dry brush over the hall. Tension, the air was suddenly thick with it. Lord Humphrey Bracken, Sir Amos Bracken, Sir John Bracken, Sir Raylan Rivers. Rennis called. You aided Lord Grover Tully in his attempted usurpation of the rightful queen. You aided in the destruction of Raventree Hall, the seat of House Blackwood. You aided in the imprisonment of Lord Elmo Tully. You explicitly aided Prince Aegon in his attempted usurpation of the rightful queen by marrying Lady Jane Bracken to Prince Aemon Targaryen. Rennis' voice rang clear out over the hall. As if by some pre-existing agreement, Aemond and Jane stepped forward, arm in arm, as she spoke. Do you deny these charges? I followed my liege, Lord Humphrey growled. As I had sworn to do. Next to him, Amos shuffled, his eyes on the floor. His son, John, had his gaze fixed rigidly ahead, staring at the blades of the throne as if that was all he could see. You followed your liege into treason, Rennis replied. There were those in the Riverlands who saw this, who stood up and refused to lend their names and swords to the act. Why then did you not? We had oaths to House Tully, the man said stiffly. And what of this accusation you made that House Blackwood had let bandits loose upon your land? Asked Rennis. Lord Humphrey shot Amos a disgusted look. An erroneous belief we held, my princess, he admitted. We were wrong. They were simply bandits. So, you leapt to a conclusion based off of spurious evidence and followed your liege because House Blackwood had chosen to follow the rightful queen, and this gave you an opportunity to gain justice for this perceived hostility, Rennis surmised. That is not true, Lord Humphrey protested. We followed Lord Grover because he was our liege and because I am no oath-breaker, regardless of my neighbours and fellow river lords. Yes, we believed House Blackwood to have betrayed us, but we bore no grudge against her grace for their actions. I believed him. I could see it in his face. He looked older than his years, worn and frustrated. At himself? Almost certainly. The fact he was admitting this spoke volumes. If he still thought he was in the wrong, he would be screaming from the rooftops that House Blackwood had started it. Your Grace, Amos spoke up. I beg your forgiveness. You warned me we were mistaken, and I did not heed you. You did not, I replied dryly. Your apology now is appreciated, sire. Yet it cannot avert the actions you undertook. He nodded, jaw clenched, as his gaze fell again. If you have no more words to offer in your defense? Rennis asked. Lord Humphrey sighed heavily. For whatever reason, I chose to follow my liege when war came, I did swear an oath to him. He chose Prince Aegon and I was bound to that choice by my oath. Was I to turn down the offer of a royal marriage to a well-liked and talented prince, your grace? I bent the knee when the time came, when Prince Aegon fell. I regret that anger pushed me into suggesting to my liege the burning of Raventree Hall, but in the end my liege was the one who gave the order and Prince Aemon the one who burned it, he spoke. I followed a false king, yes, but my guilt is the guilt of honoring my oaths. And so you blame Lord Grover for your actions? I asked. You state you followed him for your oath over the oath you vowed to my father and myself, and that even the burning of Raventree Hall was just a simple suggestion, and that crime is also Lord Grover's. I had no ability to order a prince atop a dragon, your grace, Lord Humphrey murmured. I risked a glance at Aemond. He was glaring at his good father's father, his lip curled in a sneer. His look told me all I needed to know about what he thought of Humphrey's defense. Amos looked ashamed, John stared on, and Raylan Rivers met my gaze, his face inscrutable as he examined me in turn. Lord Humphrey, Sir Amos, Sir John, and Sir Raylan, you are sentenced to the wall. Stonehenge will revert to the control of Lady Jane Bracken and will be passed down her line. House Bracken, through Lady Jane, will pay part of the costs for rebuilding Raventree Hall. It prompted a few murmurs amongst the crowd, but hadn't been unexpected judging by the lack of shock on most faces. When you face judgment before the seven one day, your grace, I do not think they will judge you kindly, Lord Humphrey snapped. This is theft, plain and simple, for the Queen wishes for land to house her dear brother. Robbery at its most blatant. Lady Jane, do you assent to this punishment? I asked, ignoring the now Red Lord as knights came to flank the group of men. I do, Jane answered quietly. I also petition the court that my son and heir, Benedict Targaryen, might bear the name of House Bracken, as well as all future children of ours. Prince Aemond, do you agree to such a petition? I asked. My brother was silent for a moment, and for a wild second, I believed he might deny it. I do, he said finally, his tone stiff. Then henceforth, Benedict of House Targaryen will be known as Benedict of House Bracken, I confirmed. Jane curtsied, Aemond bowed, and the men of House Bracken were escorted firmly away, seemingly mollified by Benedict's change in name, at least. In truth, the agreement had the hall murmuring far more than the judgment had. Lady Meryl Strong. Rhaenys called. A woman in a plain dress was escorted forward, her head held high. When she looked at me, it was a look of poisonous rage, as if she hoped her eyes might slay me where I sat. You aided and abetted Lord Larry Strong in his attempted murder. Nonsense, she cried. It's all a lie. My husband was a good man. Loyal to King Aegon. And you slew him for it. Whore. Queen of whores. Was my brother not enough for you? Your witch burned him in Dorne, and now you took my husband's life as well. As if this court does not know why? You who hoard your way about. A knight reached her a moment later and hesitated, looking at me in askance. Rhaenys solved his problem for him, stepping forward and striking the woman hard across the cheek, killing her accusations mid-sentence and leaving her looking shocked. Her fingers rose to gently touch her reddening cheek, as if she could not believe what had just happened. Your husband broke free Prince Aegon and his brothers, he mapped the tunnels of Maegor's Holdfast for the wadmen who came in to slay the queen and other members of the court, he attempted to take the life of Lord Joffrey Lonmouth and Lady Sierra Strong, he was a kinslayer who slew his own sister Lady Alice Strong by poisoning her favourite drink and placing it in my chambers, knowing I could not drink due to my pregnancy, he grievously wounded me in an assassination attempt and he sent the assassins who murdered Lady Maris Strong, his own good sister. At my words, her eyes blazed with rage. He was a good man pushed to the limit in his attempt to stop a terrible thing from occurring. My only regret, and his, is that he failed, she screeched. Then you admit your wrongdoings to this court? I asked. I admit them proudly, she laughed, verging on hysterical. You are a usurper. A whore. You are a knife in the dark. What you cannot get by selling your body, you earn by a blade in the back or a sprinkle of poison. You consort with witches and worse. You have not a single honorable bone in your body, and these 7 kingdoms will come to rue the day you were crowned. Then I commend you to the care of the Silent Sisters, you will live to see my reign, Lady Strong, and you will live to see yourself proved wrong, I began and she went pale. Your son will be given over to the care of Lord Harwin Strong, and the lands of your husband will be folded back into the lands granted to those of House Strong. No. I wish to speak. This is her rule made manifest. She cried, attempting to run toward the crowd of nobles, only to be seized by the knight at her back. On what grounds am I to be punished? Defending the true king? Defending a good man? The knight pulled her back once more as she struggled, nearly wrenching herself from his grasp. Unhand me. Do not, how dare you place your hand in such a familiar place? Unhand me this instant. I caught Rhaenys' eyes and she sighed, before lowering her face into her hands as another knight came to assist in hauling the wildly thrashing woman out of the hall, even as she cried and pulled this way and that, her feet kicking wildly in the air. A fine display of knighthood. I am no shrinking violet. I too can fight. Then she yelped as her foot collided with the second knight's breastplate, giving him the opportunity to seize her kicking feet, allowing both men to finally haul her squealing from the hall. A few nervous titters filled the silence left in her absence, and then someone giggled and suddenly my throne room was filled with a riot of laughter and amusement. Rhaenys removed her face from her hands and I saw the deep breath she took. At least they were laughing. That could have gone worse. The laughter died down as Rhaenys raised a hand. Bring the next to be charged, she called, sounding tired. And to think, we were barely reaching the actual meat of today. Lord Wad was the final trimming before the true punishment of the Tullus. Wad stepped forward, and a nice black eye was the first impression I got. He stood hunched in a way that suggested broken ribs, worryingly pale in the face. I did not think he had earned these wounds in battle. He wheezed slightly as he breathed, craning his head slightly to look up at me, a defeated acceptance in his eyes. Your Grace. Even his voice was raspy and strained. Lord Oswald Wad, you smuggled men into King's Landing. You attacked the Red Keep and the Dragon Pit at Lord Larry Strong's instruction. You betrayed your liege lord, Lord Harwin Strong. Your actions nearly led to the death of the Queen and did lead to the assassination of your liege lord's wife, mother to his heirs. At Rhaenys' words, he simply nodded. I confess, he managed to say. I believed Lord Larry's lies. I carried out his dirty work. I am sorry for it. I accept whatever punishment her grace should mete out. Silence followed that, save for his audible wheezing. I stared at him. I order you to return to this court when you have recovered from your wounds to plead anew, I decided. The obvious mistreatment aside, it seemed I had some overzealous knights to discipline. There is little need, the Lord wheezed. I have accepted my crimes long before those who lost brothers and sons due to them sought justice from me. Nevertheless, it is in the interests of justice that a man make his plea freely and under no duress. He nodded at my explanation. My plea will not change, but I welcome your grace's dedication to justice, he finally managed. A knight stepped forward and took him by the arm. At my stern look, his grip changed to become almost gentle. Good. At my look, Rennis rolled her eyes but nodded. Now, please bring forth Lord Grover Tully. Chapter 418, Victory in War, Chapter 324. Chapter Text. Grover Tully cut a woebegone figure, thin and grey next to the two knights that accompanied him before the throne. Yet his back was ramrod straight and his jaw was set. He met my gaze with one that was filled with neither hatred nor fear but some kind of determination. This man. In truth, I could almost admire him. He had so expertly played the field, set his own grandson against himself so that if he lost, his family had a failsafe. He had manipulated his wayward vassals skillfully and subtly, and wrangled himself a dragon at his beck and call without anyone being able to say he would rely on it. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong horse to back. Or wrong dragon, as it were. Rennis read out his charges, her intonation clear and solemn as the rest of the hall looked on with bated breath. I forced myself to be still upon my seat, satisfaction slithering through me. The part of me that was still angry, still raging, would be satisfied. A hammer taken to everything they had been so sure of. I bent the knee to King Aegon, as the firstborn son of King Viserys, Lord Grover began, his tone like his gaze, all steel. That is the way the matters are, father to son, through the years, through the centuries. It has kept us strong. It has kept things in their proper order. Family, duty, honor, I quoted, and his gaze left Rennis and focused on me again. It was my duty, and a matter of honor, to see King Aegon to his rightful throne, he declared. I am not like others, abandoning ship the moment it tilts. Like a true man, I'll go down with it. But not your family. I pointed out and he made a good show of scowling, as if I had reminded him of something particularly distasteful. Those that followed you lack backbone, he snapped. Like wheat in the wind, swaying this way and that with the winds of change. I am not so easily bent. But your grandson is? I asked and his lip curled. All too fake, all too exaggerated. How see-through he was. Perhaps you should thank him. His actions have spared your house a little grief, whilst yours have only brought it in spades. He flinched, and it was real grief then that echoed over his face as for a brief moment he shrank in on himself, the truest emotion I had seen from him since he had stepped up. No, since he had been brought to King's Landing in the custody of his own grandson. Dishonorable curs brought my house grief, he finally spat. May Elmo remember that one day, when he remembers the meaning of his family words. So, you have little to say in your defense then? I asked. He straightened again, grief forced away as he assumed that unconvincing guise of unbending, unyielding pride. I have said all I need to say, he called. It should be King Aegon and his heirs in that seat, not you. I'll not bend my knee to you, usurper. Judge me as you will but know this, it changes nothing. Your stolen crown will always be ill-fitting. It would not, actually, I'd had it adjusted before my coronation. Then I sentence you to death. At my judgment, a small murmur flitted through the hall. Stares and whispers gradually becoming focused on Elmo and his son, close to the front of the crowd, but not so close as to be in full view. I could see him well from vantage point, however. His jaw was clenched, but he stared not at his grandfather, or anything, really, his gaze fixed on nothing. Next to him, Oscar shuffled at the sudden attention and without glancing down, Elmo's hand rose and came to rest on his son's shoulder. And I gladly accept. I'll not serve a realm ruled by a usurper. False bravado hiding a grim acceptance. He'd known it was coming, he'd made his peace with it. That bothered me, more than anything else. His, badly hidden serenity. The way he assumed he had me beaten. Your sentence will be carried out at dawn. May you find peace in the embrace of the seven, Lord Grover, for you will not find it now. At my tone, his act cracked slightly, a slightly panicked puzzlement creeping over his face. Elmo broke his staring to gaze at me, looking more worried than absent. Good. Do you think we did not know, Lord Grover? I asked, and a hiss of excitement, frantic whispers and sudden riveted attention, this was what they had come here to see, and this was what would calm the beast in my chest. Know what? He sneered, but it was poorly acted. He was genuinely worried, I could see it in his eyes. You set your vassals against Lord Elmo. You baited him. You mocked him. You made him a prisoner in his own home. You all but commanded him to find refuge in supporting my claim. His face drained of some color as I spoke. What rot is this? What dishonor do you accuse me of? I threw my support wholeheartedly behind King Aegon, and my grandson betrayed me, he blustered all too unconvincingly. Lord Elmo, step forward. At my command, the man did. His face was pale, shadows under his eyes that spoke of lack of sleep. I could relate to that. Do you believe, honestly and completely, that your fortuitous taking of Riverrun was your doing alone? Silence fell as they waited with bated breath for his answer. For a moment, Elmo seemed to sway, then he took a breath and let it out slowly. No, I do not. What are you saying, boy? Demanded Grover, his face mottling red. Are you a complete fool as well as a traitor to your name and blood? Elmo acted as if the man had not spoken, his gaze on me, but not truly seeing me. It seems my new lord of Riverrun is honest as well as honorable and an oath keeper. At my observation, Grover snapped back around, his face shining with hope. Yet, you understand, Lord Elmo, measures must be taken. Then take them, he said, nothing but tired acceptance in his tone. The old man's scheme saw my son dead. If you would strip House Tully of the Riverlands, do so. Nothing quite so drastic. At the reply, Elmo's head jerked up slightly. Our gaze met and I willed him to understand, as if my gaze alone could transmit that I wished for him to trust me. In the tense silence that followed, Elmo said and did nothing and eventually his gaze fell, as if he had challenged me and lost. See, boy, snapped Grover. This is a traitor's due. They will know you as the shame of House Tully. A black mark on our family. She will take and take and take until you have nothing left. I assure you, Lord Grover, I only intend to take once, I drawled. It is my decision that the land from the crossroads below Nutton through to Tumblr's Falls be seized and added to the land under direct oversight of the Crown. Delighted and scandalized gasps echoed and murmurs and hissed reactions rose to shouts, the off laugh here and there. Grover regarded me, his face draining of color as I spoke, then reaching purple through red with impressive speed as the words sank in and he realized the Riverlands had just lost near a quarter of its land. Derry, Harrenhal, Maidenpool, all of it was gone. You cannot, Grover began and then swayed alarmingly. The two knights at his back moved in, each taking an elbow. Grover did not react, staring at me, or rather, the throne, unable to find words for his rage. No, not rage, shamefully, it took until his mouth began to droop on one side for me to understand. Take him to the maester. I snapped at the same time as Renus. Now, my hand added. The knights wasted no time in obeying and another of those I had judged was carried hand and foot from the hall. Although Grover did not struggle, I rather suspected he no longer could. The hall rose to a roar, men and women exchanging their thoughts upon what they had seen, what my judgment would mean. From the crowd, Oscar darted forward, standing at his father's side with a look of confusion and hurt on his face. Yet Elmo's gaze was on nothingness once more. Seeing nothing, hearing nothing, except, perhaps, the sun that was no longer at his side. I braced myself on the flat of the blades and rose. The hall took little notice of their queen, not when prime gossip was on the table. Not when the dice were in the air and deals could be made as they came down. From my new city line, I could see runners being dispatched, squires and pages and the odd young lady leaving the room at a speed that bordered on improper. Renus alone was watching me, her eyes weary. She followed my gaze to Elmo and then nodded, moving from the throne to his side. He jerked when she touched his arm lightly. Oscar, for his part, looked almost terrified of my hand. As she escorted him from the room, I turned my gaze to Sir Willem Royce. He nodded once and then strode forward. This court is over, he bellowed at a volume that could and had called fighting men to a halt. Silence did not fall this time, but their attention was on me once more, as if only just realizing I was standing. I met bright eyes, excited faces, flushed countenances. Tomorrow I will sit in judgment of the lords and ladies of the Iron Islands. More glances, confusion, but also a vicious satisfaction. There were no lords and ladies of the Ironborn here, after all. They were being allowed to mass their power on the islands, as if they had not allied with Daemon and now defied my ascent to the throne. I descended the throne as the crowd raced to disperse itself. Sir Willem nodded as I reached its foot, falling in behind me as I traced the steps Renus had taken with Elmo not a few minutes prior. My own little shadow followed him, her shadow even further behind, silent as she mulled over my decisions. I paused and then turned to her. Go and find out Lord Grover's condition, I commanded. Jocelyn pulled a face and then nodded. Fine. What are you doing with Lord Elmo? Shouldn't I be there for that, she asked. Probably, I sighed. But I need to know whether an execution on the morrow is in bad taste or simply not needed. He didn't look great, she pointed out slowly. So I just find out and then come back. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. I could send a runner of my own to do it, but just as I had done with Iman, and that thought made my heart hurt anew, I was loath to let her see the worst of my politicking. I found Elmo and Oscar in a quiet anteroom. Renus had apparently prevailed upon Elmo to sit, but Oscar was on his feet, the young boy pacing back and forth. Too young, this boy had marched for me in another life. No sign of my hand, but I suspected she would not be far. Lord Elmo, I began. His eyes flickered to me, numb and empty, and recognition made my throat seize. Not a lord, he finally breathed. Not until the dawn. Perhaps not, I managed to force out, my tone more strained than it had any right to be. Consider this my being polite. Oscar's face twisted in annoyance. I caught his eye and he flushed red, his gaze falling to the ground. I have sent Princess Jocelyn to fetch news of your grandfather. Elmo hummed tunelessly, as if he did not care. I have a few points, and a few questions. Perhaps he did not care. I remembered then, the feeling of Damon's blood coating my hands, of the flecks that had struck my face, of the feeling of his flesh giving way under my dagger, the taste of iron. I swallowed, suddenly nauseous. You once told me you were more open than your grandfather to a marriage with a dragon. At that, Oscar's head jerked back up again, his eyes on his father as Elmo blinked at me, and I suddenly felt the need to apologize to my ladies and my council, if I had been half as bad as this, and I suspected I had. If Princess Visera is still amenable, I would offer her hand to your heir, young Oscar. Princess Visera, said Boy whispered, half in awe and half in terror. Why court me at all? Elmo asked, his tone defeated. Even if I can rule after grandfather poisoned the well for me, you have beggared me. Which brings me to my second point. Tomorrow I sit in judgment of some absent Iron Icelanders. Oscar pulled a disgusted face. A less burdened version of myself might have found it funny. When Aegon landed on the Blackwater, there were 7 kingdoms. After tomorrow, there will be 7 again. Rivers and isles, asked Elmo, his head coming up, some kind of life creeping into his eyes. You wish for me to conquer your wayward vassals? I wish for you to conquer yours, I told him. The crown will maintain some interests in the region and the Lannister fleet will be of great help, of course. The mention of which brings me to my third point. I scarce dare to ask, Elmo murmured. What now? The golden tooth. At those 3 words he let out a joyless laugh. My queen is generous. She takes with one hand and gives with the other. I wonder, which hand was more valuable, he asked. I wasn't sure. The Iron Isles and the Golden Tooth could bring a lot of profit if managed correctly, but he was losing Derry and Maidenpool. And my final point is, you may decide on whether your grandfather should hear this before the dawn, or whether he goes to his grave believing I have only taken. At that, Elmo did come alive a little, his lips peeling back into a vicious grin. A generous queen indeed. Chapter 419, Victory in War, Chapter 325. Chapter text. It was too early. As if hearing my thoughts, Jocelyn tilted her head away to badly disguise a yawn, and Visera, who had been picking at her breakfast, glanced up at her. Then she turned her head back to her plate, her free hand running over the handle of the knife, brushing over the decoration inlaid into the handle. I studied her. She had arrived wearing a deep blue dress, almost navy, with her hair wound back into a simple braid. An interesting choice, no green or black and her hair so like mine. How old was she now? Nearly 13. She looked older than that, but then again, so did Jocelyn these days. My daughter, as if sensing my attention, removed her elbows from the table and tried to look more awake. The familiar pang of sadness twisted in my breast and I turned my attention back to my sister. What was going on in that head of hers? Of all my siblings, she was the one I knew the least. She had been Alicent's shadow, the darling of the court, but her manners and words had been her mother's. She had been close with Durin, that I did know, and she enjoyed history. She had been afraid of dragons, but now she rode her beloved brother's dragon. It galled me to realize I had failed so badly. She had desired peace, at least. Her wardrobe choice screamed that. Perhaps it was best to begin there. I hope you slept well, I began, cautiously, after setting aside my own breakfast. The hand on the knife paused, then retreated, and she straightened. Her gaze came to rest just past my ear, her hands folded neatly in her lap. I did not, she said softly. It is strange being here again. I miss Old Town. I resisted the urge to rub my face with my hands as Jocelyn sniggered to herself. Visera's eyebrows drew together and a sigh escaped me. I'm sorry, she murmured a moment later. I thought. There is no need to apologize. I am sorry, I assured her. Jocelyn, contain yourself. Her giggling was cut off with a cough and she at least tried to look dignified, muttering an apology to her aunt. Visera accepted it with a nod, but I could see she was unsure and on edge. Jocelyn's mirth had upset her. You asked me here, she finally asked, anxiety shining through for a brief moment before she seemed to wrestle with herself, only to regain control. Indeed. We have a few important things to discuss and I would not make decisions regarding your future without your assent, I told her, and she frowned. Yet before you do, I owe you my thanks. You do? She asked incredulously. My daughter did well when she negotiated for the surrender of the rock, I announced, and offered Jocelyn a proud smile. She flushed but looked pleased nonetheless. But, equally, you were just as important. For that, you have my thanks. Without you, Johanna would not have come to the table. What table? She asked. Jocelyn's cough sounded suspiciously like an aborted giggle. A turn of phrase. It just means she was open to speaking with us, I explained, and Visera nodded, unsure again. Jocelyn deserves the praise. I went because she sent me weirwood, she told me as a follow-up. It was old and dry and she didn't burn it, but it meant, that's how the first men would see to their truces. Burn weirwood. No violence until the flame was extinguished. I did not know that, I marveled. It was an interesting tidbit. How did you come to know, Jocelyn? At my question, Jocelyn tilted her head. Aunt Visera. When father insisted we spend time together, I would often tell them about my books, Visera offered. I did not know you listened. Jocelyn shrugged, and then gave a rueful smile. Not enough, I think. Well, either way, I am thankful for both of your actions. Jocelyn bobbed her head and Visera favored me with the smallest smile. Now, on to more serious matters. Yes, Visera agreed. Might I see mother? You haven't already? I asked, and she shook her head. She was in a cell. Iman said it was best to stay away from her until judgment was given, my sister explained. Then you have my permission to see her. She nodded and looked pleased enough. If I may be so bold, Visera, what do you wish for? She was silent for some time, her gaze flickering from beyond my ear to the window and then back to my ear, and it occurred to me that if I were a tad less observant, I might